a fanfiction set in the realm of Game of Thrones and a song of ice and fire. It involves time travel, devoid of harems, systems, or technological advancements. The narrative revolves around political intrigue without the use of poison, with supporting characters closely resembling their original prototypes. It eschews a mundane storyline in favor of exhilarating plot twists interspersed throughout. The protagonist is named Green Cleaver. His initial title, Baron of Whispering Keep. Family motto, United We Stand. The family crest features a marsh marigold. Chapter 1. Either be with Cersei or Daenerys. The Crab's Claw Peninsula once boasted a legendary hero named Clarence Cleaver. A grandson of the conqueror Aegon, he served as a Kingsguard during the reign of Jaehaerys I, known as Claremont Cleaver. During the War of Usurper, the noble families of the Crab's Claw Peninsula fought alongside Prince Rhaegar until the bitter end, proudly declaring themselves loyal vassals of the true dragon family. Following Robert Baratheon's victory in the war, the already dwindling Cleaver family suffered devastating losses, leaving only the unborn Green Cleaver as a surviving male heir. Whispering Keep, an arc-shaped military fortress, is nestled against the mountains, surrounded by a smattering of modest dwellings. In the Lord's Hall of Whispering Keep, the perfectly integrated time traveler, Green Cleaver, sits regally in a high-backed lord's chair, a massive banner of the marsh marigold hanging behind him. To his left and right stand a man and a woman. The man, around 40 years of age, stands approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, bald and portly, clad in a blue, round-collared robe. The woman, in her 30s, stands about 5 feet 7 inches tall, with long chestnut curls, dressed in a blue gown with a low-slit neckline. They are none other than the head steward, Herschel, and the household manager, Solana. At that moment, an elderly farmer kneels respectfully in the center of the hall, his voice tinged with cautious reverence. Yes, my lord, I can confirm. During the day, I went out to tend to my fields, and my neighbor, Maddie, often comes to my home to engage in various intimate activities with my wife. On numerous occasions, after enduring the old farmer's disjointed account, Green Cleaver's expression remains impassive, merely pursing his lips. The Lord's Hall falls silent. Noticing his young master's reticence, head steward Herschel clears his throat and speaks. Old Pyre, if I understand correctly, you have caught them in the act. Have you not taken any action? The old farmer, Pyre, remains silent for a moment before responding. I am quite angry, but I am no longer young. Maddie is younger and stronger than I am. I cannot confront him. What of your wife? I cannot confront her either. Ah, the women of the Crab's Claw Peninsula are indeed formidable. According to local customs, it is likely that the old farmer will soon acquire a notorious moniker, such as Weak Old Pyre. To be a worthy lord entails an unyielding commitment to protect the weak. Only by safeguarding the vulnerable can one cultivate a soil of loyalty. Green Cleaver comprehends that, from another perspective, everyone requires protection, including himself. The 15-year-old lord's voice retains a hint of youthful timbre. Old Pyre, your lord has listened to your account. I shall arrange for 2 sword-bearers to accompany you. With that, Green Cleaver's gray eyes shift towards a tall, armored man standing to the side of the hall. Sir Pell, please arrange for 2 astute soldiers. If there are no objections, apprehend them directly. Green Cleaver slightly tilts his head and whispers, Herschel, where are we lacking manpower? Find someone daring. The steward, seemingly prepared with an answer, replies, My lord, the territory always requires strong laborers for arduous tasks, but I recommend providing him with a sword. The mountain folk have begun to stir again. You will need more warriors. You are merciful and should grant your subjects a chance. Very well, if they are young and vigorous, inclined to thievery, and brimming with energy, give them a sword and let them battle the mountain folk. Should fortune favor them and they survive, it will be solely due to the benevolence of their lord. They must be grateful, wield their swords firmly, and strive to do better next time. Green Cleaver nods slightly, his right hand gesturing lightly. The old farmer Pyre, with reddened eyes, deeply bows to his lord, bending at the waist but feeling his spine straighten, filled with renewed vigor. He silently resolves to work diligently for his lord, hoping for a bountiful harvest this year, surpassing that of the last. The lord must feel too thin, surely due to insufficient nourishment. If I tend to the fields well and the yield increases, my lord shall be able to eat more and gain strength. Next, my lord, my farming tools are broken. My lord, my son's belly has been hurting for several days. I beseech you. My lord, that was my prey. The mountain folk have stolen it from me. Merciful lord, the mountain folk frequently roam near our village, causing great concern among the villagers. Indeed, generally 5 or 6 of them band together. Finally completing the morning's petitions from the vassals, Green Cleaver is relieved to abandon his imposing posture, stretching and rising from the towering wooden chair, lamenting the need to maintain such an aristocratic stance like a painting. Lady Solana, prepare a basin of warm water for the study. and send lunch there as well. Also, ask Scholar Al to ready the raven for messages. Once I finish writing, it should be dispatched immediately. In the castle study, after finishing lunch and tidying up, Green Cleaver picks up a quill. Today marks the writing of his third letter. The recipient is none other than the reigning queen, Cersei Lannister. Following the War of Usurper, the Cleaver family's direct line is left with him as the sole male heir, for at that time, he was still in his mother's womb. The chivalrous Eddard Stark persuaded the new king, Robert Baratheon, to pardon Green Cleaver's mother, thus allowing the Cleaver family to preserve the flame of their lineage. However, in the aftermath of the War of Usurper, the king's hand, Duke Jon Arryn, has not forgotten to suppress the once great families, including the Cleavers, by various means, persistently, for a decade. Next year, the curtain of A Song of Ice and Fire shall rise, and the Game of Thrones is about to commence. Green Cleaver has much to accomplish. To join this stage, as a noble of the Crownlands, he must first mend relations with the Red Keep. After more than a decade, Jon Arryn has finally aged, his vigor waning, and according to the unfolding narrative, time is running short. The Cleaver family can finally take a breath. One cannot merely flow with the tide, nor be content with the status quo. Once ridiculed as half-wild, the Cleaver family was once ignorant of or unable to comprehend this. But now, Green Cleaver, he has arrived. Green Cleaver halts his thoughts, preparing to indulge in flattery. To the courageous and enchanting queen, out of admiration, I convey my sincerest greetings. I humbly intrude upon your grace. 15 years have passed since the war, and during that time, I was still in my mother's womb, quietly cherishing the warmth of memories that cannot be retained. Since becoming aware, I have been grateful for the kingdom's mercy that preserved the Cleaver family. Out of fear of complacency and forgetfulness, the family motto, "United we stand," rings true. As the years pass, understanding deepens. The core of the Cleaver family motto lies in loyalty. The great dragons have vanished for 15 years, and while the Cleaver family endures, they have become lost. Once, the Cleavers, driven by loyalty, marched towards certain death without hesitation. Because of their past fidelity, the Cleaver family has lost trust in this new world. Without trust, the loyalty of the Cleaver family has no place to rest. Noble as you are, would you be willing to grant the Cleaver family another opportunity? It is said that you shall embark on a royal hunt soon. The Cleaver family eagerly hopes to serve you with honor. Enchanted by your grace, Green Cleaver. Green Cleaver pauses his writing. The first step is to choose between Cersei or Daenerys. Chapter 2. The Loyalty of Reason. While the rugged King Robert exerted pressure upon Queen Cersei, Glenn sought to establish a pathway for his own ascent. A direct audience would likely see the haughty Cersei Lannister dismiss the Cleb family, often referred to as half-wild. The Ravens merely served as a prelude. The crux lay in seizing the opportunity to showcase one's capabilities and strength. The land of the Crabshank Peninsula was predominantly barren and desolate, characterized chiefly by swamps, woods, and valleys. Each dim valley on the Crabshank Peninsula harbored its own lord, who, along with his vassals, held a profound mistrust of any outsiders. The peninsula was largely populated by the descendants of the ancients. In bygone days, the Undulls endeavored to conquer the Crabshank Peninsula, only to encounter relentless obstacles. When the inhabitants of the peninsula were not engaged in battles against external foes, they turned upon one another. Their family blood feuds as dark and deep as the swamps nestled within the mountains. Occasionally, a hero would bring a fleeting peace to the Crabshank Peninsula, such as the legendary Clarence Cleb of the Cleb family. However, upon his demise, the status quo swiftly returned. During the Conquest Wars, the conqueror Aegon dispatched Visenya Targaryen to the Crabshank Peninsula to offer them vassalage. Since that time, the peninsula has remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryen lineage. Glenn Cleb handed the prepared letter to the steward, Herschel. After a moment of silence, Glenn's long fingers ran through his dark, slightly wavy hair. Approximately 100 miles eastward from Whispering Castle, in a region relatively more suitable for cultivation compared to the Crabshank Peninsula, lay a vast expanse of land that once belonged to the Cleb family's ancestral stronghold, Whispering Keep. According to Herschel, the Grand Steward, that land had once enabled the Cleb family to supply 1,000 elite warriors, sustaining their absolute dominion over the surrounding territories. Following the War of Usurpation, under internal and external pressures, Glenn Cleb's mother led the remaining retainers to migrate to a then relatively secure military fortress, renaming it Whispering City. Years passed, and the ancestral land of Whispering Keep had fallen into ruin, with the Cleb family long bereft of control over that territory. Solana, my mother, undoubtedly faced significant hardships in those times. My young lord, reflecting upon it now, still sends shivers down my spine. In the beginning, The lady would sleep with 2 swords as her pillow, a long sword to fend off potential attacks from the mountain wildlings, and a short sword for her own protection. Glyn Klebb chuckled softly. She was indeed formidable. A hint of a smile crept onto Solana's usually stoic visage. The lady departed this world at peace, my lord. Your greatest pride. After conversing with the steward Solana, Glyn contemplated her final, veiled remarks. The harvest season approached, and the nearby lords of the mountain wildlings were keenly eyeing the Klebb family, now bereft of its lady. Though all were impoverished, the Klebb family's estate remained a coveted target. The timing was impeccable. At this moment, the lord of the Klebb lands was merely a young boy, sheltered under his mother's wing, and the mountain wildlings had united for once. If not him, then whom would they seize? The advantage lay with me. Solana was not overly concerned about the impending conflict within the Klebb territory. The Klebb family was bolstered by 2 generations of sworn knightly retainers, Helpyri and Massenbeck, loyal vassals nurtured over centuries. In the precarious environment of the Crabshank Peninsula, Glyn's standing army consisted of over 200 seasoned soldiers, among whom 20 donned full plate armor, capable of facing unarmored mountain wildlings 10 to 1. Solana had accompanied Glyn's mother in numerous battles, her agility renowned. It was said that few could rival her skill with a short sword. What truly troubled Solana was Glyn's youthful impetuosity, leading troops in a battle for the first time. He might succumb to the fervor of youth and charge heedlessly, risking his life in the process. With Glyn as the last scion of the Klebb lineage, any misfortune befalling him would spell disaster for all loyal to the Klebb banner, leading to the family's swift demise. Glyn yearned to assure Solana that he was not reckless, that he would not squander his life. For the sake of his lordship's dignity, he must perpetually exhibit courage, rendering such sentiments unspeakable. Since merging with his former self, Glyn had felt a marked enhancement in his physical prowess in various aspects each time he awoke from slumber. His sword yearned for action. Cognizant of his matured psyche, Glyn continually reminded himself that this was merely one of the 10 illusions wrought by his enhanced physique. You are the lord. You possess soldiers. Maintain your composure and do not act foolishly. Aside from a cousin 3 years his senior who had been married for 4 years, Glyn was the last of the Klebb line, a precarious position for a lineage steeped in nobility. The Klebb territory was no tranquil haven. The lord was often compelled to lead his men into frequent skirmishes. With the Klebb lady gone, Glyn Klebb, as the lord of the Crabshank Peninsula, would find his future life akin to that of his ancestors, embroiled in conflict, and more conflict. Being a lord on the Crabshank Peninsula was a perilous vocation. What would happen if the last Klebb met with misfortune? Those with even a modicum of insight would feel a sense of impending crisis. The hearts of the people would waver. The Klebb family held the hereditary title of Baron, in line with the awkward standing of the Klebb family in the kingdom. Glyn's matrimonial prospects posed a conundrum, too lofty to aspire, yet too humble to accept. Ordinarily, at the age of 15, Glyn ought to have at least an intended betrothed. Solana understood that a lord's marriage was not a simple matter of romance. The causes and consequences of the war of usurpation served as a constant reminder to the nobility to refrain from allowing love to cloud their judgment. Therefore, Solana felt that even a bastion would suffice. Glyn needed to ensure he left a legacy, indifferently to the traditions and laws of nobility. This was not a curse upon Glyn, but a means to soothe the loyalty of his subjects. Only with an heir could a lord navigate the complexities of marriage with ease. Solana had a son and a daughter. Her eldest son, 16 years of age, was already married and learning under the Grand Steward Herschel. The younger daughter, Kaliae, 13, had recently experienced her first menstruation. Healthy and fair of face, she was, most importantly, dependable. Having watched Glyn grow, Solana knew him to be neither cruel nor ungrateful, although bearing a bastard child was not without its ignominy for the current Klebb domain. It would be a commendable act. Unable to inherit the Klebb surname, the child would carry the surname of the Waters, yet bear the blood of the Klebb lineage. At this juncture, fathering a child of Klebb blood would at least grant him a farmstead, ensuring a life free from want, a fate more favorable than that of most women. A lifetime sufficing. Everyone would flourish. To integrate into the local customs, Glyn was simply grateful for the memories of his former life that had melded with his being. With the amalgamation of memories, Glyn's everyday demeanor and actions became increasingly tempered, gradually evolving in a natural progression. As a former loyal servant of the once mighty Targaryens, he could not afford to leave any conspicuous weaknesses. Under the faith of the Seven, being too conspicuous could easily lead to being branded a heretic, and the followers of the Seven were ubiquitous across the continent of Westeros. At 13, Glyn reclined against the chair's back, gazing up at the ceiling for an extended period. The internal conflict of his beliefs was immense, requiring further contemplation. After several days of discreetly tallying, Glynn estimated that his direct vassals numbered around 2,000, with a primary reliance on hunting supplemented by agriculture. Near Whispering City, approximately 1,000 souls congregated, while the remainder were scattered across 10 villages of varying sizes. Among them was a village located to the south of Whispering City, by the sea, with a population of around 200 subsisting on fishing. Dubbed Fishing Village, the name was unappealing and required alteration. At the very least, the term village ought to be substituted with harbor. Once this flurry of activity had subsided, he would personally journey there for an on-site assessment and subsequent planning. The lord was impoverished and required a substantial influx of golden dragons. The loyal knight Massenbeck, having departed 3 days prior, was currently executing Glynn's directives to survey and catalog all the blacksmiths, carpenters, and artisans within the territory. Grand Steward Herschel had already commenced arrangements to tidy the vacant quarters, concentrate all forces within the territory, streamline production, foster collaboration, and cultivate skilled craftsmen in preparation for establishing a cold weapon factory. The Kleb domain is graced with abundant youth forests, enabling the early training of a populace proficient in longbow warfare, which will serve as our strategic advantage. However, the elite longbowmen require not only archery skills, but also strict discipline. Green understands that these attributes necessitate time to develop. The foremost task for Green is to maximize mobilization according to the current strength of the territory, assembling all available forces to bolster their ranks and first subdue the nearby mountain raiders, thereby creating a relatively stable environment for the territory's development. The pressing issue remains the dire poverty. Green plans to temporarily adopt a family motto that champions conquest over arduous toil, intending to revert once financial stability is achieved. Chapter 3. Mermaid Harbor. On Green Kleb's table lay 3 coins, a gold dragon, a silver stag, and a copper star. For reference, a full suit of plate armor starts at 16 gold dragons, a chainmail at 6 gold dragons, a fine warhorse at 10 gold dragons, a virgin at 100 gold dragons, and a meal with meat and a beer at around 20 to 30 copper stars, with a peasant's annual income approximately at 1 gold dragon. The Kleb treasury currently holds about 2,000 gold dragons. However, external debts amount to 5,000 gold dragons, with last year's interest already paid at 500 gold dragons. Following the War of Usurpers, at the behest of King John Arryn, the nobles and merchants of the Vale were compelled to issue loans to assist the noble lords of the Crabclaw Peninsula through their hardships. This was also one of the peace treaties post-war. 1 gold dragon is utterly unattainable. The nobles and merchants of the Vale have seized what was rightfully yours as collateral for the loans. Such is the harsh reality. Refusal is an option, as the Lannister armaments have yet to be delivered, and Robert has not yet quenched his thirst for war. The Kleb domain is valued at 5,000 gold dragons, with the Kleb family accumulating an interest payment of 7,500 gold dragons annually. According to the contract, another 2,500 gold dragons must be paid over the next 5 years, with the final year also requiring the principal of 5,000 gold dragons. This is a method employed by the Red Keep to suppress the noble class of the Crabclaw Peninsula, ensuring their weakness and compliance. The nominal interest for post-war reconstruction sounds appealing, perfectly calculated to allow survival without forcing desperate measures, simultaneously restricting development. For the Baratheon dynasty, a weak and compliant lord of the Crabclaw Peninsula is the ideal ruler. The entire Kleb territory is home to over 2,000 inhabitants, and due to the perennial harassment from mountain raiders, they must scrimp and save to maintain a ready force of 200 clansmen. This is already the utmost limit. Due to years of warfare, the population of Kleb has a disproportionate ratio of men to women. The women here are robust, many of whom toil in the fields and hunt like men, with a significant number of spearwomen. Provided they are adequately armed, these spearwomen can also be summoned to battle, to seize wealth and men. The Kleb domain is virtually a society of soldiers, with only craftsmen, the elderly, and the weak left behind, capable of mobilizing a maximum of 500 combatants. Faced with the raider lords of the surrounding valleys, some numbering only in the dozens, others in the hundreds, they are disorganized and can be easily overrun. Agriculture is a luxury. As previously stated, the Kleb family motto has temporarily shifted to conquest over toil. The immediate concern is to address the mountain tribes that have united to raid due to the young heir Green's inexperience. This battle marks the beginning of a new chapter. The following day, heavy clouds loomed overhead. The rudimentary Whispering Castle stands robustly, though lacking in elegance. It is sufficiently large to accommodate all 1000 subjects during wartime. Green stood atop the castle wall, overlooking the landscape, flanked by the steward Herschel and Knight Pell. The death of King Robert has ushered in a period of chaos. The planning for Whispering Castle should have commenced long ago. Green gazed southward. The terrain there is gentle. A design for a first ring accommodating 10,000 should be established, followed by a second ring. Green chuckled softly and decided to refer to it as the inner city. Herschel took notes diligently. The fishing village shall henceforth be known as Mermaid Harbor. The steward, Herschel, faithfully recorded this. The mermaid, with the upper body of a maiden and the lower body of a fish, is a beauty that even the 7 gods would admire. Herschel hesitated before asking, "My lord, might such a description offend certain clerics who may not be friendly towards us?" Green, an avowed atheist, initially thought to say that even the 7 gods would be spellbound, but he held his tongue. "Thank you for your counsel, Herschel," Green replied after a moment's pause. "Bards are to be summoned. Find trustworthy minstrels to convey the essence, and let them articulate the rest, for they are the professionals in this art." Herschel continued to record, noting that mermaids cherish singing the enchanting songs passed down through generations. They are exceedingly shy, surfacing only in the dead of night to sing, their melodies akin to celestial harmony. Green had originally wanted to say that they had been kissed by the 7 gods, but decided to temper his words. Mermaids live carefree, kind-hearted, and optimistic lives, shedding tears only in moments of profound sorrow. Their tears transform into the world's most lustrous pearls, one tear yielding 1 pearl. A mermaid can love but one person throughout her life. When truly enamored, she will vow her love. This vow is crucial to document. "I wish to be the beloved of so-and-so, to love what he loves, to think what he thinks, to bear his pain and endure suffering, whether in poverty or riches, whether in lowly or noble status, whether in times of turmoil or neglect by the gods. I will live for him, die for him, never forsaking him until eternity." Both steward Herschel and Knight Pell gasped, their expressions rich with emotion. Green sensed they had been moved, and they were beginning to believe. Could this fishing village indeed harbor a legendary locale? Observing this, Green altered his original plan. Only secrets held by oneself are truly secrets. Let us weave this tale together. Thus, Green too began to embrace the mermaid legend. Let us not forget an essential point. Mermaids are the shyest beings in the world, and their elusiveness is entirely normal. Come, let us flock to Mermaid Harbor and revel in the enchantment of the mermaids. This is a secret passed down orally among the Kleb chieftains through generations, and I now share with you, for you two are my most trusted confidants. Herschel and Pell square their shoulders. Indeed, there is no one more reliable than I in this world. First, mobilize all villagers of the fishing village to construct a simple dock nearby. The location may be distant, but it must facilitate large ship docking. Second, erect a lighthouse to guide vessels to our harbor. Additionally, taverns, inns, and shops must be established. Initial requirements need not be high, but functionality is paramount. We must seize every copper star. The strong villagers must be armed, while the elderly and weak can be assigned suitable roles in the establishments, ensuring the safety of our friendly guests. Mermaid Harbor must become increasingly beautiful and comfortable, never allowing those who come in search of wonder to be disappointed. These matters are of utmost importance. The steward seems to grasp the gravity of the situation, my lord, as the legend of the mermaid spreads over time. Drawing more people to the fishing village, our leather can be sold directly to buyers, free from the undercutting of itinerant merchants. Mermaid Harbor will evolve into a trading hub, not merely a leather market. It is no wonder you wish to propagate the legend of the mermaid. Indeed, rules may be rigid, but for the development of our territory, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. The tale must spread organically and discreetly. I entrust you with this task. With that, Green turned away, hands clasped behind his back, letting out a long sigh. The hem of Green's robe billowed in the wind. Herschel bowed deeply in solemn respect. Knight Pell, clad in plate armor, tightened his grip on the sword hilt, veins bulging as he bowed alongside Herschel. Chapter 4. Heart to heart between mother and daughter. Sir Pell's voice brimmed with pride. My lord, I command 100 men with the precision of an extension of my own arm. Just a centurion, and look at how proud you are, Glenn inwardly scorned. In his previous life, he had effortlessly commanded hundreds of thousands in battle. Ah, but this is the real-life version of Age of Empires. It is indeed a different affair. The Crabclaw Peninsula, perpetually embroiled in chaos, is vast yet sparsely populated. By the scale of warfare, it truly belongs to the rural folk. The skirmishes here are akin to mere brawls, comprised of individuals unaccustomed to grand spectacles, which poses a challenge. A seasoned warrior like Pell, who has fought for half his life and possesses command skills, is, in this region, quite an invincible presence. It is understandable to be proud of such prowess. Glenn displayed a satisfied smile and continued walking alongside Sir Pell. Within Whispering Ford, after a period of stringent management, cleanliness had been restored and various unpleasant odors had dissipated. These subtle changes invigorated Glenn's stride. He planned to have the kitchen prepare an additional dish for them that evening, a small token of encouragement. At a martial training ground in Whispering City, over 20 tall and robust figures gathered, standing like iron towers. These men were the elite warriors of the Kleber family, capable of donning full-plate armor in battle. The mountain tribesmen referred to them as Iron Men. Upon noticing Glenn and Pell's approach, the group ceased their activities and bowed in unison. Glenn picked up a training wooden sword from a rack, gave it a swing, and declared, "Who will practice with me?" Silence enveloped the area as everyone exchanged glances. Glenn casually pointed to one individual. "Yes, you." Initially hesitant, the man soon relaxed and replied earnestly, "My lord, I am Fully, and I might get hurt." Glenn chuckled lightly. "Should you injure me, I'll reward you with a roasted leg of lamb for lunch, succulent and dripping with fat." The burly man swallowed hard and nodded. The news of the young lord's sparring session spread through the castle with astonishing speed, drawing a crowd. By the time Glenn shed his outer robe and handed it to a servant, a throng had already gathered, the pace of assembly almost unbelievable and unruly. "Oh ho ho! Roar!" The robust Fully, enticed by the promise of roasted lamb and the electrifying atmosphere, was filled with fervor. Although Fully was quick in his movements, he refrained from exerting his full strength. He harbored a modicum of wisdom. Should he genuinely injure the lord, even the prospect of lamb would lose its allure, and he preferred to maintain the young lord's dignity. As Fully swung his sword down upon Glenn, the latter effortlessly raised his own sword with one hand to parry. Pushing forward, the sudden force caused Fully to instinctively resist, yet he still retreated 3 steps. "My warrior, be serious. Let me witness your true strength." "Oh ho ho! Fully, did the tavern keeper's wife from Old Ken's keep you up last night? You're looking a bit weary." "Shut it, you fools." Fully's dark complexion flushed subtly. "What nonsense are you spouting? The lord's strength is formidable. You know nothing." Fully regained his stance, initially loosening his grip on the sword before tightening it again, entering a combat state honed through trials. Bang! Thud! Dust rose and settled, and Fully lay back, a look of despair on his face. "I truly did my best." Silence ensued. Then cheers erupted. Glenn maintained a composed smile, gently waving to the crowd in response to their enthusiasm. The atmosphere in Whispering City, which had been shrouded in gloom since the passing of Glenn's mother, seemed to evaporate in an instant. No longer dreary, Sir Pell was astonished by Glenn's display of strength. An experienced swordsman himself, Pell readily discerned that Glenn had not exerted himself to the fullest, effortlessly defeating Fully. Though Fully's sword skills were inferior to his own, his physical prowess was considerable. Even Pell would have to exercise caution against him, merely aiming to remain undefeated. The young lord had matured and grown stronger. The Kleber family had great potential ahead. On a wooden platform beside the training ground, Serena stood with her eldest daughter, Kaliae, gazing at Glenn's gradually receding figure. "My daughter, Lord Glenn is formidable. His offspring will be robust as a young calf." Kalia's hair was the common dark hue of the Crabclaw Peninsula, and as the daughter of the steward, her gently curled long locks were well maintained. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Kalia's deep green eyes turned to Serena. "Mother, but as a Bastille, I wish to marry a valiant knight, not to serve as the mistress of one who fathers children out of wedlock. Every maiden in Westeros dreams of marrying a gallant knight. Yet, poor daughter, your status is insufficient. Affluent knights would not look upon you. Only impoverished or widowed knights might take interest. Can you endure a life of poverty? Are you truly willing to serve an elderly man?" Kaliae stubbornly remained silent. "Your mother would never harm you. One cannot live on love alone. She will change." Kaliae, in a huff, turned away. "My opinions are irrelevant. You might as well strip me and toss me into the Lord's chamber." You, Serena, long regarded as an unyielding figure, a living ice sculpture, reserved all her tenderness for her beloved daughter, Kaliae. Serena glanced at her pouting daughter, blinked, and stepped forward, softly resting her chin atop Kalia's head. "If only it were that simple, your mother would find it so much easier. Yesterday, I tested the waters. It seems I was rebuffed. I sense that Lord Glenn does not hold you in high regard." Kaliae broke free from Serena's embrace, meeting her gaze to ascertain whether she jested. "I am the most beautiful girl in our village," Kalliae exclaimed incredulously. "Are you serious?" Serana regarded her daughter's beauty with satisfaction, reaching out to caress her cheek. "With skin as fair as milk, soft and delicate. Your mother is but a steward. She holds a modest position in the realm of Kleber, lacking noble status. If you were of ordinary beauty, I would not have to worry about this and that. As the years pass, you bloom like a flower. You will attract various individuals, each with their own motives, who will gaze upon you. Sooner or later, your beauty may become your misfortune. The years your mother has endured teach me how cruel the world can be. Among those I know, only Lord Glenn would not mistreat you and could offer you protection." Kalia's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Serana, savoring the familiar scent. "Mother." Serana stroked Kalia's hair and said, "Perhaps there are better individuals beyond these walls. But I do not wish for you to leave. I am more anxious about you being alone. Would you leave your mother?" "No, I would never." Kalliae shook her head vigorously in Serana's embrace. "Yesterday, I mentioned you to Lord Glenn, yet he showed no interest. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep." Kalliae let out a muffled grunt within Serana's warm embrace. Glenn had busied himself in the blacksmith shop and carpenter's workshop all afternoon. After dinner, he engaged in a lengthy discussion with Sir Pell regarding the mountain tribesmen. Finally, after a day of labor, Glenn soaked in the warm water of a wooden bathtub, allowing himself to unwind. He exhaled comfortably, contemplating his upcoming audience with the most renowned spearwoman in the territory, Emperor, reputed to be an exceptional huntress with remarkable archery skills. Creak. The sound of the wooden door opening pierced the tranquil night, unsettling in its intrusion. The footsteps were light, unfamiliar. Glenn's heart quickened, and his hand instinctively reached for the short sword propped against the side of the bathtub. "Approach." Glenn's deep brown eyes flickered. The girl, clad in a thin olive-green long dress with a low-cut neckline, spoke softly. "Pardon my intrusion, my lord." She gracefully curtsied and said, "I am Kalia, the daughter of the steward of Solana." Chapter 5, Isn't he charming? The warm imagery stirred Green's heart for but a fleeting moment. In a short span of time, there were many aspects that Green found difficult to immediately acclimate to. Kalia's appearance lingered in his memory as that of a timid young girl who had trailed behind Solana over a year ago. He first marveled at the rapid development of this world. At that moment, what was Green contemplating? His thoughts predominantly revolved around the necessity to enhance the castle's security measures, no matter how vigilant he was or how much faith he had in his own martial prowess. Relying solely on personal alertness to guard against thieves was foolish and would ultimately exhaust him. Moreover, the vital personnel and significant locations within the territory required bolstered protection. Coughing, he remained wary of his vulnerable neck, aware that a dagger could strike unexpectedly. When he had the means, he contemplated acquiring some Unsullied to serve as guards. The Unsullied were reliable. He envisioned having 2 Unsullied stationed at the gate at all times, a whimsical thought from a lord of modest means. A smile flickered across Green's face. "Kalia, it has been a while. Has Lady Solana begun assigning you tasks? I wish to serve as a lady-in-waiting, but my mother believes I am not yet mature enough and need further training. She told me I must first earn her approval before I can serve you. But I could not wait, so I chose to come directly to you. Please forgive my impetuousness." Her reasoning was sound. Solana was diligent, and Kalia's seemingly reckless behavior was motivated by loyalty to her lord. As a family member of the lord's trusted confidant, she would not be blamed. Green had indulged long enough and, with Kalia's assistance, donned his nightgown. He accepted the glass of red wine she offered and took a sip, only to furrow his brow in response. The sour red wine was one of the peculiar products of the Klebe territory. He wondered how it could be brewed to such an acidic state. Was it the grape variety? Fine red wine needed to be imported, but it was too expensive. This would have to suffice. Upon deeper reflection, the flavor was not entirely displeasing, yet he set the glass down, unwilling to drink further. Yet another reason emerged for Lord Green to aspire to dominance. A night passed in silence. Green arranged for Kalia to accompany Scholar L. The elderly scholar walked with a noticeable tremor, and Green harbored deep concerns for AL's well-being. Should the Lord's scholar pass away, the Academy would immediately assign a new one. However, given the Academy's distance, there would be a vacancy lasting no less than 3 months, and only Scholar Al in Light Whisper City was capable of sending crows. This included the routine feeding and management of the message crows, which were of paramount importance for communication, something Green greatly valued. All of this was knowledge Kalia needed to learn and master. Green had many responsibilities and lacked sufficient personnel. A literate Kalia was a rare find. Most importantly, Kalia was reliable and trustworthy. Knight Mason had finally returned. According to the tally, There were 13 blacksmiths and 32 carpenters within the territory. Apprentices would need to be scheduled simultaneously, with processes divided so that they would begin learning one at a time, ensuring rapid progress. The foundational framework of the factory was barely adequate. Responding to the Lord's summons, these craftsmen would relocate with their families. The chief steward of Light Whisper City, Herschel, was responsible for their resettlement. In the Lord's study of Light Whisper City, Lord Green, Knight Per, Knight Mason, and Scholar Al convened for a military meeting regarding the mountain savages. Green's initial plan was to exhaust the enemy and utilize fire attacks to resolve the conflict without casualties. With plenty of dry grass around, it would be ideal for setting a blaze, especially near water sources which could then be cultivated. In Green's recollections of warfare, most details were under his mother's command, leading a group to eliminate any remaining threats. After listening to their accounts, Green concluded that this battle resembled an arranged duel. Light Whisper City would send representatives to negotiate. If war was unavoidable, they would establish a time and place for the conflict. At the agreed time and location, the two factions would clash once more. It was in essence a duel. Green lightly tapped the table to draw the attention of those present. Sir Per, I will have Herschel prepare shields, longswords, bows, and arrows, along with 10 tribesmen. You will then recruit 90 more, primarily seasoned hunters. Once completed, you will command a total of 100 men to be named the Investigation Corps, with you as the inaugural commander. Seek out individuals familiar with the terrain. While Mason and I engage in battle with the mountain savages, I hope you will already be a guest in their homes. I have had enough of their disturbances. This time, I intend to eradicate them. I need a substantial number of captives, as the development of the territory requires a large population. The more prisoners taken, the greater the merit. Though the approach to warfare was slightly more complex than before, it was not difficult to comprehend, and Knight Per grasped it quickly. Knight Per solemnly accepted his orders. Scholar Al spoke with a tremor. My Lord Green, I possess a map. During my free time, I have kept a watchful eye on the movements of the savages, diligently compiling and recording data over the years. The areas of their activity and the locations of their strongholds are marked on the map. There may be some discrepancies, but it should generally be accurate. I hope it will be of assistance to you. Green placed his hand upon his chest and solemnly said, Thank you for your contribution, Scholar Al. The Cleve family will never forget your service. King's Landing, Red Keep. Cersei Lannister grasped a letter in her hand, greedily savoring the affection bestowed upon her by Jaime Lannister. After a while, Cersei arose and donned a nearby crimson robe. In her 30s, Cersei Lannister remained slender and fair-skinned. She poured herself a generous glass of wine and took a hearty sip, quenching her dry throat. Observing Cersei once more reading the letter, Jaime displayed a fond smile. His smile was always imbued with a spirited vigor. That boy is such a sycophant. Cersei's lips curled into a smirk as she instinctively lifted her pointed chin while speaking. Jaime, you don't understand me. He does. Bravery and beauty combined. How delightful. Jaime lamented. That boy is anything but sincere. Cersei approached Jaime, caressing his handsome face, and laughingly remarked, Jaime, are you truly envious of a child? My dress should rightfully be worn by you. Jaime Lannister dismissed the notion of jealousy. Are we planning to take him along on this hunt? He is quite charming, is he not? Chapter 6, Robbing Money and Men. At 20, Emperor stood tall, a mere half a head shorter than Green, standing approximately 1.75 meters in height. Her light brown hair was casually tied back, embodying both femininity and a spirited demeanor. Her slightly tanned skin bore a rough texture, yet her muscular physique did not appear overly bulky. Most women in the Cleve territory toiled in fields and hunted alongside men. And Emperor was among those who had maintained a commendable physique. Dressed in a brown coarse linen robe that exposed her arms, the hem of the robe reached mid-thigh, cinched at the waist with a thick rope. Her calves were wrapped with bindings, and on her feet, she wore straw sandals. Perhaps sensing Green's gaze, Emperor flexed her toes slightly. Summoned personally by the Lord for the first time, the renowned hunting expert Emperor felt quite anxious. Emperor, is it true that you have slain a black bear? Green's voice, though tinged with youth, resonated with a steadiness that belied his age, calming Emperor's nerves considerably. There were others assisting me. I managed to hit a number of them. After engaging in a brief conversation, noticing Emperor had relaxed, he inquired, Would you be willing to fight for me? Emperor, puzzled, replied, Against the savages? I have killed quite a few, at least 10. The savages frequently encroach upon our hunting grounds, attempting to seize our quarry. With a slightly different approach, Green sought to rephrase his request. You are indeed courageous, but I inquire whether you wish to become one of my clan's warriors, akin to those fellows in the training grounds. I shall bestow upon you armor and a sword. Emperor, taken aback, listened as Green continued. At least 2 golden dragons each year, contingent upon your performance. The spoils of war shall yield even greater rewards. Emperor quickly replied, I am willing, my lord. As if seeking reassurance that she had not misheard, she asked, but I am a woman, and they are all men. Would that pose a problem? Emperor was concerned about being ostracized by the male warriors of the Kleb family, but she was not worried about harassment. At worst, she would endure some lewd remarks, and, if it escalated, she would not hesitate to retaliate with her blade, for she was formidable. Green acknowledged her concerns. You raise a valid point. The spear women of the territory sometimes accompany my clan's warriors into battle, albeit not as formal participants, merely assisting with simpler tasks. This arrangement is temporary. No one will take notice, but formal inclusion is a different matter altogether. Moreover, mixing men and women daily can lead to unnecessary complications. Emperor nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. You are quite renowned among the spear women. If you were to rally them, how many could you gather? They could all become clan warriors, correct? I know 2 or 3 dozen who are skilled hunters. I intend to establish a specialized battalion composed solely of spear women, named the Thorn Brigade, in homage to the Thorn Queen. The time for war approaches. Gather as many as you can, particularly those who are willing to fight alongside men, especially those without male companions who can heed your command. You shall be appointed commander of the Thorn Brigade. Green, with great patience, elaborated further, and Emperor grasped the details and understood. Her chest rose and fell, suppressing her excitement as she gazed into Green's eyes, which sparkled with intensity. Green's tone turned serious. Emperor, can I trust you? At that moment, the study was occupied only by Green, Emperor, and Scholar Owl, who sat quietly in a corner, seemingly asleep. How can I prove it? Emperor stared at the silent Scholar Owl, her gaze shifting, biting her lip as if steeling herself. Shall I prove it now? In response to Emperor's peculiar retort, Green raised an eyebrow and calmly nodded. With a swift motion, Emperor shed all her garments, revealing her form. As she blushed, staring at Green, he was reminded of a mother leopard. Green's pupils dilated and then contracted, turning his face away. Ahem, quite a fine figure. Unbeknownst to them, Scholar Owl had awakened, exposing his sparse teeth and shaking slightly as he winked at Green. Emperor, feeling a sudden sense of discomfort, hastily covered her vital parts with her hands. That was not my intention. Please, put your clothes back on. It is an honor to behold your allure. Today has been a delightful day. Once Emperor was dressed again, her cheeks still flushed, her toes had dug into the floorboards. Emperor, kneel. Ahem, you are my warrior. Kneel on one knee. The brief interlude had passed, and the Lord's work must continue. Repeat after me. I, Emperor, I pledge my loyalty, loving what you love and hating what you hate. I pledge my loyalty, loving what you love and hating what you hate. I swear my every word and action shall adhere to the will of Green Kleb, never to stray. I swear my every word and action shall adhere to the will of Green Kleb, never to stray. From this day forth, until death do us part. From this day forth, until death do us part. In the name of the old and new gods, I swear. In the name of the old and new gods, I swear. A fine drizzle enveloped the entire Whispering City. Outside the city gates stood a girl of 16 or 17, clad in an orange short robe and leather armor, carrying an old hunting bow. The girl, named Reyna, had a slim build that exuded a sense of vigor, with brown skin and silver hair tied into a high ponytail. She grew bored waiting, frequently glancing within the city gates. At last, Emperor's figure emerged at the entrance, prompting Reyna to spring up agilely. Hey, Mother Leopard, has Lord Green allowed you to emerge? How does it feel? Emperor approached Reyna, her tone sharp. Little Reyna, are you in heat again? She then turned slightly to showcase her cloak of deep blue, adorned with golden marsh marigolds. Reyna wiped the rain from her face vigorously, her eyes widening in astonishment. Marsh marigolds? Isn't that the emblem of the Kleb family? Emperor, you are mad. You could be hanged for this. Even if the Lord forgives you, the others will snap your neck. Return immediately, and let us flee this place right now. Hold on, it's not as you think. Oh, then. Reyna raised an eyebrow, her expression teasing. Did Mother Leopard's fervor please the Lord? Is this a reward? Emperor's cheeks flushed crimson. One hand cupped her face as she sighed. Reyna, cease your speculations and listen to me. The cloak embroidered with the Kleb insignia was a gift from Green to Emperor. Within the Kleb territory, wearing such a cloak signified status. Previously, only Knights Per and Moss and Dawn cloaks bearing the emblem. Emperor's mission was urgent, aimed at bolstering her authority to rally the spear women for ease of action, a preemptive reward from Green. Whether she could retain this cloak depended on Emperor's abilities. Green's test had quietly begun. Once Aimpra recounted everything, Reyna exclaimed excitedly, "That is fantastic. Surely many sisters will be willing to join. Quickly, what are we waiting for? As long as we deal with a few troublemakers, you could gather 100 or two. Haha, robbing money and men. By the way, Thorn Brigade Commander, I sign up first." Reyna spoke so rapidly that Aimpra could hardly interject. Yet Reyna's exuberant mood lifted Aimpra's typically stoic demeanor, prompting her to smile and nod, their steps quickening unconsciously. Chapter 7. The Club Longbow. In the Red Keep, Tyrion Lannister, with his chestnut golden curls brushing his forehead, donned soft leather attire embroidered with the roaring lion, standing just over a meter tall, his large head on a small body, with a protruding forehead and an unusual gait. "Hey, brother, did you not notice me? What are you up to? Has my lovely sister appointed you as her personal messenger?" Jaime Lannister shrugged, slowing his pace. Tyrion trotted to catch up with Jaime. "Jaime, you ought to learn to approach me. My primary role in House Lannister is to stand by your side, accentuating your grandeur at all times." Jaime sighed in resignation. "Fine, you win. I'll be forthcoming. I am indeed delivering a message." Tyrion immediately donned a smiling expression. "Has my lonely sister finally succumbed to temptation? Come, show me." Jaime's lips twitched as he raised the sealed envelope. Regrettably, it has already been sealed. With a flick of his wrist, Jaime evaded Tyrion's eager hands reaching for the envelope. "It's not confidential. I can share the contents with you." "Oh, it seems I misjudged the situation. Do not always harbor malice towards Cersei, your siblings." "Shall I expect my dear sister to kiss my cheek? Unless the 7 gods are asleep." "Tyrion, do not speak disrespectfully of the 7. The elderly 7 gods do not care about what I say." Tyrion patted Jaime's thigh. "Now tell me." "It concerns a minor baron from the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Cersei intends to bring him along for the royal hunt." "What unexpected news? My elder sister seems to be in good spirits." The letter from the young baron was indeed unsolicited. "That lad is quite the sycophant." James, you appear to harbor a certain disdain for this young baron. Are you apprehensive that he may usurp your sister's affections? It is rare for you two to share a common viewpoint. I assure you, my intentions are not so base. Young men ought to devote their energies to the art of swordsmanship rather than to flattery. Is it not fitting, James, that as a member of the Kingsguard, you seize this opportunity to impart a lesson for his growth? Tyrion's tone paused momentarily before he continued. "Brother, the Crabclaw Peninsula is a desolate place. As a Lannister, you shall never comprehend the pangs of poverty. When one's belly is empty, who can muster the spirit for swordplay? The tradition of direct loyalty to the Queen is a hereditary craft of theirs. Brother, this is a boon. At the very least, the young baron is not lacking in wit, as he recognizes the wealth of the Lannisters, does he not?" James appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You possess all the wisdom, while I am merely suited for errands." 3 days later, the sky was a pristine blue. In the bow-making room at Whispering Castle, Green retrieved a finished longbow, approximately 2 meters in length, and tested its draw weight, which was around 110 to 120 pounds. For survival, most of the inhabitants of Clayboro's territory must both farm and hunt, and the majority are proficient with the bow. This draw weight serves as an entry-level standard, easily adaptable. With systematic training in mind, there are plans to eventually increase the draw weights to 130 pounds, 150 pounds, and beyond. The longbow is modeled after the English longbows from my past life. Its crafting process is relatively straightforward, yet it boasts an impressive range. "My lord, I can produce 3 bows a day," one of the carpenters replied, echoing Green's sentiments. As they were originally craftsmen of bow-making, numbering around 10, Green's initial plan was to segment the longbow production process into several parts, establishing a simplified assembly line to enhance efficiency. However, he later reconsidered, realizing the first challenge was the lack of suitable factory management. Without effective oversight and direction, both quality and efficiency would inevitably decline. The demand for longbows would not surge in the short term, and the current production rate suffices. Thus, he decided to allow them to continue employing traditional methods. The craftsmen gathered, observing each other's production speeds, thereby fostering a competitive spirit, a small yet notable step forward. Green reminded himself not to overreach. Progress must be gradual to avoid straining fragile aspects. Overall, he remained satisfied, casually testing a few longbows and offering some additional details. Green announced that the longbow would be named the Clayborough Longbow. Sir Pell, renowned within the territory, swiftly accomplished his task. 100 scouts had begun basic formation training. The soldiers of the scouting company primarily hailed from hunters, bringing their own bows and short swords. This aligned perfectly with Green's strategy. as the standard weaponry for the scouting company consisted of short bows and short swords. Green defined the scouting company as light infantry clad in leather armor, primarily tasked with reconnaissance and ambush. The simplicity of the scouts carrying their own weaponry alleviated some burden from the meager armory of Whispering Castle. However, Green soon discovered that the arrows brought by the hunters were subpar, mostly crafted by the hunters themselves with inconsistent quality. The arrowheads lacked lethality, prompting the blacksmiths at Whispering Castle to focus their efforts on producing superior arrowheads. Green felt perpetually busy. Firstly, helmets posed another issue. The armory certainly lacked surplus helmets. The 200 tribal soldiers of Claybro had thoroughly rummaged through the armory to be outfitted. Green contemplated the popular practice among pirates of wearing headscarves. The stockroom contained ample gray linen, which he cut into towel-sized pieces to fashion makeshift military caps. 100 men donned gray linen headscarves, granting them a semblance of a formal military appearance. Scouting company cohesion. Next came the armor. Green's ambition was for the entire scouting company to be equipped with standard chainmail over leather armor. Currently, that goal felt distant. The stockroom at Whispering Castle was well stocked with leather, but it was primarily soft leather, with only a scant supply of hard leather. Hard leather is the primary material required for crafting leather armor. To ensure each soldier of the scouting company had basic protection, Green mobilized all available hands in the castle to assist in the creation of leather armor. Time was of the essence, and aesthetics and detail had to be sacrificed for expediency. Cutting, punching holes, and lacing up straps, basic leather armor was completed. The Thorn Brigade of Amparo could not be neglected either. As Lord, he must not show favoritism. However, adhering to the original method, the quantity of hard leather would undoubtedly fall short. After deliberation, Green decisively determined that the new style of leather armor for Claybro would forego back protection, retaining only chest and abdomen coverage, thereby doubling the output of leather armor, barely sufficient for outfitting the Thorn Brigade. Isn't back protection necessary? One might ponder. As long as you face your enemy, is there any need to worry about what lies behind you? Green's family motto was temporarily augmented with the phrase, "Never turn your back." Chapter 8. Marigold Barley Wine. Villagers reported that the mountain wildlings had become increasingly active, habitually thorough. Green had initially intended to allow the company to acclimatize for a few more days and refine some details. However, the sentiments of the populace were growing restless, and Green sensed that further delay was untenable. He was compelled to engage in battle. Any further postponement would lead the subjects to misconstrue his caution as fear of the wildlings. After overseeing the Thorn Brigade's volley training, Green strode toward the Lord's Council Hall in Whispering Castle, his steps remaining resolute. In Whispering Castle's Council Hall, Green sat high, the back of the Lord's chair adorned with the Claybro family's marsh marigold emblem. He accepted the wine cup from Kalea, grimacing slightly before taking a sip of the red wine. Surprisingly, this tart red wine, once accustomed to it, proved rather intoxicating. The hall was flanked by vassals of the Claybro family, standing at attention. Sir Mason spoke first. "My lord, negotiations with the wildlings have concluded. The time is set for dawn tomorrow." "How many are they gathering?" inquired Sir Pell, responsible for the scouting company. "Approximately 1,000, I estimate." Green rested his hand against his cheek and scoffed softly, hearing their lord's sardonic laughter. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into various derisions aimed at the wildlings. This disdain for the wildlings served a strategic purpose, subtly bolstering morale, a tradition long ingrained within the territory. Tactically, Green would never underestimate the wildlings. He gestured for silence. "Herschel, are the shields prepared?" The steward, maintaining a respectful tone, replied, "Yes, my lord." 30 shields wrapped in iron, along with 70 oak shields crafted by the carpenters, totaling 100, have all been delivered to Sir Mason. Green returned the wine cup to Kalea beside him. "Well done, Herschel." Herschel bowed in gratitude. "I will reiterate the battle plan. The 120 longbowmen of the Thorn Brigade shall each carry 2 quivers, and the arrows must be prepared in advance. The Claybro longbow has sufficient range. As you all have witnessed, when the wildlings charge us, the first obstacle they shall face is the volley from the Thorn Brigade. Mason, during the first phase of combat, your task is to utilize the 100 shields to maintain the line and protect the Thorn Brigade until further orders. No retreat is permitted. Once the Thorn Brigade has completed their volley, the first phase of combat will be deemed complete. After enduring several waves of arrows from the Thorn Brigade, how much courage will remain with the mountain wildlings? Remember to see if any of them are soiled in fear." Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Green continued. "In the second phase of combat, The armored warriors shall lead, and the tribal soldiers will steadily advance, engaging in close combat to thoroughly crush the wildlings. Meanwhile, the Thorn Brigade shall remain in place, awaiting my command. Upon concluding his remarks, Green prompted each commander to reiterate their operational plans. The strategy meeting orchestrated by Green diverged significantly from the customary practices within the territory. As the Lord, Green recognized the necessity for ample patience, engaging in repeated dialogues to ensure that all parties comprehended his intentions. One must invariably take the initial step, for time is an ally to Green. He tapped his fingers lightly upon his knee, reflecting that it should suffice. The first formal collaboration among the various military branches of the Clave territory commenced in haste due to the urgency of the situation. Green's luncheon consisted of roasted lamb, seasoned with onions, vegetable soup, honey bread, and a jug of malt liquor. After taking a sip of the malt liquor, he grimaced. It was unpleasantly bitter. How curious that the flavor of the malt liquor fluctuated so dramatically. He recalled it being rather enjoyable on the previous occasion. Reluctant to waste it, yet disheartened by its taste, he poured the remaining liquor back into the jug. With a gentle smile, he addressed Kaliaye. Today's malt liquor is splendid. Heischel has been working diligently of late. Please take this jug to him. Heischel, a robust figure, would certainly appreciate such a gesture of care from his lord. Kaliaye nodded dutifully, executing the lord's command with fidelity. In the hall, Heischel, dining among others, accepted the jug from Kaliaye amidst envious glances and cheers. Indeed, Heischel had been toiling tirelessly under Green's direction, his legs having become lean from the exertion. Such recognition from the lord dispelled his weariness, filling him instead with renewed vigor. The malt liquor prompted Green's thoughts to drift toward Mermaid Harbor, recalling the significance of beverages as a crucial source of income for the port. Relying solely on imported drinks could lead to complications in the future. Ideally, they would cultivate their own exquisite wines, akin to the vintages from Qingting Island. Given the resources of the Clave territory, the development of malt liquor appeared to be a prudent choice. Green had long observed that outside the castle, the concept of sanitation was virtually non-existent. He surmised that the inconsistent flavor of their malt liquor was closely tied to the lack of sanitary management. At times, he found solace in the fact that the Lord could enact certain laws without needing to justify them. Otherwise, merely explaining the intricacies of sanitary concerns could prove exhausting. For instance, issues pertaining to sanitation and brewing could be addressed through stringent regulations, as no one would dare openly defy the rules set forth by their Lord. While there would undoubtedly be various challenges during implementation, effective oversight and monitoring mechanisms must accompany these regulations. With this in mind, Green felt quite pleased that the malt liquor had been delivered, conveniently assigning an additional task to Heischel. The malt liquor also required a name that was both striking and elegant. A fitting title could equate to half the victory. Mermaid malt liquor? Lacking in relevance and too contrived. Marsh goldflower malt liquor? This had potential, as the malt liquor itself belonged to the golden hue spectrum. However, the term marsh could detract from its quality. Thus, it would be named goldflower malt liquor. After concluding his lunch, Green, initially feeling somewhat drowsy, received a response from King's Landing, which invigorated him. He perused the contents of the letter multiple times, unable to suppress a snap of his fingers. According to the correspondence, in approximately 2 months, Her Highness the Queen would depart from King's Landing for a royal hunt, and Green was to oversee a portion of the guard. He was to assemble 20 men from within the territory for this task. Green's objective was to seize the opportunity to make an appearance at the Red Keep through Queen Cersei. The Game of Thrones was about to commence, and the Crabclaw Peninsula was too distant. Observing Green's uncharacteristic joy, Kaliaye felt her own spirits lift. "My lord, it is rare to see you so pleased. Would you like a glass of red wine?" Green's gaze shifted. "Yes, let us both indulge. A toast to celebrate this moment." He raised his cup in Kalia's direction and drank heartily. Thanks to Her Highness Cersei. Chapter 9. Fire. The following morning, Sir Pelpelai and his reconnaissance team had already departed quietly. Numerous wild tribes in the vicinity were nearly emptied, leaving behind primarily the elderly and infirm, precisely the targets they sought. The reconnaissance team comprised the finest hunters of the Clave territory, and breaching these tribes, now devoid of their strongest members, would be relatively effortless. However, the tribes were scattered across various territories, each with its own domain, varying in size. Among them, 3 tribes stood as the largest, with populations numbering in the hundreds. Green had tasked the reconnaissance team with capturing at least 2 of these 3 major tribes today. Therefore, the key to their operation lay in the speed of their advance. The seasoned Sir Pel understood this well. Given the rugged terrain that precluded horseback travel, he opted to forego his gleaming silver plate armor, which he typically donned during combat, and instead slipped on a simplified leather armor invented by Lord Green over his chainmail. Sir Pell believed Green's advice was sound, as long as he faced the enemy. What need had he to protect his back? Reflecting on past battles, Sir Pell recognized that he had always approached combat in this manner. Although Green had not explicitly stated so, Sir Pell felt that Green was indirectly praising his martial prowess. His lord understood him, ambitious by nature. Sir Pell viewed this as the first battle following Lord Green's inheritance of the Clade family, and he was determined not only to perform well, but also to achieve a resounding victory, thus solidifying his position as the most loyal knight of Whispering Light Castle. With proper command and timing, they could effectively dismantle the 3 tribes left with only the elderly and infirm today. Once the 3 larger tribes were subdued, the remaining smaller tribes would be left in fear, easily dealt with, and likely too intimidated to resist. As dawn broke, Green donned black leather armor embroidered with gold flowers and stood elevated, silently observing the soldiers assembling below. The square was abuzz with various sounds and voices. He soon noted that the newly formed Thorn Brigade had completed their assembly with remarkable speed, and after their gathering, Aimpar began inspecting the soldiers' gear. Green understood that success could not be achieved instantaneously. He simply compiled a few pertinent training notes and pre-battle reminders to relay to Aimpar. Aimpar executed each command with meticulous attention, a testament to a talent that Green deeply desired in his commanders. Green admired Aimpar's character and anticipated relying on him more in the future. Rena, with her striking silver hair styled in a high ponytail, stood out in the crowd. After assisting Aimpar in inspecting the Thorn Brigade's equipment, she glanced toward Green and exchanged a few words with Aimpar before jogging in Green's direction. He noticed Rena approaching with spirited hops, eliciting a smile from him. He gestured for the guards to disperse, and Rena, standing a few paces away, bowed respectfully. "Pardon my intrusion, my lord." Rena had just learned this etiquette from Aimpar. In her first face-to-face greeting with the lord, she appeared quite exhilarated, her voice clear and melodious. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Green replied, "You are Rena, Aimpar's deputy in the Thorn Brigade." "Ah, I have yet to introduce myself. You already know my name?" "My lord, you truly are as informed as the rumors suggest." She continued, "Also, the leather gloves you provided us are exceptionally useful. I've tried them, and they alleviate finger strain during rapid shooting. My sisters are filled with confidence in their ability to execute consecutive shots, and we shall deliver." The storeroom contained ample soft leather, and Green understood that continuous shooting would indeed take a toll on the fingers of longbowmen. Hence the arrangement of soft leather gloves following the completion of their new leather armor. Rena chattered excitedly, her enthusiasm palpable. Time was still on their side, and Green exhibited remarkable patience towards the soldiers who would soon accompany him into battle, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile as he refrained from interrupting, allowing Lena to finish her words. "Indeed, the timeline is tight, and for some, the gloves may be either too large or too small. Rest assured, you will all receive gloves that fit appropriately." "It's quite all right. Look," exclaimed Lena, extending her right hand to showcase a perfectly fitting glove. "I made the adjustments last night. It was quite simple, and all the sisters whose gloves were ill-fitting followed my lead to amend theirs. Well done. Return now and assist Emperor. Remember, unity is strength." "Yes, my lord. Unity is strength." The designated battleground against the mountain folk lay approximately 2 miles east of Whispering City, on a relatively flat terrain. At dawn, Green led his troops to the site of the impending confrontation with the mountain men. He observed a throng of mountain folk gathering several hundred meters away, a dark mass moving ominously. Sir Marson dismounted and bellowed, "Arm yourselves." His voice boomed as he traversed the moving crowd, occasionally kicking out at laggards. "Shield bearers, assemble. Assemble. You laggards, form up quickly. Hurry, hurry." "What is the hurry?" "Over there, move along. If you don't want your wives to share beds with others tonight, double-check your gear. Shoulder to shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder." Green, mounted upon his steed, was flanked by the assembled Thorn Legion. He reflected on the peculiar method of warfare reminiscent of duels from the Crabclaw Peninsula, which seemed vastly different from the combat strategies he recalled from his previous life in the world of ice and fire. Had his army exhibited strict discipline and adequate training, he would have long since commanded a united advance amidst the chaos on the opposing side. Just as Green finished forming his ranks, the mountain folk erupted into a cacophony of strange howls, their voices growing increasingly synchronized and louder. The seemingly disorganized mountain men began to press forward toward his phalanx. "Position arrows." "Yes, position arrows." The mountain folk approached the conspicuous position arrows. "Loose." Chapter 10. The land shall be reclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Thorn Legion, comprising 120 men, unleashed a volley, the sound of arrows slicing through the air resounding incessantly. Thud, 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 thud. The dark rain of arrows descended from above, mercilessly piercing through the advancing mountain men, their cries of anguish filling the air. The leaders of the mountain folk, having never witnessed such a deluge of arrows from a distance, screamed in terror, urging their kin to hasten their advance. Sir Marson, observing the death toll caused by the volley some 100 meters ahead, was inwardly astonished. After a brief but intense barrage, Green discerned a marked decline in the Thorn Legion's rate of fire. Over 200 mountain folk had succumbed amidst the relentless onslaught, and chaos erupted among their ranks, with a small contingent disregarding their leaders' frantic roars and fleeing backward. As dozens more fell, a mass retreat ensued among the mountain men, prompting Green to decisively order a cessation of fire. Sir Marson commanded the 200 Clab soldiers stationed at the forefront to advance upon the disarrayed mountain folk. The Clab soldiers, marching in unison with spirited chants, surged forward with indomitable vigor. With an average service length exceeding a decade, each soldier was a seasoned veteran. The Clab soldiers, descendants of Green's mother, had survived years of combat against the mountain folk, embodying the very essence of the Clab family's legacy. As they advanced with synchronized chants, the already terrified mountain men grew even more frantic and disorganized. Occasionally, a leader would rally a few followers to charge at the Clab formation, only to be swiftly overwhelmed. To Green, these mountain folk awaiting capture or surrender were akin to his reserve subjects, and their performance today indeed affirmed their reputation as mountain men. He contemplated that the only means to govern these individuals in the future would be through stringent laws. Green sighed, realizing that such regulations might need to extend to the minutiae, such as which foot to step out with first. The game of power was about to commence, and the military strength he wielded was his true trump card. To achieve swift results, the Clab territory would have to transform into a grand encampment encompassing all subjects. Resolute in his vision for the development of his domain, Green no longer hesitated. The Thorn Legion, having only been established a few days prior, executed a remarkable coordinated volley today, a testament to Emperor's leadership capabilities. During the Legion's brief respite, some spear women inadvertently sparked a chain reaction. Green found himself at a loss for words, perhaps due to the heat. Bare-chested, the sight of the robust physiques of the Clab territory's spear women was strikingly vivid. Emperor, standing solemnly beside Green, also took note of the situation, her cheeks flushing crimson as if recalling a forgotten memory. Some spear women, having sensed Green's gaze, boldly returned his look, even puffing out their chests. Had this been his previous life, Green might have whistled or given a thumbs up. However, as a lord, one must maintain an image, a lesson ingrained in him by his mother. At this moment, Green concurred, yet in Westeros, a thumbs up did not necessarily convey commendation. Such unanticipated gestures could easily be misconstrued. In the Clab territory, men must learn to safeguard themselves. Green merely offered a slight smile, allowing his gaze to drift elsewhere. The rationale behind why soldiers should be mindful of their appearance would be lost on them, and the current context was not suitable for such discussions. Green resolved to incorporate training on soldierly appearance in a future curricula, allowing time for everyone to adjust. After a brief respite, the Thorn Legion, under Green's command, joined the Clab soldiers in pursuing the retreating mountain folk. Sir Pel's scouting regiment successfully captured tribe in their initial foray, achieving a resounding victory with only a few sustaining minor injuries and no fatalities. The scouting regiment secured nearly 300 captives from the first tribe. The mountain folk, subsisting on hunting and foraging, had meager spoils of furs and jerky, with only a small pouch of gold dragons, about a dozen or so, found in the chief's dwelling. The spoils were to be carried by the captives, and Sir Pel ordered the tribe's dwellings to be set ablaze. On the spot, he executed several captives who resisted due to the fire, dispatching 20 men to escort the remaining captives back to the territory. Sir Pel instructed the squad leader escorting the captives, upon nearing the territory, there will be someone to receive them. If you're hungry, you may chew on the jerky, but do not pause. Once the captives are handed over, report directly to me. Remain vigilant on your journey, as I will be waiting at the second tribe. Should any captives show signs of unrest, eliminate them without hesitation. After imparting his final counsel, Sir Pel patted the squad leader's shoulder and said, "Go now." Until nightfall, Sir Pel had resolved 3 large tribes. The scouting regiment took a moment to regroup at the third tribe before returning to the territory at dawn with the captives and spoils in tow. On their return journey, they encountered several bands of scattered mountain folk, capturing dozens more. The Scouting Regiment's first campaign resulted in the loss of 23 men. After a brief 2-day respite, the soldiers of the Clab family, organized into groups of 3-0-50, began a systematic assault on the remaining small tribes. All captives were transported to the Clab territory, and the mountain folk's dwellings were entirely incinerated. Sir Marson, having personally escorted the final batch of captives, returned to Whispering City, just in time to see the cheerful steward, Herschel, standing at the storeroom entrance, his belly protruding and a broad smile on his face. Sir Marson's spirits lifted. He jested, "Old friend, you seem to be in high spirits." "Good day, Sir Marson," Herschel replied, still grinning. "The storeroom is nearly overflowing with furs. It has been quite some time since we've enjoyed such abundance." Sir Mason lamented, "Indeed, it seems as though our Lord was born for the battlefield. The savages have yet to approach us, and the coordinated volley from the Thorn Legion has utterly decimated them. This is the first time we have suffered so few casualties. Herschel, I am now fully confident in the Lord's decision to reclaim the lands of Clayburg," he continued, brimming with assurance. "Yes, my lord, I share your unwavering confidence. The Clayburg family shall undoubtedly reclaim their ancestral lands. My lord, please prepare yourself for the victory banquet this evening. Solana and I have been preparing for several days, and it promises to be exceedingly lavish. We shall indulge in fine libations tonight." In the Lord's study of Whispering City, Green, Scholarel, and Kalea had nearly concluded their assessment of the spoils of war. The total number of captives exceeded 500, including nearly 700 elderly individuals and children. Of the remaining 800, around 200 were women, revealing a stark imbalance of gender. To prevent the captives from forming alliances amongst themselves, it was imperative to disperse them thoroughly, ensuring that each individual was surrounded predominantly by unfamiliar tribesmen. This meticulous arrangement was essential for the stable integration of the new populace. Haste was ill-advised, as stability was paramount. Once the dispersal was complete, the captives would be systematically allocated across the territory for labor. Initially, the various military contingents would need to collaborate with the constabulary to oversee and deter any unrest. Green leaned back wearily in his chair. He was indeed fatigued, yet his spirits soared. With the influx of captives to replace laborers, the Clayburg lands could now liberate a significant portion of its able-bodied workforce. The territory was poised to commence a second round of recruitment, and for the time being, Green's source of joy lay in the prospect of swelling the ranks. "The prospect of recruitment brings me great happiness." Chapter 11. Chaos is a Ladder. Within the banquet hall of Whispering City, long tables were arranged at the center and flanks of the grand room. The tables were adorned with glistening roasted meats and fresh fruits, alongside an array of fine wines. As Green observed the youthful maidens bustling about the hall, his mind drifted elsewhere. The maidens wore ankle-length blue gowns with rounded collars, traditional attire that caused concern for potential tripping hazards and dust accumulation, which Green privately dubbed dust skirts. Unable to bear the sight of the maidens swaying in front of him, he, under the guise of Kalea, arranged for modifications to their skirts, shortening them to knee length and providing each with brown mid-calf leather shoes. A headscarf completed the ensemble, giving birth to the Clayburg-made uniform. After the alterations, Green found the maiden's appearance far more pleasing. He had chosen to use Kalea's name for these changes, fearing that should he use his own, the incident might become notorious and earn him the shameful title of Baron of Skirts, in accordance with the customs of Westeros. Daenerys Targaryen, scion of Old Valyria, queen of the First Men and Undulls, sovereign of Westeros and guardian of the realm, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, breaker of chains and mother of dragons. Green mused, "Baron of Skirts, I shall refuse such an appellation and will not acknowledge it. The credit belongs to the naturally astute Kalea." Amidst the laughter, the guests raised their goblets incessantly, the atmosphere in the hall growing increasingly boisterous. Green sat alone at the Lord's table, attended only by Kalea, who served him while clutching a wine jug. By custom, the Lord's table was reserved for family or esteemed guests to accompany the Lord. "Kalea, place the jug here and join the festivities. Look over there, your friends are at that table," he urged. Kalea's delicate face displayed hesitation. Green smiled gently and took the jug from her grasp. "Go on, I shall call for you if needed. I'll go see. I will return promptly." Not long after Kalea departed, Green's attention was caught by a pair of slender, soft hands seizing the wine jug. Solana poured wine for Green, saying, "My lord, you will spoil Kalea. Lady Solana, you always appear just when I require assistance. I am grateful for your acknowledgement. However, if you could alleviate some of my burdens, I would be even more appreciative." For some time, Both Herschel and Solana had been ensnared in a whirlwind of tasks assigned by Green. Have you encountered a dilemma? They call themselves healers. Do they not require nail trimming? I am certain they have never had their nails cut since birth, and the persistent foul odor emanating from them has left me with a diminished appetite since yesterday. The physicians in Whispering City have voiced their displeasure regarding them. Gathering them together is a calamity in itself. I even contemplated employing a long-neglected dagger. Green understood. It appears the healers lack the awareness of their status as captives. After a pause, he added, Solana, we must concede that they possess unique skills in treating wounds and utilizing herbs. The Clayburg soldiers require more physicians, with a greater number of healers and quality remedies. We can save many soldiers. Veteran warriors are a precious asset. You are astute, my lord. I merely cannot resist the urge to brandish my sword to intimidate the disobedient. Green nodded. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, they are captives, so you have arrived at the right conclusion. Arrange for them to be cleaned up, whether by trimming nails or scrubbing them. First, have soldiers hold swords to their necks, and you will find it considerably easier. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. With that, Solana glanced toward another side, subtly furrowing her brow. Kalea, with her delicate hand gripping a wine cup, was happily conversing with her peers. Following Solana's gaze, Green looked at Kalea's rosy face. Kalea learned swiftly. As her mother, you should take pride in her. You possess a heart full of compassion. Seedlings require time to grow. Lady Solana, among the Thorn Legion, only Emperor and Reyna were deemed worthy to attend the banquet. Initially, both were quite reserved at their first Lord-hosted banquet. But after a few cups, the intoxicating atmosphere of the gathering encouraged them to speak loudly and drink heartily. Glancing at Emperor, Solana winked. I hear you are quite pleased with her figure. Scholar chuckled softly. Emperor is a forthright warrior. In King's Landing, within a dimly lit chamber, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, possessed striking gray-green eyes, graying hair, and a slender frame, clad in meticulously arranged deep gray robe, resembling a scholar. He looked up, a refined smile gracing his lips. Baron Green Clayburg, a name I find quite unfamiliar. Indeed, my lord. It appears that Her Grace the Queen has taken a particular interest in him. I have discovered that he is 15 years old, a half-wild noble from the Craplaw Peninsula, a model of loyalty to House Targaryen. The corners of Peter's mouth maintained an appealing curve, his gaze calm. One must not rely on what is superficial. Anything unverified is no longer credible. The allure of King's Landing perpetually entices the footsteps of the ambitious. My lord, forgive my ignorance. Should we arrange for someone to investigate further? Peter lightly shook his head before replying. There is no need for special arrangements. Since our queen has shown interest, the young lad will soon appear in King's Landing. The Red Keep harbors no secrets. In a hushed tone, Peter remarked, Chaos is but a ladder. Chapter 12. The Bowman of the Realm. A month later, under a cerulean sky with the sun perched high outside Whispering City, the training grounds of the Thorn Legion were alive with activity. In the midst of Emperor's astonished expression, Green effortlessly drew back the bowstring. The longbow in his hands boasted a remarkable pull of approximately 200 pounds. Whoosh! The arrow released from Green's bow emitted a spine-tingling sound, resonating powerfully. Reyna stared in astonishment, her eyes wide, her expression frozen in disbelief, her small mouth forming a perfect O, as if she were a wooden puppet immobilized in place. For the past month, Green had devoted a portion of each day to practicing archery. His innate skills in archery, already commendable, had been further enhanced by the continuous improvement of his physical abilities since his arrival in this new world. Green felt that the day he would transform into a transcendent marksman was drawing ever closer. The 200-pound longbow had been specially crafted by a skilled artisan at Green's behest. He estimated that within a range of approximately 300 meters, it possessed effective lethality. Beyond that distance, the arrow's penetrating power would diminish drastically. After releasing his arrows, the deep-seated anxiety he harbored regarding the dragons was significantly alleviated. Green was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of a dragon's flames in later stages, and he certainly did not wish to witness the soldiers he had painstakingly trained being obliterated by a few fiery breaths. He had meticulously studied the Kleber family genealogy and confirmed that there was no Targaryen dragon blood mixed in, rendering him incapable of taming a dragon. With this realization, Green resolved to become a dragon slayer instead. Rational as he was, Green would undoubtedly seek ways to avoid direct conflict between his forces and the dragons. Yet, when evasion was impossible, he himself would be the most formidable dragon hunter, aside from the cumbersome dragon hunting ballista. He could tolerate the presence of dragons, but when they posed a threat to him, he would be ready to eradicate them at any moment. Thus, he began preparations. The carpenter would continue to craft bows with even greater draw weights. As long as Green could wield them with agility, the more powerful they were, the more pleased he would be. Clapping and cheers erupted around him for the Lord's archery skills. Green instructed the carpenter, create another bow of similar power, and ensure it is aesthetically pleasing. The longbow he would commonly employ in public would be the 200-pound model. Anything beyond that would remain secret, practiced in solitude. The standard Kleber longbow was rather plain in appearance, and Green intended to adorn his personal longbow, ensuring it appeared exquisite without compromising its functionality. Every item he used symbolized the dignity of the Kleber family, and in a world where noble reputation held paramount importance, striving for elegance would make matters considerably easier. Green was preparing to vie for supremacy in the realm, avoiding unnecessary conflicts that could divert his focus. "Lord, my lord," Rhaena exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "You possess innate strength." "Oh, thanks to your training methods, my sisters have significantly increased their strength, and drawing the bow is becoming ever easier. Yet I feel I have made little progress." "Rhaena, you must exercise patience. You are still young and should not rush. Moreover, you are now a commander, and your voice carries a remarkable resonance, a trait others lack, which will greatly aid you in commanding the soldiers." Despite her petite stature, Rhaena was the loudest among the Thorns Brigade, and in a world where battle relied heavily on shouts, her vocal prowess as a commander was a distinct advantage. "Indeed, my lord, just watch. I shall strive with all my might." Green nodded with a smile. "I am watching, united we stand." Amparo's voice rang out. "Rhaena, fall in for training." As Rhaena departed, Amparo approached Green. "My lord, do you require an arranged place to rest?" Green shook his head. "No, I shall be leaving shortly." Saying this, he patted Amparo's left bicep gently. "You are doing excellently. Your dedication is commendable. Training soldiers is a daily, monotonous endeavor. One must become accustomed to the tedium. Only by enduring this will they survive longer on the battlefield. I shall always remember, my lord, that you said only through regular, sweat-soaked training can we minimize bloodshed when the battle commences. In the previous skirmish, the Thorns Brigade had gained notoriety, and swiftly, they had recruited 180 spearwomen from the original territory, alongside 200 spearwomen captured from the mountain tribes. The current strength of the Thorns Brigade stood at 500 soldiers. As the brigade leader, Amparo understood that the Lord was preparing to reclaim the lands of the Kleber family, and the next conflict loomed near, prompting her to devote herself earnestly to the brigade's training. Following the battle, Green promptly established a male-dominated brigade equipped primarily with longbows, named the Kleber Longbow Brigade, or simply, the Longbow Brigade. He selected a few individuals from the Kleber warriors to serve as commanders of the Longbow Brigade, which currently numbered approximately 100 members following the initial recruitment. The Longbow Brigade was set to encompass the broadest array of individuals, and with the increasing production of longbows at the armory, the majority of the populace would likely take up archery as a secondary occupation, serving as reserve soldiers for the Longbow Brigade. For instance, under the new laws set forth by Lord Kleber, every citizen of the Kleber territory must dedicate one day every 10 days to longbow training. Green meticulously outlined the training content and standards, and those absent, disobedient, or failing to meet the criteria would face corresponding penalties. He also planned to hold archery competitions for longbowmen of various levels every 3 months, offering generous prizes to stimulate enthusiasm for longbow training among the populace. This was part of Green's vision of cultivating a nation of longbowmen. After completing the recruitment for the Kleber Longbow Brigade, Green established the Kleber Spear Brigade, equipped with 3-meter-long spears, henceforth referred to as the Spear Brigade. The Kleber warriors were loyal and reliable, seasoned veterans of combat, whom Green regarded as prospective commanders. The commander of the Spear Brigade was likewise personally selected from among the Kleber warriors, and after a period of recruitment and equipment enhancement, the brigade now boasted around 200 soldiers. Due to a lack of horses in the Kleber territory, a cavalry unit could not be formed at this time. Thus, the establishment of the Spear Brigade aimed to provide a dense formation to protect the longbowmen, particularly from cavalry assaults. Aside from the cavalry, the various military branches in the Kleber territory were nearly complete, and with daily training and strict discipline, the overall combat effectiveness of the Kleber forces was steadily on the rise. Chapter 13, Never to be Forgotten. In the Lord's Council Hall of Whispering City, Lord Green, Sir Pell, Sir Mason, Scholar Owl, Steward Herschel, and Amparo were gathered in discussion regarding the Eastern Campaign to reclaim their former lands. A large map of the Eastern Crabclaw Peninsula lay spread out in the center of the table. Having nearly finalized the plan, Green pondered for a moment before speaking. The reclamation of our former lands constitutes an expedition, and ensuring the supply of military provisions is of utmost importance. At regular intervals, based on a standard of half a day's march, we must establish a fortified camp with wooden walls to facilitate gradual advancement. It has been over a decade since the Kleber family last engaged in long-distance campaigns beyond our territory. Previously, our battles were fought in proximity to our lands, allowing for easy resupply of provisions and timely treatment of injured soldiers. However, once we step outside, we shall be surrounded by potential enemies. If our supply lines are compromised, we risk collapse before the battle even begins, rendering us defeated before we engage. As brigade leaders, we must prioritize the assurance of military supplies, and the commanders of the Kleber family must bear this in mind. The others replied solemnly, "Yes, my lord." "Hell, your reconnaissance unit must set out early to gather intelligence along the route. The reconnaissance unit will also need to select suitable locations for establishing camps, taking into account terrain and water sources. I shall lead the main army in 3 days." As Green rose, the others followed suit. He slowly scanned each person's eyes and declared, "To reclaim our former lands, united we stand." Yes, to reclaim our former lands, united we stand. To reclaim our former lands, united we stand. Reclaiming lost grounds, united we stand. The strategic meeting had just concluded, and as everyone departed the conference hall, only Butler Herschel remained to report to Green about the various affairs of the territory. The matters at hand were numerous, and Butler Herschel could only relay them one by one. Green was intently listening when the grand door of the meeting hall was abruptly pushed open, revealing the tall figure of Solana at the entrance. Solana bowed and said, "Pardon my intrusion, my lord. I presumed the meeting had concluded." Green's calm gaze shifted to Solana. "Is there an urgent matter, Solana?" "Your cousin, Lady Lyanna Cleave." Before Solana could finish, another tall figure appeared at the doorway. This slender individual bore a striking resemblance to Green, being none other than Lyanna Cleave, as mentioned by Solana. Just as Green rose from his chair, the weary Lyanna Cleave rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries laden with grievance. Green, perplexed by the unfolding situation, remained silent, gently patting Lyanna's back to silently comfort her. After a considerable time, Solana approached, offering soft words of consolation, assisting Lyanna to a nearby chair, and pouring her a glass of red wine. Green patiently waited until Lyanna had downed a significant portion of the wine before he spoke. "Lyanna, pray tell me, what has caused you such distress?" "I am here." With tear-filled eyes, Lyanna replied, "My husband, Usher, wishes to annul our marriage. Woe is me." Usher's full name was Usher Mecca, a merchant from Gulls Valley. Lyanna Cleave had been married to Usher Mecca about 4 years prior, as arranged by Green's mother. How could a noble like Lyanna marry a merchant? Following the Usurpers' War, King S. Hand, Duke John Allen of Gulls Valley, had not eased his oppression on the loyalist Crabclaw Peninsula, compelling the local powers to follow suit. Green's mother had tirelessly endeavored to sustain the beleaguered Cleave family. After a decade of struggle, exhausted, she opted for a pragmatic compromise, pushing the recently blossomed Lyanna Cleave into a union with a merchant reputed to maintain good relations with the nobles of Gulls Valley. In truth, this union was a humiliation for the Cleave family. The nobles of Gulls Valley had long suppressed the nobility of Crabclaw Peninsula for nearly 10 years, their initial enthusiasm having long since waned. The ongoing blockade and oppression, coupled with this latest indignity, were sufficient to demonstrate loyalty to Duke John Allen, allowing them to ease their grip. While the Cleave family had indeed suffered a blow to their noble dignity, the marriage had alleviated relations with Gulls Valley. The blockade against the Cleave family was lifted, and itinerant merchants began to flow into their territory, bringing much-needed supplies, allowing Cleave leather to be sold at fair prices to traders from afar. The sacrifice of Lyanna Cleave's marriage had bought the Cleave family a moment of respite, but the entire incident had sown deep-seated animosity. At the time, however, the Cleave family was too weak for anyone to care much. "My cousin, why does he wish to dissolve the marriage?" Lyanna sobbed. "Woe is me. I only learned later that a noble widow from Runestone has taken a fancy to Usher. That widow has no children, and if he divorces me, their offspring could inherit the title." Upon hearing this, Green tightened his long fingers resting on his knee. Lyanna continued, "Our marriage has already been a source of mockery among the people of Gulls Valley. If I am divorced, how shall I live? Naturally, I would never consent. He even laid hands upon me, and eventually I was truly frightened. I took advantage of his absence and quietly fled home with my maid. Woe is me." Green's eyes narrowed slightly. "It seems the people of Gulls Valley truly do not regard us." "Solana, deeply sympathetic to Lyanna, spoke with indignation. Those wretched folk of Gull's Valley ought to be bitten by the others. That scoundrel Usher thinks that by divorcing Miss Lyanna and marrying that shameless widow, he can become one of the Gull's Valley nobility, believing the Cleve family would not dare retaliate, thus forcing us to swallow our pride. Lyanna nodded sadly. Indeed, that despicable man thinks just that. Green rubbed his temples, looking intently at Lyanna. Cousin Lyanna, everyone in Whispering City has never forgotten your contributions, and you are family. Your chamber has remained untouched since your marriage, with someone dedicated to its upkeep, as if you never left this home. As the lord of the territory, Green made his stance clear, causing Lyanna's eyes to brim with warmth. Green. Lyanna had felt a profound unease throughout her journey when she married. Green was merely 11 years old, shy and frail. With the passing of his mother, memories of Green had faded significantly, and now he had inherited the territory, becoming its lord. Lyanna dared not entertain optimistic thoughts about Green's reaction upon hearing her plight. She felt she had brought shame to her family and could not face Green, yet ultimately realized that apart from Whispering City, she had nowhere else to turn. It was only the thought of Whispering City, derided as a backwater by outsiders, that brought her a sense of security. Hence, she came without hesitation. For years had passed since she last saw her cousin, who had grown into a composed and reassuring figure. Green gently grasped Lyanna's slender, icy hand. Lyanna, this will always be your home. I must ask, would delivering Usher's head to you elevate your spirits? Chapter 14. The Rainy Season of Castam. Lyanna's pupils widened in surprise as she gazed for a moment into Green's tranquil eyes, then shifted her gaze to Solana. Solana seemed to understand Lyanna's concerns, offering a gentle smile and nod. Butler Herschel stepped forward, saying, Miss Lyanna, do not fret overly much. The injustices you have endured will be avenged by our Lord, and those who have harmed you shall pay dearly. Lyanna finally provided a resolute answer. Green, thank you. I have never harbored such hatred for anyone before. It is undeniable that my refusal to divorce Usher has awakened a murderous intent within him. Otherwise, I would not have fled in haste. If possible, please eliminate him. Yet still uncertain, Lyanna added, if he is killed, will it not bring trouble to the family? After all, the nobility of Gull's Valley has always harbored hostility towards us. Green gently patted Lyanna's hand, returning to his seat, and replied, by remaining passive, they will only continue to mock the Cleve family's weakness. Everyone understands that the Cleve family, being nobility, will inevitably retaliate. With a scoff, Green continued, some may think that the Cleve family will merely lodge a complaint with the Red Keep. The result for the weak and disdained Cleve family is that the Red Keep, in a bid to appease certain sensitive sentiments among the nobility, would compel Usher to pay a fine in gold dragons, and that would be the end of it. Are we not half-wild nobility? This could serve as proof that their claims are not unfounded. The lady of the family has suffered indignities, and in our anger, despite the distance, it would not hinder us from exterminating them, which indeed would be quite barbaric. Lyanna gasped, would the repercussions not be too great? Aside from my maid, there is no one I care for there, but will that old thief, John, not cause us trouble? Then it will depend on our esteemed Queen's measures, Green replied. On the surface, the incident could be summarized as a noble lady marrying a merchant, only to endure humiliation after marriage, prompting her family to seek revenge against the merchant's household. The means of retaliation may have been excessive, but rationality could comprehend the underlying motives. Indeed, in the realm of Westeros, the honor of the nobility remains inviolable. From Cersei's perspective, the degree of retribution executed by Green pales in comparison to the tempestuous wrath of her father, Tywin Lannister, during the reigns of Castamere. It may even seem rather lenient. Green merely seeks to navigate the currents, occasionally instigating minor disturbances to foster a sense of security for the House of Clegane, which has chosen to ally with her. In the depths of his mind, Green has meticulously devised a plan. The agents he dispatches will not reveal the identity of the Clegane family, nor leave any conspicuous traces. Those privy to the underlying truths will recognize this as an act of vengeance from the Clegane lineage. Yet as long as no overt evidence is presented, Cersei can effortlessly suppress any inquiries from those with vested interests within the Red Keep, thereby maintaining her regal impartiality. King Robert can be momentarily disregarded, for he is preoccupied with trivial matters that distract him from the pleasures of his court. His foremost concern is the risk of having his skull shattered by a wine jug. With this thought in mind, Green, now back in his study, tapped his fingers lightly upon the table, his brow furrowed in contemplation. According to the customs of Westeros, such covert retribution, while sufficiently forceful, could still invite ridicule, mocking the Clegane family for their perceived cowardice in not displaying their banner, a blemish on their honor. The rules of engagement in this game often perplex Green. After a moment, however, his brow unfurled. He could emulate Tywin Lannister. Green personally selected a contingent from the Clegane soldiers, arranging for a few melodious voices from neighboring territories to accompany them. Despite having just shared a luncheon with Lyanna, Green remained ensconced in his duties. After conferring with Steward Harshell and Steward Solana, he instructed Solana's eldest son, Leighton, to lead a portion of the men toward King's Landing. Leighton's mission was to procure a manor on the outskirts of the city. Harshell had previously inquired about the price of such estates, which typically range from 80 to 200 golden dragons. The impoverished Lord Green, suppressing his anguish, allocated 300 golden dragons to Leighton. The crux of Green's directive was to secure a location as proximal to King's Landing as possible, with a preference for greater land area. The limited quantity of gold would undoubtedly impose considerable pressure on Leighton. The future Clegane Manor, situated beyond the city walls, was intended for the stationing of troops. With no prior experience beyond his own territory, Green was uncertain about the typical number of guards a manor outside King's Landing could sustain without provoking the sensitivities of the Red Keep. In Green's estimation, as long as the troop presence remained within the bounds of the Red Keep's tolerance, the greater the number stationed at the manor, the more his sense of security in King's Landing would be enhanced. At Mermaid Harbor, under a radiant sky, Green rode alongside his guards, surveying the surroundings. Thanks to the addition of over 200 free laborers captured as prisoners of war, the first phase of construction at Mermaid Harbor was near completion, now equipped with essential port functionalities. This initial phase was designed to enable the harbor to commence operations swiftly, utilizing timber for its structures, an interim solution. The second phase, projected to last 6 months, would employ stone as the primary material, replicating the various shops from the first phase on the opposite side. Once completed, it would directly replace the initial constructions. Following this would be the third phase, which would focus on 2 primary objectives, planned over the course of years. The first task involved constructing new buildings in response to specific needs, further expanding and refining Mermaid Harbor. The second task entailed beautifying the already completed structures, emphasizing exquisite carvings. Green placed great importance on the defensive capabilities of Mermaid Harbor, unwilling to see his painstakingly constructed haven laid to waste by a few marauding pirates. A robust defense would serve to attract more visitors to the harbor. Currently, the garrison responsible for its protection consisted of over 100 villagers from the former fishing village, trained and commanded by 2 seasoned veterans selected from the Clegane soldiers. Green remained vigilant regarding sanitation issues. He did not wish for the charming Mermaid Harbor to be plagued by foul odors, thus appointing dedicated personnel to oversee public health management. Standing by the shore, gazing at the endless azure expanse, Green found little joy in the sight. The Clegane's long-range crossbows had yet to be crafted, leaving Mermaid Harbor vulnerable to maritime assaults without coastal defensive weaponry. Presently, the harbor's maritime guards were merely a handful of small fishing boats repurposed from the village. Engaging in open-sea combat was out of the question. These modest vessels would capsize at the slightest swell, and inclement weather rendered them unsuitable for navigation. The technological capacity to construct ocean-going warships was beyond Green's domain, and the prospect of purchasing such vessels began at a staggering 1,000 golden dragons, a sum that deterred the impoverished Lord Green. His aspirations of becoming a maritime king would have to be shelved for the time being, compelling him to travel the seas in a more conventional manner, dutifully paying to board a merchant vessel. Chapter 15. The Power Belonging to Kings. This eastward expedition saw the Clegane forces nearly emptied. 100 Clegane soldiers, 400 Thorn soldiers, 100 Clegane archers, and 200 Clegane spearmen, totaling 800 warriors. Combined with 300 support troops responsible for logistics, the total reached 100. For the Clegane territory, such a large-scale deployment had not occurred in over a decade, and Lord Green could palpably sense the collective fervor of his men. Upon the issuance of the Lord's command, Steward Harshell endeavored to gather as much jerky as possible from within the domain, and once arrangements were complete, the Clegane army set forth eastward. The 4th day of their march marked their first encounter following the eastern advance. After a month of relentless training, the Clegane archers had matured considerably, and their coordinated volleys swiftly repelled an assault from approximately 500 mountain raiders. As dusk approached, however, a few seasoned soldiers finally erupted in discontent. The rigors of continuous marching had already worn them down, and despite their recent victory, they found themselves deprived of alcohol, women, and even the opportunity to engage with prisoners. It was not a matter of disloyalty to the Lord. Rather, the abrupt alterations to their accustomed lifestyle had bred discomfort, dissatisfaction, and suppressed emotions, culminating in an inevitable outburst. The raucous behavior of these few would be oblivious to the potential chaos it could unleash upon the camp. Military discipline is paramount. Green understood well the adage that compassion cannot govern soldiers, and in order to swiftly rectify the detrimental habits affecting their combat readiness, he would impose even stricter requirements on his men. Sensing unrest outside, Green grasped the reins and swiftly mounted his horse, seizing a soldier's spear along the way, and hurled it unhesitatingly at the most vociferous of the dissenters. With a whistle, the spear pierced the soldier's chest and exited through his back. The force propelling the man several feet away, the spear embedded deeply into the ground, its tail still quivering. The soldiers gathered nearby felt a collective breath hitch in their throats, abruptly falling silent. The only sound remaining was the slow, rhythmic clatter of hooves. With a slight tug on the reins, Green's steed shook its head and began to move through the throng. Green's unwavering gaze swept across the assembly, his presence imposing as a mountain, casting a heavy weight upon them, causing the soldiers to tremble and kneel before him. His voice, notably elevated, echoed, "I have warned you. No congregating and clamoring within the camp. Look at me, behold your lord. I have decreed the law. Any defiance constitutes an affront to the Lord, and the only outcome of such an affront is death." The inhabitants of the Clegane territory, situated within the relatively isolated Crabclaw Peninsula, indeed exhibited a level of cultural backwardness. Green understood that his desire to transform what he deemed detrimental habits would be lost on them if articulated. Over-explanation might only lead to confusion. Lacking the capacity for comprehension, there was no need for verbose explanations. The soldiers must remember through their own bodies that the Lord's decrees are not to be trifled with. Once more, I reiterate, Clegane's soldiers, during wartime, there shall be no alcohol, no women. In times of war, there exists only obedience to the law. Having triumphed in battle, I shall bestow upon you great rewards, honoring your valor and your steadfast adherence to the edicts. Farmland, homes, delectable feasts, and fine wines await you. Grin, wielding his whip, pointed toward the closest soldiers and commanded, "You there, rise and respond." The men, trembling with trepidation, stood up. "Answer me. Do you comprehend? Can the edicts be followed?" They collectively assured him, "Yes, we can, I vow it." Grin directed his gaze to another group and posed the same query. "Louder. Have I not ensured your bellies are full? Shout for me. Obey the Lord's edicts. Obey the Lord's edicts. Obey the Lord's edicts. Obey the Lord's edicts." The soldiers' chants harmonized, crescendoing into a powerful roar. A flicker of a smile finally graced Grin's previously impassive visage. He then commanded that the soldiers' evening meal include meat. The soldiers, who had just strained their voices, pledging loyalty to their lord, cheered anew despite the pain in their throats. As the Clave soldiers advanced, the mountain tribes began to comprehend that they were not a foe to be faced alone. In a hasty assembly, several large tribes united to form a coalition. Over 3,000 warriors from the mountain tribes gathered on the opposing hillside. The Clave phalanx, resounding with synchronized battle cries, formed a meticulously organized, three-tiered defensive formation. The Clave warriors, grouped in 50s, were divided into two flanks, flanking the phalanx of spearmen. Behind them stood the Thorn Brigade and Clave longbowmen, totaling 500. As the wild men sounded their horns and charged, the Clave archers, each bearing 40 arrows, prepared to unleash a tempest of projectiles upon the approaching coalition of over 3,000 mountain warriors, who would soon be subjected to a deluge of arrows. In Whispering City, two devout clerics of the Seven Gods, who had voluntarily accompanied the troops, gazed intensely at the battlefield, their hearts profoundly shaken. This was no mere skirmish of comparable factions. Indeed, if the Clave archers numbered in the tens of thousands, they would be invincible. After a prolonged period of silence, this family was on the brink of resurgence under the leadership of a youthful lord. Without external intervention, the entire Crabclaw Peninsula would inevitably fall into his grasp. Do you intend to intervene? If so, I shall promptly contact the High Church in King's Landing. Perhaps we could attempt to reach out directly to the hand of the king, Duke John, who may have a vested interest here. However, I wish to make a bold suggestion. The Crabclaw Peninsula is the land of our ancestors who have never placed their trust in outsiders. The ancient trees of the old gods are deeply rooted here, and the young lord would prefer to align with those who support us. He seeks stability in governance post-conflict and yearns for the benevolence of the Seven Gods. His conditions are clear. Oh, what can we as clerics do beyond bestowing divine light upon the suffering? Are we to offer the meager few copper stars from our impoverished pockets? You misunderstand. It is not mere copper, nor gold dragons that he desires. What he seeks is the authority to appoint and dismiss the Lord's bishop. That is a privilege belonging to the king. The allure is indeed compelling. If we gain the support of the young lord, the entire Crabclaw Peninsula shall embrace the seven gods, marking a monumental achievement and creating a new chapter in the annals of our faith. This is an irresistible proposition. Chapter 16, The Terror Fortress. Under the relentless rain of arrows from the Clave longbowmen, the coalition of wild men faltered, failing even to breach the phalanx of Clave spearmen, and began their retreat. The mountain winds whipped coldly, biting at the skin. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and cries of agony echoed incessantly. The slaughter must continue. A Clave warrior pursued a fleeing mountain man, his longsword firmly grasped. With a swift thrust, he plunged it into the wild man's armpit, penetrating his ribs and piercing his heart. As the warrior withdrew his sword, warm blood gushed forth. Knight Mason bravely led the charge, effortlessly sidestepping an oncoming spear from a mountain man, seizing the opportunity to grasp the spear's shaft and swiftly severing the wild man's head with a deft stroke of his longsword. The Clave longbowmen, divided into groups of 20 to 30, coordinated their efforts in the pursuit of the wild men, which resembled a one-sided massacre. In the aftermath, a torrential downpour swept in. Within Grin's tent, he enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, engaging in conversation with the commanders, the atmosphere within the tent warm and congenial. Night Purr, drenched from the rain, hurriedly entered Grin's tent, his typically composed demeanor marred by a hint of agitation. Bowing respectfully before Grin, he greeted, "Good day, my lord." Grin's eyes flickered, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he addressed the loyal Sir Purr. "You have traveled far. Is there urgent military news?" Grin's calm voice soothed Purr's restless spirit. "Indeed, my lord, the Terror Fortress has suddenly mobilized. They have contacted allied wild tribes, amassing at least 10,000 men. This is a declaration of war." Grin, intrigued, took the letter of challenge from Purr's hands and, casting a glance, replied with a tone laced with mockery, "Ah, the Brun family of Terror Fortress? The Clave family has shattered the tranquility of the Crabclaw Peninsula? It appears that the Crabclaw Peninsula, belonging to the Lord, is indeed a lawless land. When noble interests clash, they fight without regard for the Red Keep. According to royal law, nobles of the Lord's domain may not engage in conflict without the Red Keep's command." Grin rose and approached the grand map spread across the table, the others gathering closely around him, the atmosphere growing tense. After a brief moment, they fixated on the map as Grin pointed decisively to a location. "Here, Crescent Valley. We shall crush them here." Crescent Valley lies approximately 20 miles northeast of Grin's current encampment, with an entrance and exit around 100 meters wide. The valley is relatively spacious, flanked by steep cliffs. The valley's crescent shape has led the culturally rich inhabitants of the Crabclaw Peninsula to name it Crescent Valley. Grin then indicated a flatter area some distance from the valley's entrance and instructed, "Purr, send word to the Brun family. The Clave will engage, and we shall settle this here." Based on the intelligence provided by Purr, the chosen battleground offers a relatively fair distance for both parties. Grin was confident they would accept. There are similar locations near Crescent Valley, but Grin opted for one that the Terror Fortress would find acceptable. Should Terror Fortress refuse all of Grin's proposed sites, he would forego open battle and bolster the camp's defenses, relying on fortifications for a defensive stand. With 10,000 on the opposing side and less than 1,000 Clave, such news would not tarnish the family's honor. Moreover, the Clave had actively sought open battle, and the chosen site respected the traditions of the Crabclaw Peninsula. As Grin anticipated, the Terror Fortress and the Wild Coalition confirmed the location and readily agreed. The battleground was reasonable and aligned with the customs of the Crabclaw Peninsula, leaving no room for suspicion of foul play. Though they might outwardly deride Grin's youthful audacity and overconfidence, they inwardly admired his courageous spirit, which is quintessentially Crabclaw Peninsula. On the appointed day, 3 days hence, Grin, accompanied by Impero and the tribal warriors, along with auxiliary troops and disguised Clave soldiers who had surrendered, arrived at the designated battleground. Amidst the dark mass of wild men, the banners prominently displaying the Brun family crest stood out. Grin observed that beneath the Brun family banner, around 200 soldiers stood in organized ranks, compared to the surrounding wild men. The Brun soldiers boasted about 50 sets of iron armor and 20 warhorses, indicating their greater wealth than the Clave family. Among the riders on the Clave side were Grin and Impero, along with several of Grin's guards. The impoverished Lord of Clave gazed at the Brun formation, privately lamenting that the iron armor and war horses needed for his journey to King's Landing were nearly sufficient, saving him considerable gold dragons. Indeed, seizing victory is preferable to laboring tirelessly. Grin suddenly realized that the Iron Folk likely grasped this truth under similar circumstances. After observing, Impalo remarked, "My Lord Green, they have approximately 50 horses in total. Unfortunately, Rena cannot ride or shoot. If we had one more person, taking them down would be considerably easier." Green appeared to be in high spirits, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "I shall assign 2 mounted guards to accompany you. Remember to maintain a safe distance. Our primary objective is to confront the approaching cavalry." Unbeknownst to anyone, Green's sudden uplift in mood stemmed from the equipment of the Brun family. Others might merely assume that the battle-hardened lord was exhilarated by the imminent conflict. Impalo solemnly stated, "Understood, my lord. You can rest assured." Green lightly patted Impalo's arm, saying, "Yes, I have always believed in you, and you ought to acquire a suit of plate armor." Impalo, typically straightforward in thought, remarkably grasped the implication behind Green's words, directing his gaze towards the formation of the Brun family. In the valley of Seagull Town, as night was about to fall, the largest square near the harbor had lit a bonfire earlier than usual. Numerous singers had gathered, united in the performance of a song with an unfamiliar melody. The scale of the chorus was unprecedented, and the resonant voices nearly enveloped the entire harbor area, drawing an ever-growing crowd. Some began to inquire about the title of this strange song, discovering it was called "Listening to the Whispers of the Caverns," allegedly hailing from the Crabclaw Peninsula across the southern strait. As night deepened, the crowd, though still reluctant to disperse, gradually began to scatter. Yet the melody lingered in the air. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise erupted from the crowd. In the western direction of Seagull Town, a massive fire ascended into the sky, casting a crimson hue across half the horizon. The following day, the entire town learned that the estate of merchant Wusuar Micah had caught fire, and tragically, not a single soul had survived. At the old battlefield of Klebe, the wild men, under the command of the Brun family at horrifying Cave Fortress, advanced steadily towards Green's formation, chanting their synchronized battle cries. At a distance of 200 yards, Green knocked an arrow and, with a swift release, sent a knight tumbling from his steed. Impalo galloped back and forth at the front of the formation, shouting, "Steady, steady, await orders." Green loosed a second arrow, and another knight fell, crashing to the ground amidst the advancing ranks. After successfully hitting 5 knights in succession, the enemy cavalry dismounted, leading their horses into formation. At that moment, the two sides were more than 200 yards apart. After shooting down the standard-bearer who carried the Brun family banner, Green nodded subtly at Impalo. "Fall back! Fall back! Fall back!" Impalo executed the command, and, under the guidance of the Klebe soldiers, the troops turned to retreat towards the entrance of Crescent Valley. The shift in Green's ranks quickly caught the enemy's attention, prompting them to hasten their advance. Everything unfolded according to Green's meticulously crafted plan. Just as Green prepared to spur his steed and join the retreat, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A rotund figure, akin to a plump ball, suddenly charged into the battlefield, brandishing a round shield and a warhammer, sprinting towards the forces of the Brun family and the wild men. The enemy, realizing that Green's forces were fleeing, found their formation in disarray as they pursued. The charging figure collided swiftly with the fastest segment of the enemy. The rotund figure, shield raised, sent 2 foes sprawling, while the elevated warhammer crushed the skull of a nearby wild man. The figure continued its onslaught, swinging the hammer to shatter yet another wild man's head. Despite its corpulent physique, the figure exhibited remarkable agility, deflecting all attacks with the shield while the warhammer effortlessly smashed one head after another. Sensing something amiss after dispatching several foes, the figure glanced towards Green's position. "Where is everyone? Wasn't there a whole throng? Did I miscount?" A hint of panic crept into the figure's demeanor. No matter how valiant, it could not slay them all, prompting a conscious retreat. Green, for the moment, determined that this unfamiliar warrior was an ally rather than an enemy. He urged his steed forward, swiftly unleashing arrows that felled the wild men surrounding the newcomer. Targeting a knight who was hastening towards the newcomer, Green shot him down and called out, "Mount up." The newcomer, hearing Green's voice, charged forth, using the shield to crash through the enemy, reaching the horse left without a rider, and, with surprising agility, leaped atop it. Green continued to shoot in support. As the newcomer urged the steed closer, he exclaimed, "My Lord Green, your renown precedes you. I forget my words. I heard of the call to arms at the old battlefield of Klebe and longed to serve you, but as a bastard, I dared not approach you directly. I learned of this battlefield and wished to make a good impression to earn your favor." Was this a warlord voluntarily seeking allegiance? As Green pressed his steed backward, he called out, "Stranger, please tell me your name." "Oh, I ipalizais, I emsore." My name is Monin Weishui. As they galloped, Monten Weishui's ample belly swayed rhythmically, akin to flowing water. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Green's lips. Welcome, my warrior. Hearing Green's affirming response, Monten Weishui's deep voice bore a hint of emotion. You are too kind. I sincerely thank you. I vow to fight for you forever. I forgot my words again. I will try to eat less. My warrior, eat your fill, feast freely. Monten Weishui turned to gaze at Green's profile, momentarily entranced. Coming to his senses, he raised his head slightly, a goofy smile illuminating his face. What splendid weather today. The debut of Green's first adorable warrior, Monten Weishui. As the soldiers of Klebe abandoned their weapons on the ground, the Brun family and the wild men clamored and shouted, entering Crescent Valley. Once the enemy had fully infiltrated the valley, they were met with the sudden eruption of fierce flames from both the front and back. Surrounded by merciless fire, the cries of agony and despair seemed poised to escape Crescent Valley. Despite Green's diligent preparations, time had been insufficient, compounded by recent heavy rains, which influenced the inferno's intensity. Ultimately, over 3,000 souls would forever remain in Crescent Valley. The remaining foes, after a grueling struggle to escape the valley, emerged utterly spent, most becoming captives of Green. 5 days later, near horrifying cave fortress, Green surveyed the imposing structure that seemed to scrape the clouds, rendered speechless. Chapter 18. The Semi-Military Farmstead. The lord of horrifying cave fortress, Barnabrun, had once served as a retainer to Earl Ellensdorf of House Egan. During the War of Usurpers at the Ruby Strand, the Klebe and Brun families fought side by side for Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Both were exemplary loyalists of House Dragon, trusted confidants. Under the new Baratheon dynasty, they found themselves in dire straits, suffering immensely. Perched atop a towering cliff, the fortress's solid gates, exceeding 40 meters in height, stood resolutely closed, prompting Green to decisively abandon his plans for a direct assault. He deemed the cost of capturing a well-fortified castle via conventional siege methods excessively high. While his path to domination was bound to include sieges, Green recognized the necessity of preparing more unconventional strategies and tactics in the absence of dragons. Currently, he felt unprepared for a siege against horrifying cave fortress. Should an opportunity arise, he would capitalize on it. If not, he would resolutely withdraw. Green consoled himself, reflecting that they were all impoverished lords. Why should the destitute trouble one another? When someone dares to challenge you, you ought to respond with unwavering resolve, wielding iron and blood. When they kneel in submission, you must lift them up with your own hands. Otherwise, no one will wish to yield again. With the echoes of memories resonating in his mind, he turned to Sir Mason and said, Mason, the next steps are entrusted to you. The ransom for the captives of the Blend family will follow the customary rules. In light of our shared history as Targaryens who fought side by side, let us grant them a reprieve this time, warning them that there shall be no second chances. Mason nodded in compliance. Green then discreetly instructed Sir Pell. The captives are to be escorted by Emperor. Your investigative unit shall remain to continue the campaign against the wildling tribes, particularly those allied with the Blend family. Just as before, dismantle their encampments and ensure the populace is relocated. The old lands of Klebe require a substantial influx of farmers. The semi-military farms that I have envisioned for Klebe will soon be implemented under Mason's stewardship in the recently reclaimed territories. As time progresses, these semi-military farms shall proliferate across all arable lands in the eastern Crabclaw Peninsula. Understood, my lord, Pell replied. Green nodded thoughtfully and continued. The wildling tribes near the old lands of Klebe have been thoroughly defeated. We should not expect fierce resistance. However, I still urge you to exercise caution in every engagement. When you encounter skilled hunters, integrate them into the investigative unit. This is a rare opportunity for training while simultaneously combating the wildlings. Pell affirmed, my lord. I shall adhere strictly to your commands. As Green shook the reins, his steed moved to the side, prompting Sir Pell to urge his horse forward. Riding alongside, Green remarked, Pell, conversing with you always brings me ease. Indeed, though we have suffered a loss this time, the Blend family shall not submit to me. For time, there shall be no force in Klebe capable of threatening our dominion, allowing us to thoroughly consolidate our gains. Moreover, aside from the 20 war horses I have selected to retain, I shall allocate the remainder to you. The investigative unit requires speed. Turning his gaze once more toward the Fearhole fortress, Green pondered. The march of Klebe cannot falter. We must continue our raids to sustain the populace of both new and old territories. Our expansion has been rapid, and the agricultural lands cannot support a burgeoning population. The only noble remaining in the eastern Crabclaw Peninsula who could pose a threat is the Blend family, a situation I cannot abide. One Clave is sufficient to rule the eastern Crabclaw Peninsula. Mason will remain to oversee the development of the Old Lands. And I will command him to cooperate with your campaigns, commencing with the Wildling tribes allied with the Blend family. I want you to isolate the Blend family, rendering them immobile until they either submit or vanish. A smile graced Green's lips as he patted Pell on the shoulder, saying, I must soon depart for King's Landing. I am stretched thin and can only rely on you. Fortunately, your loyalty and capability have always inspired my utmost confidence. Sir Pell, for the glory of Clave. Pell's expression turned solemn, and placing his hand over his heart, he bowed respectfully, declaring, My sword shall forever serve you. Montanvi, bearing a hefty shield on his back and a hammer at his waist, was gnawing on a smoked sausage. Beside him, Reyna remarked with exasperation, Montan, will you never be full? Why do you eat incessantly? Montan replied innocently, I'm just afraid of hunger. I used to always go hungry, but things are much better now. Ever since I followed the Lord, I have never known hunger. Reyna rolled her beautiful eyes at Montan. You've never gone hungry, and yet you're still this plump. Montan scratched his head sheepishly. Reyna's eyes glinted mischievously. Montan, if you keep eating like that, be wary of the Lord's punishment. Montan widened his eyes, lacking the spark of wisdom. I know I have a big appetite. Should I go seek the Lord and confess my fault? Reyna snorted, unable to suppress her laughter, which left Montan utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Green's voice rang out just in time. Montan, Reyna is merely jesting with you. Green approached and lightly patted Reyna's head. He takes things quite literally. With a pained cry, Reyna crouched down, wrapping her arms around her head. Montan suddenly shouted, My lord. Reyna isn't hurt. She is pretending. I saw her smile just now. Montanvi possessed an animalistic intuition. He had sensed from his first day in Green's camp that military discipline was intimately linked to his future. For Montanvi, Green was the first person who did not disdain his voracious appetite and who ensured he would no longer go hungry. He continued to chew his food, diligently memorizing the rules with his not-so-bright mind. Initially startled by Reyna's cunningness, Montanvi eventually realized that overeating did not violate military regulations, and thus felt compelled to retaliate. Jumping up, Montanvi unmercifully exposed Reyna, his ample belly jiggling like a wave. How has he grown cleverer? Reyna lamented. My lord Green, I beseech your mercy. Montan scratched his head, pondering if he had gone too far in his retribution. Green waved his hand dismissively. Go. Fetch Montan some more food. He will forgive you immediately. In King's Landing, within the corridors of the Red Keep, Tyrion Lannister perched on the marble railing, swinging his short legs. Holding a wine cup that seemed permanently affixed to his hand, his face flushed from drink, he remarked, Brother, let's think of something pleasant. You worry too much. At times, I suspect your affection for our sister is somewhat abnormal. Jaime Lannister, still uneasy, cast another glance towards Cersei's chamber and sighed heavily. Taking a seat on the railing beside Tyrion, his handsome features still etched with anger. King Robert has forgotten what honor means. I can't recall how many times he has laid hands on Cersei. Tyrion shifted closer to Jaime, gently patting his brother's arm. You must understand why I restrained you. Your involvement will only exacerbate the situation. Jaime, with a resigned expression, rubbed his face with his hands. Tyrion, you're always the clever and rational one. Tyrion's gaze deepened, his tone unusually serious. Our sister believes herself to be as formidable as Lord Tywin. Yet she falls woefully short. To speak of our father, he is as heartless and composed as a great glacier, while Cersei ignites like wildfire at the slightest provocation. Our king and queen are like two raging infernos. A mere spark ignites a conflagration. Jaime sighed deeply once more. I only wish for Cersei to live happily. Chapter 19. The Countenance of a Great General. Tyrion chuckled. Brother, that is a lofty wish. How could a Lannister ever aspire to such a ridiculous notion of happiness? Our lifelong pursuit is boundless power. As Tyrion spoke, his tone shifted to one of mockery. Jaime shrugged, his expression bitter. The two Lannister brothers fell into contemplative silence, lost in their thoughts. After a lengthy pause, a handmaiden of Queen Cersei approached gracefully, bowing, Sir Jaime, the queen requests your presence. Tyrion interjected, and my frail sister did not think to invite her most cherished brother along? Your expression tells me I did not receive an invitation. Tyrion leaped down from the railing, straightened his attire, and began to walk away. Seeing me at this moment would only worsen my sister's mood. Farewell, may you find happiness. Dear brother. With that, Tyrion turned his back to Jaime, raising his right hand in a dismissive wave as he left. Jaime focused on his brother's small figure. Sensing Tyrion's desolation, he opened his mouth, aware that Tyrion possessed a kind heart. Cersei's disdain for Tyrion was no secret, yet Tyrion had never truly harbored hatred for her. Rather, he had always yearned for familial affection. Whenever Cersei found herself in trouble, the diminutive figure of Tyrion would invariably manifest nearby, though never encroaching upon her space. Jaime held a deep affection for his younger brother, yet Cersei harbored an abiding loathing for Tyrion since their childhood. Jaime had once strived to reconcile their relationship, but had ultimately failed. Now, he merely hoped that the dynamic between Cersei and Tyrion would not deteriorate further. For his own sake, in the Red Keep, within the Queen's chamber, Cersei sat at her vanity, seemingly indifferent to the scars marring her visage. With a subtle lift of her chin and a sardonic smile, she spoke with an icy tone. Jaime, I require you to slay Robert. Jaime was taken aback, his hands gripping Cersei's delicate shoulders. Cersei, I comprehend your fury, yet we cannot act impulsively. Robert is the king, and I am the Kingsguard. Furthermore, Cersei, incensed, forcefully shoved Jaime away, as though she found his words absurd. Regicide Jaime, are you speaking to me of the duties of the Kingsguard? Upon hearing the term regicide, Jaime's fist clenched momentarily, a flash of anger crossing his features. Suppressing his ire, he urged softly, Cersei, you must not act rashly. Robert is not easily slain, and a misstep could bring calamity upon the Lannisters. Our father will not spare us. The mention of House Lannister momentarily quelled Cersei's rage. Memories of the old lion, Tywin Lannister, flashed before her mind. His mere glance had once rendered her breathless. She had thought those memories faded since becoming queen, yet they remained vividly etched in her mind, hauntingly clear. Jaime approached Cersei from behind, gently enveloping her in an embrace. Cersei, still simmering with anger, resisted his touch at first, but eventually relented, unable to break free from his grasp. Jaime felt the warmth radiating from her. He was willing to accept all of her complexities. Cersei's beautiful eyes trembled, but her thoughts drifted to the distant Baron of Greencliff, far across the Crab's Claw Peninsula. She sensed it was time to wield a sword of her own, free from the constraints of the Lannisters or anyone else, truly her own weapon. According to the intelligence provided by Maester Pycelle, this young Baron was a formidable warrior, having defeated 20,000 men with only 1,000. A sufficiently sharp sword. In the castle of Whispering Pines, within the Lord's study, Glenn took a generous sip of the somewhat nostalgic sour red wine, grimacing at its unpalatability. Upon returning to Whispering Pines, Glenn appeared to be in high spirits. So, Maester Al, did you inform the Citadel that we vanquished 20,000 with just 1,000 men? Maester Al grinned, revealing his dwindling teeth. I initially intended to write that we defeated 30,000, but fearing it would alarm the old fellows, I toned down the figures a bit. Ha ha ha. Glenn smiled appreciatively. Esteemed Maester Al, I sincerely thank you for your unwavering support. Maester Al, trembling, rose and nodded respectfully to Glenn. My lord, you are correct. Demonstrating one's strength is an essential aspect of political strategy. Entering the Red Keep is akin to engaging in a game of power. Remaining obscure invites not only disdain, but also silent demise. I merely wish to inform the influential that there are more warriors than just Lord Tybalt. Your benevolent heart is concerned that the Citadel may hold me accountable in the future, tarnishing my reputation, but I am advanced in years. I only wish to assist you while I still can. My loyalty will forever be with you and the Citadel. Maester Al winked. Should you exhibit formidable military prowess, I need not fret about your potential entanglements with the noble women. Glenn laughed heartily. In the blacksmith's workshop of Whispering Pines, Montan stretched his arms wide, his rotund belly jutting outward as the craftsman took his measurements. After completing the measurements, the blacksmith respectfully remarked, Lord Montan's physique is quite robust. Approximately 2.5 suits of plate armor will be required. Herschel inquired, how long will it take to complete the full set of armor? Master Steward, if manpower is sufficient, it can be finished in 2 months. Herschel pondered for a moment, placing his hands upon his relatively modest belly compared to Montan's. Lord Glenn departs no later than a week. Montan must accompany him. Let us first craft a breastplate for Montan, while simultaneously arranging for a suitable modification of an existing chainmail to fit him. I shall grant you 5 days. Chapter 20. The power conferred by bloodline. The retinue for Glenn's journey to the Red Keep comprises 50 household soldiers and attendants, 30 war horses, 3 physicians, 3 grooms, 1 barber, and 3 handmaidens. The total cost for the merchant ship traveling to the Red Keep amounts to 52 gold dragons, with Herschel negotiating payment through pelts of equivalent value. The absence of a direct gold dragon exchange somewhat eased Glenn's mind. He mused that possessing strength necessitated preparing his own seafaring vessel. Currently, The port of Mermaids Bay boasted an average of 12 merchant ships docking daily, a considerable improvement from its initial desolation, now resembling a bustling port. Glynn had arranged everything possible, leaving the rest to be accumulated over time. My lord, Herschel and several merchants have confirmed that the local price for Unsullied is 100 gold dragons each, excluding transportation costs. Unsullied? Glynn recalled instructing Herschel to inquire about the prices from amicable merchants. Glynn's enthusiasm for Unsullied had waned since the outset. Post-conflict, the absorption of the mountain clansmen by the Green Cliffs had progressed far more smoothly than anticipated. Glynn was quite satisfied with the fierce and robust clansmen. Equipping them with weapons rendered them warriors. After ensuring their sustenance and warmth, their loyalty soared. With enhanced training and discipline, they became formidable soldiers. At 100 gold dragons per Unsullied, a total of 10 Unsullied would amount to 1,000 gold dragons. Should 100 be procured, Daenerys could effortlessly subjugate 8,000 Unsullied, equating to 80,000 gold dragons. How astonishing! The prospect of acquiring the coffers of several major cities within the Free Cities without much effort sparked a twinge of envy in Glynn towards the Green Cliffs, who had shed blood for House Targaryen. The Green Cliffs were model loyalists to the Targaryens, yet they had endured years of oppression from the Red Keep since the War of Usurpation. At an opportune moment, Glynn contemplated orchestrating a scheme to swindle gold dragons from Daenerys to soothe his wounded spirit. Ah, I see. And how is Lady Lyanna faring? Following the news from Seagull Town, Lady Lyanna had sequestered herself within her chamber for an entire day, yet her demeanor had since improved remarkably. I sensed she felt secure here. She holds a deep trust in you. Please keep a close watch over her. I lack your attentiveness. Also, be mindful of her emotional concerns. Lowering her chin, Solana's eyes flickered. My lord, I shall arrange for the appropriate individuals and report to you promptly. Upon hearing Solana's response, Glynn raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from the sea to Solana. Solana, I appreciate your understanding of my concerns. The Green Cliffs now consist solely of myself and cousin Lyanna. Lyanna's inherent kindness is a virtue worthy of admiration, yet it renders her susceptible to exploitation, particularly in matters of the heart. Glynn's gaze returned to the expansive sea as he sighed softly. You have watched over Lyanna since she was a child. I know you care for her deeply. There is no need for excessive worry. As a lord, I bear responsibilities, yet I shall endeavor to ensure Lyanna's future remains peaceful and happy. Solana raised her head and pressed her lips together. In truth, you should have Miss Lyanna sign a document relinquishing her claim to the Kleb family inheritance. It would serve as a greater protection for her. I intended to advise you on this matter, but hesitated, considering you have yet to bear an heir. Others often remark that I am overly rational, yet I am acutely aware of my own indecision at times. Green's thumb brushed against his forefinger. Lady Solana, in my heart, you are akin to family. Before me, you may always feel at ease to offer counsel. The decision is mine to make, and you need not burden yourself with worry. As for cousin Lyanna's inheritance, I would prefer that she find her own love. Understood, my lord. King's Landing, the Red Keep, and Prime Minister Tyrion. Peter Baelish leaned against the balcony railing, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his eyes profound. The Earl of Sheepshit, a half-wild noble, was similarly the subject of ridicule. Yet, after the usual announcements from the Maester's Tower, in the long peaceful land of Westeros, the reputation of Baron Green Kleb spread swiftly as a fresh topic of discussion. Much intelligence concerning Green congregated upon Peter's desk, blessed by ancestral favor, when the Kleb family re-emerged with formidable strength in their ancestral lands. Despite the passage of over a decade, they effortlessly reclaimed their influence, as if it were the will of the people. Truly enviable, the entrenched authority bestowed by noble bloodlines. Yet, it is also distasteful, representing the power of lineage. The traditional strength that venerates blood is so stubborn that even the uncivilized wildlings are profoundly affected. Compared to noble lineage, merit has become merely an accessory. Thus, chaos is the only path to ascendancy. Peter Baelish's gaze deepened. My lord Peter, it is quite remarkable. I perceive a certain anger emanating from you. The bald and rotund Varys, without a single hair, clasped his hands together beneath his loose russet silk robe. Peter calmly withdrew his gaze, his gray-green eyes meeting Varys's, who smiled modestly and nodded in greeting. Peter Baelish elegantly curved his lips, master of whispers. Is your insatiable curiosity merely a function of your duty? Yet I must inform you, this time your instincts have failed you. Varys's smile remained undiminished. Lord Peter, ever since I became acquainted with you, I have always sensed your composed elegance and extraordinary wisdom. Even the slightest change in you captures my attention. The graceful Peter acknowledged his growing disdain for this octopus-like spider. He reminded himself to proceed with caution, ever aware of the little bird watching him. Regardless of his internal musings, Peter Baelish maintained an appropriate smile. Indeed, the sweetest tongue in King's Landing. Every conversation with you brings me such delight. Varys inclined his head once more. It is Lord Peter's own grace that radiates sweetness. I merely bask in your glow. Peter shrugged, lacking the enthusiasm to continue discussing tongues. His gray-green eyes subtly shifted, redirecting the conversation. Our esteemed queen, I hear, has unexpectedly found joy. Typically, she would be discontent for many days. Varys moved closer to Peter. His gaze also cast toward the distance. Her Highness the Queen retains a pure heart. Upon receiving something she adores, she naturally forgets her transient sorrows. Peter's voice was husky, rich with magnetism. Something she adores? Master Varys, your words carry implications. Chapter 21. Arrival in King's Landing. Varys linked his arms. The ever-willful queen, coupled with a valorous baron. We could quietly enjoy a rare spectacle in King's Landing. Peter Baelish's gaze shifted. Master of Whispers, you seem to harbor concerns. As long as King Robert sits firmly upon the Iron Throne, no insurmountable calamity shall occur. Thus, I sleep soundly each night. The premise of your words sends a chill down my spine. Each day, accompanied solely by coins, I find myself increasingly anxious about unforeseen events. Tonight, your presence would disturb my peace. Varys nodded in apology. My sincerest apologies, Master of Finance. I merely reflected upon the current state of King's Landing, inadvertently causing you distress. My tongue has lost its sweetness, emanating unease. Peter Baelish instinctively sensed the danger emanating from Varys, a threat he had previously overlooked. Peter pondered the hidden motives behind Varys's words, maintaining a facade. Merely a jest. Alas, I lack humor. I must await my audience with Duke Aelin. I bid you good day. An elegant smile graced Peter Baelish's face as he took his leave of Varys. The thoughts of this rootless individual were the most elusive. Today was no mere chance encounter, and Peter had resolved to heighten his guard against Varys. Varys calmly observed Peter's departing figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. As the rhythmic sounds of the ship echoed, Green stood at the bow, gazing at the towering King's Landing, the red keep rising majestically. Melodies from a past life swirling in his mind. After 3 days and 2 nights of sailing, King's Landing lay within sight. Many in the party began to suffer from seasickness, keeping Kleb's 3 physicians exceedingly occupied. Transporting soldiers from Light Whisper to King's Landing via sea was the most time-efficient and labor-saving method. Land routes would require traversing too many territories, proving laborious and time-consuming. As the soldiers faced the sea for the first time, widespread seasickness was common. To ensure it did not affect their combat effectiveness in the future, preparatory training was necessary. The eastern regions of the Crabclaw Peninsula still required time to consolidate, after which Green's plan was to advance westward, seizing control of the western part of the Crabclaw Peninsula through the influence of the Crow's Perch. It would be ideal to first establish himself as the protector of the Crabclaw Peninsula, making Green's westward advance legitimate. The merchant ship Green was aboard entered the Blackwater River for Blackwater Bay, docking at the bustling Rivergate dock. The busy crowd suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation akin to a prickling of the skin, causing them to pause their tasks. This feeling was familiar. Born of years steeped in blood and fire, they had encountered many like it before, yet this time, the sensation was more profound, drawing everyone's gaze in the same direction. They beheld a group of guards clad in bright silver plate armor, towering like iron towers, surrounding a young man. The young man was tall and slender, donned in a blue robe embroidered with marsh marigolds on the left chest, his white trousers leading down to a pair of deerskin boots. He possessed striking features, handsome yet devoid of femininity, exuding a maturity uncharacteristic of his age. A crowd of longtime laborers at the King's Landing docks, having honed their keen eyes, stepped aside, creating ample space for Green and his entourage. Solana's eldest son, Leighton, awaited Green's group. Good day, my lord. Green, suppressing the myriad of mixed scents from the dock, slightly furrowed his brow. Is our lodging within the city prepared? It is ready. I just finished attending to the Kleb estate and coincidentally received a message from Steward Hester. My lord, as agreed yesterday, everything is in order. The house is located near Hookport. I shall escort you there. Green mounted the horse brought by Monton, and the clan soldiers also mounted their steeds, surrounding Green protectively. King's Landing, Hookport, the temporary residence rented by Green. After a hot bath, Green felt significantly refreshed. Solana took the towel from Green. Have you only left 20 guards for yourself? We are not here to wage war. Saying this, Green sat on the long bench. Exhaling. I noticed many eyes watching us on the way. This will suffice. Leave the guards to Monton and Flory, and take the remaining ones directly to the estate outside the city. Solana folded the towel. Besides 2 handmaidens, let us keep 1 physician as well. It is prudent to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Green nodded. Indeed, you are always so meticulous, Solana. I have already sent the letter for your audience with Her Highness the Queen through Leighton. The address is provided, and during this waiting period, you may take the opportunity to rest and recover from your journey's fatigue. Let Leighton remain here to manage this estate. I can rest easy knowing he is in charge. In the evening, at the Hook Harbor in the Knight's Tavern, Green sat alone at a table enjoying his dinner, while Monton and others sat nearby, indulging heartily. After a day of rest, his appetite, affected by days of sailing, had significantly improved. The tavern door swung open once more, and a diminutive figure entered. From his vantage point, Green could see the entrance clearly. Tyrion Lannister's features were unmistakable, and with a fleeting glance, Green recognized him. He did not betray any surprise and continued his meal, savoring the delightful roast beef. Tyrion Lannister rang the bell at the tavern's entrance. Dingling. The sound of the bell drew everyone's attention, and Green, following the crowd, shifted his gaze to Tyrion. Tyrion proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you that today is your lucky day. This evening, your food and drink shall be on my account." Chapter 22. A Heart Yearning for Peace? Green had not anticipated encountering such a significant character on his first day in King's Landing. A thought crossed his mind. Such coincidences are rare in this world. At this time, the Lannister family was still a close-knit unit. Was Tyrion here to scout for Cersei? Tyrion's announcement of treating everyone was met with raucous cheers from the tavern patrons. His attendant tossed a heavy bag of golden dragons towards the tavern owner. In Green's view, Tyrion graciously thanked everyone, straightening his back and responding with a feigned modesty. It was now the year 297 AC, in the month of September, and the spirited young Daenerys was likely residing with her brother in the abode of the governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, on the Essos continent. The future queen's hand, Tyrion, was presently in Westeros, extravagantly enjoying himself. Life is indeed wonderfully peculiar. Tyrion hopped onto the chair opposite Green, his attendant placing 2 empty goblets before them and pouring wine into each. Tyrion raised his goblet in a gesture towards Green, took a sip, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "This Dornish summer red, rich in fruity aromas and sweet on the palate, is my favorite. Each sip feels like savoring the fragrance of youth, leaving an enduring aftertaste." Green smiled gently, placing his hand over his heart and nodding. "Good evening, Lord Tyrion Lannister." Tyrion reclined against the chair's back, holding his goblet. "Has my reputation spread throughout the peninsula? I am unexpectedly honored." Green sampled the summer red, this time without a grimace. "It was quite pleasant. In my childhood memories, whenever I resisted sleep, my mother would invoke your name to frighten me. You were a shadow of my youth. Upon growing up, I learned that it was merely my mother's benevolent deception. Thus, recognizing you is not surprising." "Ah, that must have been a tragic memory." Green chuckled, as if reminiscing. "My homeland feels so distant." Tyrion abruptly seized a piece of roast from the plate and began chewing. Suddenly inquired, "Aren't you concerned about the hand of the king?" Green shook his head. The great ones seldom concern themselves with a mere commoner. Tyrion raised his goblet once more. "At your age, I often dreamed of having my own dragon. Are you burdened with the worries of inheriting your family's legacy? My legs are too short, and my head too large, yet this head serves me well, for I know precisely what I can and cannot do. It is my weapon. Jaime wields his sword, King Robert his war hammer, and I possess my wits. And you, young baron?" Tyrion's tone dripped with condescension. Surprisingly, Green sensed a sincere warning in Tyrion's words. Tyrion lowered his gaze to his drink, then lifted his eyes to survey the still unfazed Green. He set down his goblet, intrigued, and fixed his gaze on Green. A faint smile graced Green's lips. "A heart yearning for peace? I believe no one would dare obstruct a heart that longs for tranquility." Tyrion was taken aback by Green's response, pausing before bursting into laughter. Indeed, everyone loves and toasts to peace. After the laughter subsided, Tyrion's tone grew serious. "Were I in your position, I would likely make similar choices. However, young man, I must caution you that our queen can be quite capricious, in ways not commonly understood. My advice is to bring Jaime along. Only he can temper our queen's whims." "I shall remember that, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion leaned forward, almost resting his small frame on the table, gazing intently at Green, his tone becoming even more serious. "So, Baron Green, tell me, are you still a maiden?" "Indeed, Green had sensed that Tyrion was about to revel in frivolity again. Faced with the already chuckling Tyrion, Green's expression was complex as he resolutely shook his head in denial. Tyrion's laughter only grew louder. How about we visit the brothel tonight to listen to some music? The focus should be on the melodies. The following morning, at Hook Harbor, the temporary residence, Green awoke, rubbing his head. Drunkenness felt akin to falling for the wrong person. Once the effects wore off, Green was left with a twinge of regret, particularly for the golden dragons spent. Tyrion's mind was filled with the myriad secrets of Westeros, and his eloquence was formidable. As Green listened and drank, he unwittingly became intoxicated. Reluctantly, the two of them ventured out to enjoy music again, with Green liberally tossing coins about. Regret washed over him as he admonished himself, just this once. At the Bay of Crabs, at Horn Hill, as dawn broke, Samwell Tarly, dragging his excessively large frame, cautiously approached his father, Lord Randall Tarly. Samwell was quite corpulent, with dark hair and a round face adorned with gray eyes. Balding, Lord Randall sat with an air of authority at the dining table, partaking in breakfast with his family. The table was quiet, save for the soft clinking of cutlery and hushed conversations. Samwell's arrival seemed to disrupt the family's warm breakfast, as Lord Randall cast a sidelong glance, dismissing Samwell's anxious gaze. At the table, only Samwell's younger brother, Dickon Tarly, quietly greeted him. "Father, forgive my intrusion." Samwell began, unable to restrain the sweat trickling down his brow. Bang! Lord Randall set down his knife and fork, and the others ceased their meals in silence. "Fool! If you know you're intruding, why come now? Look at you, a mass of useless flesh." Samwell recoiled, shrinking into himself. "Weak, overweight. All you do is bury your face in books, reading about the achievements of those far more capable than you. You are on the cusp of adulthood. Yet you are unworthy of inheriting my lands and title." Lord Randall's wife, Lady Melissa Florent, could no longer endure the tirade, but refrained from arguing in front of the children, choosing instead to leave the table in a huff, expressing her discontent to her husband. Her departure seemed to have an effect. Lord Randall ceased his humiliation of Samwell. Samwell cast a guilt-ridden glance at his mother's retreating figure. Samwell was born into this family with the weight of Lord Randall's hopes and expectations. From the moment he entered the world, he had been burdened with excessive aspirations. As the firstborn son, Samwell was the recipient of his father's lofty expectations. In his early years, Lord Randall had doted on him, but as Samwell grew, it became increasingly clear that he was not the son Lord Randall had envisioned. Despite the exhaustive efforts of Lord Tarly to nurture Samwell, he found himself utterly powerless in the presence of his son. As hope gradually shattered, the straightforward yet rigid Lord Tarly succumbed to profound disappointment, even harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him. "Father, I've studied the military strategies of House Clef," Samwell ventured timidly. In Chapter 23, titled Visionary Suggestions, Master Owl, in an effort to bolster his credibility, meticulously recounted the campaigns of House Clef to the scholars of the Citadel. His intention was not to deliberately divulge Clef's secrets, but rather a result of his habitual scholarly diligence and a touch of pride. The lords of the Crabclaw Peninsula had always displayed remarkable bravery, albeit lacking in erudition. Since his early literacy, Samwell had been instructed by Master Owl, who often reminisced with great satisfaction about their shared past. Master Owl's knowledge was indeed vast, yet he was no commander and inadvertently leaked some intelligence. Through Master Owl's eloquent quill, the accounts of House Clef's operations took on an artistic flair. Yet most nobles of Westeros, save for a few discerning individuals, scoffed at the notion. Isn't it merely a matter of battling savages? I could do it too. Among those few was Samwell, the eldest son of Tarly, who yearned for his father's approval. Upon reaching the Citadel, Owl's accounts would be further simplified and communicated to the friendly lords of Westeros. Within the walls of Horn Hill, Samwell, an avid reader, noted the nuances and even implored the scholars of Horn Hill to procure a more detailed original text from the Citadel. Under Lord Tarly's imposing presence, Samwell often stammered, which only intensified his father's disdain. "Father, I have studied the military strategies of House Clef," Samwell persisted, but Lord Tarly seemed oblivious. Samwell continued, mustering what courage he could to stand before his father and offer counsel. "I have gathered extensive information. The wildlings of the Crabclaw Peninsula are born warriors, not to be underestimated. Baron Green's ability to defeat them with a mere handful of soldiers is noteworthy, for his tactics resonate with our own. Lord Tarly, a proud and formidable general, had indeed achieved remarkable victories. During the War of the Usurper, his forces dealt a singular defeat to Robert Baratheon's army at the Battle of White Tree Fort. Rigid and unyielding, yet imbued with iron will and astuteness. Lord Tarly was once lauded by Kevin Lannister as the most capable man to conclude the wars of Westeros after Tywin Lannister's demise. Naturally, Lord Tarly had perused the reports regarding the battles on the Crabclaw Peninsula. With a cowardly eldest son and a too young youngest, he merely lamented, "What a pity he is not my child." Samwell's words were abruptly interrupted by Lord Tarly. "What use is your research? If you face Clef on the battlefield, could you defeat him? Do you believe yourself braver than the fearless wildlings? When the horses roar, can you still grip your sword? Begone, and vanish from my sight." Fearful and anxious, Samwell felt compelled to investigate the wildlings' archery, convinced that there lay significant information to uncover, which Horn Hill should be privy to beforehand. Sweat poured down his brow, cascading like rain, as he felt the weight of his father's icy gaze. "Leave?" Startled, Samwell fled the dining hall, courage dissipating under Lord Tarly's cold scrutiny. Tyrion had returned, informing Green that Her Highness, the Queen, was recuperating and would not entertain visitors until her facial scars had completely healed, lest they mar her noble image. After discreetly sharing confidential intelligence, Tyrion whisked Green away for libations and music. For 5 consecutive days, Green found Tyrion's diminutive figure swaying into view each evening, each visit bearing an irresistible reason to comply. Green was well acquainted with Tyrion's tactics, having witnessed them in a past life. Initially, Tyrion would present earnest suggestions, hinting at seemingly critical secrets, swiftly bypassing the unfamiliarity to foster closeness, supplemented by fine wine and alluring company, until the other party was left unguarded and devoid of secrets. Green, while indulging in the opulent lifestyle of King's Landing's nobility alongside Tyrion, earnestly portrayed the virtues of humility, honesty, compassion, wisdom, courage, justice, sacrifice, and honor. The earnestness with which Green engaged was formidable, so engrossed in his role that he began to believe in it himself. In the gardens of the Red Keep, Tyrion, burdened with dark circles under his eyes, sat on a wooden bench, gazing blankly at his nephew Tommen and niece Myrcella as they frolicked. As an apple was tossed his way, Tyrion caught it with a swift motion and took a hearty bite. Jaime, amused by Tyrion's state, settled beside him, watching the children with a gentle expression. Tyrion, letting out a long belch imbued with the scent of wine, declared, "Jaime, I have resolved to abstain from all fine wines starting tomorrow. The 7 bear witness." Jaime chuckled in delight. "How many times have I heard you say that?" "I've lost count." "Well, I am prone to forgetfulness, but I truly intend to take a break. Are you getting along well with the wildling?" Tyrion nodded. At such a tender age, he exhibits no urgency, no restlessness. In a barbaric land, he displays a thirst for knowledge and desire, yet remains unready, possessing a heart of kindness. Jaime reclined comfortably against the bench. "Are you not unwittingly describing yourself, dear brother?" Tyrion paused, breaking into a grin. "Am I truly so grand in your estimation, dear brother?" Jaime glanced at the grinning Tyrion. "It seems you have a fondness for that wildling." Tyrion shifted closer to Jaime, whispering, "If I were Cersei." He raised his chin, directing Jaime's attention toward Myrcella. "Myrcella's marriage prospect could very well be the wildling you speak of. He is deserving." Jaime's voice grew sharp enough. Tyrion, unfazed by Jaime's sudden outburst, responded curiously, "Jaime, is your reaction not excessive? Trust in my considered judgment." Jaime stood, pacing, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. "Tyrion, Myrcella is still quite young. I do not wish for her to be ensnared in any schemes of power. I will ensure she is shielded from strife and forever joyful. My sword shall cleave any dark hands reaching for her." Tyrion blinked, seemingly processing Jaime's fervent demeanor. Jaime, regaining composure, sat down, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and gently patted Tyrion's shoulder. "I apologize. My disdain for politically motivated marriages has clouded my judgment. Tyrion, I hope I have not caused you distress. I do not target you." Tyrion shook his head, speaking solemnly. "When father arranged for Cersei to marry Robert, I witnessed your first loss of reason, our first quarrel. I can attempt to understand your feelings. I, too, cherish Myrcella for all the beauty she embodies. My intentions are sincere, not for the sake of political gain. I'm also her uncle. However, I must remind you, dear brother, of our name, Lannister." "Lannister. Let's not dwell on this. You know I enjoy jesting, Jaime." Jaime remained silent, his hands clenched tightly, brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 24. The Queen's Affairs. The Red Keep, Queen's Hall, where the gold-embroidered curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Cersei Lannister reclined in a golden-hued bathtub, her shoulders emerging above the water surface, droplets glistening on her collarbone, illuminated by the sun's rays. The soft sound of footsteps echoed as Jaime entered her line of sight without any attempt to mask his approach. Cersei, with a graceful flick of her satin-like golden hair, exuded charm. How the warm exchanges between brothers finally reached their conclusion? Jaime furrowed his brow slightly. Cersei, he is concerned for you. You ought to express gratitude. He refrained from uttering the name Tyrion in her presence, reluctantly substituting it with he. Cersei scoffed derisively. I am the daughter of the old lion, the queen. You presume too much. I possess my own judgment and require no counsel on how to act. You need only bow and obey. With a splash, Cersei rose from the tub, tilting her chin defiantly as she gazed at Jaime. He sighed inwardly, unwilling to engage in yet another futile argument, and extended his hand to retrieve a crimson robe, draping it over her shoulders. At this, Cersei's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she padded barefoot to the side, lifting a goblet to sip from her red wine. Holding the glass elegantly, her enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity. Has that fool uncovered anything of value? Jaime spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. It's promising, worth cultivating further. Cersei laughed mockingly. Oof. For such trivial intelligence, you converse for so long. I genuinely worry for the Lannister legacy. You are both so obtuse. I had already gleaned this information through a letter from Lord Green, and you wasted my time. Jaime, reluctant to relay Tyrion's original words to Cersei, knew it would only exacerbate matters. Upholding the honor of knighthood, he wished to avoid slandering others, and at this moment, his acknowledgement that it was promising was the highest praise he could muster. He shrugged. Shall we arrange a meeting forthwith? Cersei, a flicker of anger in her tone, retorted, Jaime, very well. I have not forgotten, nor have I overlooked your reminders. Everything must be above board. I shall first see if there is a suitable position for him at the Red Keep. What was intended to be a simple meeting had been complicated by his heed of someone's insinuations, forcing her to alter her approach. It was for his sake that she tolerated such interruptions. In King's Landing, at the Green Study, it had been over a week since Lord Green departed from Whispering City, and today a raven from Herschel delivered the first report from the club territory. A small squad of 30 Thorn Legionnaires had been ambushed at night by a band of wildlings during a solitary mission, suffering 23 casualties. Setting the letter aside, Green rubbed his temples. He need not concern himself with every detail, yet such losses were alarming. He trusted the Season Knight Pearl would implement timely adjustments. Not only the Thorn Legion, but all archers were similarly hindered, as Kleb lacked resources and had failed to equip them with melee weapons in due time. Green favored short swords with a blade length not exceeding 50 centimeters and a width of no more than 5 centimeters, primarily for thrusting, with chopping as a secondary function. Such short swords were light, minimally impacting the archer's ability to shoot and march, yet powerful enough for close combat. The coffers were bare. Currently, Kleb found itself in a precarious situation, simultaneously battling and absorbing the mountain wildlings, relying on the plunder from the wildlings to sustain its growth. With no other avenues for expansion, Kleb's development pace had reached its limit, akin to a fully drawn longbow, unsustainable and time-limited. The number of archers continued to rise in tandem. The revenue from Mermaid's Harbor was barely sufficient to maintain the port's operations in the short term. Relying solely on the territory's standard income, it would take at least 2 years to provision each archer with a short sword without affecting the outfitting of other weapons. Solana entered, greeting Green, My lord, this has just arrived from the Red Keep. You have been appointed as the Queen's Affairs Officer to report for duty at the Red Keep tomorrow morning. Queen's Affairs Officer? For reasons unknown, Green found himself associating the title with eunuchs. With a perplexed expression, he accepted the appointment letter from Solana. What specific duties would the Queen's Affairs Officer entail? The letter offered no clarification, though Green noted the salary, 200 gold dragons per year. He stroked his chin, pondering if he could receive 10 years' wages in advance for immediate needs. Chapter 25. Green speculated on the reasons. In the free trade city-state of Pentos, the governor's mansion basked in radiant sunlight, wisps of thin white clouds drifting lazily on the breeze. The future mother of dragons, Daenerys Targaryen, knelt in a corner of her chamber, weakly covering her body with her delicate arms. Upon arriving in Pentos, Governor Illyrio Mopatis had gifted her a gown of sheer, pale blue fabric. The exquisite craftsmanship of the gown rendered it both beautiful and cool against her skin, a gift that Daenerys cherished deeply. Yet, the very dress she adored was now torn into shreds by her only kin, her elder brother, Viserys Targaryen. In a fit of rage, Daenerys's thick silver hair cascaded in soft, disheveled curls, framing her face, while her violet eyes shimmered with unshed tears, heavy with sorrow. Her skin, as pale as milk, and her petite, exquisite figure gave her an elfin quality. The handmaiden, wincing from the pain in her belly, struggled to rise. Her expression filled with compassion as she wrapped a blanket around Daenerys. The young Targaryen's sorrowful gaze met that of her handmaiden. "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry. I was scared and couldn't protect you, yet you were injured while defending me." The handmaiden shook her head, offering comfort. "Your Grace, I am unharmed. Let me help you up." Daenerys' elder brother, Viserys Targaryen, was the second son of the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen and Queen Rhaella Targaryen, self-proclaiming himself as Viserys III. After the War of Usurpation, the surviving Targaryens, Viserys and his sister Daenerys, fled from Westeros, branding themselves as the rightful rulers of the realm. Seeking allies and funding among the various free cities while evading pursuers, they endured disdain and neglect, ultimately forced to sell their mother-esque crown, earning Viserys the derisive title of the Beggar King. Following the sale of their mother-esque crown, Viserys' temperament grew increasingly volatile. Daenerys longed for the brother of her childhood who had once regaled her with tales of the Seven Kingdoms and painted a picture of a glorious life upon ascending the throne. She yearned for the brother who resided in her memories to return to her side. On the following day, after receiving the Queen's appointment letter, Green donned a rare, gleaming silver plate armor, draping a blue cloak embroidered with his family crest over his shoulders. Monten, clad in chainmail and a breastplate, carried a large round shield and bore a war hammer as his escort. Guards at the gates of the Red Keep, upon glancing at Green's appointment letter, merely inquired briefly before granting him passage, allowing Green and Monten to enter the Red Keep without a search or the need to relinquish their weapons. Baron Green assessed the Red Keep of King Robert with a sense of unease, perceiving it as a place devoid of any awareness of danger. Monten, with his vacant gaze, was filled with curiosity, surveying the surroundings incessantly. Green, unhurried, followed the direction indicated by the guards. After a short while, a man clad in silver armor and a white cloak, with golden hair, appeared quietly before Green. The tall, handsome figure possessed striking blue eyes. Green deduced that this must be Jaime Lannister. Upon his initial appearance, he sensed a fleeting aura of menace, which dissipated almost instantly. Having grown up in an environment fraught with peril, coupled with the enhanced physical prowess acquired from his journey, Green keenly detected the momentary flicker of hostility emanating from Jaime. He pondered this and found himself wearing a peculiar expression. The only conclusion he could draw was, jealousy? Surely he wouldn't regard me as a mere pretty boy. An envoy of the distant queen? Is this what they call being love-struck? I rely on my hard-earned skills. Such trivialities are utterly unnecessary. As Green pondered, he maintained a composed demeanor and approached with an air of natural grace, placing a hand upon his chest in a courteous gesture. "Good day, Your Grace, the White Knight." Jaime, leaning on his longsword, scrutinized Green's refined features with a hint of arrogance in his voice. "I am Ser Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard. You, wildling, are Baron Green Clegane?" Green's expression remained serene. "Indeed, it is I, Ser Jaime." Jaime raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Tyrion's assessment had proven accurate. The young man displayed a remarkable maturity. Were it a typical heir to a noble house, one would expect at least a flicker of displeasure under such circumstances. Although Jaime was irked by Green, he lacked the inclination to prolong the discomfort, responding coolly, "Come with me, young Baron." Green expressed his gratitude with a nod, casting a glance at Mandon before setting forth. The somewhat naive Mandon Waters was oblivious to the unspoken command conveyed through Green's gaze and deemed it inappropriate to inquire aloud. Scratching his head, he reached for the war hammer at his waist. Was a signal to shatter the prideful man's skull? Noticing Mandon's subtle fidgeting, Green tilted his head and whispered, "Keep up." "Ah, I must have overthought." Mandon replied with a sheepish acknowledgement and followed Green. His curiosity piqued as he observed his surroundings. Green instinctively quickened his pace to walk alongside Jaime. "Ser Jaime, may I inquire what precisely the duties of the Queen's Affairs Officer entail?" Jaime shot him a sidelong glance. Did you not consult with Tyrion? Was Jaime harboring a hint of jealousy towards Tyrion? An alarming sibling rivalry? Green surmised that this was yet another reason for Jaime's earlier hostility. With a sigh, he remarked, "I believed I was evading Lord Tyrion, only to discover yesterday that he was similarly avoiding me. We are both ensnared in mutual apprehension." Jaime recalled Tyrion's haggard appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "Tyrion told me yesterday that he would never touch wine again in this lifetime." Green chuckled in return. "On the third day of our acquaintance, I heard similar words from Lord Tyrion, yet they proved effective for only half a day." With Lord Tyrion's wit and eloquence, he invariably finds a more compelling rationale that one cannot refuse. Green's words brimmed with admiration for Tyrion, which buoyed Jaime's spirits. Within Jaime's gaze, Green's gentle and handsome visage was hard to dislike. Just as their pleasant exchange had commenced, Jaime was abruptly reminded of something, his expression reverting to its customary coldness. Ah, the proud demeanor? The magnanimous Green chose not to take offense at Jaime's aloofness. Perhaps another time. Chapter 26, The Dashing Affairs Officers. In the Hall of Maegor, silence enveloped them as they walked for another 10 minutes, finally reaching their destination. At Jaime's subtle gesture, Green expressed his gratitude and stepped inside. Jaime's figure had vanished, leaving Green amidst a scattering of small groups. A quick count revealed approximately a dozen individuals. Some who recognized Green offered polite nods of acknowledgement. Observing the gathering discreetly, Green noted that several shared common traits. They were all notably youthful and handsome, likely around the age of 20. Judging by the crests on their attire, they hailed primarily from the Westerlands and the Reach, with a preponderance from the former. Pray tell, do these individuals comprise the Queen's affairs officers? Their striking appearances could easily spark rumors. At first glance, they indeed resembled a retinue of paramours. Jaime is present daily. Surely, Queen Cersei is not so desperate? Amidst the hall, a voice caught Green's attention. With golden brown hair and light green eyes, the strikingly handsome figure bore resemblance to Jaime, albeit lacking his commanding presence. Lancel Lannister, the eldest son of Kevin Lannister, known as the Cupbearer. Lancel, congratulations. Lancel, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Indeed. To serve His Majesty as a cupbearer, your future is boundless. Indeed. Hush, Duke Aelenor's health is failing. Perhaps Lancel will become the future hand of the king. Indeed. Only the most trustworthy can serve King Robert. Amidst the flattery, Lancel maintained an impeccably charming smile, exuding elegance. Green stroked his chin, reflecting on how Lancel, poised to become King Robert's cupbearer, was far from the timid figure he would later become under the king's wrath. Ordinarily, one could anticipate a smooth path for a cupbearer within the Red Keep. However, King Robert was not a predictable individual, often transforming those deemed promising into mere cupbearers. An opportune moment, Green approached. Good day, Sir Lancel. Lancel regarded Green, shaking his head slightly. Good day to you. Upon noticing the marigold crest of House Clegane adorning Green, he exclaimed, Baron Green of House Clegane? Green nodded. It is a pleasure to meet you. I inadvertently overheard your conversation and couldn't resist extending my congratulations. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Green's heart. To his astonishment, Lancel's cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Thank you. I had heard you arrived in King's Landing and had long wished to pay my respects. I have read the letters from Old Town several times. The battles you commanded were truly magnificent. I have always harbored dreams of leading troops in a battle, yet my family excels in governance. I concealed this ambition from my father when I was a child. Green felt a wave of relief. Lancel was merely an enthusiastic admirer, and his earlier concerns were unfounded. Lancel shed his previous reticence, engaging the others in lively discussions about Green's military strategies. Buzz. As Lancel spoke, onlookers, whether familiar with the context or not, gasped in astonishment. Their admiration was not directed towards Green. At that moment, whatever Lancel said drew their unwavering support. Green felt embarrassed to associate with such sycophantic flattery and quietly distanced himself from the crowd. Just as boredom began to set in, the resounding announcement of the Queen's arrival pierced the air. Green moved with the throng, taking his place. All eyes swiftly converged upon the staircase. The figure of Queen Cersei emerged, gracefully descending. Clad in an off-the-shoulder gown, her cascading golden locks framed her collarbone exquisitely. Subtle golden embellishments and dazzling jewels adorned her, radiating opulence. The moment Queen Cersei made her entrance, Green sensed an air of reverence and even admiration emanating from those around him. Clearly, those assembled were not ordinary individuals. Gazing upon the object of their adoration, Green shook his head. The disparity from his usual persona was too great. He could not emulate such emotional expressions. Upon reaching the base of the staircase, Cersei paused. Jaime remained steadfastly at her side, fulfilling his role as protector. Good day, my affairs officers. Everyone placed a hand upon their chests, responding, Good day, your grace. Cersei offered a slight nod, her captivating gaze settling upon Green, her voice cool and composed. Baron Green. As her words resonated, Green stepped forth from the crowd, once more placing a hand upon his chest. Good day. It is a pleasure to meet you, your grace. I am grateful for your elevation of me to the position of affairs officer. Green's typically steady tone was infused with a hint of excitement, perfectly balanced. Cersei regarded Green with a measured appraisal, her emerald eyes briefly flashing satisfaction as she extended her delicate hand. Green stepped forward, gently grasping her pale, slender hand. He leaned down to place a symbolic kiss upon her pristine knuckles. Cersei slightly raised her chin, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 27. The Kingsguard's Hunting Routes. In the Hall of Maegor, Queen Cersei sat at the head of the long table, with Jaime and the affairs officers seated on either side. In the beginning, Green exhibited a modicum of interest, but as the conversation unfolded, he inevitably drifted into ennui. At the recent gatherings, the summer red from Dorne has made more appearances than the wine from the arbor. Indeed, summer red is increasingly in vogue. The sleeveless gowns from Highgarden are now a staple among the noble women of King's Landing. Moreover, Highgarden jewelry has garnered considerable favor among the aristocracy. It is said that Count Genos, full name Genos Sterling, the commander of the City Watch, has procured an entire crate of Highgarden jewels to please his new paramour. Which unfortunate maiden can endure that frog-like visage of Genos? He resembles a barrel. Is Genos still extorting gold dragons from his subordinates? Naturally, one cannot teach an old dog new tricks. Alas, he enjoys the unwavering trust of his majesty, Robert, commanding 6,000 gold cloaks. Poor young ladies indeed. He can only pursue a bastard. Which legitimate daughter would deign to look upon the son of a butcher? Not necessarily, it is rumored. You yourself said it was merely hearsay, hence it is but gossip. The bureaucrat's discourse had veered into the realm of scandal when James cleared his throat at an opportune moment. Green's perception of his colleagues shifted somewhat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there was an abundance of useful intelligence amidst the discussions, which also served as a fashion advisory for the Queen. James interjected, continuing from our last discussion. Her Highness has historically traversed the King's Road via the Kingsgate for the royal hunt. This must not be altered. A sudden silence enveloped the room. After the meeting commenced, Queen Cersei's voice was heard for the first time. Why is there no discourse? Are those commoners still spreading rumors? Lancel glanced around before saying, Tradition mitigates much trouble. Should we change the route unexpectedly, it may play into their hands, casting our queen in a poor light. Cersei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Lancel, do continue. Lancel nodded, clenching his fists. We have but 8 days. My counsel is to severely punish the rumor-mongers. Only a few heads will suffice to instill the understanding that our esteemed queen cannot be slandered. From Green's vantage point, he could see Lancel's thigh quivering slightly after his proclamation. Was this to curry favor with Cersei, or was it indeed her own inclination? James opposed. There are nearly 20,000 commoners in the Queen's ward. Lancel, how many heads do you believe would suffice to silence the rumors? And how would the potential riots from such executions be quelled? James's gaze was penetrating, and Lancel dared not meet it, averting his eyes. The tension between James and Lancel was palpable, eliciting disappointment and ire from Cersei. Why, one might wonder, does such a foul and squalid place bear the name of the Queen's ward? Indeed, it is one of the most impoverished districts in all of King's Landing. Those present were well aware of the origins of the Queen's ward. It was merely a conversational gambit to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Queen Cersei resumed. I consulted with a maester. One of the queens from the Conqueror Aegon's time once drank a cup of water offered by the common folk there. Oh, so that is the tale. These people are utterly shameless. Because the queen drank a cup of water there, it is now called the Queen's ward. Aegon must have been present. Why not call it the King's ward? The precise truth is of little consequence. The name is easily exploited by those with ulterior motives. Yes. The Queen's ward is rife with disease, yet their ire is directed at our queen. Audaciously claiming her lack of mercy has brought about the affliction. The Queen's carriage during the royal hunt must undoubtedly pass through the Queen's ward. One fears it may incite a riot, jeopardizing her Highness's safety and further diminishing her standing in King's Landing. There will undoubtedly be trouble. The rumors have arisen abruptly, targeting the Queen's royal hunt. Cersei tilted her head slightly towards James. Compassionate Sir James, do you possess any viable solutions? Upon hearing Cersei's inquiry, James furrowed his brow. According to the intelligence I've gathered today, the atmosphere in the Queen's ward is quite volatile. If blood is shed, it is highly likely to incite widespread rebellion. Cersei seemed to lose her patience, unwilling to entertain further excuses, interrupting. Tell me the specific course of action. James, undeterred by Cersei's reaction, smiled. Perhaps we could distribute a modest sum of gold. It is the quickest resolution. A mere 1 or 2,000 gold dragons should suffice. 1 or 2,000 gold dragons. Green, who had remained silent, perked up his ears. He discerned that Cersei's expression reflected a burgeoning interest. How very Lannister of her. Feeling the moment had come for him to contribute, for the sake of the impoverished subjects of Claw Isle. Green cleared his throat to capture attention and stood, addressing Queen Cersei. Your Grace, if I may be so bold, I have a suggestion. Cersei seemed to regard the newcomer, Baron Green, with considerable esteem, nodding gently and gesturing for him to continue. Lord James's proposal is indeed commendable, yet I must caution you, sir, that you overlook their appetites for the next time or the time after that. James shot Green a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Is it not said that James embodies the essence of chivalry? Why then does it feel as though he is perpetually targeting me? Green continued, I also find merit in Lord Lancel's counsel. Lancel's gaze towards Green sparkled with excitement, causing Green to shiver slightly. Upon hearing Green endorse Lancel's execution plan, James's expression became once more forbidding. Green, emulating James, cast a sidelong glance. We must not overlook the return journey after the Queen's royal hunt concludes. Will we not pass through the Queen's ward once more? The assembly nodded in agreement. The rumors are the primary issue, and I believe this is the most easily resolved. No one emerged to mock him. Instead, the attendees displayed expressions of intrigue. Given that it is but a rumor, it inherently possesses weaknesses. We can leverage a grander rumor to weaken or even obliterate the detrimental ones aimed at Her Highness. The bureaucrats pondered Green's words, collectively expressing their astonishment. Lancel's bright eyes seemed fixed upon Green. Sir Green, for instance? Green first smiled, his brown eyes shifting towards Lancel, the secret between His Majesty Robert and Duke John, which must be disclosed. Having endured 15 years of oppression, Green, who has declared himself the protector of Crab Isle, is at odds with Duke Aaron. Upon finishing his statement, Green blinked, and the room collectively veered into improper thoughts. In that moment, the Honorable James pondered many things, as if validating the veracity of Green's words. James shook his head, dismissing the strange notions that had arisen from Green's insinuations. Moreover, the assembly. It must be noted that targeting His Majesty Robert and Duke John within the Queen's Hall is politically astute, as it would please Queen Cersei. This is the first step in addressing the rumors. We can deliberate on the specifics of which rumor to employ. I merely suggested it as an example. The bureaucrats were enlivened. Chapter 28, the 8th day of illness, fever subsiding. Apologies for the brevity. I shall elaborate later. The meeting in the Queen's Hall continued. Green observed that the gathering had quieted before resuming. Returning to Lord Lancel's proposed course of action regarding the heads rolling, Green found it increasingly intolerable to endure Lancel's eager gaze, privately disdainful of this young Lannister. Ignoring James's somewhat disapproving look, Green spoke. A certain number must indeed be made examples of, and the quantity cannot be trifling. The dignity of our Queen must not be easily trampled. Before James could interject, Green met his gaze. If we fail to address this adequately, insidious rodents will continue to undermine our Queen in the shadows. Cersei rolled her eyes at James, aiding Green in interrupting James's impending response. Do go on. Green nodded towards Cersei. With impartiality and integrity, we shall pursue righteous endeavors. We can act under the banner of righteousness to achieve our goals. Lord James, the Queen's ward is one of the most impoverished areas in King's Landing. In such disorder, how many individuals do you believe are long overdue for execution? James clenched his palm unconsciously, his voice heavy with inquiry. I can see that there are indeed many vile offenders in that realm. Yet I must ask, how do we discern the true purveyors of falsehood? How do we safeguard against the insurrections incited by executions? James had witnessed the horror of riots, akin to hell on earth, where innocent civilians bore the brunt of the chaos. With a knight's compassionate heart, he feared not the act of killing, but rather the tumult that could ensue, a tumult that might ultimately ensnare Cersei in its destructive grasp. Green spoke in a tone devoid of urgency. My Lord James, we must first reach a consensus on the matter of executions. The potential for riots is a secondary concern. He cast a glance at the surrounding officials, his voice low but firm. The instigators of rumors are certainly not limited to the nefarious denizens of the Queen's quarter, yet those very individuals are undoubtedly among the rumor mongers. The blade we wield is sharp enough. The dark-hearted will quail before Her Highness's iron fist. Only through instilling fear will we engender caution. This outcome is our objective. After a moment of silence, some appeared enlightened, others sighed, and a few remained pensive, yet eventually, one by one, they nodded in agreement. Cersei's beautiful gaze lingered on Green's refined visage, offering a slight nod of approval. James was nearly persuaded, yet he did not wish to let Green off easily, casting a sidelong glance at him. But what of the riots? Green regarded James with a hint of disdain, perceiving him as petty. Having grown accustomed to being a formidable figure in Clegane, he nearly succumbed to the urge to strike the table, but managed to restrain himself. Given the current outbreak of disease in the Queen's quarter, Under Her Highness's directive to heal the afflicted area, it would be prudent to seal off the quarter entirely, isolating it from King's Landing. As for the subsequent implementation plan, Your Grace, I hope you will permit me to confer with you privately. Green placed his right hand over his heart, his gaze serious as it swept over the others. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a war. I beg your pardon for the necessity of discretion prior to battle. Key aspects are ill-suited for public discourse. The Red Keep harbors no secrets. In his quest to distinguish himself among the many officials, Green understood that he could not appease everyone. His concluding remark, while not wholly encompassing, at least acknowledged the feelings of those present. Cersei rose from her seat, prompting the others to rise in unison, their attention fixed upon her. Her gaze brushed over her officials, and with her chin slightly raised, she nodded to Green before turning, her footsteps leading her onward. Baron Green, please accompany me upstairs. Chapter 29. For the Knight's Compassion and Justice. The Red Keep, Maegor's Holdfast, 3rd floor. James had stood guard outside for nearly an hour. This chamber was one Cersei favored for confidential matters, the wooden door well soundproofed, rendering the interior's sounds inaudible from without. For reasons unknown, James shifted, seemingly intent on pressing his ear against the heavy door. He halted, forcing a smile and shaking his head, as though mocking his own momentary lapse into childishness. He straightened his posture, gripping the sword hilt with his right hand, while his left hand flicked the white cloak. Another hour passed before the door finally creaked open, revealing Green as he emerged from the room. Green naturally inclined his head towards James. My Lord James, I once again extend my gratitude for your guidance today. Farewell. He bid James farewell with courtesy. James raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a forced smile. Allow me to see you off. No. Green attempted to refuse. Before Green could respond, James flung his cloak and turned, already striding forward, leaving Green no choice but to acquiesce to his escort. The two descended the staircase side by side, passing through the Queen's Hall before exiting Maegor's Holdfast. As they navigated the stairs, the perceptive Green sensed that James had something to convey. Though Green did not fully comprehend James's inexplicable animosity towards him, he recognized the futility of actively probing for answers. Moreover, given the mental exertion he had expended in persuading Queen Cersei earlier, he chose to feign ignorance. Upon spotting Mondin waiting at the entrance, Green offered a brief wave to signal him to follow. Green remained silent. The expressionless Mondin nodded dumbly, patting his stomach as he trailed behind Green. James finally slowed his pace. Ahem. He deliberately cleared his throat, casting a sidelong glance at Green. Hearing the noise, Green turned his head to meet James's gaze, his face betraying a hint of confusion. What do you intend to do? I will keep your counsel. Green did not reply immediately, redirecting his gaze ahead. They continued walking without pausing. My Lord James, I understand your concerns. In truth, I am not fond of bloodshed. This sentiment had been relayed to James by Tyrion, and he agreed. Though it was their first meeting, James could sense that Green was not a bloodthirsty individual. It was the judgment of an experienced knight. James nodded slightly. Is it not, due to the reports that you harbor suspicions of excessive bloodshed? Ridiculous. Green was disinclined to further speculate on the reasons behind James's inexplicable hostility. My Lord James, I implore you to consider this matter from a different perspective. If my plan succeeds, who stand to gain the most? James's bright blue eyes flickered. It would be Lady Cersei and the common folk. By judiciously excising the evildoers surrounding them, their lives may improve, at least somewhat. This is governance, flexible and benevolent governance. Green halted. My Lord James, I am a stranger to King's Landing. You possess a formidable reputation. If you were to lend your hand, my chances would be greatly enhanced. Though James's expression remained impassive, turmoil brewed within him, as if his impression of Green had shifted dramatically. But one must not only listen. One must also observe the execution of your plans. James understood that Green's scheme had already garnered Cersei's approval. Despite his faint smile for the first time, he offered Green a genuine smile. This pertains to Lady Cersei. I shall support you. Green's steady gaze conveyed gravity. For Lady Cersei. James found himself unconsciously compelled to echo. For Lady Cersei. Green's right hand solemnly pressed against his left chest. Sir James, and for the Knight's compassion and justice. James's pupils dilated, his expression involuntarily turning serious. In the valley, Seagull Town, the Lord's Hall. After listening to his subordinate's report, Count Grafton furrowed his brow. So, the only clue regarding the fire at Meeker Manor is the song sung in the harbor square? A servant whispered in Grafton's ear, the whisperings of the Hollow. Yes, the whisperings of the Hollow, the half-wild men of Crabclaw Peninsula. The Clegane family. Indeed, Clegane, could they be behind this? But can a mere song serve as evidence? The Grafton family would be the subject of ridicule from the powerful in the Red Keep. The constable of Seagull Town interjected, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that those thieves departed too swiftly and cleanly, leaving us with no evidence." Grafton scholar spoke up, "In truth, everyone understands the situation. The young Baron of Clegane is emulating the old lion Tywin's methods." Grafton rubbed the top of his head. "Kakaris. The rainy season of Castamere. Yes, the rainy season of Castamere. This is vengeance for his cousin, and he seeks to leave us no evidence." Grafton tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. "Scholar, what do you propose we do? Such a significant incident in Seagull Town. As its lord, I cannot remain idle. There are surely many watching, eager to see me fail." Grafton scholar replied, "You could have others reach out to Duke John. Do not forget that there is a branch of House John in Seagull Town. As the lord of Seagull Town, without direct evidence, he could not report a noble to the Red Keep, but they were a family, and it would be fitting to privately inform Duke John." Excellent suggestion. Chapter 30, The Cycle of Life. Green, accompanied by Monton, had scarcely returned to the estate in Hook Harbor when the Queen S attended, escorted by several Lannister guards, delivered 20 bags of gold dragons, each containing 100, totaling 2,000 gold dragons. Such a gesture was quintessentially Lannister. The attendant conveyed a message from her Grace, Cersei, indicating that she would not concern herself with how Green would utilize these funds, but insisted upon a pleasing outcome. Ah, how very Lannister indeed. Opting for prudence, Green resolved to withhold half of the sum. His first thoughts turned to his vassals. It was as if he had just returned from laboring away from home and was now considering the needs of his household. After securing the gold dragons, he sat at his desk, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He promptly arranged for swift riders to be dispatched to the Kleber Manor located outside the city, urgently mobilizing 20 of his Clan S soldiers to come into the city. Although he lamented the reduced number of soldiers he had brought along, he understood that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The situation unfolded more favorably than Green had anticipated. Arriving in King S Landing without an official position at the Red Keep, having a larger contingent of soldiers would render him susceptible to criticism, a circumstance to be avoided. Now, with an official role within the Red Keep and tasks assigned, he could summon reinforcements from Whispering Castle. Green S slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. The Queen's Lannister guards in King S Landing numbered around 300. Thus, he needed to exercise patience, advancing step by step, starting with an additional 50 soldiers from his territory. After composing a letter for troop mobilization, he sealed it with wax. Lacking a raven of his own and knowing no other nobles in King S Landing who could send a raven on his behalf, Green unceremoniously directed someone to take the letter to the Red Keep and seek out Jaime for assistance. In the Queen S district of King S Landing, time was of the essence. That very afternoon, Green, accompanied by his guards, personally surveyed the Queen S district while covertly gathering urgent intelligence. During his inspection, he observed numerous dilapidated houses that had long been abandoned, remnants of a once thriving area. Reflecting on the desolation of these vacant homes, Green lamented the former splendor of the Queen S district. Upon concluding his patrol, he requisitioned several of the larger properties in the area, selecting one to serve as his temporary command post and arranged for immediate preparations to be made. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jaime and Lancel arrived at Green's temporary headquarters in the Queen S district, accompanied by 100 Lannister guards. In the courtyard, a large pot simmered, releasing the fragrant aroma of meat, while Monton squatted nearby, frequently swallowing in anticipation. Jaime and Green conducted a straightforward exchange regarding the Lannister guards before taking their seats on chairs positioned next to the pot. Jaime chuckled at Monton's eager demeanor. "The lamb is splendid. It smells nearly ready." Monton nodded earnestly. "Yes, my lord, just a little longer. I cut the lamb myself. It's very fatty." Green, approaching from elsewhere, took his seat and smiled. "Sir Jaime, are you finding the sense of the Queen S district to your liking?" Jaime's demeanor toward Green had softened slightly, a testament to Green's efforts. He shrugged. "After so long in King S Landing, the only thing I cannot grow accustomed to is the city's indescribable stench. Here, it is tolerable, not too severe." Green stifled a yawn. "My men spent the entire night cleaning." He added, "I heard you apprehended several constables in the Queen S district last night." Following his patrol, Green had indeed taken control of the district's constables. Jaime, with his own network of information, quickly learned of Green S actions, which was precisely why he had come to the Queen S district with the Lannister guards so early in the day. Green's tone turned grave. "Strictly speaking, I should say detain, not arrest. I need these individuals to provide intelligence and assistance. My intention was merely to control them, and even offer them a chance to redeem themselves. However, upon deeper investigation, I discovered the unspeakable crimes they have committed. They were the de facto rulers of the Queen-S district, their puppeteer being the commander of the city watch, Janos. Jaime, skilled in swordsmanship and leadership, was an exceptional commander. Yet he lacked the political acumen inherited from his father, Tywin, or perhaps he simply lacked the talent for it. Furrowing his brow, Jaime queried, "Are you suggesting that Janos is the mastermind behind the rumors circulating about Cersei? It cannot be that simple." Green, while outwardly shaking his head in denial of Jaime's conjecture, inwardly scorned his lack of political insight. Someone was incessantly provoking Cersei's nerves, exacerbating the conflict between King Robert and Her Grace, deepening Cersei's animosity toward the king. For reasons unknown, Green's thoughts drifted to the distant and formidable Tyrell family. The Golden Rose, ever vibrant. Chapter 31. Green understands me. Green hesitated. For the sake of power, and in light of his knowledge of the unfolding narrative, he chose to temporarily align himself with Queen Cersei's faction. Indeed, in King's Landing, nothing occurred without cause, regardless of its magnitude. Undermining the relationship between the king and the queen concealed a substantial ambition behind the scenes, as the players had long been engaged in their clandestine maneuvers before the narrative fully unfolded. Those who could profit from such affairs had already proven their strength, emerging as true players in the game of power, or as factions formed in pursuit of their individual ambitions. Green speculated on the most likely families involved. Deliberately adopting an evasive demeanor, he instructed Montan to serve him a plate of stew. Avoiding Jaime's piercing gaze proved challenging for Green. Montan presented Green with a plate of meat, offering it as a treasure. Savoring the lamb, Green allowed his eyelids to droop in enjoyment, the fatigue from hours of labor dissipating in an instant. Jaime sensed that Green had discerned something and wished to press further, but Green was clearly evading the matter. Seeing Green relish his meal, Jaime grew somewhat miffed. "You little wildling, do you eat alone? What are your guests?" Green feigned surprise, swallowing the morsel in his mouth. "Do Lannisters partake in lamb stew?" Jaime laughed in disbelief. "What do you suppose? Do Lannisters feast on gold?" Green smiled broadly, instructing Montan to promptly serve food to Ser Jaime. Upon receiving his meal, Jaime momentarily shed his usual decorum, biting into a large chunk of stew and chewing appreciatively. To his surprise, the seemingly mundane stew surpassed his expectations in flavor. After a while, Jaime spoke. "Baron Green, it is evident that I lack discernment. Should you uncover anything, I hope you will confide in me. I could even keep it from Cersei, considering it a favor owed to you. Lannisters repay their debts." Green's ears perked up, as if he had heard the delicate clinking of gold dragons colliding. He paused, his expression complex, and sighed. "Montan, take the meat and be vigilant. Ensure nothing approaches this vicinity." "Anything?" The astute Montan instantly grasped Green's command, swiftly piling meat onto his plate, rising to alert the guard station nearby, and establishing a perimeter of vigilance. Green repositioned his chair closer to Jaime's, resuming his seat. "Ser Jaime, I sense a dark net cast over our queen. It looms above her grace, obscured like a shadow in the night, imperceptible yet operational." Jaime's pupils constricted, and the fog that had previously eluded him began to clear at Green's words. While Green's descriptions lacked specificity, Jaime connected them to various matters, including the increasingly heated arguments between Robert and Cersei. Staring intently at Green, Jaime inquired, "Do you suspect who it is? What might their objective be?" Green did not shy away from Jaime's gaze. "Let us not dwell on the identity of the instigator. The goal is rather easily surmised." After a brief pause, he continued, "To usurp her grace." Jaime's body stiffened, springing to his feet, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, veins bulging with fury. In the throes of anger, Jaime felt a tumultuous conflict within himself. If Cersei were no longer queen, could I perhaps whisk her away from King's Landing back to Casterly Rock? Green observed the turmoil etched upon Jaime's face after his fury subsided, secretly deriding the knight's naivete. Unable to directly remind him, Green feigned ignorance to Jaime's changing expression and spoke. "Ser Jaime, only through the physical demise or a significant tarnishing of one's reputation can a new queen emerge in the eyes of the law." Instantly, Jaime's anger evaporated, replaced by a jarring realization. He reluctantly returned to his seat, relieved to see Green's demeanor remain serious, unaware of his inner turmoil. Jaime felt a need to speak to alleviate the frantic beating of his heart moments earlier. "Lord Green, your conjecture is likely correct, especially this year, when many matters have taken on an inexplicable awkwardness. Your analysis has clarified much for me." As he spoke, A flicker of apprehension arose within Jaime due to Green's keen insight, a reaction that struck him as amusing. With an unclear purpose, Jaime suddenly lamented, "I have been remiss. Cersei is in danger, and I have failed her." Green's heart stirred, yet his expression remained impassive, instead offering solace. "Though her grace is the queen, she remains your family first and foremost. Your love for family has kept you within these walls, rendering the subtle changes outside nearly imperceptible. In contrast, someone like me, who resides outside, is more attuned to the anomalies. Ser Jaime, the one whom Cersei trusts most is you. The situation has not yet spiraled beyond recovery. You wield a sharp blade, and a sword can cleave through darkness." Green's voice was calm and steady, imbued with a youthful timbre, yet exuding a reassuring strength. From Green's gaze, Jaime felt not only concern and trust, but also a hint of reverence. Representing the mightiest knight of the Kingsguard in Westeros, Jaime found no surprise in Green's admiration. Rather, it enhanced his fondness for the young man. Initially, Jaime harbored prejudice against Green before their meeting, and hearing Tyrion's counsel only deepened that bias, overlooking Tyrion's appreciation for Green. Unbeknownst to Jaime, it was he who had formed this bias first. The memory of Tyrion's praise for Green resurfaced, and as a member of the Kingsguard, Jaime felt a pang of shame for his earlier judgments. Deep down, he recognized that he truly understood Green. Chapter 32. The Queen's District under Green's rule. In his mind, Jaime speculated about the puppet master behind the scenes, suspecting everyone. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Do you have any idea who it might be?" Green, however, would not divulge the answer, knowing that revealing it could lead to dire consequences. Infatuated with love, Jaime might resort to violence, and Green, for his safety, could only be forced into an inextricable bond with House Lannister. During this period, Green's choice to ally with Cersei stemmed directly from her ability to bestow power and golden dragons upon him. King Robert's oppressive tactics could reduce an ambitious Lannister to a timid youth, yet they held no sway over Cersei. "Though you continuously berate, strike, and insult me, Princess Cersei, fear you not, nor do I hold you in contempt. Should I find the opportunity, I shall certainly exact my revenge." The coldness within her that could not be shattered was perhaps one of Cersei's few redeeming qualities. As long as King Robert and Duke Jon remained at the Red Keep, Green, once a loyal servant of the Targaryens, would always tread cautiously. He feared that one day, they might take an interest in the still weak Green. While his weakness was a disadvantage, it could also serve as an advantage. If Cersei were willing to shield Green, the Red Keep would not dare offend the Queen over someone of such limited power, for they deemed him unworthy of such conflict. Cersei's unique disposition might also lead her to recklessly confront him, making it less worthwhile. This was precisely the narrow space in which Green could survive and thrive. Jaime was not only Cersei's closest confidant, but also someone whose favor could not be overlooked. Green had initially believed that Jaime's approval could be indirectly influenced through Tyrion. However, given Jaime's attitude upon their first encounter, Green acknowledged that his covert attempts had evidently failed. Henceforth, his relationship with Tyrion could not be too close. For Cersei harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Green was always patient enough, possessing the diligence to untangle these intricate interpersonal relationships one by one. He understood clearly that he sought to board Cersei's ship, not the vessel of House Lannister. Rubbing his brow, Green spoke, "There is no evidence. Thus, all we have are our suspicions, Ser Jaime." Unfounded suspicions could lead to a situation where Her Grace finds herself with enemies on all sides. Jaime felt a sense of helplessness, as if his strength had nowhere to be directed. "You make a valid point. I must maintain an air of normalcy, lest I unwittingly assist the enemy." Green nodded in agreement. "Ser Jaime, you are already aware of the conspiracy. It is merely a matter of time before you catch the rats lurking in the shadows. A scheme that has been uncovered ceases to be a threat, provided one remains vigilant." Jaime's expression relaxed considerably. "You seem quite adept at uncovering conspiracies?" One odd question. Green sensed that he and Jaime were truly mismatched in temperament. Aware of Jaime's inherent distaste for intrigue, Green's demeanor softened, but did he now suspect the darkness of his character? Green was mistaken in interpreting Jaime's intention. Jaime admired Green's acuity, but worried that the young man might become enthralled by the machinations of deceit due to his cleverness. The seasoned knight felt it his duty to steer the young man he admired away from the path of moral corruption. The two were clearly on different wavelengths, and indeed, they were incompatible in nature. The magnanimous Green chose to pretend he had not understood Jaime's words, his fair visage adorned with a faint smile as he replied, "Perhaps it is a result of my upbringing. I possess an acute sense of danger. My mother taught me that for the survival of our family, she had to flee our ancestral lands with me as a newborn. The journey was fraught with peril, and I would cry out at the slightest hint of danger, proving more useful than a sentinel. Green chuckled and shook his head. Had it not been for Lord Eddard Stark's advocacy on behalf of our family over a decade ago, the Clegane house might have perished. Without a doubt, Green, with foresight, would have to venture north to confront the undead and, in passing, expressed to Jaime the gratitude of Eddard Stark towards House Clegane. After bidding farewell to Jaime, Green steeled himself and resumed his busy tasks. The Queen's District was primarily connected by 5 thoroughfares, and Green allocated 50 of the Lannister guards brought by Jaime into 5 teams of 10, establishing barricades to oversee each entrance. That day, the entire Queen's District was locked down under the pretext of preventing the spread of disease. The remaining Lannister guards and the Clegane soldiers were stationed at Green's command post, ready for immediate deployment. Once the lockdown was complete, Green, under the Queen's authority, initiated a unified quarantine and treatment for those already afflicted. To ensure the patients complied with Green's arrangements, he provided free medical care within the isolation zone. The number of infected individuals turned out to be fewer than Green had anticipated, totaling just over 400, shy of 500. Green added a 0, publicly declaring the number of infected to be 5,000, intentionally inciting panic within the Queen's District. Most of the physicians in the Queen's District were also gathered into the quarantine zone. Green directly tossed a sack of golden dragons, and with the guards' gleaming swords in hand, the physicians proved exceedingly cooperative. The young steward, Leighton, was chiefly responsible for the propaganda, and it was he who orchestrated the atmosphere of panic. Under Green's deft manipulation, the residents of the Queen's District found themselves engulfed in fear and anxiety. Having meticulously arranged all matters, the following evening, Green adeptly instituted a curfew, forbidding any movement within the Queen's District after sunset. Under Green's governance, the Queen's District entered its 5th day. Seated in the command center, Green furrowed his brow, as if grappling with a dilemma. Thus far, there was incontrovertible evidence against 200 individuals, each one of them deserving of execution without question. Green hesitated, pondering whether to eliminate too many at once, and whether he might earn titles such as Baron of Heads or Executioner Baron in the future. Suddenly, he chuckled. How could he allow such trivial concerns to overshadow the gravity of the situation? Green's moment of indecision was fleeting. Let the heads roll. The domain of King's Landing would eventually belong to him. This could be seen as an early distribution of welfare to the subjects of King's Landing. Removing these nefarious individuals would surely ease the lives of the populace. Under Green's directives, a new security bureau was established in the Queen's District. His captain of guards, Fortley, was appointed as the chief constable, while the steward was designated as the chief clerk. The original 50 security personnel had already been brought under Green's control, with not a single innocent among them. Concurrently, 100 new constables were recruited in the Queen's District, entrusted to Fortley and Leighton, thereby restoring law enforcement and patrols. Should this security bureau gain recognition from the Red Keep, and if Green's personnel arrangements remain unchanged, the Queen's District would effectively be under Green's dominion. Conversely, if the bureau is not acknowledged by the Red Keep, Green would not mourn the loss. Currently, Green employed fear and disease as means to suppress the entire Queen's District, while effective in the short term. Such tactics were not sustainable and could lead to a backlash over time. Green lacked the talent and resources to cultivate the Queen's District deeply. If it could be brought under his control, it would merely be an unexpected boon. Perhaps Green would simply regard the Queen's District as a bargaining chip. The future remained uncertain. Chapter 33. The Valor of Another. On the 5th day of Green's endeavors in the Queen's District, reinforcements from Light Whisper City arrived in King's Landing. This contingent of 50 was composed entirely of the clansmen from Claybur, brought over by Mountain Way from the docks along the Blackwater River. The Crabclaw Peninsula shares similarities with the north, as both are predominantly populated by descendants of ancient ancestors, characterized by their robust stature and dark hair and eyes, primarily black or brown. From the disciplined demeanor of the clansmen, Green noted that the soldiers had not relaxed their training despite their lord's absence from the territory. The newly arrived clansmen assembled at the command center of the Queen's District, and after a brief inspection, Green was quite pleased with the formidable presence they exuded. He held a particular fondness for the simple, earnest nature of the soldiers from the Crabclaw Peninsula, who awaited only his command to engage in battle. With their straightforward character and the soldiers' steadily improving discipline, Green believed that Claybur's Legion would soon rise to become the premier military force in Westeros. Green noticed a young man standing at the back of the crowd, his appearance starkly contrasting with that of the Clayburn clansmen. Dressed in tattered leather armor and carrying a bow, the young man appeared to be of similar age to Green. He was tall and lanky, with shoulder length, slightly curly red hair, a face dotted with freckles and an air of shyness. Raising an eyebrow, Green beckoned the red-haired youth over. The young man, clearly nervous, nodded slightly and glanced at Montan, who stood nearby, before hurriedly approaching. "Greetings, esteemed lord. My name is Ange." At the mention of his name, Green's eyes flickered with interest. "How did you come to be here?" Ange respectfully replied, "I was once part of a mercenary company, but it disbanded. Recently, I've been at the docks, seeking another suitable company to join. This morning, I met your guard, Lord Montan, at the Blackwater docks, and he brought me here." Montan had indeed discovered Ange while waiting at the docks, his instinct guiding him to the unassuming yet formidable youth. Trusting his intuition, Montan engaged in conversation and decided to introduce Ange to Green. Montan, with his broad frame, appeared and said cheerfully, "My lord, I sense that Ange possesses commendable skills, so I brought him along." Green nodded and inquired of Ange, "What are your talents?" Upon hearing the question, the previously timid Ange straightened his posture, saying, "My lord, I excel in archery. I can hit my target precisely." Green recognized that Ange was indeed a remarkable marksman and envisioned promoting him to be his personal guard, complementing Montan's close combat expertise with Ange's long-range prowess. The personal guard of a lord serves as their trusted confidant, and appointing a newcomer could disrupt the sense of fairness among the soldiers. However, when the individual's capabilities are extraordinary, the situation is different. Seating himself in a chair, Green clapped his hands to draw attention from those around him. "Ange, please demonstrate your skills for us." And surveyed his surroundings, then gazed skyward, confidently retrieving an arrow from his quiver. Taking a few steps forward, he embedded the arrow vertically into the ground, driving it nearly halfway into the earth with surprising strength. After completing this, Ange stepped back, knocking an arrow onto his bowstring and aiming upwards. His movements were fluid and natural, imbued with a sense of self-assurance. Releasing his grip on the arrow's tail, he sent it soaring skyward. After a considerable interval, the arrow shot into the heavens, descended with a piercing sound, striking precisely the arrow that had been lodged in the ground. With a resounding crack, the descending arrow cleaved the embedded arrow in a V-shape, burying itself deep into the earth. Marvelous skill. Green's subordinates could not help but exclaim in admiration of Ange's archery. Satisfied, Green achieved his objective and publicly appointed Ange as his personal guard. From this moment forth, Ange, like Montan, would serve as Green's trusted protector. The common-born Ange could hardly contain his exhilaration. Serving as a personal guard held the potential for noble knighthood. For someone of Ange's humble origins, this represented a significant leap across social strata. Kneeling before Green, Ange expressed his gratitude with fervor. Green smiled warmly, gesturing for the grinning Montan to escort Ange away to settle in. Chapter 34. The Terrified Lancel. At the Red Keep, in the Maegor's Holdfast, after listening to Lancel's trembling account, Cersei, perched at the window, cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes glinting with disdain. "Poor Lancel, have you been frightened?" Lancel's voice retained a quiver as he replied, "Forgive me, Lady Cersei, I sought out Baron Green myself. After all, I was the one who first proposed the execution of those rumor-mongers at the council meeting. But I have witnessed executions before, just never so many at once. Hundreds of them." Baron Green waved his hand, and heads truly rolled, the ground soaked with blood. I cannot fathom how I returned to the Red Keep." Cersei silently listened, her cheeks flushed deeper, her chest rising and falling with increasing agitation. Suppressing the warmth within her, Cersei spoke in a hushed tone, "Indeed, I did not misjudge her character. The decisive execution carried out by Gregor elicited a peculiar delight within Cersei, transcending the corporeal pleasures one might typically experience." She shifted her delicate form concealed beneath her flowing gown and inquired, "Where's Robert now? I hear he's gone hunting again. And Jaime? At this hour, he should be instructing Prince Joffrey in the art of swordsmanship." Joffrey, whose full name is Joffrey Baratheon, is Cersei's eldest son. "You may go now. Take Jaime's place and entertain Joffrey. Summon Jaime to me at once." "Yes, of course." Upon uttering these words, Lancel seemed to sense Cersei's unusual demeanor, casting a worried glance her way, hesitating to speak further. Noticing Lancel's lingering presence, Cersei inhaled deeply to compose herself and snapped, "Are you not going yet?" Startled by her tone, Lancel trembled and hurriedly bowed before departing. Once Lancel had left, Cersei moved with a slight awkwardness to take her seat. She untied the ribbon binding her lustrous hair, allowing her golden tresses to cascade down her shoulders and collarbone. As her fingertips toyed with the ends of her hair, she lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her glimmering eyes. A smirk played upon her lips as she savored the unfamiliar yet fleeting pleasure she had never encountered before. In the Red Keep's garden, Lancel Lannister lamented that today was indeed his most unfortunate day. Initially eager to witness Gregor's execution of the criminals, he found himself paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling as he finally returned to the Red Keep. Enduring his discomfort, he dutifully reported to Princess Cersei, only to be dismissed without reason. Now, Lancel found himself under the scrutiny of Joffrey, who was poised with a crossbow, aiming intently. While being instructed in swordplay by Jaime, Joffrey Baratheon had displayed humility and a thirst for knowledge, befitting his princely status. With Jaime called away, Lancel felt a wave of relief as he took over the task of teaching Joffrey swordsmanship. Recognizing Joffrey as the heir to the Iron Throne, Lancel deemed it essential to cultivate a personal rapport with him, believing it would benefit his future career. He was determined not to appear weak in front of anyone, especially not before the heir to the Iron Throne, yet his legs betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. At 12 years of age, Joffrey Baratheon, with his striking golden hair and fair complexion, was exceptionally handsome. As he aimed the crossbow, he smirked, "Lancel, if you keep fidgeting, I cannot guarantee my aim." Lancel's trembling intensified. Suddenly, Joffrey's anger flared. "Dog, my dog, find a way to keep this coward still." The giant standing motionless, sword in hand, heeded Joffrey's command and strode purposefully towards Lancel. This man, with prominent cheekbones and thick brows framing his gray eyes, bore a face marred by large, twisted scars. He was exceptionally robust, clad in ash-gray armor and draped in an olive-green cloak. His name was Sandor Clegane, the guard assigned to Prince Joffrey by House Lannister. Lancel gazed in terror as Sandor Clegane approached him with measured steps. "What are you doing?" At the sound of the approaching figure, Lancel's legs gave way, and he found himself collapsing onto the ground, nearly losing control of his bladder. A fuming Tyrion hastened over. Joffrey lowered his crossbow, displaying disdain upon his face. "What do you want?" At that moment, Joffrey's expression mirrored Cersei's. Tyrion stepped closer to Joffrey. "My prince-nephew, should you not greet your uncle first?" Joffrey retorted. "You interrupted my game. Why should I greet you?" Tyrion softened his tone. "Joffrey, Lancel is also a Lannister, your kin and ally. You ought not to treat him this way." Joffrey merely scoffed. Tyrion glared at Joffrey, continuing, "What you hold is no mere toy. It is a weapon that can kill. Lancel could be accidentally harmed. Have you considered the consequences? An apology cannot simply erase this." "I did not harm Lancel. He is just fine," Joffrey dismissed. "I do not wish to hear your lectures. I am the heir to the Iron Throne. I shall do as I please. Leave." With a sharp slap, Tyrion struck Joffrey across the face. Joffrey clutched his cheek, exclaiming, "You dare hit me? I shall tell mother." Another resounding slap followed, and Joffrey cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. "Go on then. Hurry and tell my dear sister what her beloved son has been up to." Tyrion's eyes widened, and he spoke slowly now. "I demand you apologize to Lancel at once, and assure me you will never treat lives as mere playthings again. Dog, come here and deal with him," Joffrey commanded. Sandor Clegane, with his long strides, silently approached Joffrey, but did not act further. You. Joffrey first kicked at the towering Sandor, then pointed at Tyrion. "Wait for me. I shall not let you off." Tyrion raised his hand in mock threat, causing Joffrey to yelp and retreat. Watching Joffrey flee, tears streaked and disheveled, Tyrion let out a resigned sigh. He extended a hand to help Lancel to his feet. Thank you, cousin Tyrion. I was truly terrified. Today has been dreadful." Tyrion grinned. "You did well. At least you did not wet yourself." "I would have." Lancel's expression was one of bitterness. "I must thank you for your intervention. But Joffrey is still prince. Will there be no consequences for striking him?" Tyrion shrugged. "It matters not. Cersei already despises me. Whether I strike Joffrey or not will not alter her affections. I only lament that Joffrey remains so unteachable." Lancel remained concerned. "What I mean is, Joffrey is the heir to the Iron Throne. Will he not make things difficult for you in the future?" King Robert will only thank me for helping to educate his child. As for when our dear nephew ascends the Iron Throne, I shall simply hide in Casterly Rock and avoid him. He will be powerless against me." Lancel nodded in agreement, finally relieved of his lingering anxiety. Chapter 35. Beauty as a Form of Power. Members of House Lannister were well aware that Lord Tywin Lannister's favorite was Jaime Lannister. Jaime's exceptional qualities further elevated his status within the Lannister family. Tywin's indifference towards Tyrion was palpable. Regardless of his treatment, it was challenging to overlook Tyrion's dwarfism, making it easier for others to dismiss him. Despite this, under Jaime's affection and protection, the Lannister members at least maintained a facade of respect towards Tyrion. Lancel Lannister was no exception. However, today, Lancel bore witness to Tyrion striking Prince Joffrey in defense of himself, and thus his regard for his cousin transformed from mere politeness to genuine admiration. Lancel blinked rapidly, his gaze towards Tyrion brimming with gratitude and reverence. His eyes, naturally bright, caused Tyrion to shiver slightly as he felt the weight of Lancel's awe. Tyrion averted his eyes from Lancel, patting his thigh. "Come, let us leave this place and find the young lord." They began preparing smoked roast beef early this morning, a perfect pairing with summer wine. Lancel recalled the gruesome scene of severed heads, the chill of dread creeping back into his heart. Could he still stomach meat? Swallowing hard against the turmoil in his stomach, he marveled at the fortitude of Gregor and the others. Lancel cautiously glanced in the direction Prince Joffrey had departed, and upon seeing that the area remained deserted, he quietly sighed in relief and followed Tyrion. "Cousin Tyrion, should we inform Jaime?" Tyrion shrugged. "Jaime and Cersei are engrossed in discussions. I have no desire to interrupt her at this moment. My sister would relish any excuse to devour me whole." He then reassured Lancel, "You ought to calm your nerves. I assure you, all will be well. We should be contemplating the banquet this evening." Lancel found Tyrion's words to hold merit. Indeed, he was in a state of turmoil. As they walked, Tyrion continued, "Lancel, do not dwell solely on the horrors witnessed at the gallows. Consider instead why Green is acting as he does. Perhaps you can glean something of value from his behavior. Learn the cruelty of Baron Green." Lancel suddenly felt that the battlefield might not be as glorious as he had imagined. The numbers in books starkly contrasted with the grim reality he had witnessed. The carnage was too vivid. The battlefield would undoubtedly be far more bloody. Perhaps his father had recognized his unsuitability for the field and had deliberately distanced him from the army. Tyrion, exhibiting remarkable patience, remarked, "You remain fixated on the brutality of the scene, yet I must inform you that all of this fundamentally pertains to the art of governance. Green is among the rare nobility I know who values the common folk. Perhaps it is a gift, for even at such a tender age, he has grasped the essence of power. Indeed, do not merely indulge in revelry. Engage with Green regarding governance. Such knowledge will aid you on your future path." Lancel regained his composure and nodded. "I understand, Tyrion." Suddenly, Tyrion's thoughts turned to the future of House Lannister. Jaime was too emotionally driven. It seemed that only Tywin and himself possessed any semblance of rationality within their family. And there was Uncle Kevin. 3 minds might suffice, given the wealth of House Lannister. In King's Landing, in a narrow alley of the Queen's district, Montan raised his warhammer high, charged forth, and with a mighty swing, the sound of shattering bones echoed. Ange carefully adjusted his blue cloak, knocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring back to a taut crescent. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced the neck of a burly man in the distance. Montan's hammer crushed another enemy's skull, a viscous crimson spray erupting everywhere. Montan and Ange silently competed. For every enemy Montan felled, Ange would swiftly shoot down another. As Montan shifted his shield, a resounding thud reverberated as it deflected an enemy's long sword thrust. The foe, stunned by the impact, could only watch helplessly as Montan's hammer descended, obliterating his skull. Soon, only 2 adversaries remained. With a brief moment of preparation, Montan charged again, delivering a shield bash and a hammer swing, leaving behind 2 pools of crimson. Breathless, Montan plopped down onto a stone, lifting his helmet's visor. "Ange, I managed to slay one more. Haha." Recognizing Montan's intent to charge, Ange reluctantly stowed away his bow. Frowning, he navigated around the bloody ground, his pristine brown leather boots untouched by any stain. Montan, with a bewildered gaze, observed Ange's actions and innocently remarked, "Ange, your clothes and boots will eventually get dirty." Ange approached Montan, meticulously inspecting his boots once more. "Montan, do not mind me. This is the first time I've donned such fine robes. And these soft leather boots. Do you have any idea how comfortable my feet feel while walking? I'm utterly enamored. 7 gods, you do not comprehend. In my understanding, only nobles can adorn themselves thus, and this is astonishingly my soldier's robe." The soldier's blue cloak of Clyber, when compared to the apparel of nobles, falls several grades short in terms of dyeing technique and material. Primarily, this stems from Ange's limited experience, a beautiful misunderstanding. Aesthetics are indeed a form of strength. Green places great emphasis on the beauty and uniformity of soldiers' attire. Hailing from a humble background and having lived the life of a wandering mercenary, this was Ange's first experience wearing such formal and attractive clothing. Montan, grinning foolishly, said, "Everyone goes through this. You'll get used to it in no time. We used to wear gray robes. We only recently switched to blue." Ange scratched his head sheepishly. "It may take me a bit longer to acclimate." Noticing Ange's interest in their attire, Montan added, let us slay a few more today. We must act swiftly, for there are not many mercenaries who have infiltrated. Since you are the personal guard of the Lord, if you perform well today, you may earn the chance to wear a cloak emblazoned with the Khyber sigil. Ange's eyes brightened. I have never seen one. Do you possess one? Montan nodded earnestly. Ange questioned, puzzled. Why have I never seen your cloak? Montan chuckled. I fear it may get damaged. Unless commanded, I would not dare don it. Ange nodded in agreement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Did you not say there are not many left? Yes. I heard from Leighton that there are only 100, not enough for us to share. Indeed, that would hinder my performance. What does the cloak look like? May I see yours when we return? Montan secured his war hammer. It is blue, adorned with a large golden marigold. Should you desire, I can lend it to you. Then I shall treat you to a drink. Alas, I am truly destitute at present. I shall await my pay. Simply slay a few more, and upon completion, we can exchange the count of our kills for wine, as well as for coin. What need have we for coin? It is wine we desire. Montan, let us run. Chapter 36, Peter's Rhetoric. In the Red Keep, on the second floor of the Hand-S Tower, Jon Arryn bore a plethora of titles. Duke of Eyrie, Guardian of the Vale, Protector of the East, Hand of King Robert Baratheon I. In his youth, Jon Arryn possessed a mane of golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Complemented by an aquiline nose, he was the epitome of handsome. Now, at 72 years of age, Jon Arryn had long since lost his youthful allure. What was once a lustrous and thick head of golden hair had become gray and sparse. His face was lined with wrinkles, with more than half of his teeth missing. And his hunched posture, coupled with the ravages of illness, rendered him a shadow of his former self. Yet, the flicker of intelligence in his murky eyes still hinted at his firm grip on the power of the Red Keep. Petyr Baelish, the master of coin, seemingly nonchalantly lifted a letter that had already been unsealed. Duke John, it appears this is correspondence from the Arryns, hailing from Gulltown, hailing from the Vale. Petyr Baelish enjoyed the trust and favor of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. Initially, it was Lady Lisa Tully, who harbored a secret infatuation for Petyr, who persuaded her husband, Jon Arryn, to appoint Petyr as the tax collector for Gulltown. Petyr, possessing an innate talent for finance and trade, saw the town's tax revenue multiply tenfold during his tenure, prompting Jon Arryn to promote him until he ultimately became the master of coin under King Robert Baratheon's reign. Jon Arryn lifted his gaze from the pile of documents. Ah, is it that letter? I have yet to examine it. I have heard that many have perished in Gulltown. Petyr's words were intentionally ambiguous, focusing solely on the deaths in Gulltown. The mention of fatalities indeed piqued Duke Jon Arryn's interest, prompting him to set aside the documents in his hands. Petyr respectfully presented the letter to Duke Jon Arryn. Squinting slightly, Jon Arryn read the contents. Nobility from the Crabclaw Peninsula? After a moment of contemplation, he placed the letter on the table, young and reckless. It is highly probable that the puppet master is Baron Khyber. Over 20 lives lost in a single night. This half-wild noble truly disregards human life. However, esteemed Duke, as stated in the letter, we lack direct evidence. Relying solely on a song from Crabclaw Peninsula, we cannot secure a conviction in the eyes of Lord Baelish, the Master of Justice. Laenor Velaryon is the third brother of King Robert Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End, and the Lord Chancellor. Duke John's aged visage was tinged with a hint of ire. It is evident to any discerning eye that he is emulating the old lion of House Lannister. You are to make arrangements immediately. Send a raven to Crab Isle, instructing them to delay not, and set forth to Red Keep forthwith to meet me. If he possesses even a modicum of noble honor, he shall not dare to refuse. Petyr, with his head slightly inclined, wore a faint smirk as he respectfully replied, My Lord Duke, Lord Green of House Cleave, is already in King's Landing. Duke John's eyes flickered. Oh, such a coincidence? He has taken the route of Her Grace the Queen, and it is said that Queen Cersei holds him in high regard, my Lord John. Duke John furrowed his brow. High regard? Petyr had achieved his aim. Through his insinuations, he had successfully ignited Duke John's disdain. Regardless of the world's affairs, based on his understanding of Jon Arryn, he had already developed a loathing for Lord Green before even meeting him. Petyr shook his head slightly. One could say he is rather valued. It is not an easy feat to garner the Queen's favor. With the headstrong Queen Cersei now holding Lord Green as a sharp dagger, Petyr found himself anticipating the ensuing conflict between the Queen and the King. Duke John glanced out the window. Twilight was descending. Make arrangements for tomorrow morning. I wish to meet this distant guest. At your command, esteemed Lord. I shall personally see to it. In King's Landing, at the docks, Lord Green arrived home after a busy day. only to discover 8 bulging bags emblazoned with the golden lion of Lannister. A total of 800 gold dragons, as reported by the servant, had just been delivered as a gift from her grace the queen. Has Queen Cersei found joy? The impoverished Lord Green, having received such a reward, naturally felt elated. Simultaneously, a peculiar thought arose within Green. He suddenly felt disinclined to strive any further. Imagining life alongside a wealthy lady, Green shook his head with a smile. Perhaps it is not suited for me. I shall continue to toil. After tidying up and changing his attire, Green made his way to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Tyrion and Lancel were happily imbibing. Tyrion nodded towards Green as he approached and addressed Lancel. Therefore, if you are to support me, my first decree upon inheriting Casterly Rock shall be to restore the Lordess right of the first night. Ha. Lancel, already somewhat inebriated, replied, Oh, great cousin Tyrion, though I hold you dear, I can only offer my private support, for you shall surely be ousted from Casterly Rock by the rabble, and I do not wish to be caught in your downfall. Green took a seat, poured himself a drink, and smiled. You shall miss him dearly. Lord Tyrion sacrifices himself for the greater good. Tyrion laughed heartily. Ah, this is the nature of man. Indeed, the nature of man. I merely have the courage to voice it. Lancel raised his cup. Lord Green, you have finally arrived. I have had the most unfortunate day. You must allow me to finish. I am truly most unfortunate today. Well, inebriated Lancel is rather verbose. Despite Lancel's disjointed ramblings, Green grasped the situation. He raised his cup to Tyrion. To you, the formidable Lord Tyrion. Tyrion grinned and took a hearty gulp, shaking off Lancel's persistent grip on his shoulder, and dragged his chair closer to Green. You're not the least bit concerned for me? Green took a sip of his drink and raised an eyebrow. You are a Lannister, and besides, a prince without a claim to the throne cannot harm you. Tyrion grinned, then sighed. In truth, I sincerely hope to instill some wisdom in Joffrey. Though the lad is hardly likable, I have never regarded him as an outsider. Tyrion lowered his voice. Once, in his youth, Joffrey killed a pregnant cat. Can you guess why? Merely out of curiosity to see what the kittens within looked like. He cruelly disemboweled the poor creature. Joffrey lacks reverence for life, disregarding the sanctity of others. If not corrected promptly, he may become a mad king. Is it truly wise to share such royal secrets with me? Green glanced at the still chattering Lancel and advised, You would do well to counsel Lancel, urging him to find a way to assume the role of the king's steward sooner. Tyrion concurred. Lancel has left Joffrey with an impression of weakness. The more cowardly Joffrey becomes, the more he will cling to you. If he perceives you as formidable, he may refrain from provoking you. Such as my dear nephew, the heir to the Iron Throne. Chapter 37. The Beast Beside Us. Lancel's incessant chatter is quite bothersome. Tyrion could no longer restrain himself and summoned Lancel's attendants to carry him away, restoring a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Tyrion tossed a few logs into the fire. Queen Cersei may have you oversee the royal hunt in 2 days. Green reclined against the chair, his posture relaxed. He sipped his summer red wine, directing his gaze towards Tyrion. Tyrion shrugged. My sister is passionate, whether in love or hatred. When she favors you, she would readily bestow everything upon you. Tyrion's expression turned serious as he suppressed his smile. But in hatred, she would wish for your demise, relishing in your suffering. Tyrion picked up the wine jug, pouring as he continued. You will soon find yourself quite occupied, my elder sister, among all in King's Landing. She adores you the most. Tyrion could hardly maintain his seriousness for more than 3 seconds before reverting to jest. Green curved the corner of his mouth slightly. My lord Tyrion, I shall endeavor to avoid missteps and prolong her grace's favor. I sincerely appreciate your counsel. Tyrion grinned widely. Yes, prolong it as much as possible. Make it last longer like I nearly made a jest at my sister Cersei's expense. Tyrion raised his cup towards the red keep. Forgive me, my most beloved sister. Green couldn't help but chuckle. Monton and Ange, one tall and one short, sat around another fire in the courtyard. Ange blissfully sipped his ale, directing his attention towards Green's direction not far off. Monton chewed on a chunk of roasted beef the size of a fist before swallowing. Ange, do not solely focus on your drink. Today's smoked meat is exquisite. Ange tore a piece of meat from the platter and stuffed it into his mouth. Indeed, but I still prefer ale. Monton, in his naivete, remarked, the ale here is mediocre. The Golden Flower Ale is far superior. Ange, puzzled, is it famous? I have never heard of it. Monton nodded his large head. It is the ale from our territory, once known by several names. I heard that Steward Herschel refined the process and settled on a new name, but alas, you cannot sample it for now. and occasionally glanced around. Stretching his back and shifting his gaze, despite the night, his eyes still sparkled. After completing his stretch, he spoke, "Thank the Seven, and thank Lord Green. Although I have yet to visit, I finally have a home. I adore Whispering Harbor." Inch took a hearty swig of ale, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Upon my return, I shall seek a bride. I desire a son, and I shall diligently teach him archery. Thank the Seven. In the past, I dared not even dream of such things." Montan chuckled. "Slay enough foes, and your merits shall earn you a manor from Lord Green." Inge nodded vigorously, then suddenly said, "I wonder if the maidens of Whispering Harbor would take a liking to me." Montan pondered for a moment, then replied with a grin, "The women of Whispering Harbor can hold their own against men. You are quite handsome, so tread carefully. Should one take a fancy to you, she may simply carry you away. If you cannot defend yourself, you shall become hers. Why fight? Why resist? Good heavens, is Whispering Harbor truly the homeland of the Seven? Such a wondrous place exists in this world. In truth, I find a certain pleasure in passivity." Upon uttering these words, Ongai's smile took on a rather lascivious quality. The astute Montan discerned the meaning behind Ongai's grin and joined him in a chuckle. Suddenly, their laughter ceased, and both turned their gaze toward a single point of interest. Peter's servant, guided by Green's attendant, had just stepped into the courtyard, instinctively feeling a chill run down his spine, halting in his tracks, too frightened to move further. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by one or several ferocious beasts, as if the slightest movement might result in a swift and brutal demise. The sensation of imminent danger dissipated, yet the servant's back was already damp with cold sweat. He dared not lift his eyes, and at Green's gentle urging, he reluctantly advanced, instinctively slowing his breath. Trembling, Peter's servant finally approached Green, bowing with utmost reverence. He assured them that he was now more submissive than when facing Peter, and his sincerity was palpable. Tyrion observed this familiar servant of Peter with keen interest. The servant nearly bent into a V shape, his hands elevated, clutching the folded invitation. Green commented that Peter had instilled an excessive degree of formality in his servant. He gestured for his own attendant to take the invitation. Once Peter's servant departed, Tyrion could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his stomach in delight. Green watched Tyrion, who was on the verge of losing his breath from laughter, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. "I too am surprised by the excessive politeness of Lord Peter's servant. It seems you are privy to something." Tyrion waved his hand dismissively, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye before stating, "You are the Beast King, long accustomed to the feral creatures at your side. Were it not for my previous encounters with the Mountain, your guards would have frightened me to the brink of terror." Gregor Clegane, sworn knight to House Lannister, known as the Mountain, is an exceptionally towering figure, characterized by his brutal and bloodthirsty nature, reveling in slaughter. Tyrion cheerfully used himself as an example, showing no reluctance to jest at his own expense. At that moment, Green, having perused the contents of the invitation, slightly furrowed his brow. "It turns out that Duke John wishes to see me." Tyrion's eyes flickered, reaching for the letter from Green's hand. He scrutinized it intently. "This is a ghostwriter. The tone is excessively polite." Tyrion slapped his thigh and continued, "Look at me. I've become muddled. It is evident that Peter penned this on his behalf." He stroked his chin, murmuring, "It's not that I underestimate you, but after all, you are but a baron. An invitation from the hand of the king, with the treasurer running errands, is simply over the top, quite irregular." Green nodded slightly. "This leaves no room for me to refuse." Tyrion concurred. "Precisely. That is the very intention." As Tyrion pondered, his gaze darted about. Green suddenly interjected, "Has Peter always possessed such audacity? Why inquire about Peter's boldness?" A look of confusion crossed Tyrion's face. He is a man who cloaks himself in elegance, exceedingly cautious. As he spoke, Tyrion seemed to pause, meeting Green's steady gaze. It appears he has already floated to the surface, in truth. The phrase "great concealment amidst the mundane" was something Green could not translate into the common tongue. Indeed, the Riverlands seem to favor you. He appears prominent in the crowd, yet stands in a place easily overlooked. Tyrion interjected, "The pressing timeline, the ostentatious invitation. The brilliance of the hand of the king is indeed cunning." Green was slightly puzzled. Has he been underestimated? Chapter 38, Deep into the Night. Chaos is but a staircase. Peter Baelish delights in or excels at creating turmoil, profiting from it thereafter. Each chaos he incites serves to bolster his own power. What is his true aim? Or is it merely a casual maneuver? Ordinarily, summoned by Duke John, who has long suppressed the remnants of House Targaryen, Green, a descendant of those loyal to the Targaryens, would undoubtedly be alarmed instinctively seeking refuge with Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei has always disdained Duke Jon's consolidation of power, and given her character, she might seize this situation as an opportunity to strike. From the Queen's perspective, how dare you touch my people? Finally, I have caught you in a misstep. An opportunity delivered to my doorstep. I cannot let it slip away. With Cersei's limited political acumen, even if she later discovers this was Peter's doing, she may still privately thank him. Cersei could escalate matters, yet she could hardly gain anything from Duke Jon. She is no match for Duke Jon and will never reflect upon her own faults, instead blaming those around her, particularly Green. Just as Tyrion analyzed the Queen's character to Green, stating that she is exceedingly fond of you when she favors you, yet when she turns against you, her loathing is magnified. Green's favorability could very well plummet to zero, while his life may not be in jeopardy. It is highly likely that Green would be expelled from King's Landing, reduced to a laughingstock. At this juncture, Cersei cannot be relied upon. This is also a disadvantage stemming from Green's low political standing. In Peter's eyes, even if the truth comes to light, a rural baron, who is himself in a precarious position, would hardly dare retaliate, nor possess the strength to do so. Peter likely believes he can remain silently hidden in the shadows, ensuring his safety regardless of which direction the winds blow. Should Peter truly understand Green, his actions would be more prudent and his strategies more sophisticated. He would not hastily employ measures or directly involve himself. Peter regards Green as a mere pawn, easily sacrificed and devoid of threat. He has indeed underestimated him. Green halted his thoughts. My sincere friend, Lord Tyrion, I require your assistance. Tyrion's countenance turned serious. What do you intend to do? Green first expressed his gratitude. I lack my own intelligence network in King's Landing. I require Lannister's information. I wish to meet Peter Baelish this evening. Without a hint of hesitation, Tyrion nodded in agreement to Green's request. Will there be bloodshed? If matters escalate, it will be even more detrimental for you. My suggestion is... Tyrion paused for a moment before continuing. You could find an excuse to temporarily withdraw. Conveniently, you may need to oversee the Queen's hunting expedition. Tomorrow morning, I shall meet Jaime to settle matters first. Green shook his head slightly. I do not deny this is a good idea. Perhaps in time, the prominent figures will forget about me, a mere footnote. Green took a sip of summer wine and resumed. Perhaps I could evade this incident. But as long as I remain the Queen's clerk, I shall always be on the radar of those with ill intentions. With a soft sigh, a cold glint crossed Green's eyes. I must still meet Duke Jon. Kleb will not forget his care for us. The atmosphere grew heavy. Yet Tyrion's face broke into a smile. That phrase is one you taught me. Yes, I remember now. Peter has indeed kicked against a steel plate. Green chuckled. In the worst-case scenario, you may only see me in my domain. I have golden rose ale and mermaids there, which you will surely enjoy. Baron Green, I must admit, I harbor doubts regarding the legends of mermaids. As midnight fell, the entirety of King's Landing succumbed to slumber. Clad in black leather armor, Green leaned against the outer wall, gazing intently at the starry sky. Within the courtyard, Ongai stealthily approached a guard, suddenly striking, one hand covering the guard's mouth while the other pressed against the back of his neck, twisting with force, causing the guard to collapse. This marked the fifth guard dispatched by Ongai. Once finished, Ongai mimicked a bird's call, signaling Green outside. Upon hearing Ongai's signal, Green vaulted over the high wall, quietly entering the courtyard. Ongai approached Green, whispering, My lord, 3 sentinels and 2 hidden guards have been dealt with. Our men have taken their positions. Green's clan soldiers were not ideally suited for such nocturnal raids. Yet fortunately, Ongai, a natural archer newly recruited, excelled in this endeavor. Otherwise, Green would have had to intervene personally. Green resolved to dispatch another squad of scouts, as they would be better suited for such tasks. Inch suggested, upon entering the room, we risk awakening the guards inside. Unlike the tranquility outside, I propose we ascend through the window. Green lifted his gaze towards the 3rd-floor window, noting with some surprise that Peter was resting there tonight, a testament to his caution. Green surmised that Peter Baelish's presence was not due to an anticipation of his sudden visit, but rather a reflection of his habitual nature. A man who thrived on chaos like Peter would seldom settle in one place for long. Turning to Ange, Green declared, Let us proceed alone. The others shall remain on alert. Within the chamber, Peter Baelish, in a deep slumber, suddenly sensed a gentle breeze. His eyelashes fluttered before he abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright as he beheld the 2 figures in the room, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his features. Startled, Peter felt a cold sweat break out along his spine. Green gestured for Ange to light a candle, illuminating the room. As Peter squinted against the candlelight, he murmured, It's you. With little regard for decorum, Green pulled a chair with a loud thud and positioned it beside the bed. Ange silently took up a stand near the doorway. Green settled into the chair, his voice dripping with feigned delight. I am utterly thrilled by your generous gift, Lord Peter, that I dare to intrude upon your nighttime repose. You must be quite astonished. Astonished? More like frightened, Peter thought, suppressing the turmoil within him as he forced an elegant smile, his voice raspy. Had you visited during daylight, Baron Green, I would have welcomed you more heartily. He gestured with a hand. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to don a garment. Green, too, was taken aback. The typically cautious Peter lay exposed in slumber. Those of a prudent nature often lack a sense of security and would rarely sleep in the nude. However, perhaps Peter's years of untroubled fortune had fortified his inner resolve. Green made a gesture of invitation, and as Peter began to relax, he noticed a dagger gleaming coldly in Green's hand. Draped in a black robe, Peter remarked, I have heard of you. You are quite an exceptional young man, and I have long wished for an opportunity to make your acquaintance. With a slight smirk, Peter added, It seems we are now acquainted, and as friends, I am very willing to assist you. Green smiled faintly. There are chairs over there. You may take a seat across from me. Don't. Peter sensed that this young man was still weighing the possibility of murder. Moreover, were his guards? How had these two managed to infiltrate his sanctum? Though Peter's heart raced, he maintained an outward calm, naturally following Green's words, pulling a chair closer, adjusting his attire, and sitting opposite him. Chapter 39. This is the final encounter. During his wait outside the walls, Green had analyzed Peter's political maneuvers. Duke John Arryn of the Eyrie was the protector of the Vale, wielding influence over the Riverlands through his marriage alliance with House Tully, while the North's Winterfell Duke was his foster son. Alone, John Arryn could directly or indirectly control the Vale, the Riverlands, and the North. In the original tale, Peter had initially orchestrated the union between King Joffrey and Margaery Tyrell, successfully forging an alliance between the Lannisters and Tyrells. In return, Peter was granted the title of Lord of Harrenhal, becoming the governor of the Riverlands. Next, he covertly informed Tywin Lannister of the Tyrells' intention to transport Sansa Stark to Highgarden to marry Willis Tyrell, affording Tywin ample time to marry Sansa to Tyrion first. Thus, he secured Tywin Lannister's support and, as Lord of Harrenhal, wed Lisa Tully, smoothly incorporating the Vale into his dominion without bloodshed. His third step involved venturing to the north to assist Sansa Stark in claiming power there. Peter's ambition encompassed the Vale, the Riverlands, and the North. Given the overlap in their ambitions, was Peter merely an imitator or a worshipper of Duke John? Green spoke in a calm tone that sent chills down Peter's spine. Lord Peter, do you enjoy gambling? I personally do not. Peter shook his head, a smile tinged with discomfort. Green continued, If a life is lost in this room tonight, I wager that I shall remain unharmed, returning safely to Whispering Castle to bask in the glory of nobility. Suddenly, Peter comprehended why others refer to House Clegane as half-wild nobility. Their barbarism was evident. They blatantly disregarded the rules of the game of power. As this realization dawned upon him, Peter felt not panic, but a profound fear. I might perish tonight. How could this youth perceive my machinations? His age could not possibly afford him such insight. Yes, Tyrion, of course, it must be that Lannister dwarf. Peter recalled that the servant dispatched to notify Green had indeed mentioned seeing Tyrion with him. The intelligence regarding his lodging for the night had also unwittingly turned Peter resentful towards the loquacious Tyrion, both of whom flouted the established rules. Peter's green-gray eyes flickered. Baron Green, I believe we have fallen victim to a grievous misunderstanding instigated by a petty gossip. I have always harbored goodwill towards you. Our collaboration would be a formidable alliance. To bolster his confidence, Peter leaned back against the chair. You and I share many commonalities. We are destined for greater power. Green remained unmoved, instead conjuring a family adage. The ancestors of Clegane taught me that 1,000 schemes pale against a single thrust of the sword. Peter felt a pang of despair. This barbarian was clearly ignoring his sage advice. Leaning back in his chair, Green crossed one leg over the other. Lord Peter, I am unlike you. The ancestors of Clegane, through centuries of bloodshed, forged us into a military nobility, and I have inherited all of that. Peter managed a weak smile. Suddenly, Green exclaimed, Ange, there's a wine jug on that table. It contains the fine wine of the arbor. Pour us a glass. Peter felt a sudden lightness, as the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated. This only heightened his wariness towards the youthful face of Green. The seemingly harmless Ange politely and respectfully poured a glass for both Green and Peter. Green raised his glass towards Peter, whose expression remained slightly rigid, and savored a sip of the Golden Arbor wine. The smooth and aromatic liquid helped to calm Peter's nerves. "So, esteemed Baron Green, might you share your purpose with me?" Green lightly waved a hand. "You are a prominent figure. I am but a negligible one." He halted Peter's insipid flattery, gently caressing the wine glass as he continued. "My ambitions are modest. I harbor no interest in the intrigues of the powerful and do not wish to become entangled in them. There should be no conflict between us. Do you understand?" The sudden shift in Green's gaze sent a shiver down Peter's spine. He nodded, his expression stiff. Rising from his chair, Green wore a gentle smile. "I apologize for my audacious visit tonight. I must meet the hand of the king in the morning. Whispering castle champions peace. So I would appreciate your assistance in persuading Duke John." Peter sensed that Green had relinquished his murderous intent, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. To prevent any last-minute complications, Peter declared, "I have said it before, we are already friends, and I am more than willing to assist my friends. I assure you." Green nodded in farewell. "If you don't mind, I shall exit through the front door." Peter, on the surface, regained his customary composure and elegance, picking up the bell at his bedside and giving it a gentle shake. Shortly after, a soft knock echoed at the door. Having taken a few steps, Green suddenly turned back, approaching Peter once more. He reached out and tore open Peter's robe, causing Peter's pupils to dilate as he refrained from making a move. The dagger in Green's hand glinted ominously as it traced a line across Peter's chest, leaving a mark the length of a palm. The incision made by the dagger was shallow, and Peter scarcely felt any pain. Warm blood steadily oozed from a line traced by the blade on Peter's upper chest, instantly staining a large area crimson. This was the final time. Ser Gregor opened the door and calmly instructed Peter's attendant outside to lead the way. Peter harbored a disdain for the curiosity of his servants. Thus, upon receiving no further orders from him, his attendant, albeit perplexed, dared not inquire further and respectfully guided Ser Gregor and his company away. After Ser Gregor had departed for quite some time, Peter, who had remained motionless, finally sat down, his gray-green eyes profound. Ser Gregor's skill with the blade was remarkable. Despite the considerable blood loss, the wound was indeed shallow, and the bleeding had ceased. Once Ser Gregor had left, the usually expressionless Peter revealed a complex smile. The following morning, near the Red Keep, in the vicinity of Maegor's Holdfast, Tyrion was rather undignifiedly stifling yawns. Jaime glanced at the just brightening sky, his expression betraying a sense of resignation. Cersei had been rather too exuberant the previous night, draining Jaime of considerable energy, and now, once again roused by Tyrion at the break of dawn, he was forcing himself to remain alert. Jaime inquired, "Where did you frolic last night?" Tyrion, half opening his eyes and speaking with lethargy, replied, "First, I drank the night away at Ser Gregor's abode. Then I went to Shatterhall, where Jane, Elia, and Danella were exceedingly welcoming. Alas, I have scarcely managed 2 hours of sleep." Jaime chuckled. "After such a night of revelry, you ought to rest a while. What brings you to seek me so early, abandoning the comforts of your soft bed?" Chapter 40. The Tower of the Hand. Tyrion rubbed his small hands over his large face, rallying his spirits. "Jaime, the matter is as follows." Tyrion, known for his eloquence, succinctly relayed the circumstances to Jaime. Upon hearing it, Jaime recalled Ser Gregor's earlier analysis regarding the conspiracy aimed at Cersei, and a thought struck him. "Tyrion, you are more astute than I. Can you deduce why Littlefinger seeks to instigate conflict between Cersei and Jon?" Jaime's question flowed naturally. He had absorbed Ser Gregor's counsel and, being a man of his word, had refrained from disclosing the plot against Cersei to others. As for the conspiracy against Cersei, Jaime would keep his investigations clandestine. Tyrion clapped his thigh, instantly invigorated. "Initially, I too was oblivious to Peter's motives, but Gregor helped me see it. This young man is extraordinarily clever, were it not for my stature. I would have gladly bestowed upon him a fervent kiss." Jaime regarded his brother, who could scarcely maintain his seriousness for 3 seconds, with a resigned smile. "I suggest you abandon that notion. From what I know of him, such an act would undoubtedly jeopardize your friendship." Tyrion burst into laughter. Jaime patted Tyrion on the back. "What did Littlefinger say?" Tyrion cleared his throat, his mirth subdued. "Littlefinger's target appears to be none other than the esteemed Duke John, who, as we all know, is in frail health." Jaime's eyes betrayed skepticism. Tyrion continued, "You understand our sister's character. She has long harbored disdain for Duke John, and with King Robert absent from the Red Keep, who can restrain her from causing a scene?" Jaime conceded that Cersei was indeed somewhat headstrong. She would not show even a modicum of mercy towards the elderly duke, resulting in a further deterioration of his health under her provocative influence. With this realization, Jaime surmised Peter's intentions. Was he coveting Jon's power? Tyrion nodded. Duke Jon places immense trust in Peter, who hails from the same valley. His health prevents him from managing affairs as he once did. The more he is unable to govern, the more he must rely on the seemingly loyal and dependable Lord Peter. Jaime's gaze turned icy. A ludicrous scheme, it harms Cersei. Tyrion spoke somberly. Indeed, a Lannister always pays his debts. Hence, I unhesitatingly offered Peter's position to Gregor. With Peter's cunning, he is bound to deduce my involvement. Jaime clapped Tyrion gently on the shoulder. Well done, Tyrion. Leaning closer, Tyrion continued. This morning, Gregor will meet with Duke Jon. We must devise a means to keep Cersei in the dark to avoid a confrontation between her and Jon, for if it escalates, it will surely come to Robert's attention. Jaime pondered for a moment. Would it not be wiser for Gregor to lay low for a spell? Tyrion shrugged. Gregor is essentially a knight like you. He told me that the best defense is offense. Such eloquence convinced me. Tyrion grinned, adding, I imagine Littlefinger and Gregor's late-night discussions must be quite enjoyable. You can trust him. A knight knows no fear, and Jaime found himself in agreement with Gregor's perspective. Jaime, I leave matters concerning our sister to you. Jaime considered for a moment. I have a plan. Princess Myrcella has long wished to learn some hair braiding from Cersei, and given her current good spirits, today is an opportune time. Tyrion smiled widely. Poor niece of mine. Her mother usually lacks the patience for such endeavors, but Myrcella will be overjoyed all day. Jaime chuckled, shaking his head. Cersei will be occupied all morning. Fear not, I shall keep a close watch. Just as Jaime intended to depart, he abruptly halted. Tyrion, what do you plan to do next? Tyrion, puzzled, replied. Return to sleep, of course. They're still nestled in their blankets, and I wish to savor the warmth. Dream on. Jaime's gaze shifted, his tone turning serious. I remain somewhat uneasy. The crag has a deep-seated grudge against Duke Jon. Jaime's expression was grave, and Tyrion nodded in agreement. I will arrange for a contingent of the gold cloaks, just in case. Regardless of what transpires, ensure Gregor's safety until I arrive. At the Red Keep, the Tower of the Hand. Gregor presented Duke Jon's invitation to the guards at the Tower of the Hand. After meticulously examining the invitation, the guards informed Gregor to proceed to the study on the second floor and stepped aside. Gregor left Monty and Ongai outside and ascended into the Tower of the Hand. Good day, Lord Gregor Clegane. At that moment, Gregor had traversed the spacious hall of the Tower of the Hand and reached the staircase. An unfamiliar voice, tinged with a subtle tone, caused Gregor to halt. A bald man, clad in a loose robe, with a plump figure and arms entwined, appeared at the stairway's edge. Varys? Gregor raised an eyebrow, placing a hand on his chest. Good day to you, my lord. Varys sauntered in leisurely. The wisdom gleaming in your eyes tells me you have recognized my identity. Gregor nodded slightly. Forgive my impertinence. I made it a point to inquire about the notable figures within the Red Keep, Lord Varys. Varys beamed, nodding. It is indeed a commendable habit to familiarize oneself with unfamiliar surroundings in advance. Varys's gaze was exceedingly amiable. While I am honored to be classified as a notable figure by you, I must defend myself. Here, I am but a humble servant, only noticed when my assistance is required, otherwise kept at a polite distance. Gregor chuckled. I can surmise the reason. Oh, Varys feigned curiosity, as if eager to hear Gregor's forthcoming explanation. Gregor lowered his voice deliberately. They are apprehensive. Do not forget your position, Master of Whisperers. Varys chuckled heartily. That is indeed a marvelous answer. Gregor remained silent with a smile. Varys politely scrutinized Gregor. Baron Gregor, I have just emerged from Duke Jon's study, where I spoke of you. Before Gregor could respond, Varys continued. As a master of coin, Lord Peter is somewhat lacking in certain details. I have fulfilled my duty as the Master of Whispers to provide Duke Jon with a complete picture. As Green's heart stirred, he spoke, I'm grateful to you. For Lord Varys's diligence may render the audience with the hand of the king considerably more manageable. Varys nodded in affirmation. It ought to be a pleasant meeting, Baron Green. I empathize with the grievances of Miss Lyanna Claiborne. Should the opportunity arise, please convey my best wishes. With that, Varys inclined slightly, extending a hand towards the staircase. Go forth, Baron. Do not keep Duke Jon waiting too long. Until we meet again. Chapter 41. The Tower of the Prime Minister at the Red Keep. In the Queen's chambers, Jaime stood beside the bed, gazing at the still sleeping Cersei, a faint smile inadvertently gracing his lips. The delicate silk sheets accentuated the lovely contours of the dreamer. Jaime's throat bobbed as he reached out, gently brushing his fingers against Cersei's exposed foot. Good morning, Your Grace. Cersei's lashes fluttered, her long, supple legs stretching, her dainty toes splaying and then curling back together. After a fleeting moment of confusion, a smile brightened the corners of her eyes. "Good morning, Sir Jaime. Let your queen rise." Cersei accepted the robe Jaime offered and wrapped it around herself, settling at the vanity. "Sir Jaime, you seem a bit different today. Am I mistaken?" The usually composed Jaime felt a flicker of unease within, yet maintained an impassive facade. "Perhaps it is your buoyant mood?" Cersei shot him a sidelong glance. "Speak plainly, what is it?" Jaime moved behind Cersei, his broad hands resting on her shoulders. "Princess Myrcella has long desired your guidance in braiding her hair. I believe today's timing is fortuitous." Cersei lifted her gaze to meet Jaime's, a smile blooming on her face. "Very well, I shall acquiesce, Sir Jaime. For your sake, we shall go shortly." In the tower of the Prime Minister, Green walked with measured steps, his mind analyzing the recent conversation with Varys. Varys was a meticulous power player, his little birds operating everywhere. In Green's memories from before his arrival, Varys was the most clandestine of power brokers, harboring grand ambitions alongside Illyrio. Green had already set foot in the Game of Thrones, establishing his own political stance. Though Varys's words were exceedingly cordial, Green instinctively remained wary, recognizing the veiled intentions behind the discourse of such power players. It was evident that Varys had undertaken preliminary efforts to present Green favorably before Duke Jon, extending a gesture of friendship. In the realm of power, love is never bestowed without cause. What could Varys's ulterior motive be? Was Green, as a scion of the loyalist House Targaryen, being groomed to rally support for their return to the Iron Throne? Green dismissed this notion outright, reasoning that Daenerys would not secure investment without her dragons. Initially, Green had thought to cultivate his position quietly before the narrative unfolded, yet since his arrival in King's Landing, he felt increasingly reactive. Even the slightest action from the adults around him demanded a significant expenditure of his energy. Recognizing the need for a shift in mindset, he resolved to take more initiative. As Green descended the staircase to the second floor, he paused to survey his surroundings. A figure clad in gold approached him. "Good day, my Lord Baron. Please follow me." Green raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. The defenses were tight yet relaxed. While the floors appeared divided, they maintained channels of communication. The tower of the Prime Minister operated under its own unique mechanisms. The golden-robed figure led Green to a door devoid of any distinctive markings and halted. Silently, the figure opened the door and stepped aside. "Please enter, my Lord Baron." Inside the study, Green beheld an elderly man buried in a pile of documents. Approaching within a few paces of the desk, he placed a hand over his heart and bowed. "Good day, Duke Jon." Jon lifted his gaze from the paperwork, his murky eyes glancing at Green. "I am occupied for a moment longer. I dislike being disturbed by attendants. Make yourself at home. Find a chair, and there is drink in the cabinet." Duke Jon spoke as if he were a kindly elder conversing with his kin, his tone warm. With that, his attention returned to the mountain of documents. Green, unable to treat the alcohol as a mere refreshment, drew a chair from the side of the desk and sat down, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Time passed, and after a considerable interval, Duke Jon set down his papers with a decisive thump, stamping a seal before placing it aside. Hearing the commotion, Green opened his eyes, meeting Duke Jon's gaze. "I have grown old, no longer as industrious as before. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Baron. You possess remarkable patience." Duke Jon's demeanor was congenial, yet Green humbly shook his head, though internally he heightened his vigilance. Duke Jon leaned back in his chair, speaking, "As the protector of the Vale, I lament your cousin's plight. Alas, as a gesture of contrition, I can assist in finding an admirable young man for her, to help her start anew." Green replied respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. My cousin seeks a period of recuperation. That is wise. She is still young. When she is well, let me know. The Vale has many fine young men." Green placed his hand over his heart once more, nodding in gratitude. "I can sense your ire. A petty merchant from Gulltown had the audacity to insult a noble lady." Duke Jon paused, inquiring, "Has the blood of that merchant's family assuaged your anger?" Green feigned confusion. "Whose blood?" "The Mika family. Shall I remind you once more?" The amiable elder's facade vanished. Chapter 42, The Tower of the Prime Minister, continued. Duke Jon's murky gaze sharpened, becoming piercing. Faced with Duke Jon's intimidating stare, Green's confusion only deepened. Within Duke Jon's gaze, he perceived an innocent, curious expression on Green's face. Had he misjudged? In an instant, Duke Jon cast aside that absurd notion. Nobles from the Crab's Claw Peninsula were not known for their pacifism. To be warlike was tantamount to being bloodthirsty. According to the intelligence provided by Varys, this young man had not only reclaimed his family's former lands, but had also been waging war against the mountain tribes of the eastern Crab's Claw Peninsula. These semi-wild noblemen would not easily let go of their grievances against a merchant from Gulltown who dared to insult their name. Duke John's expression softened considerably. "It is clear to all that the Mika incident was your doing." Green had surmised Duke John's intent. He sought a confession of guilt from him. But to what end? Green speculated that Duke John aimed to expel him from King's Landing. Why would he wish to do so? The Lannisters sprang to mind. What Green had previously overlooked became starkly clear now. He had no interest in acquiescing to Duke John's inquiries. Instead, he retorted, "My lord, I have always been curious. 15 years after the war's conclusion, why do you continue to stoke the animosity between the Vale and the peninsula?" As soon as Green's words left his lips, the atmosphere in the study grew tense. Duke John's gaze sharpened further, fixated on Green in silence. Green continued, "Fortunately, the Crab's Claw Peninsula lacks ships, separated from a vale by a strait. The seemingly insignificant half-wild nobleman was daring to offend his authority, provoking Duke John's rare ire. In his anger, Duke John also felt a flicker of confusion. This young man was no simpleton, so why did he dare? Duke John lamented his waning strength. Acknowledging his age, he had not forgotten the purpose of his audience with Green today. "Young man, are you attempting to evade your transgressions through other inquiries? Such behavior is that of a coward." Green raised an eyebrow. Both Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon were Duke John's foster sons, nurtured under his guidance. At this moment, Duke John's demeanor revealed to both Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon the principal reasons for their political ineptitude. It was no surprise that Peter had not only donned him with the proverbial cuckold's horn, but also dared to covet his power. The various illustrious titles of Duke John merely forged an illusion of strength. Moreover, during their face-to-face interaction, the astute Green could acutely sense the signs of age upon Duke John. With a gentle sigh, he addressed him with reverence. "Esteemed Duke, you frequently mention crimes, which confounds me. Forgive my ignorance, but might you elaborate? Perhaps recount the events and the evidence against me?" Duke John gazed silently at Green for a moment, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. "Do you still recall the honor of your nobility?" Unmoved, Green replied, "Must I confess to crimes simply because I'm a minor noble?" Suddenly, Duke John recalled the tale of a spiny creature from his youth that Eddard Stark had once described, though he struggled to remember its name. He nearly succumbed to nostalgia. Suppressing his weariness, Duke John declared, "I could absolve the debts of House Klebb." Green's ears perked up at the mention of 500 golden dragons. His brown eyes glimmered. "Then I am grateful for your generosity, my lord." Green's peculiar expression elicited a rare smile from Duke John. "You ought to leave King's Landing." Was this truly the condition for absolving House Klebb's debts? Green raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "My lord, the land of the Crab's Claw Peninsula is barren. To survive, everyone becomes a hunter. For over a decade, the valley nobles have besieged us, and the hunters bleed daily over scarce resources. There is no space for the weak and elderly on the Crab's Claw Peninsula. My lord, I do not wish for you to misunderstand. The hatred from the Crab's Claw Peninsula terrifies me as well. 100,000 hunters are born warriors. Should a fervent soul incite them, I too would be compelled. As long as I remain away from the Crab's Claw Peninsula, no one else possesses the charisma to unite its strength. That is the very reason for my presence in King's Landing." Green's explanation was delivered with calm sincerity. Despite the claim of 100,000 being questionable, Duke John perceived the young baron's goodwill, including the underlying threat of war concealed within that goodwill. Doubt crept into Duke John's mind. Was the young baron truly from the Crab's Claw Peninsula? He bore a striking resemblance to a southern nobleman. Duke John's next statement confirmed for Green that the Duke was indeed worthy of being Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon's guardian. "Young man, the Lannisters' influence in King's Landing has become overwhelmingly powerful. You should not seek their favor." Was he being too direct? Green found himself momentarily speechless. Duke John was addressing Green with precision, tailoring his remarks to the young man before him. A faint smile graced Duke John's lips as he continued, "Yet, you do possess a point. Returning to the Crab's Claw Peninsula would squander your efforts." Leaning forward in his chair, Duke John proposed, "I could appoint you as the protector of the Crab's Claw Peninsula, the governor of the entire region. Indeed, one's position shapes one's character." Though Duke John's political acumen might seem juvenile, his insight was not to be underestimated. He had grasped the crux of the matter, a proposition that would undoubtedly entice Green. With a nonchalant shrug, Green replied, "That would not be an easy feat." Duke John's expression softened, reverting to the amiable tone from earlier. "In the past, your loyalty to the Targaryens was excessive. Although the Targaryens have vanished without an opportunity, it is difficult for the Red Keep to establish mutual trust with you." Green inwardly scoffed at the old man. Having visited Duke John's study, Green had confirmed the fundamental reason why the Baratheon dynasty had consistently repressed the Crab's Claw Peninsula, a tradition of loyalty to the queen, whose surname was Lannister. When Cersei ascended as queen, the Lannisters had become too powerful to be suppressed. They could only be contained. Thus, repressing the Crab's Claw Peninsula was a means to curb the growth of Lannister influence. Fortunately, Duke John's persistent repression over the years had yielded significant results, rendering the Crab's Claw Peninsula weakened enough to assuage concerns. Even if Green were to become Cersei's official, it did not elicit unease from Duke John. There was no rush. Matters could be resolved gradually, and Duke John was adept at navigating the complexities. Green's words bore effect. Duke John recognized that the animosity from the Crab's Claw Peninsula needed to be somewhat alleviated, lest it be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals to incite turmoil. The Valley nobles were at the forefront of repressing the Crab's Claw Peninsula. In the event of conflict, the Valley would inevitably face the wrath of its inhabitants first. Duke John recalled the fighting spirit of the Crab's Claw people during the Usurper War, particularly their refusal to surrender, fighting to the last man, to the final moment. More accurately, they had no concept of surrendering to those beyond the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Duke John added, "Of course, loyalty is a virtue and still worthy of commendation." Chapter 43, Prime Minister Tower. The dreamer does not appreciate another dreamer. Green wished to evade the topic. Duke John's desire to see Green depart King's Landing was resolute. It was now mid-September of the year 297 AC, and according to the narrative, Duke John's exit was approximately 6 months away. Would Green be able to delay the inevitable until that time? One could argue that his well-laid plans had been disrupted by Peter Baelish. Green had two significant reasons for keeping Peter around. The first reason was to enlist Peter's aid in conspiring with Lady Lisa Arryn to dispose of Duke John. The second reason was that Peter's machinations had forced Green to confront Duke John prematurely. Suppressing his murderous intent was a means to allow Peter to resolve the troubles he had instigated, minimizing the associated costs. This was precisely why Green sought to visit Peter that very night. With Peter's cunning, he would surely know how to proceed in a manner most advantageous to him. Would Peter, after the fact, scheme in secret to take revenge on Green? Green refused to be a passive player, waiting for an opportunity to react. This was not his nature, whether Peter acted inadvertently or with intent, having crossed paths with Green. He had already secured his place on Green's list of those to be eliminated. Once Duke John exited the stage, barring significant upheaval, Green would not be foolish enough to allow Peter to linger during the festivities. The preconditions existed because Green had one foot already immersed in the game of power. In such a game, there are no eternal enemies, and players must remain adaptable, while being appointed protector of the peninsula would indeed be advantageous. The disparity in status between Green and Duke John rendered any transaction inherently unequal. Green was disinclined to even hear the terms of Duke John's proposal. Shaking his head, he spoke earnestly, "I am truly grateful for your consideration, my lord, but to attain such a position, one must bear its weight. My abilities do not yet merit the title of protector." Duke John suddenly recalled a particularly elusive fish from his youth in Storm's End, which Robert Baratheon had once described, though he struggled to remember its name. Emerging from his reverie, Duke John remarked, "Perhaps should you accomplish my task, you may indeed be worthy of the title of protector." The pressure from Duke John's insistence engendered a sense of helplessness in Green, causing discomfort. He stifled a surge of murderous intent that momentarily arose within him. Green found himself rather fond of Queen Cersei, despite her outwardly forceful demeanor, especially in comparison to the seemingly benevolent Duke John. At that moment, he felt an acute longing for the presence of his queen. Green deliberately displayed a conflicted expression, feebly stating, "My lord, as long as it does not contravene the honor of House Klebb, I will listen with due respect." Duke John harbored a dislike for Green. The task he intended to assign was unlikely to be a pleasant one. Green's response left room for maneuvering. "And you still dare to speak to me of noble honor?" In the eyes of Duke John, the unrepentant Green holds no honor. After a moment's pause, Duke John spoke. "You are aware that 2 young dragons of House Targaryen still survive, are you not?" With that, he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Green. Initially, Green instinctively shook his head, only to have his pupils dilate and constrict in quick succession. After a brief silence, he sighed, "Duke John, the war has long since concluded, and the victors have been determined." With the stubbornness of an elder, Duke John insisted, "As long as the bloodline of House Targaryen endures." Suddenly, the perceptive Green sensed the presence of a third party observing them. He abruptly rose from his chair and inquired, "Pardon me, your grace. Is there a third person in the study?" Duke John, taken aback by Green's interruption, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head in response. Green nodded slightly and took a few steps towards the corner of the study's back wall, raising his hand to tap it gently. Although no unusual sound emerged, Green confidently asserted, "It is from this position that I suddenly felt the presence of another." There was no need for him to jest with the Duke. Trembling, Duke John stood up and called out, "Guards." No sooner had Duke John's command echoed than the study door burst open with a loud bang, and 4 gold-cloaked guards swiftly entered. Upon entering, they drew their swords, preparing to approach Green. Duke John waved his hand, directing, "Go inspect the wall near the young baron, and do so meticulously." Green stepped aside, allowing the 4 gold-cloaked guards to examine the wall. After a considerable time of inspection, as Duke John's patience waned, a sharp-eyed guard pointed to an inconspicuous area, exclaiming, "Your Grace, there is something amiss with this seam." Duke John glanced at the composed Green and decisively commanded, "Fetch a hammer. I want it open to see what lies within." One of the guards exited the study only to return shortly with 2 large hammers. Once armed with the hammers, the guards swung them against the wall. The sound of striking echoed, raising a considerable cloud of dust. With a resounding crash, a large section of the wall collapsed, revealing a narrow space within. After coughing for a while, Duke John's expression grew icy. No wonder the Red Keep harbors no secrets. Green felt it was time for him to take his leave, addressing Duke John, "Your Grace, I shall take my leave now." Duke John's gaze remained fixed on the newly revealed cavity, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As Green approached the study door, Duke John's voice called out, "Young Baron, I shall reward you appropriately for today's events." Green was compelled to halt and turn a bow in respect. Moreover, Duke John continued, "With your intellect, I trust you understand my meaning. I shall grant you a month's time. By then I expect your precise response." Outside the Tower of the Hand, as Green exited, his eyes were immediately drawn to the perplexed face of Tyrion. Behind Tyrion stood a contingent of fully armed Lannister guards, numbering around 20. Montan and Angri quickly approached Green. Angri whispered, "My lord, they arrived just as you went inside." In response, Green nodded and stepped closer to Tyrion. "Good day, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion, eyes wide with surprise, first gestured for the Lannister guards to depart before saying, "You emerged too soon. Alas, had you delayed a little longer, you could have witnessed the ferocity of Ser Tyrion and the roar of the lion." Green smiled, gently patting Tyrion's arm in gratitude. Tyrion, grinning, replied, "You ought to thank Jaime. The guards are beyond my command. This was Jaime's arrangement." Green chuckled. "We should all express our gratitude. Had I known the lion awaited outside, I might have delivered a couple of punches to the old Duke." Tyrion laughed heartily. "I appreciate your metaphor. It seems today, this encounter has gone rather smoothly." Green shrugged. "There is still some time." Tyrion patted Green's thigh. "That's good news. We shall devise a plan together. The 2 sharpest minds in King's Landing are here, so relax." With a mischievous grin, Tyrion added, "My dear sister has surprisingly invited us to lunch together. I am quite flattered. This is all thanks to you. Your skills have surely made her comfortable." Heh. At a loss for words, Green remained silent. Chapter 44. Your queen is quite upset. In the gardens of the Red Keep, Queen Cersei, adorned in lavish attire, sat gracefully, her eyes tenderly observing Princess Myrcella as she played with Prince Tommen. Prince Joffrey lounged beside Queen Cersei, a hint of impatience on his face. Not far away, Jaime stood, sword in hand, clad in white and silver armor. Lancel and Jaime stood together, nervously dodging Joffrey's occasional glances. As Green and Tyrion entered the garden, they approached Jaime and Lancel. Green positioned himself beside Jaime, while Tyrion playfully pulled the flustered Lancel to the other side. Jaime glanced at Cersei in the distance and lowered his voice unconsciously. "Young Baron, what did the old Duke say?" Unbeknownst to him, Jaime had upgraded his reference to Green from wildling to young Baron. Green replied, "He offered me terms involving the governance of Crabclaw Peninsula." Without reservation, Green recounted the events that transpired, particularly emphasizing the discovery of the hidden compartment in the hand study. Jaime's tone dripped with sarcasm. The hand of the King's study is rife with drafts. Yet the old Duke remained oblivious. Green nodded in agreement. After their discussion, an awkward silence hung in the air, despite their growing familiarity. Perhaps their personalities simply did not align, leaving them with little common ground beyond affairs of state. In an attempt to break the tension, Green glanced at the children playing in the distance. "Isn't she adorable?" Green attempted to initiate conversation. Jaime, however, did not take the bait, merely casting a cold, sidelong glance at Green. At that moment, the perceptive Green sensed something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, Tyrion had been observing the entire exchange from Jaime's other side, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Before Green could ponder further, A maidservant of Queen Cersei approached. "Good day. Baron Green, Her Grace requests your presence." Green exchanged glances with Jaime before following the maidservant. Queen Cersei offered a slight nod to Green as he greeted her, saying, "Baron Green, this is my eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon, heir to the Iron Throne." Joffrey, with his chin held high and a smirk gracing his lips, bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother. "No wonder Cersei favors Joffrey," thought Green, placing a hand over his heart in respect. "Good day, your highness." Joffrey appeared pleased with Green's address. The whimpering younger brother, referred to as Prince Tommen, was called by the same title, while Joffrey was recognized solely as Prince Joffrey, a similarity that irked him. Green's respectful address suited Joffrey's preferences perfectly. Suddenly, Joffrey's mood brightened. "Good day, Baron. I have heard of you. I admire your bravery." Queen Cersei appeared taken aback. It was rare for the proud Joffrey to show such kindness to a stranger. Satisfied, Cersei nodded secretly, proud of her son for recognizing worth in others, just like herself. In a buoyant mood, Cersei summoned Myrcella and Tommen. "Good day, Prince Tommen." "Good day, Princess Myrcella." Green busily bowed to the children. Joffrey's approval of Green's address to Tommen further elevated his spirits. "Mother, I wish to reward Baron Green." Green's ears perked up, and suddenly his weariness vanished. Acknowledging that capable individuals should be rewarded to foster loyalty, Joffrey had grasped this principle, much to Cersei's delight, indeed. "Joffrey truly is just like me." Cersei wore a gentle expression as she affectionately addressed Joffrey. "Very well, my prince, I shall see to it." Turning to Tommen and Myrcella, she added, "Wipe your brows and take a moment to rest." Having given instructions to her maidservants for their care, Cersei raised a delicate hand toward Ser Gregor. "Ser Gregor, accompany me for a stroll." Gregor, his mind whirling, approached Cersei and gently supported her as she rose, his hand under her slender arm. In the distance, as they entered the garden, Jaime exchanged a glance with Tyrion. Tyrion grinned. "Brother, your scheme seems to have failed to sway our sister." Jaime felt a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. Tyrion patted Jaime's thigh reassuringly. "Do not fret, Jaime. It appears our sister harbors no anger. This is a promising sign. You have not faltered." As Gregor accompanied Cersei through the garden, the verdant beauty of the gardens of Maegor was alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Cersei halted, gazing at a sea of flowers. Her tone icy. "Ser Gregor, when do you intend to inform me of the old fool's purpose in seeking you out?" The Red Keep, indeed, harbored no secrets. Relying on Jaime for such matters was futile. He was fit only for slaying. Gregor's brown eyes flickered. "The old man tempted me to travel across the narrow sea to deal with 2 young dragons of House Targaryen." Cersei scoffed disdainfully. What a cowardly wretch. She cast a sidelong glance at Gregor, inquiring, tempted? With a note of sarcasm, Gregor replied, "If the task is accomplished, he promised to grant me the governorship of the Crablands, and to bestow upon me the title of protector of the Crablands." Cersei seemed less than pleased. Gregor nodded. "Your Grace, I have heard whispers. For over a decade, the Red Keep has been sending assassins after the young dragons, yet they have failed. Now, he entrusts this task to me. His intentions are far from pure. What do you believe the old fool aims to achieve?" Gregor paused before continuing. "He seeks to remove me from your side. He likely thinks that your grip on this sword is too formidable." Cersei turned to meet Gregor's gaze, raising her elegantly sculpted chin slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Just as I suspected, Ser Gregor, your age is comparable to Joffrey's, and I have great expectations for your future." Gregor's voice trembled with excitement. "Your Majesty, your kindness will never be forgotten by House Klebb." Cersei stepped closer, the proximity making Gregor acutely aware of her breath. Her gaze softened as she raised her arm, delicately stroking Gregor's cheek. "What a fine child you are." Cersei then assisted Gregor in smoothing his collar. As she did so, she noticed the subtle movement of his Adam's apple and the gentle rise and fall of his chest. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Cersei's hand resumed its caress on Gregor's cheek. "The old fool dares to undermine me by directing my finest official. He never regards me highly. Your queen is displeased, and we must act, lest she be unable to swallow this indignity." Chapter 45. Gregor began to take the initiative. He vowed that his initial intent was merely professional, to align with Cersei's ambitions. However, he could not suppress the stirring of emotions within. He had underestimated the allure of Cersei, whose beauty rivaled that of the finest in the 7 kingdoms. Despite the passage of time marking her with the signs of motherhood, her golden curls and emerald eyes remained striking, her figure still slender and her skin fair. Summoning his willpower, Gregor suppressed his inner turmoil and continued his duties. His gaze flickered, avoiding Cersei's penetrating stare. Internally, his thoughts raced, while outwardly he swallowed hard. Your Majesty, do you have a preferred candidate to replace the king's hand? Gregor's response took Cersei by surprise, perhaps even delight. He truly understood her. Cersei's favored choice for the hand of the king was undoubtedly her father, Tywin Lannister. Yet she recognized that King Robert would never consent. Cersei withdrew her hand with satisfaction. You always manage to bring me unexpected joy. Yet you must understand that as long as Robert lives, Jon, that old fool's position remains unassailable. Cersei noticed as Gregor subtly distanced himself, pretending to regain his composure. Cersei smirked at his feigned nonchalance. Gregor continued, Today, I observe that Duke Jon's health is quite deteriorated. Even for the sake of his well-being, as your queen, you have every right to propose a new prime minister. This would allow us to establish a rival for Duke Jon. And even if we cannot displace him from the king's hand, we could at least tarnish his reputation and create a formidable political adversary. At this juncture, Gregor's tone shifted, lowering slightly. The enemy of your enemy may very well become your ally. You could simply watch the drama unfold, and in that moment, you would hold the reins of power. After a brief pause, Gregor continued, Your position would transcend the ordinary. Those who earn your support will gain the advantage. Cersei's eyes sparkled, as if she could already envision the sight of Duke Jon kneeling before her, pleading for his position. Cersei's breath grew heavy. What do you propose? Gregor regained his usual calm demeanor. After the royal hunt, permit me to travel in your name to the Reach to meet with Duke Mace Tyrell. The inflated fish? Cersei's tone was dismissive, yet Gregor discerned the underlying apprehension she masked. Inflated fish was a playful moniker for the Tyrell patriarch, Mace Tyrell. The illustrious Tyrell family governed the bountiful Reach, their sigil a golden rose blooming amidst verdant fields, their wealth second only to the Lannisters. With military prowess on land, and at sea rivaling that of the royal fleet, Gregor remarked, For a fish, King's Landing is merely its aquarium, and you shall ultimately command this aquarium. His clever response pleased the ever-confident Cersei. She lifted her chin slightly. Go forth and showcase your talents, Sir Gregor. As she spoke, Cersei drew nearer once more. Gregor noted her gaze, shifting downward momentarily. Cersei smiled. Do your work well, and delight me, and your queen shall not be stingy with her rewards. Rewards? The term intrigued Gregor, prompting his thoughts to wander. Cersei, in a more buoyant mood, cast a smiling glance at Gregor before turning. Come now, young baron, lunch approaches. In the Red Keep, at the Maegor's dining hall, Cersei sat at the head of the long table. To her right were Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. To her left sat Jaime, Gregor, Lancel, and Tyrion. The seating arrangement appeared dictated by rank and titles, yet it was clear it reflected Cersei's personal preferences. By mere virtue of their Lannister surname, Tyrion and Lancel could easily outrank the rural, noble Gregor. Cersei exhibited the qualities of a dictator. The maidservants efficiently presented a variety of dishes served in gilded bowls. First came a rich soup of mushrooms and buttered snails, followed by cakes of pine nuts and eggs, and oat bread baked with apples and oranges. After the sweets, the main course featured roasted wild boar ribs, large lamb chops simmered with raisins and onions, and savory fish pie. Finally, the maidservants placed a serving of buttered peas before each guest. Once all the dishes were served, the maidservants began pouring wine, the drink being Tyrion's favorite, summer red. Green perceived a flaw in Queen Cersei's intelligence. Had she known that Tyrion's preferred wine was the summer red, her character would undoubtedly lead her to substitute it with another vintage or deliberately alter the wine designated for Tyrion. During the meal, Joffrey, seated diagonally across from him, suddenly raised his goblet in a gesture towards Green. In truth, Green harbored no desire to engage deeply with this troublesome child. Yet, he was the favored son of Cersei, the queen. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Green maintained a facade of decorum and returned the toast to the Emperor Joffrey. This scenario incited a profound envy in Lancel, who observed from his side. Joffrey's occasionally malevolent glances towards Lancel were palpable. It was evident that the prince held no affection for him. Lancel longed for the swift return of King Robert, who had gone hunting, hoping it would grant him an escape from Joffrey's presence. During the banquet, Queen Cersei announced that Green would take over and be responsible for the upcoming royal hunt. Jaime subsequently informed Green that the Queen's officials had prepared a list in accordance with tradition and that he was to meet with the Master of Coin, Peter, before departure to collect the gold dragons intended for the hunt. Furthermore, Baron Green had been elevated to the position of Chief Officer to the Queen. With the escalation of Green's rank, his remuneration would also increase, and despite the pressing timeline, he felt invigorated to continue his endeavors. Chapter 46, The Flat-Bottomed Ship. King's Landing. Hook Street, afternoon. As Green, accompanied by Montan and Ongai, entered the courtyard, they encountered a young man clad in a blue robe, whose stature was unremarkable yet robust. Upon spotting Green, the young man approached with palpable excitement and knelt before him, exclaiming, "My Lord Green, the loyal Mattledeck sends greetings," signaling for Mattledeck to rise. A smile graced Green's countenance as he inquired, "Mattledeck, are you free to venture out now?" The 22-year-old Mattledeck sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I have finally welcomed a son into the world. My father remains in the old lands, with an uncertain return date. I could no longer wait. I implored Steward Herschel to send me aboard a merchant ship, following the address he provided, and I have just arrived." Mattledeck was the legitimate son of Sir Masonbeck, a vassal knight of Kleber. The Masonbeck family adhered to an unbreakable rule. The eldest son must not engage in battle or travel afar until he is sired son. It is said that this rule was established by the ancestors of Kleber specifically for the families of vassal knights. The family of Purpley, also a knight of Kleber, followed the same custom. Arranged by Sir Mason, Mattledeck married at the tender age of 15, and for 7 years he toiled to fulfill his family's obligations and seek his freedom. Green empathized with Mattledeck's eagerness to leave immediately after the birth of his son. The ancestors of Kleber had indeed done well. He patted Mattledeck's sturdy shoulder. "Welcome, Mattledeck. From this moment onward, you shall be my squire, entrusted with the care of my steed and the safekeeping of my bow." Suppressing his excitement, Mattledeck knelt once more. "I swear, in accordance with the time-honored traditions of the Beck family, to remain forever loyal to you. Unto death, I pledge this in the names of the old and new gods." In keeping with Kleber's traditions, Green drew his sword with both hands, his voice steady yet solemn. "By my hearth, you shall always have a place, and at my table there shall forever be meat and wine for you. I swear this in the names of the old and new gods." Ongai, watching with envy, leaned towards Montan and whispered, "Have you sworn fealty to Lord Green?" Montan blinked his large, innocent eyes, devoid of wisdom. "No. Have you not seen the Lord's military regulations? Unless under special circumstances, one must serve the Lord for 3 years before being eligible to swear loyalty, based on past merits. I am not in a hurry." Ongai, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head. "I am not very literate, can you read?" The simple-minded Montan beamed with pride. "My mother taught me. If I didn't learn, I wouldn't be fed." Ongai's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. "What constitutes a special circumstance?" Montan answered innocently, "Like him? The Mattledeck family has been loyal to their lord's family for centuries." "Centuries?" Ongai's spirits sank at this revelation. Montan consoled him. "The most important thing in the first 3 years is obedience, to heed every command from our Lord. It's simply about being compliant, which I find rather easy." For Montan, who had faced hunger for disobeying his mother, the concept of obedience felt familiar and comforting. Continuing, Montan stated, "After 3 years, one becomes eligible to swear allegiance to the Lord. Once sworn in, if one accomplishes great deeds, the Lord may even knight you." I specifically inquired, "And illegitimate children can also be knighted? I too could have the chance to become a knight? Ha." In Montan's words, Ongai perceived a clear path to advancement. "Could I also be knighted?" Ongai's despondency vanished in an instant. "Ah, yes." Montan suddenly recalled something. "I remembered another special circumstance. Emperor, the commander of the Thorn Legion, swore her allegiance on her first day." Ongai's interest piqued. "From her name? She is a woman? How did she manage that?" Montan, wearing a foolish expression, replied, "She is very strong. Everyone says she is formidable, the greatest female general in the realm." Ongai, recalling something, suddenly asked, "Are the women of Whispering City all this powerful?" With a beast-like intuition, Montan responded with a hint of cunning, "Some are rather special. Indeed, it is not unusual for a small number of women to possess unique qualities." Ongai nodded in agreement. The women of Whispering City, yes, they were fierce, a bit stronger, a bit more ruthless, and in combat they could rival men. But aside from that, they were quite admirable. The perpetually naive Montan nodded in agreement with Ongai. Montan deemed it appropriate to shift the topic. "Ongai, your skills are impressive. Do not rush, for you too have your opportunities." Ongai expressed his gratitude. "Montan, I had no idea you were so knowledgeable. I will seek your counsel more often." Montan chuckled foolishly. "I have excellent hearing. I overhear many discussions during meals." Ongai initially wore a look of admiration, then added, "You must teach me to read. All my wine shall be yours." Montan's large head shook. "No worries. I enjoy cooperating with you, and I am more than willing to assist. You love wine, so there is no need to share with me. Learning to read will enable you to memorize the Lord's military regulations, which is truly important." A blossoming friendship burgeoned between Montan and Ongai. Coughing, the blossoming friendship. Holding Green's steed, Madeldek hesitated for a moment before addressing Green. My lord, do you recall the merchant Jeffries? Jeffries was a moderately successful merchant who owned 2 flat-bottomed ships, each 100 feet long, primarily engaged in trade along the shores of Blackwater Bay, and had conducted multiple leather transactions with Whispering City. Green distinctly remembered traveling to King's Landing aboard one of Jeffries' merchant ships, the expensive ticket leaving a lasting impression. My lord, I too traveled on Jeffries' merchant vessel this time. On our first night at sea, we encountered pirates. Although the Royal Patrol ships of Blackwater Bay provided timely rescue to avert great losses. Jeffries was struck by an arrow in the abdomen and is gravely injured. He may not survive for long. Duke Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, the younger brother of King Robert Baratheon, served as the master of ships. Stannis was known for his serious demeanor and unwavering adherence to the law. Under his governance, the royal fleet never relaxed its patrols over Blackwater Bay and surrounding waters. Yet, the vastness of the sea always harbored daring and cunning pirates who would evade the royal fleet, daringly entering the waters of Blackwater Bay, which Stannis held in utmost regard. Green's heart stirred as his brown eyes turned towards Madeldek. Upon boarding, once Jeffries learned of my identity, he warmly welcomed me, professing his great respect for you, my lord. Chapter 47. Overlooked Attributes. Mathiel began, Jeffries has been persistently beseeching me, yearning for an audience with you. Green halted his steps, his brown eyes flickering with curiosity. Do you know the purpose of his visit? Mathiel initially shook his head, then nodded slowly. My lord, I surmise he comes concerning his son. Jeffries, having fathered a child in his old age, has a mere 5-year-old son, a merchant's child left unprotected upon his death. The boy's future is, I fear, quite bleak. This is merely my conjecture. Green remained silent. Jeffries had recently engaged in increasingly frequent leather transactions with Whispering City, yet it was always the butler, Herschel, who represented him. Green had only exchanged a few words with Jeffries during their last meeting aboard the ship, hardly enough to cultivate familiarity. Without familiarity, there can be no trust. If Mathiel's suspicion holds, would a dying father entrust his child to an unfamiliar individual? Suddenly, Green shook his head in self-deprecation, having recently interacted with numerous treacherous individuals. He found himself prone to paranoia. Matters ought to be weighed with discernment. Without further intelligence, one must avoid slipping into conspiracy theories. For excessive suspicion can indeed be a manifestation of anxiety. Green inquired, where is he? Mathiel scratched his head, looking downcast. His carriage is nearby. Jeffries has continuously emphasized the friendship he has forged with Whispering Castle and his admiration for you, my lord. I cannot dismiss him. He is gravely injured, and it would be rather unseemly to reject him. As he spoke, Mathiel furtively glanced at Green's expression. Everything has its pros and cons, due to family regulations. Mathiel had been confined too strictly in the pursuit of an heir. Though he appeared mature, he lacked the depth of experience. Merchants, through daily dealings with a myriad of individuals, cultivate a keen insight. Mathiel's true nature had long been discerned by Jeffries, else he would not dare to impose upon him. Yet Mathiel, as a descendant of the Knights of House Klebb, required gradual guidance from Green. Green, maintaining a stern countenance, commanded, bring him in. Mathiel, realizing he had managed the situation poorly, went off to summon the man with a heavy heart. The afternoon sun was rather blinding, and Green instructed Montan to fetch a chair, seeking refuge in the shade. Today's discovery of the eavesdropping chamber in the Prime Minister's study suggested that Duke John had not been adversely affected. It was clear that he could not possibly remain as composed as he appeared. No one could face such a revelation with equanimity. The ramifications of the Prime Minister's study incident had become unpredictable. Green's thoughts then wandered to the less favored second brother of King Robert, Stannis Baratheon. Had it not been for Mathiel's mention of pirates and the royal fleet today, Green might have overlooked the excessively stern Duke of Dragonstone. Indeed, Stannis Baratheon seemed to embody attributes that were easily overlooked. What would transpire if the esteemed Prime Minister Duke John, without direct evidence, were to condemn a baron solely based on a song? And this rumor reached the meticulous ears of Duke Stannis Baratheon. Furthermore, according to Green's recollection, Stannis harbored considerable discontent regarding his role as the Minister of Naval Affairs. He was also deeply displeased by King Robert's neglect, particularly in favoring his third brother, Renly Baratheon, who had inherited the title of Lord of Storm's End and assumed the position of Minister of Justice. Despite Stannis's significant contributions during the War of Usurpers, he had been confined to the desolate Dragonstone, while the ancestral seat of House Baratheon was bestowed upon his less deserving brother, Renly. Given Stannis's character, This discontent had likely festered into a burning resentment. Green calculated in his mind the potential to provoke the frail Duke John to the brink of collapse without directly intervening. If he could not incite his demise, he must ensure that the Duke remained bedridden. Duke John was notoriously obstinate and would not easily relent. In the Game of Thrones, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests, and in this matter, Green contemplated a natural ally. The sound of hooves mingled with the creaking of wheels heralded the arrival of a carriage as it slowly entered the courtyard where Green resided. The carriage halted before him, and Mathiel, scratching his head with a perplexed expression, said, "My lord, Jeffreys cannot disembark from the carriage." Green waved his hand impatiently. If he cannot, then he cannot. Just open the door. Before Mathiel could act, a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man, who had been seated beside the driver, stepped down and opened the carriage door. As the door swung open, Green was met with a foul stench. Jeffreys, once rosy with health, now leaned pale against the interior of the carriage. Struggling to discern Green's visage, he finally spoke. "Noble sir, I beg your pardon for my audacity in coming here." Jeffreys' voice was feeble. "After being struck, I sensed that I would not escape this fate. All mortals must meet death. I fear not death, yet I cannot cease worrying for my young son." After a brief pause, Jeffreys summoned his strength to continue. "In my agony, I contemplated all my relatives and friends, only to despair at the realization that I have no one to entrust him to. Thank the Seven for their grace. I am fortunate to have made your acquaintance." Jeffreys gazed at Green with hope. "Your esteemed reputation for compassion towards the weak precedes you. Though our time together has been brief, I can feel your empathy. I can only implore your forgiveness for a dying father's desperate plea for his child." Ignoring his wounds, Jeffreys laboriously slid down from his seat. Prostrate, he lifted his sweat-drenched face. "I am willing to offer all my possessions in exchange for your protection of my son." Green sighed inwardly and inquired, "Where's your son?" The previously mentioned thin, dark-skinned man emerged from behind the carriage, holding the hand of a small boy. The chubby child, likely fresh from tears, had eyes that were red and swollen. Green reached out to pat the boy's head. "What is your name?" The little boy, timid and hesitant, remained silent. The thin man quickly interjected, "Noble lord, his name is Darius." Green again patted Darius's head and turned to Jeffreys. "Jeffreys, your unwavering paternal love has moved me. Your son, Darius, shall be adopted by Sir Mason Beck of House Kleb." Chapter 48. The Council Chamber. Tears streamed down Jeffreys' face as he choked out, "I'm eternally grateful for your kindness." The 5-year-old Darius, witnessing his father's tears, pouted and was on the verge of crying once more, prompting the thin man beside him to hush him softly. The thin man feared that Darius might leave a weak impression on Baron Green. Green cast a sidelong glance at Mathiel. "Mathiel, be astute. Come and look after your brother." Green's voice finally roused Mathiel from his deep contemplation. The addition of a new adopted brother would inevitably reach their father's ears, and Mathiel's poor performance could not remain concealed. His concern was whether their stern father would use this as an excuse to compel him to sire another son. He had grown weary of confinement and was plagued by shadows of fear. However, Mathiel reassured himself that he was now a retainer to Lord Green, and even his father could not impose upon him. He chuckled inwardly at this thought. Green observed Mathiel's myriad expressions with a discerning eye, uncertain how to evaluate this new retainer. With an impassive demeanor, Green internally rolled his eyes in disdain. As Green observed that Jeffreys' emotions were beginning to settle, he spoke. "I shall arrange for the safekeeping of your estate, including the dishes and curtains, as well as every golden dragon you have saved. Once your child matures, let's say at the age of 15, I will return all of these items to your son, Darius." Such generosity was overwhelming, and Jeffreys felt a tumult of emotions within him, his mouth opening but words failing to emerge. Through his 2 decades of business experience, Jeffreys had come to grasp a crucial truth. When listening to someone, what remains unspoken often holds greater significance than the words uttered. In that moment, clarity washed over him as he recalled his commercial enterprise. With this realization, Jeffreys found a semblance of peace. He had only heard the Baron's alarming generosity. In a weakened voice, Jeffreys managed to utter, "Russell." At this, the slender, dark-skinned man who had been holding Darius' small hand approached the carriage door and bowed slightly to Jeffreys. Mustering his strength, Jeffreys addressed Green. "My Lord Baron, Russell is my most trusted steward. He has been responsible for the majority of my business affairs." He coughed several times before taking a deep breath and, despite his discomfort, continued, "I cannot repay your kindness, but I implore you to safeguard my enterprise." Green's brown eyes shifted to the chubby little boy, who was clinging to Martell's leg with his small arms. He sighed softly. "Jeffreys, Noticing the child's closeness to Martell, felt a flicker of comfort in his gaze. Russell, this is my final request. From this day forth, your master shall be but one, Baron Green. With that, Jeffries appeared to have expended his last reserves of strength. Slowly closing his eyes, his breath faint. The dark, lean Russell could not suppress a gasp. My lord. Leaning against the carriage leg, Jeffries opened his eyes a crack. Weakly shaking his head, Russell wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, then straightened his clothes. He stepped forward to stand before Green, bowing deeply. My lord, your faithful servant Russell is at your service. Green nodded slightly. In the hook alley, within Green's study, matters concerning Jeffries had reached a temporary conclusion, yet many tasks remained. Green entrusted 4 soldiers of House Clegane to Russell, tasking him with overseeing the follow-up matters pertaining to Jeffries. Once in the study, Green first penned an order to mobilize 20 soldiers from the investigation corps, instructing a servant to deliver it to his acquaintance, James, at the Red Keep for dispatch. After the servant departed with the envelope, Green subsequently met with Florey and Leighton, who had hurried from the Queen's district. Green did not forget that the following morning, Queen Cersei's hunting party would pass through the Queen's district. Lord Green would stand vigilant at every post. Leighton spoke first. My lord, as per your instructions, the security office has added 200 temporary guards. Approximately 1,000 people will gather along the roads in the Queen's district during Her Highness's passage. They are the relatives of our guards and temporary security personnel. Aside from the uniformed guards maintaining order, the temporary guards, dressed in plain clothing, will discreetly uphold the peace among the crowd. Green nodded, directing his gaze toward Florey. Florey's voice was gruff. Lord Green, following your command, our men will collaborate with the Lannister Guard to seal off the area where Her Highness will pass starting tomorrow afternoon. Aside from the crowd arranged by Leighton, no one else will be permitted in that region. With a non-committal sound, Green turned to Leighton, saying, as for the original residents of that area, do not be stingy with the compensation. I desire a result whereby they anticipate future opportunities due to the compensation, as this will be advantageous for our governance. You are well aware of the local sentiments. Manage the compensation amounts wisely. Leighton nodded. Indeed, my lord. Excessive generosity can breed greed, which is not your intent. I shall ensure the compensation scale is judiciously managed. Green's gaze shifted back to Florey. Once Cersei passes through the Lion's Gate, you are to lift the blockade. You are responsible for assembling the soldiers and the Lannister guards to follow closely behind the hunting party. Florey hesitated as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, nodding in compliance. A smile surfaced in Green's eyes as he regarded Florey. Are you still unaccustomed to your role as a constable? Florey chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Lord Green, initially it was manageable with daily skirmishes, but it has been quite some time since any conflict arose. Leighton has been tirelessly engaged, leaving me somewhat at a loss. Have we perhaps been too forceful, causing them to retreat? Leighton, the young steward, proved to be the promising elder son of Solana, and Green found his increasing reliance on him quite gratifying. Green's thoughts drifted to Kalea, far away in Whispering City, pondering how her studies under Maester Al had progressed. As his power expanded, Green felt a growing sense of inadequacy regarding his pool of talent. Shaking off his reverie, Green declared, during my absence from King's Landing, you shall take charge of instructing the constables in swordsmanship. You may arrange the specifics of the training, and should you excel, upon my return, I will arrange for a replacement to assume your duties while you continue as my captain of guards. Boredom was merely Florey's excuse. Witnessing the gradual stabilization of the Queen's district, he merely yearned to return to his role as Green's protector. Though Florey was indeed a warrior eager for combat, he possessed his own shrewdness. Unless in special circumstances, one must not stray too far from their lord as it pertained to their future. Chapter 49. The Council Chamber 2. After Green supplemented the discussion with additional details regarding the Queen's district, the conversation concluded. Following the departure of Florey and Leighton, Green, accompanied by his guards, returned to the Red Keep and entered the council chamber, adjacent to the Prime Minister's tower. The council chamber served as the venue where royal officials managed the kingdom's daily affairs in the absence of the royal court. During the Targaryen dynasty, when there was no royal court, the lords would typically conduct their business from their respective offices within the council chamber. After the Baratheon dynasty, King Robert, indulging in pleasures, had relinquished significant power to his hand, Lord Jon Arryn, and had ceased to attend to state matters, spending his days in debauchery. Stannis Baratheon, Robert's younger brother and the Minister of the Crown, openly expressed his dissatisfaction with the king by conducting affairs from Dragonstone. Renly Baratheon, Robert's third brother and the Minister of Justice, displayed little interest in state affairs, only occasionally appearing at the royal court, rendering him a rare sight within the Red Keep. Duke Jon Arryn, the Prime Minister, had grown increasingly frail with age, seldom seen outside the Prime Minister's tower. Thus, within the council chamber, which ranked just below the royal court in terms of central authority, the only high-ranking officials frequently present were the Minister of Finance, Petyr Baelish, the Master of Whispers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle. Grand Maester Pycelle, a loyal servant of the Targaryen dynasty, retained his position after the War of Usurpation under King Robert. His primary role was to serve as an advisor to the king, overseeing the compilation of various texts and the organization of knowledge, while also managing the communications of the Red Keep, acting as the royal physician. Due to Robert's disinterest in state affairs, Pycelle had effectively become an advisor to the king's hand, Lord Jon. Guided by the servants of the council chamber, Green swiftly arrived at the office of Minister Petyr Baelish. Petyr's office featured the same gilded circular windows as the Prime Minister's study, with a floor covered in dense carpets and walls adorned with exquisite tapestries. Green glanced around the room, seemingly catching a whiff of golden dragons. Upon seeing Green, Petyr set down his quill, leaning back in his chair with a broad smile. "Ah, is that not Baron Green? I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, take a seat." Pycelle instructed a servant to move a chair to the opposite side of the table. Green placed his hand on his chest and bowed, greeting good day, Lord Pycelle. After performing the salute, he took his seat. Pycelle returned the gesture with a smile and waved his hand, signaling the servant to exit the room. Once the servant had departed and closed the door, Pycelle spoke. "I have heard about the events that transpired in the study today. Duke Jon has fallen ill again." Green raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Whoever encounters such circumstances cannot help but feel a burning anxiety. "Is the Duke's condition severe?" Pycelle elegantly curled his lips into a slight smile, reclining comfortably against the back of his chair. "I extend Duke Jon's gratitude for your concern. Scholar Pasher has administered meticulous care, and it is said that he must remain bedridden for at least 7 days." Pycelle leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "Thanks to you, we would have likely remained oblivious to the fact that the Prime Minister's study concealed a third ear." Pycelle's tone suggested a camaraderie between them. Green replied calmly. "Has the Duke arranged for subsequent actions?" A hint of sarcasm crept into Pycelle's voice. "I have heard that a tunnel was discovered in the interstice. Duke Jon has entrusted the subsequent investigation to the commander of the Gold Cloaks, Baron Genos. The Gold Cloaks, also known as the city garrison, derived their name from the golden wool cloaks they wore over their armor. They serve as the defenders and enforcers of King's Landing, loyal solely to the crown. The city garrison maintains 2 military camps in King's Landing, one to the east near the Dragon Gate and the other to the west near the Shoemaker Square. Previously, the Gold Cloaks numbered around 2,000, but after Lord Genos Slinter was appointed as the commander by King Robert, he tripled their ranks to 6,000, many of whom are said to be drunks and vagabonds, lacking in combat prowess. Rumor has it that nearly half of the officers in the city garrison must pay him a portion of their salaries each month. Upon discovering this, Duke Jon sought out 2 witnesses willing to testify against him, only for both to be murdered shortly thereafter. Despite Duke Jon's insistence on having Lord Genos removed from his position, King Robert has staunchly defended the commander of the Gold Cloaks. Green smiled. The old Duke possesses a keen eye for judging character. Pycelle elegantly shrugged his shoulders, refraining from comment. After a moment's pause, Green spoke. "This morning, the reason the Duke summoned me placed me in a most awkward position. Without direct evidence, he insisted that I bear the blame based solely on a song sung in the Crab's Claw Peninsula." Green's brown eyes met Pycelle's greenish-gray ones, his tone tinged with helplessness. "This has left me in quite a predicament. If only Minister of Justice Stannis were present, I would not be in such a quandary. I have heard he is exceedingly just." Pycelle's greenish-gray eyes flickered. "Minister of Justice Duke Stannis?" Green nodded. "Duke Stannis is renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for his unwavering commitment to the rule of law. Now it seems everyone is aware that there are no secrets in the Prime Minister's study. I fear that upon hearing of this injustice, the upright Duke Stannis may question the matter regardless of Duke Jon's health." A deeper smile spread across Pycelle's face as he nodded in agreement. "Your concerns are well-founded. Duke Stannis has always been too principled. Even Duke Jon's serious illness cannot sway his resolve. We can only hope that the secrets of the Prime Minister's study do not reach Dragonstone." As Pycelle spoke, he silently reflected on why he, usually so meticulous, had overlooked Duke Stannis' presence. It seemed that not only Pycelle himself had neglected this matter, the entire Red Keep appeared to have similarly disregarded Duke Stannis. Had it not been for Baron Green mentioning him today, Pycelle believed he would have continued to overlook Duke Stannis' significance. What could account for such a situation? An invisible man? An unknown sorcery? Chapter 50, The Office of Affairs. With the topic of Duke Stannis concluded, Green had achieved his preliminary objective. The remainder now depended on Pata's strategizing. This affair was not a complex political maneuver. The revelation of the incident in the Prime Minister's study was timely, provided the schemer concealed their identity. No reminders were necessary for the astute Pater to remain shrouded in secrecy, while Green would conceal himself behind Pat. At this juncture, both parties would opt to maintain mutual confidentiality, a tacit understanding among political strategists. The royal hunt, despite its nomenclature suggesting a hunting event, fundamentally constituted a royal excursion organized by the Queen for the noble women of the realm. Royal activities are synonymous with the kingdom's governance. Thus, all expenses of the royal hunt are naturally the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. After reviewing the documents Pater provided, alongside the officers' lists, Green's brow subtly furrowed. 2,000 golden dragons. How indulgent the nobles of the realm can be. The Queen's officers have been laboring for 3 months in preparation for the royal hunt, with all necessary supplies already procured. It was no wonder he had suddenly taken charge of the royal hunt. When he encountered the officers in the hall of Megiddo, he had not expressed dissatisfaction, but had instead been unusually cordial compared to his usual demeanor. The spoils had long been divided among the officers, leaving only the arduous task of leading the arrangements. They were undoubtedly eager for someone to take command, relieving themselves of the burden. Green felt a twinge of jealousy, envious that his colleagues could leave the table once satisfied, without needing to wash the dishes. The noble Queen Cersei would be oblivious to such matters, nor would she care. This was Cersei's trust in him, and Green could only endeavor to serve the crown. Green's character did not dwell overly on what had been lost. Pater spoke. I must admit, I was taken aback to learn that you were managing the royal hunt at this juncture. The most critical procurement has already concluded. What remains are merely the arduous tasks of escorting and such, where you might find little opportunity to make an impact, further endearing you to Her Highness. Green shrugged. It is my duty. Pater spread his hands wide, his gaze sincere. Baron Green, I have stated before that we are friends, and within my capacity, I am more than willing to assist my friends. Green's remarkable memory recalled that Pater had nearly repeated verbatim the last words he had shared during Green's late-night visit. Pater continued, though I'm the Minister of Finance, to avoid unnecessary complications, I can only offer you an additional 1,000 golden dragons, my friend. Green understood Pater's implication. The additional 1,000 golden dragons represented Pater's gesture of reconciliation. The Minister of Finance's augmentation of the royal hunt's budget fell within the realm of governance, and such news could not remain concealed. However, as the person responsible for the royal hunt, Green could manipulate the situation slightly, ensuring that the Queen's event would outshine previous hunts, while also allowing himself to benefit handsomely. Green estimated in his mind that with a little extra effort, he could potentially intercept half of the additional funds. At this moment, Green no longer envied his colleagues. Green placed his hand on his chest and nodded amicably. Baron Clave will remember Lord Pater's generosity. Outside the Office of Affairs, Green bid farewell to Pater and stepped out the door, only to encounter the grim-faced Jaime Lannister. Jaime, having earned the title of Kingslayer after breaking his oath, had experienced a collapse of faith. Outwardly, he appeared unchanged, yet inwardly, he seemed to be spiraling in his self-destruction, with only Queen Cersei occupying his thoughts. Neither family ties nor power held any significance for Jaime Lannister. Cersei had become his sole conviction. Green did not wish to comment further on Jaime's situation, instead categorizing him temporarily as an emotionally unstable individual in despair, based on his usual impressions. Green chose to ignore the dark expression on Jaime's face and greeted him with enthusiasm. Sir Jaime, has Her Majesty the Queen summoned me? Jaime handed over a golden pouch embroidered with a crowned stag. Little wildling, this is a reward from Prince Joffrey. It was peculiar. Why had Jaime reverted to calling him Little Wildling again? Green accepted the pouch, discreetly gauging its weight before passing it to the loyal Ongai, who stood steadfastly behind him. Please convey my gratitude to Prince Joffrey. Jaime cast a sidelong glance at Green, his tone dripping with condescension. Come on, Princess Myrcella wishes to see you. Princess Myrcella? Green followed Jaime, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sir Jaime, may I inquire as to why Princess Myrcella wishes to meet with me? Jaime shot Green another sidelong glance. She has heard the tale of the mermaid. The tale of the mermaid? Green recalled that in an effort to enhance the allure of the mermaid esport, he had instructed the steward Herschel to spread the legend during his time in Whispering Pines. Had the mermaid's tale made its way to the Red Keep? Was this considered breakthrough? Herschel had done quite well. At this moment, Green found himself somewhat nostalgic for the steward. Simultaneously, Green's keen mind finally grasped the root of Jaime's inexplicable hostility towards him. Wasn't Myrcella merely 8 or 9 years old? In Green's view, she was just a child. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor towards her? After a thorough reflection, Green confirmed that he had done nothing, whether in front of or behind Princess Myrcella, that could be misconstrued. A flicker of irritation crossed Green's mind. Was Jaime targeting just him or everyone? He maintained a calm facade. So, Princess Myrcella has indeed heard the tale of the mermaid? Jaime's face remained stiff as he nodded perfunctorily. The story of the mermaid originates from the mermaid's port of Claybrith. Green, harboring a sense of vindictiveness, paused momentarily before deliberately asking, Sir Jaime, given that Myrcella is a princess and will be meeting with me privately, should I prepare a bouquet of flowers? Observing Jaime's countenance darken at his words, Green stifled a laugh. Jaime tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Princess Myrcella is still quite young. She would not accept flowers from strange man. Green nodded in agreement. Indeed, Princess Myrcella's noble status, though she may be young, necessitates certain precautions. Upon hearing Green's words, Jaime's lips finally curved into a semblance of a smile. Green continued, I am different. I am one of her own. Jaime halted in his tracks. Noticing Jaime's sudden stop, Green cast a puzzled glance around. Sir Jaime, why have we stopped? Jaime, internally vexed yet resigned, realized that the oblivious Green was indeed innocent. It was all Tyrion's fault. Jaime's affection for his brother had diminished. Jaime resumed walking. You needn't bring any flowers. Noticing his words might come off as harsh, Jaime cleared his throat and added, Young Baron, Princess Myrcella does not favor receiving gifts. Green spread his hands. I shall heed your counsel, sir. In the Red Keep, within the Maiden's Garden Hall, Green accompanied Jaime and soon spotted the petite figure of Princess Myrcella. Surrounded by maids and nuns, she turned her gaze towards Green. A look of childlike joy illuminated her delicate face, and her small body seemed eager to move. At that moment, an elderly nun cleared her throat. Upon hearing the sound, Myrcella straightened her posture and instantly quelled her expression, adopting an air of haughtiness as she lifted her chin. Myrcella Baratheon was the second child of Queen Cersei. She possessed milk-white skin and a head of golden curls. This was Green's first close encounter with the miniature version of Cersei, and during lunch with Maggot earlier that day. He had merely glanced at the freckles adorning Myrcella's small face before averting his gaze. Before Green could offer his respects, Myrcella, imitating her mother's slight upward tilt of the chin, opened her mouth, her voice carrying the innocence of a child. Excuse me, Green. The nun behind Myrcella cleared her throat again, prompting the young princess to immediately halt her childish chatter, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively lowered her head. Green, perceptive as ever, realized he had found a way to extricate himself from a situation. Engaged in overseeing the royal hunt, Green was far too busy to entertain Cersei's child. He bowed, placing his hand on his chest. I have the honor of meeting your highness, princess. Myrcella returned the gesture. Baron Green, I have summoned you unexpectedly. I hope I have not disturbed you. Green smiled. It is my privilege to be summoned by your highness. Hearing his response, Myrcella's face lit up with delight. Observing this, the nun hesitated to intervene. Myrcella's laughter, akin to ripples in a clear spring, flowed from her lips and brightened her small visage. Her pure and innocent smile seemed to dispel all shadows from Green's heart. In that moment, he began to understand Jaime better, and felt a newfound patience towards the child of his superior. Myrcella's sparkling azure eyes inquired, I have heard the tale of the mermaid. They say the mermaid's port is your domain. Have you ever seen a mermaid? This question nearly stumped the eloquent Green. He crouched down to meet Myrcella's gaze, a hint of mirth dancing in his brown eyes. Does your highness wish to encounter a mermaid? As they conversed, Green and Myrcella stood merely a few steps apart. Myrcella noticed Green lowering himself, allowing her to relax her neck from the constant upward tilt. Green, attentive to detail, further endeared himself to Myrcella. After a moment of contemplation, Myrcella shook her head. Perhaps not. Mermaids are quite shy, and it would be better not to disturb them. Green nodded slightly. Though we have not seen them, we shall always wish for the kind and beautiful mermaids to live happily forever, shall we? Myrcella agreed. I will wish for them. Thank you, Baron Green. Green couldn't help but admire the girl's precociousness. Myrcella's gaze drifted through the garden hall's windows towards the horizon, as if she were murmuring, I envy their freedom in the sea. The nun, wrapped in her headscarf, cleared her throat once more. Green sensed it was time to take his leave. His demeanor, once warm and gentle, grew suddenly cold. Rising to his full height, he gripped the hilt of his sword. Green's steely gaze fixed upon the nun, poised as if ready to draw his sword. You, small nun, dare to repeatedly disrespect Her Highness the Princess in the presence of a vassal. The shift in atmosphere was abrupt, leaving everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. Jaime, who had been preparing to intervene, found Green's words to be quite reasonable. The nun Ygritte, who had repeatedly reminded Myrcella of her behavior, was responsible for teaching her etiquette, while her actions could be justified during lessons in the presence of outsiders. Ygritte's behavior was indeed an affront to the princess's dignity. Faced with Green's fierce demeanor, Ygritte instinctively took a step back. What do you intend to do? A flicker of menace glinted in Green's eyes as he readied himself to draw his sword. At that moment, Jaime, who had been waiting for the right moment, appeared at Green's side. Jaime's large hand pressed down on Green's, still gripping the sword hilt. Baron Green, you cannot draw your sword in front of the princess. Jaime thought to himself that calling Green little wildling had indeed been an accurate assessment. The maidservants finally reacted, gasping in shock. Myrcella, with a stern expression, commanded the maids to be silent, and the hall gradually returned to tranquility. Mysalia's pair of crystalline azure eyes swept over her maidens, her gaze imbued with a warning. The maids instinctively stifled their breaths. Stepping forward, Mysalia addressed Baron Green. Thank you for your protective concern, Baron, but I firmly believe that Sister Ygritte harbors no ill intentions. Mysalia's demeanor as a princess was impeccably poised. Green reigned in his menacing aura. Should there be another occurrence, I shall have your head mounted upon the city gates. Sister Ygritte gasped in disbelief. You cannot. I am a nun of the Seven. You are blaspheming the Seven. The previously subdued menace emanating from Green resurfaced. I dare you to test me. Wager whether I would or would not. Sister Ygritte, sensing the resolve of the youthful baron before her, trembled as she stammered. Enough, Sister Ygritte. Mysalia's youthful voice interrupted the nun, who cast a quick glance at the princess before hastily lowering her head and retreating to join the other maidens. Baron Green, I trust there will not be a next time. Green cast a sidelong glance at James, withdrawing his hand from the hilt of his sword, and spoke respectfully. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my impetuousness and for interrupting your enjoyment. Mysalia shook her small face. Baron Green, you are a knight of integrity and loyalty. As soon as Mysalia finished speaking, James's expression darkened once more. Krapla Peninsula, Mermaid Harbor. Sunlight cascaded over the tranquil sea, a gentle breeze stirring the shimmering waves. The warship Blackbeard slowly docked at the harbor of Mermaid. Duke Stannis Baratheon stood rigidly at the bow of the Blackbeard, gazing out at the harbor, which was beginning to exude an air of prosperity. Stannis, a towering figure with broad shoulders, bore skin hardened by prolonged exposure to the sun. At only 33, his head was nearly bereft of hair save for a thin line of black strands, and a neatly trimmed beard adorned his square jaw and cheeks. Chapter 52. Every place is unique. Mermaid Harbor, East Dock. Under the protection of soldiers, Duke Stannis led the man known as the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, off the ship. After ambling about the dock for a while, he chose to dismount and continued on foot into the inner city of Mermaid Harbor. After a silent walk, Stannis halted, his sharp gaze surveying the surroundings. Davos, tell me, what do you see? The Davos referred to by Stannis was an unremarkable man with a slender frame. His brown hair, framing a pair of hazel eyes, and a thick coat of gray stubble graced his face. The Onion Knight, serving as the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet under Stannis, was a trusted advisor as well. Once a smuggler during the War of the Usurper, Davos had navigated a small vessel laden with onions and pickled fish through the blockade of the Red Wine Fleet to deliver supplies to Stannis, who was besieged at Storm's End. Thanks to this food, Storm's End was able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. For his valor, Stannis knighted Davos and granted him fertile lands at Storm's End. After bestowing knighthood upon Davos, Stannis added, good deeds do not negate evil, nor do evil deeds obscure goodness. Each action has its own consequences. The unswerving Stannis exacted punishment for Davos's former smuggling transgressions, severing the first joint of each of Davos's 4 fingers on his left hand, save for the thumb. Davos placed the severed joints into a leather pouch, which he wore around his neck as a talisman to protect his family. Subsequently, he adopted the surname Seaworth as his new family name. Davos, in turn, surveyed the surroundings at Stannis's prompting and respectfully remarked, Duke Stannis, what I have observed along the way is order. Stannis, maintaining his stern demeanor, subtly nodded. Continue. Davos spoke. Initially, I noted the residents displayed remarkable decorum, but as I followed you, it became apparent that they adhere to a series of meticulous commands. Stannis nodded more emphatically. Davos, is there more? Davos blinked, hesitating for a moment before uncertainly stating, it seems rather clean here. A flicker of light crossed Stannis's keen gaze. Davos, this is not mere order. The populace dutifully follows stringent laws selflessly, which is the essence of a kingdom. As Stannis spoke, a group led by Steward Herschel hastened toward him, gasping slightly. Herschel took a moment to collect himself before bowing before Duke Stannis. "Noble Duke, I am Herschel, steward of Whispering City and governor of Mermaid Harbor, and I bring greetings from House Claybrook." Stannis, during inspections, had no patience for prior notifications. He sought the unvarnished truth. Having been overseeing the progress of the second phase of Mermaid Harbor, Herschel rushed to greet Stannis upon hearing of his arrival. Stannis furrowed his brow. "Where is your lord?" Recently, he had learned of a new port named Mermaid Harbor situated north of Dragonstone Island Strait. Just days prior, cunning pirates had breached the royal fleet's vigilance, infiltrating Blackwater Bay and injuring 2 merchant ships, which ignited Stannis' ire. In a fit of rage, he had departed Dragonstone Island under the pretense of inspecting the fleet, executing several captains responsible for guarding the area at sea. On his return journey from the inspection, as the Minister of the Navy, Stannis recalled the newly named harbor of Mermaid. The fleet and the port were inextricably linked, and each Minister of the Navy scrutinized every port, especially one as critical as Blackwater Bay. Coincidentally, the Blackbeard, carrying Stannis, was not far from Mermaid Harbor, and under Stannis' command, its course was altered toward the port. The intensity of Stannis' inquiry made Herschel's heart race, nearly causing him to forget to breathe. Herschel, disregarding the sweat beading on his forehead, managed to reply, "Our lord, Baron Green Claybrook, has been appointed by Her Highness the Queen as a steward and is currently at the Red Keep." Stannis' brows knitted tighter. Another Lannister. What is it about the Lannisters that makes them so alluring? Stannis had much to offer that the Lannisters could provide. So why did all the talent he coveted align themselves with the Lannisters? Davos leaned closer to Duke Stannis, speaking softly. "Duke Stannis, the nobility of Crabclaw Peninsula has been suppressed by the Valley Lords under Prime Minister Jon for years. I have heard that this young Baron, Green, possesses considerable military prowess. He defeated a coalition of 20,000 mountain wildlings with mere hundreds and reclaimed vast tracts of land lost over a decade ago. Even I can see that Baron Green possesses ambition. I believe his allegiance to the Queen is a necessity, a means to combat the Valley Lords." Stannis turned his gaze toward Davos. "I recall that after the war, Robert had already judged and punished the nobility of Crabclaw Peninsula. What then is the situation with Prime Minister Jon and the Valley Lords?" Davos shook his head, admitting ignorance on this matter. Those great nobles lacked the integrity possessed by Stannis. Perhaps only the others knew what schemes they plotted daily. Davos was Stannis' most loyal supporter. Stannis waved Herschel away and stepped toward the dock, addressing Davos. "Governance through shadowy intrigue will not sustain a kingdom. Prime Minister Jon is utterly misguided. Do you also believe I should continue to assist him, thereby forging a political alliance?" Davos, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Perhaps Prime Minister Jon has his own compelling reasons?" Stannis, the Duke, gave a derisive snort. "One can only hope." Along the way, Davos noticed a group of children, around 10 years of age, forming a neat square under the guidance of a sprightly elder. Due to the distance, Davos could only discern the old man holding a bow, recounting something, while the faint sound of children's laughter wafted through the air. At that moment, Stannis spoke. "Can my Dragonstone be like this?" Davos replied, "Duke Stannis, each place is unique, making it quite challenging." After a moment of silence, Stannis instructed, "Send someone to investigate. I wish to know what he has been doing in King's Landing." Davos nodded in acquiescence. Stannis added, "Can he serve me?" Davos hesitated briefly, but quickly regained his composure. "Duke Stannis, the young Baron may not yet fully comprehend your stature." Stannis' sharp gaze flicked towards Davos. "Not comprehend?" Davos nodded slightly. "If he were to grasp your noble qualities, Baron Green would undoubtedly align with you, rather than the Lannister-born queen. The wealth of the Lannisters can easily blind a young man's vision. I must admit, you have lost the advantage." Stannis scoffed. "Gold dragons cannot purchase loyalty." Davos concurred. "Duke Stannis, Baron Green's political acumen and military prowess are commendable. He is deserving of your patience." In King's Landing, at Hook Street, Green's schemes bore fruit as he gracefully took his leave from Princess Myrcella and returned to his residence on Hook Street. Green was engrossed in a large map laid out on the table before him. This was a map detailing the route from King's Landing to the Kingswood, with precise markings of the inns where the Kingswood hunting party would rest overnight. The Kingswood hunting party was an event meant for the noble women of the realm, traveling by carriage while considering their endurance. Hence, the pace could not match that of a military march. The journey to the Kingswood required a total of 5 days and 4 nights. Green estimated the distances on the map, noting that the 4 inns were perfectly distributed according to the travel distances for the 4 nights. The Kingswood Hunt had been a royal event held every 2 years since the Targaryen dynasty. Green surmised that this route had established a stable market, with the four inns serving as products of this market. Green stroked his chin, recognizing that there were conventions in place, with meticulous details managed by experienced individuals. His primary role was to ensure the safety of the Kingswood hunting party, suggesting that his duties were not as burdensome as he had imagined. He traced his long fingers across the map, indicating the location of the Kingswood. Upon reaching their destination, the entire party would set up camp, continuing until the 7-day Kingswood Hunt concluded. It seemed Green had discovered a direction for utilizing gold dragons. As evening approached, having arranged the necessary details, Green took a deep breath just as the somewhat flushed Lancel Lannister unexpectedly approached him. "Lancel, what happened to your face?" Lancel attempted to chuckle, but winced. "It was Prince Joffrey. Immediately after the luncheon, I left the Red Keep, but he summoned me back, claiming he wished for swordsmanship instruction." Green leaned back in his chair, his tone laced with curiosity. "Is it merely my imagination, or do you appear to be in good spirits?" Lancel noticed that Green's attendant had filled his wine cup and took a generous sip before responding. "When Prince Joffrey calls, I cannot refuse. I cannot locate my cousin Tyrion in the short term, so I had no choice but to comply," resulting in he grimaced, pausing for a moment before continuing. "After meeting with Prince Joffrey, I would rather forget the entire affair." Green nodded slightly. "The latter is the crux of the matter, is it not? What transpired afterward?" Lancel's tone shifted to one of excitement. "Fortunately, my cousin Cersei arrived just in time and happened to catch us." Green remained silent, gesturing for Lancel to continue. "Cersei noticed the injuries on my face and offered me compensation." Green raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Oh? Once King Robert returns, I shall be appointed as the king's squire. As you know, the Kingswood Hunt is organized by the Queen, and the king does not participate, so I will have to miss this year's hunt. Cersei, upon seeing my injuries inflicted by Prince Joffrey, has promised to assist, allowing me to partake in the Kingswood Hunt before I assume my duties as the king's squire." Perhaps due to their differing personalities, Green found it challenging to empathize with Lancel's enthusiasm for such noble activities. Before Green could respond, Lancel, with a gleeful expression, exclaimed, "What a rare opportunity! Only during the Kingswood Hunt can one glimpse all the noble ladies of the realm at once. The golden armor I brought from the Westlands will finally see its use. I have envisioned countless times donning my dazzling armor amidst the lush Kingswood, encountering a beautiful and elegant maiden." Green smiled warmly. "I wish your daydreams culminate in a splendid outcome." Due to the injuries on his face, Lancel refrained from laughing heartily, instead emitting a low, awkward chuckle that sounded rather unseemly. Green inquired, "Did you come here solely to share your good news?" Lancel leaned forward slightly. "Are you in need of more guards?" Green's thoughts shifted, understanding Lancel's intent. "Lancel, don't you think your encounters are happening a tad too swiftly?" Lancel chuckled bashfully. "Ah, you've seen through me?" Green shrugged. "It's not difficult." With a serious tone, Green added, "Lancel, regarding your marriage, I'm certain your father has made arrangements. As your friend, I must advise you to exercise prudence and safeguard yourself. Your surname makes you susceptible to the designs of others." Lancel stared blankly for a moment before speaking. "Baron Green, what if I before Lancel could finish?" Green interrupted, "I assure you, it would be a dire fate." Lancel, still clinging to dreams of romantic bliss, asked somewhat desperately, "How dire? You would not wish to know." With a sigh, Green rose from his chair, approached the somewhat dejected Lancel, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Lancel, consider your family. A pure heart allows you to master your emotions. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." Although Green was comforting Lancel, it felt as if he were also speaking to himself. Lancel looked up, his large eyes sparkling as they met Green's. Lancel's occasional gestures always made Green tremble slightly, prompting him to discreetly create some distance. "Lancel, do not dwell in sorrow. Ponder upon joyful matters. Perhaps the 7 gods have already orchestrated everything for you." Tyrion liked to refer to the 7 gods as the Old Man, and Green could not help but be influenced by Tyrion. Chapter 54. The Disdained Green 2. Lancel regained his spirits, wearing the innocent smile of youth. "Rest assured, I shall remember your wise counsel. Tyrion has also said something similar to me. He told me that growing up is ultimately a form of happiness." Green patted Lancel's shoulder once more. Returning to his seat, "I will place you among the guards behind the Queen's carriage. I believe that is the position you desire." Lancel blinked in surprise. "Can I still serve as a guard? What about your earlier words?" Green raised his hands in a gesture of concession. "Just now, I spoke to you as a friend, offering you counsel. I trust you have absorbed it. Now I am still your friend, eager to assist you in fulfilling your modest wish." Lancel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Baron Green, You are too kind to me. I owe you a debt of gratitude this time. I promise, I shall not misbehave." Hearing the fervent assurance from Lancel, Green smiled. The gentle rays of the morning sun bathed King's Landing in a warm glow. Today marked the day when the royal hunt would commence. Queen Cersei would depart from the Red Keep in a carriage, traversing through the heart of King's Landing before exiting the city through the Lion's Gate. Outside the Lion's Gate, the Queen would first personally receive the distinguished ladies of the court, primarily from King's Landing and the northern regions of the Crownlands, who were participating in the royal hunt. Only after these formalities would the hunting party officially set off southward toward the royal forests. The noble women from the southern regions of the Crownlands would join the Queen's entourage along the way, while some from the more remote areas would proceed directly to the destination of the hunt without convening with the Queen's party. Dressed in silver armor and adorned with a blue cloak, Green stood alongside an array of Lannister officers clad in red and gold, all neatly arranged next to the opulent carriage, awaiting the Queen's arrival. This time, Green commanded a guard contingent of 764 men for the royal hunt, comprising 63 blue-robed men from the Klebb family, 201 red-robed Lannisters, and 500 gold-robed soldiers. The noble women participating in the hunt would also bring their own family retainers. At the sound of the herald announcing the Queen's arrival, Cersei appeared, holding Princess Myrcella's small hand and wearing her jeweled crown, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The royal hunt was decidedly a male-dominated affair. Apart from the accompanying guards and attendants, no other nobleman would partake, which was why Cersei had chosen to leave Joffrey and Tommen behind in the Red Keep. As Green and his men approached the Queen, they placed their hands over their hearts in a gesture of respect. With his head slightly bowed, Green caught sight of Cersei's magnificent gown and ever-perceptive, sensed her gaze lingering upon him. The Queen's eyes rested on him for but a fleeting moment. "Lord Green, you have done well." When Green lifted his gaze in response to her praise, he could only see the resplendent silhouette of her back. He pondered the sudden commendation from Cersei. Just as Princess Myrcella turned to look at him, their eyes meeting. The princess's clear eyes sparkled with mischief, and she gave a slight nod of her head. Green seemed to comprehend the significance behind Myrcella's gaze and returned a subtle nod before averting his eyes. It became evident to him that Cersei's compliment was related to Myrcella's presence. Reflecting on Cersei's temperament, Green considered her propensity for impulsiveness, often resorting to swordplay at the slightest provocation. He straightened his posture and was met with the sight of Jaime Lannister trailing behind the Queen. Unlike his usual armor, Jaime wore a wine-red robe embroidered with a roaring lion and black leather boots. A gentle breeze tousled Jaime's lustrous golden hair. Though he lacked the formidable appearance of armor, he exuded an undeniable charm. As Jaime passed, he cast a sidelong glance at Green. Ignoring Jaime's warning look, Green harbored disdain for his ostentatious attire, thinking to himself that Jaime seemed to be treating this as a leisurely outing. Suddenly, a realization struck Green regarding the allocation of the guard duties he had assigned the previous day. He had prudently entrusted the night watch over Cersei to the red-robed Lannisters. Once Cersei and Myrcella settled into the carriage, Green gestured for his men to return to their designated posts. With a cheerful demeanor, Lancel approached, leading Green's steed, accompanied by a resigned squire named Martell. After mounting, Green accepted the reins from Lancel, dismissively waving him off. "Once we are outside the city, you need not follow the Queen's carriage. Keep an eye on the rear and report any issues immediately." Lancel, pleased with the clear instructions, nodded enthusiastically and departed. Seeing that the procession was ready to commence, Green commanded a contingent of gold-robed soldiers to lead the way. Having given his orders, he shook the reins and rode alongside the Queen's carriage, announcing, "Your Grace, all is prepared." Cersei's cool voice responded, "Let us depart." The gold-robed soldiers forged ahead, ensuring the smooth progress of the entire procession. Under the blazing sun, the royal hunt entered the Queen's quarter, and as Cersei's carriage appeared, a wave of cheers erupted like a roaring tide. Inside the carriage, Myrcella gazed out of the window, her small face beaming with delight. "Mama, they love you so much." Facing her daughter's adoring gaze, Cersei lifted her chin slightly, a smile curling her lips. "You too shall be like me one day." Myrcella shook her head. "Mama, look outside. You are so amazing. Even father cannot inspire such devotion, and I surely cannot." Although the cheers from the Queen's quarter brought a glimmer of joy to Cersei's heart, she refrained from acknowledging them. What value was there in the adoration of these commoners? Cersei had not forgotten the slanderous rumors they had spread about her. Had she not decisively chosen Lord Green to handle the situation back then, who knows what the outcome would have been today? Now, things had merely returned to a semblance of normalcy. She was the lioness of House Lannister, destined to be revered by the flock. Cersei lowered her gaze to Myrcella, gently running her fingers through the princess's golden curls. "Myrcella, your beauty will be your most formidable weapon in the future." Myrcella looked up, her innocent eyes reflecting confusion. Cersei leaned down and kissed her daughter's forehead. "Mother will teach you in due time." As the queen lightly patted Myrcella's small back, her gaze grew distant. The cheers from outside, drawing her into a reverie of long-ago memories. Years ago, hand in hand with the youthful King Robert Baratheon, she had emerged from the Great September of Baelor, the crowd's cheers echoing as they did today. Thousands had gathered in King's Landing to bless her union with King Robert. The square brimming with exuberance, women adorned in their finest garments, and men holding their children aloft on their shoulders. The tall and robust Robert whispered to her that everyone adored her, and wearing the queen's crown, Cersei endeavored to love Robert, ready to embrace her role as queen. On that fateful day, Cersei Lannister had triumphed in marrying Robert Baratheon, besting all the women of Westeros. Yet, her elation was fleeting. On their wedding night, as she lay beneath the drunken Robert, she bore the agony of hearing him murmur Lyanna's name. Lyanna Stark had once been Robert's betrothed, and for the proud Cersei, Robert's betrayal was utterly unforgivable. The living Lyanna had stolen the affections of the prince she had once secretly admired. And now the deceased Lyanna had claimed the heart of her new husband. Cersei felt like a vanquished foe, her rival's name etched in shame upon her. How could the lioness, who had always sought to compete with men, be bested by another woman? The most infuriating part was that Lyanna was dead, leaving Cersei without an avenue for retribution. This bitterness was a poison that Cersei could not swallow. The only moment Robert had ever truly stirred her was on their wedding night, when he should have been obliterated in that instant. Cersei's hand tightened slightly. "Mother?" Princess Myrcella seemed to notice Cersei's peculiar demeanor, her eyes swirling with confusion, and a hint of concern etched upon her delicate features. Queen Cersei, however, swiftly reined in her thoughts. "I am perfectly well, Myrcella. Mind your posture, and always remember your royal status." Upon hearing the queen's words, Myrcella promptly adjusted her stance, her little chin raised with a touch of pride. Cersei nodded in approval, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Outside the Lion's Gate in King's Landing, an expansive area had amassed a throng of people, their family banners fluttering in the breeze. As the queen's carriage came to a halt, the bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence, bowing in reverence towards the royal vehicle. Naturally, Queen Cersei would not be receiving the noble women participating in the royal hunt beside her carriage. A grand tent had already been erected to facilitate her meetings with these ladies. The distance from the carriage to the tent was less than 100 meters, adorned with the wine-red carpet favored by Queen Cersei. These carpets were provided by a merchant named Peter from King's Landing. What Green sought was merely the usage rights. Hence his negotiations with the carpet merchant revolved around rental fees rather than purchase prices. Although it was Peter's first time engaging in such a transaction, he was familiar with similar arrangements, allowing the deal to proceed smoothly. According to their agreement, Peter would bring workers to lay the carpets in advance at the location where Queen Cersei would alight. Once the royal hunt concluded and they returned to King's Landing, Peter would not only earn the fee for the carpets used from Green, but would also retain ownership of the carpets. As for how Peter would handle the carpets that had been trodden upon by Queen Cersei, Green had no further interest. It was customary for the nobles of Westeros to lay carpets within their homes. It was exceedingly rare to see such extravagance in the wild. This was not a matter of wastefulness, but rather a lack of established custom. Green would not underestimate the lengths to which nobles would go for the sake of spectacle and appearance. As Queen Cersei stepped down from the carriage onto the pre-laid carpet, she nodded in quiet satisfaction. Serving as the head of the royal hunt and chief officer, Green escorted Queen Cersei into the tent. After handing Myrcella over to a handmaiden, Cersei took her seat. "Baron Green, you have truly outdone yourself." The queen referred to the lavish display of exquisite fruits adorning the long tables on either side within the tent. From the carpets to the fruits, such opulence had not been present in previous royal hunts, and Cersei was well aware that it was all a result of Green's meticulous arrangements. Green placed a hand over his heart and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, for one as noble as yourself, these are but trifles I have arranged as mere embellishments." Green refrained from revealing to Queen Cersei that after their departure, his steward, Solana, would oversee discreetly transporting the fruits to Clybourne Manor, where merchants awaited to procure this batch at a fair price, worth their early anticipation. The expenses, including those for the carpets, were covered by the additional funds authorized by the Master of Coin, Peter, specifically for the royal hunt. Given that Green was personally appointed by Queen Cersei as the overseer of the hunt, the decision regarding these matters naturally lay in his hands. Baron Green had dedicated an entire day to orchestrating today's affairs. As Queen Cersei accepted the goblet of wine offered by a handmaiden and took a sip, her lips curled into a slight smile. It will have some effect. At the very least, those women who prefer to hide behind men and gossip will behave more modestly. She took another generous sip of summer red, extending her goblet towards the handmaiden, instructing, "Replenish the wine." Continuing, she remarked, "Each royal hunt has left me weary of their tedious conversations." Gently swirling the goblet in her hand, she addressed Green, "Baron, it is because of you that I have found a modicum of interest in this royal hunt." Green bowed again, expressing gratitude. "I am honored by your esteem, your majesty." Cersei nodded slightly, her green eyes sparkling with intrigue. "I was quite taken aback when I received the news. It is no small feat, and I am curious how you managed to persuade Peter. I am well aware that men are seldom forthright." Cersei's words carried a weight of implication, stirring Green's thoughts, particularly towards the irksome Jaime. He silently scorned Jaime for his lack of discretion before Cersei. "It was Lord Peter who facilitated my meeting with Prime Minister Jon," Green clarified. He added, "After all, his existence has been uncovered, and Lord Peter may fear we would not let him slip away." A smile danced at the corners of Cersei's lips as she leaned slightly towards the armrest. "What is your impression of Peter?" After contemplating for a moment, Green replied, "Well, Peter's principles seem rather flexible." He received a pointed glance from Cersei in response. Chapter 56, The Disdained Green. Among those who came to pay their respects, only a small fraction comprised ladies accompanied by their nieces or sisters. The majority were mothers bringing their daughters. Cersei wore a facade of polite smiles as she greeted wave after wave of noble women. No matter how perfunctory her demeanor, it did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the ladies. Following the customary salutations, there ensued lengthy expressions of reverence towards Queen Cersei, followed by effusive praises for Princess Myrcella, and then boasts about their own daughters, culminating in mundane matters and noble gossip, as if they were utterly oblivious to Cersei's increasingly rigid expression. Green speculated whether these noble women were subtly competing against one another, perhaps to see who could monopolize the queen's time the longest. As the noble women approached, the once handsome Green felt their lingering gazes upon him. However, before he could revel in this fleeting attention, Jaime entered the tent and stood directly across from Green, causing his momentary allure to dissipate. Green was now utterly convinced that he and Jaime were incompatible. The golden-haired knight, clad in a crimson cloak, drew admiration from both young and old alike. Although they all understood that Jaime, a member of the Kingsguard, was forbidden to marry, it did not hinder their fervent adoration for him. Witnessing Jaime's popularity, Cersei's smiles became more genuine. Green lowered his gaze, no longer preoccupied with the happenings within the tent, and turned his thoughts towards the Riverlands, particularly the upcoming visit to Highgarden following the royal hunt's conclusion. In the Westerlands, Casterly Rock, a magnificent and towering fortress hewn from a colossal rock, served as the seat of the Lannister family and the capital of the Westerlands. Casterly Rock, true to its name, boasted formidable defenses, having never fallen to an enemy. It was known as the largest, wealthiest, and most fortified castle in all of Westeros. Kayvon Lannister, aged 53, with his golden hair and neatly trimmed beard, bore a round figure that had grown somewhat portly. During the War of the Ninepenny Kings, 16-year-old Kayvon had been knighted by the Red Lion, Lord Roger Rayne, for his commendable performance. Speaking with great respect, Kayvon addressed Lord Tywin. "Here is the latest intelligence from King's Landing." Kayvon recognized early on the exceptional qualities of his elder brother, Tywin Lannister, serving as his most trusted aide for many years. His loyalty and reliability well known. Tywin Lannister believed that some victories relied on paper, ink, and the whispers of ravens. Without lifting his gaze from the table or pausing to pen in his hand, Tywin queried, "Kayvon, has there been any change?" Kayvon replied, "Currently, the primary concern in King's Landing is the health of Prime Minister Jon. It has come to light that someone has been eavesdropping in his study, which has left him quite infuriated and necessitates a period of recuperation." The pen in Tywin's hand hesitated for a fleeting moment before returning to its steady rhythm. "Is the matter with Lancel proceeding smoothly?" Kayvon nodded slightly. Indeed, Lancel has been appointed as His Majesty's squire, although it did not manifest outwardly. Kayvon felt a surge of joy within when Blancer was confirmed as the king's squire. Kayvon's most esteemed elder brother, Tywin, had also served as a squire to King Aegon V during his youth at the Red Keep. Thus Blancer's elevation to the role filled him with pride. "Is Jaime still as he always is?" Kayvon inquired. Jaime never slackened in his swordsmanship. "And what a clever Cersei." The Duke of Tywin's tone exhibited a hint of something unusual when he mentioned Cersei. Cersei was quite pleased with her new steward, Grincleave, and the outcomes in the Queen's quarter had led her to promote him to her chief steward. After finishing his letter, Duke Tywin set down his quill. My self-proclaimed intelligent daughter knows only the art of steadfast retaliation, yet remains oblivious to the nuances of effective action. Has she finally found a suitable aid? With that, Duke Tywin folded the letter and placed it in an envelope, sealing it with the family crest. Kavon added, Tyrion also holds Grincleave in high regard. Influenced by him, Tyrion has recently developed a notable interest in governance. Upon hearing Tyrion's name, Duke Tywin involuntarily furrowed his brow. Both Jaime and Blancer held a favorable impression of Grincleave. After securing the envelope, Duke Tywin directed his golden-flecked green eyes toward Kavon. Has a fox infiltrated the pride of lions? With all due respect, it seems more akin to a beast deliberately mingling among lions. Since he began to lose his hair, Duke Tywin had shaved his head, leaving only a thick golden beard along his jaw. At 55 years of age, he retained a broad shoulder and towering stature. Duke Tywin picked up the letter Kavon had handed him and began to read. Kavon, I trust your discerning eye. What are the next steps, Duke Tywin? Let be. My children believe themselves grown, yet they remain blissfully unaware of their naivety, more childlike than they realize. They must learn how to engage with their astute subordinates. Then we shall continue to observe. Now that Prime Minister Jon's health has begun to affect his ability to manage the realm's affairs, should we take action in King's Landing? Continue to monitor. The time is not yet ripe. Today marked the second day of the royal hunt, with the diligent Grin overseeing the entire retinue of the hunt. As he conducted his rounds, Grin's ears perked up. Do not be deceived by his appearance. My mother has already inquired, one guard remarked. Indeed, I have asked as well. It's rather frightening. No wonder Her Majesty entrusted him with our protection. Upon hearing this, Grin silently gestured for them to halt. What have you deduced? I cannot comprehend why Her Majesty would assign such a person to ensure our safety. Right? Speak quickly. Consider that wildlings grow up alongside beasts. So their hearing is different from ours, allowing them to hear from great distances. Like hunting dogs? Shoo. After all, he is a baron. I've heard that Her Majesty holds him in high regard. He cannot hear you. You are far too timid. Your uncle is the Earl of Water's Edge. Surely he has nothing to fear from a mere baron. The Earl of Water's Edge? The Mouton family? Grin pondered, stroking his chin. Does he truly subsist solely on raw meat? By the seven, do you still cling to hope regarding him? I just don't see it. Wildlings are cunning. How could a naive girl like you discern their nature? Oh, I have heard my mother mention that they might carry you off to their caves. Listen, I am not deceiving you. Had it not been for me, you might have become the consort of a wildling tribe, living in a cave and eating raw meat. Thank you. Chapter 57. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Grin sighed inwardly. Ignorance and barbarism encapsulated the prevailing perception of the Crabclaw Peninsula. The descendants of the first men were fierce warriors, primarily due to their long-standing struggle for survival in a harsh environment. After the Undulls introduced the faith of the Seven to Westeros, only the North and the Crabclaw Peninsula remained as inhospitable remnants of the first men's territory. Compared to the expansive North, which had fared much better, the Crabclaw Peninsula was far worse off. Approximately a millennium ago, the Stark family of Winterfell vanquished their greatest adversaries, the Boltons of the Dreadfort, compelling them to renounce their claim to the crown, thus largely unifying the North and bringing an end to its tumultuous strife. In stark contrast, the descendants of the first men on the Crabclaw Peninsula had never ceased their internecine conflicts unless engaged in warfare against external foes. Occasionally, a hero would bring a fleeting peace to the tumultuous Crabclaw Peninsula, such as the legendary hero Clarence Grincleave of the Grincleave family. Yet upon the hero's death, all would revert to bloodshed. During the War of the Usurper, the nobility of the Crabclaw Peninsula, on the losing side, suffered heavy casualties. In the aftermath, the noble houses of the Vale, led by Duke Jon, imposed a prolonged blockade on the Crabclaw Peninsula, exacerbating its internecine violence. The weakened state of the Crabclaw Peninsula inadvertently presented Grin with an opportunity to restore order. Grin, possessinya behodmande de disposition, would not allow the trivial remarks among young maidens to unsettle him. Once Grin's westward campaign succeeded and he gained control over the entire Crabclaw Peninsula, the next phase would involve venturing further westward. Numerous nobles of the Crownlands had attempted to conquer the Crabclaw Peninsula, including the Mouton family of Water's Edge. The strategic location of Water's Edge prompted Grin to suddenly designate it as the primary target for his westward expedition. This decision stemmed from the historical enmity between the Crabclaw Peninsula and the Mouton family, rather than any misdeeds of Mouton's young niece. Outside the inn, the camp at night was alive with the scent of roasted meat as Montan relished his meal. Leaning against a tree nearby, Ongai appeared somewhat lethargic as he remarked, "I cannot drink. I feel utterly drained." Montan chuckled amiably. Ongai turned to Montan. "Montan, you seem unaffected. Don't you enjoy drinking as well?" He paused before continuing. "It seems everyone else has adjusted." Swallowing his food, Montan replied, "This is a decree from our lord. During the duration of our military engagement, all are forbidden to drink." Initially, everyone reacted as you did, but one gets used to it. Ongai settled beside Montan, whispering, "Will there be fighting?" Though his voice was soft, it could not conceal the thrill in his tone. Ongai longed for combat, harboring dreams of knighthood and the accumulation of merit. The more, the better. Montan shook his large head. "I cannot say for certain." Ongai's tone turned weak. "True, this is the Crownlands, and the Queen is here. Who would dare attack us?" Montan, with his simple demeanor, reassured him. "Ongai, drinking too much will still affect your performance in battle. Once we are out there, no one knows what may transpire. The enemy will not show mercy just because you have overindulged." Ongai nodded slightly. As a natural archer, he required a clear mind. "You are just struggling because it is the beginning. We have all adapted, and you will soon as well. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future. Survival is what matters." Ongai found solace in Montan's words. He studied Montan's good-natured face and remarked, "Montan, I suddenly feel you possess considerable wisdom." Montan smiled sheepishly. Within the inn, Grin had arranged for the Lannister red cloaks to manage the guards, while the gold cloaks and the blue cloaks of the Grincleave family were tasked with perimeter security. After completing his rounds, Grin now sat by the campfire outside the tent, gazing up at the night sky. He heard footsteps approaching. Grin's eyes flickered as he recognized Jaime, now clad in silver armor, making his way toward him. Jaime's expression was not particularly cheerful as he sat down on the opposite side of Grin, appearing somewhat sullen. Grin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, preferring silence, for their natures did not align. After a considerable pause, Jaime cleared his throat. Faced with his familiar opening line, Grin inwardly rolled his eyes. Jaime's voice carried an air of awkwardness. "My little lord, shall we have a chat?" Grin again suppressed an eye roll, thinking if there's something to discuss. "It's my little lord. If not, it's the wildling." A smile crept onto Grin's face. "Sir Jaime, you seem rather perturbed, if I may say." As he spoke, he gestured to a nearby attendant. The attendant brought forth 2 empty goblets, set them down, and filled them with wine. Jaime raised his cup and took a sip of the summer red, falling into a moment of silence before speaking. "You seem quite knowledgeable about Queen Cersei's preferences. Perhaps more than anyone else?" Grin shrugged his shoulders. "What is it you wish to hear, Sir Jaime?" Another silence ensued. Jaime leaned back slightly, his gaze drawn to the twinkling stars above. "I recall my father's teachings, that in times of confusion, one ought to seek the counsel of others, and then reflect upon whether their words hold merit." Grin lifted his right hand, displaying 5 fingers, indicating a fee of 5 gold dragons for his counsel. Otherwise, the discussion would be moot. Jaime, ever the Lannister, comprehended the unspoken terms in an instant. The Lion of Lannister would never betray a flicker of emotion in the face of a bargain. A dazzling smile illuminated Jaime's handsome features as he unfastened his coin pouch and tossed it to Grin. No less than that. Grin effortlessly caught the pouch, misinterpreting Jaime's intent. Within it lay at least 50 gold dragons. This delightful misunderstanding transformed the conversation, prompting Grin, who had initially intended to brush Jaime off, to straighten his posture. On the Crab's Claw Peninsula, in the northeastern part of the Cleave territory, a dense forest concealed a soldier of the Survey Corps, his short sword poised at the throat of a wildling sentry. The sudden appearance of the blade shimmered ominously, causing the wildling guard to involuntarily shudder. With one hand, the soldier swiftly covered the wildling's mouth and efficiently slashed his throat. In the stillness of the deep night, a silence enveloped the mountains. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air broke the tranquility. Before the soldier could react, an arrow struck his chest, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 silent soldiers trailing behind immediately unleashed a volley of arrows toward the direction of the incoming fire. "The enemy is prepared. You must hurry to inform Sir Pell." "Yes, to the death. The Survey Corps to the death." Chapter 58, Hershel's Lament. A crude spear flew forth, and Sir Pell sidestepped to evade a wildling's thrust. In a flash, his sword severed the enemy's forearm. Without pausing, Sir Pell kicked the adversary down and thrust his blade 3 times into the wildling's neck and chest. A whoosh echoed as an arrow whistled past. Just as Sir Pell intended to react, he felt a sharp pain in his side. A bone-tipped arrow had pierced his leather armor, but was halted by the chainmail beneath. Cursing under his breath, Sir Pell wrenched out the trembling arrow from his side and discarded it onto the ground. Protect the knight. There are archers on the hillside to the west. Archers retaliate. The moonlight cast a pall over the ongoing slaughter. A robust wildling chief glared at Sir Pell, blood dribbling from his mouth, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. The soldiers of the Survey Corps relentlessly plunged their short swords into the wildling chief's abdomen. Previously, it was the wildling tribes that had been ambushed by the Survey Corps. Tonight marked the first time the Survey Corps was caught off guard by a surprise attack from the wildlings, igniting a flicker of unknown anger within the steadfast Sir Pell. He cast a cold glance at the corpse of the wildling chief, whose entrails spilled forth, a gruesome sight. The deeper the valley, the more ferocious the tribes. Sir Pell's old colleague and friend, Sir Mason, had been tasked by Lord Green to oversee the construction of new farms in the Cleve territory. With Mason's growing demand for food resources, Sir Pell was compelled to expedite the campaign against the wildling tribes. As the Survey Corps pressed deeper, the wildlings' resistance intensified, leading to increased casualties among the soldiers. Each soldier in the Survey Corps was a carefully selected elite, nearly all renowned local hunters. He required more chainmail and shields. The battle-hardened Sir Pell felt the weight of exhaustion settling in. He concluded that the Survey Corps must take a period of respite. Next time, they would bring true terror to their foes. In the camp, under the brilliant summer night sky, Jaime retorted, "Utilizing fear?" Green shrugged. The dragons of Targaryen instilled fear throughout the Seven Kingdoms, granting them the Iron Throne. Had the Mad King possessed dragons, even King Robert would have been forced to clutch his invincible hammer and cower by the shores of Storm's End, casting nets for fish. Jaime had intended to laugh without reservation, yet his smile remained strained. Green's brown eyes glimmered. For the sake of the gold dragons, he initiated, "Sir Jaime, I prefer to employ a perspective shift, considering how I might act in your place." As King's Landing stood on the brink of siege, the Mad King sought to incinerate the entire city with wildfire, demanding the head of his father as tribute. I have pondered numerous times what choices I might have made in such dire circumstances. Jaime shuddered slightly, a spark of unfamiliar illumination flickering within his eyes. Green gazed skyward, exhaling softly. "I have reflected repeatedly, and my conclusions remain much the same, Sir Jaime." Leaning slightly, he turned his gaze toward Jaime and gently patted his arm. "Though honor may have been lost, many owe their lives to your choices. Perhaps they are not as lamentable as you believe. Sir Jaime, carry your heart boldly, unafraid of the judgment of others." What Green admired most about Jaime Lannister was his refusal to exploit others, a trait that, while simple to express, is exceedingly rare and commendable. Jaime found himself momentarily dazzled by Green's wisdom. In that moment of reflection, he considered that Tyrion's idea might hold merit after all. A fleeting notion, quickly dismissed. No, absolutely not. As night deepened, Green prepared to rest, indifferent to Jaime's emotional fluctuations, viewing their interaction merely as a transaction. Before parting, Green remarked, "Sir Jaime, should you encounter obstinate individuals, feel free to pose a counter-question." This was Green's parting gift. Outside King's Landing, at Cleve Manor, the sky was a clear blue. Within the manor, numerous stable hands busied themselves with the care of the horses. Having concluded the affairs of the late Joffrey, Steward Rossell now sat in a pavilion at Cleve Manor with Steward Celaena. Celaena, clad in a long dress with a short sword fastened to her belt, caught Rossell's eye more than once. Previously managing Joffrey's estate in King's Landing, Rossell had never visited the Cleve territory. However, he had heard tales of the prowess of the Cleve spearwives from Joffrey. Without first-hand experience, it was difficult to envision the scene. Celaena proactively clarified Rossell's curiosity. "This sword? The merchants of King's Landing are quite cunning. Ever since I started carrying this, they have become significantly more honest." Rossell chuckled. "Lady Celaena, as long as it serves its purpose." Celaena had no intention of prolonging the topic. "I had hoped for a brief respite. It seems Lord Green intends to escort you south." Rossell nodded. "We shall be departing shortly. Then I shall await your return. I have come to realize that I am ill-suited for dealings with merchants." "Very well, my lady. I shall set forth immediately." On the Crab's Claw Peninsula, at Whispering City, the sun reigned high in the sky. The middle-aged and portly Herschel, despite his continuous busyness, had gained a bit more weight since Green's departure. After the reclamation of the old territory of Kleb, the population has been steadily increasing as the mountain savages continuously join the new-style farms overseen by the Masson Knights. Although the marauding forces of the Survey Corps and the Thorn Brigade have been able to plunder supplies, The rate of plunder is now lagging behind the rapid population growth. Herschel must procure a substantial amount of grain in advance, ready to support the old territory of Kleb at any moment. The newly established Mermaid Harbor has yet to attract the interest of major trading houses. The merchants visiting Mermaid Harbor are still predominantly small traders, which means that larger transactions must still rely on the valley merchants. The gold dragons that the Lord painstakingly acquired from King's Landing may soon be offered at a discount to the grain merchants of the valley. Herschel winced at the thought of the 1,000 gold dragons he had just stored away. A few years ago, when Miss Lina Kleb married into Seagull Town, the valley nobility lifted the trade blockade on the Kleb territory, yet the prices set by the valley merchants for transactions with Kleb remained disproportionately high. Moreover, with the cessation of trade between Kleb and the valley merchants for a time, Herschel's heart ached once more for the gold dragons in his storeroom. As the steward, Herschel is an unwavering confidant of Green, and he understands that the conversion of the mountain savages into subjects cannot be halted, as it is crucial for the future of the territory. Herschel believes that if they can endure this period, the vast fields of wheat in the old territory will eventually flourish. Chapter 59, The Prime Minister's Bedroom. Just as Herschel resolved the issue of grain for Kleb's old territory, he found himself troubled by another matter concerning the domain. With the rising reputation of the Thorn Brigade, the spearwomen of Kleb had become increasingly audacious. Serving as both the governor of Mermaid Harbor and steward, Herschel received reports from the sheriff that several incidents had occurred in which spearwomen forcibly abducted men. As the operations at Mermaid Harbor progressed, the influx of outsiders increased daily, and the injured men were often these newcomers. Faced with the fierce spearwomen of Kleb, ordinary men find themselves utterly powerless. The only consolation for Herschel is that the men injured by the spearwomen are too embarrassed to broadcast their misfortunes, choosing instead to remain tight-lipped, thus momentarily preserving the good reputation of Mermaid Harbor. According to the Lord's vision, the majority of trade in the future will be concentrated in Mermaid Harbor. Thus, it is imperative to address the situation promptly, if left unattended. Mermaid Harbor will inevitably be affected in due course. Herschel is no stranger to such abductions, as this practice has long existed within the Kleb territory. According to the ancestral knowledge passed down through generations in Herschel's family, the former heads of the Kleb family had made concerted efforts to eradicate this custom in order to adapt to noble circles and improve the image of the territory. However, in those times, the vast expanse of the territory now referred to as the Old Land was sparsely populated, and the ancestors of Kleb were not adept in governance, leading to a superficial approach that allowed such customs to persist behind the scenes. It was not until the Usurper Wars, when Lady Kleb led her kin to migrate to the new land and the accompanying subjects gathered together, that a strict prohibition was enacted, resulting in significant improvement. Under Lady Kleb's governance, spanning over a decade, this custom had nearly vanished. Now, with the continuous absorption of mountain savages as subjects of Kleb, there are signs of a resurgence of this unwelcome practice. What troubles Herschel is that while Lady Kleb issued a decree prohibiting the abduction of women, she did not extend such prohibitions to the abduction of men. Remembering Lady Kleb, Herschel felt it was time to impose regulations on the spearwomen of Kleb. The matter of spearwomen abducting men could only be curtailed by a direct order from the Lord, until he receives Green's command. Herschel could only urge the sheriff to intensify patrols. Herschel picked up his quill once more, adding this matter to the letter he was drafting to Green. A lengthy hunting party was making its way south along the main road, having just reported today's itinerary to a somewhat more radiant Queen Cersei than usual. Green was riding alongside Lancel. Although he could not compare to Jaime, the handsome Lancel was also quite popular among the noble women and young ladies. Feeling a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Lancel, who was favored by them, Green found himself at odds with his own feelings of regional prejudice. Lancel maintained a cheerful demeanor. Green, I believe they're secretly sizing me up and even making an effort to engage me in conversation. It feels rather peculiar, yet delightful. Glancing at Lancel's youthful face, Green surmised that the noble women must indeed be quite taken with him. Delightful? Green maliciously mused about whether he should privately arrange for the innocent Lancel to be sent into the tents of the noble women, leaving him with indelible memories of exquisite experiences. He chuckled to himself. Lancel lowered his voice and added, "Rest assured, Green, I will heed your warning and maintain my distance." Green nodded slightly. "I believe you'll handle it well." Lancel's heart swelled with joy at Green's words of affirmation, and he nodded vigorously. Lancel raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Green, what about you? I remember you have no fiancé yet, right? Yesterday, I saw you patrolling the ranks. Did you come across anyone who caught your eye?" Green adjusted the reins and directed his horse a bit, replying, "They are not suitable for me. I do not wish to waste my time." Lancel's handsome face took on an expression of confusion. Not suitable? Green turned to Lancel. I have just reclaimed my family's old territory. My domain will not stabilize in the short term. Lancel nodded in understanding as Green continued. The noble women of the Crownlands live in a manner akin to sheep, and the daughters of sheep are ill-equipped to thrive in a wilderness filled with beasts. Lancel wholeheartedly agreed, considering their Lannister family to be akin to a pride of lions, while the Crownlands' nobility merely resembled a flock of sheep before them. Sighing, Lancel acknowledged that Green was right. His father would never approve of him seeking a partner within the sheepfold. Lancel felt that Green's prospects for marriage were not as effortless as they appeared on the surface. The innocent Lancel silently lamented for Green, wishing that his younger sister were not so young, for they would surely be a suitable match, and their father would be quite pleased with Green. Lancel was referring to his newborn sister, Jenna Lannister. While writing, Lancel's thoughts were awash with a myriad of expressions. Reflecting his vivid imagination, Green found himself somewhat speechless, realizing that the current generation of Lannisters possessed an abundance of distinctive traits. At the Red Keep, in the Prime Minister's bedroom, Duke Jon Arryn leaned against the headboard, his cheeks gaunter, accentuating his age. Standing beside the bed, Lord Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance, was reporting on the kingdom's affairs to Duke Jon Arryn. Peter, has His Majesty not yet returned? Duke Jon inquired. Peter shook his head slightly, my lord. The king is on his way back. Duke Arryn sighed wearily, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. I won't inquire about the taxes. I trust you to handle them well, Peter. You are a man worthy of my trust. A polite smile graced Peter's face as he nodded in gratitude. Peter, you are a trusted individual. However, due to my health, I must consider my successors. Who do you believe would be suitable to assume the role of Prime Minister after me? Peter's eyes flickered slightly, my lord. Master Pycelle has assured me that you will recover soon. Peter's words inadvertently provided a measure of comfort to Duke Jon. The Duke nodded slightly. Life is unpredictable. Much like the weather. One must always be prepared to avoid chaos. It is my duty. Peter did not rush to respond to the Duke's query, but instead asked in return, my esteemed lord, have you already selected a candidate? After a moment of contemplation, Duke Jon spoke. Alas, there is indeed one, albeit a challenging prospect. I am acquainted with him, and I doubt he would be amenable to assuming the role of Prime Minister. He finds the atmosphere here rather unappealing. However, he is most suited to serve His Majesty Robert. Most suited to serve His Majesty Robert? Peter's mind stirred, as he had already surmised the identity of the individual Duke Jon was alluding to. Would the Stark direwolves descend southward? Chapter 60. The Unwelcome Messenger from the Reach. Duke Jon suddenly inquired. Has the royal hunt commenced as scheduled? This was the second time he had posed the same question, having already asked it yesterday. Peter, with his head slightly bowed, let a fleeting smirk escape his lips. Yes, they have all departed. The noble ladies of the Crownlands have also arrived as per our arrangements. So you may rest assured. Duke Jon nodded slightly. Peter, remember not to underestimate such events. They can subtly ensnare the hearts of men. Peter pressed his hand to his chest and nodded respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall keep it close to my heart. As Queen Cersei, Peter noticed that Duke Jon, who seemed poised to speak, had fallen into contemplation and stood quietly by. After a considerable pause, Duke Jon resumed. Having dealt with state affairs for many years, I have encountered a myriad of individuals. The mere thought of that young Baron Green unsettles me. It is absurd, for he is but a boy, yet I cannot fathom why this feeling persists. Peter's gaze flickered, and he offered consolation. You may simply be fatigued. Anyone would struggle to maintain composure when weary. Duke Jon disregarded Peter's reassurance and continued. The capriciousness of Queen Cersei is unpredictable. Individuals of such temperament must not wield a sharp sword, for they are destined to enact astonishing deeds. Trust the judgment of an elder. My honor forbids me from slandering Her Highness the Queen. Duke Jon raised his slightly trembling hand, and Peter swiftly stepped forward to grasp it with both of his own. The people of the Crablands are akin to beasts clad in human skin, a bloodthirsty blade. Duke Jon was a pragmatic man and did not exaggerate matters. Upon hearing this, Peter felt a chill in the place on his chest where Green had inflicted a wound. Peter, we must devise a means to wrest this bloodthirsty sword from the Queen's grasp. Peter was acutely aware of the implications behind Duke Jon's words. This entailed taking action against Baron Green, or at the very least, driving him from King's Landing. Peter felt a twinge of annoyance, for he wished to avoid further entanglements with Baron Green in the near future. Through this period of reflection, Peter had gained deeper insights into the game of power. Military nobles like Baron Green would adhere to the rules of the game when it served their interests. However, when faced with disadvantage, they would abandon all pretense of decorum and resort to primal violence. Realizing this left Peter's emotions in turmoil. Although numerous thoughts crossed Peter's mind in an instant, his expression remained inscrutable. My lord, your plan is indeed commendable. Dispatching Baron Green to eliminate the Targaryen's young dragons would be entirely justifiable. As a favored confidant of Duke John, Peter was well aware of many of his affairs. A smirk crept onto Peter's lips as he lightly patted Duke John's hand. Your benevolence has already afforded him a month. Should he refuse, he cannot remain in King's Landing. For His Majesty Robert will not allow it. Peter's gaze reflected reverence. Should Baron Green acquiesce, he must still depart from King's Landing. The Targaryen's young dragons await across the narrow sea. You are a masterful strategist, my lord. In truth, you have already set your pieces in motion, merely awaiting the favorable outcome. In the royal forest, beneath the azure sky, the branches of the trees intertwined. The royal hunting party arrived at its destination as scheduled, with no rain to hinder their journey. Prior to their arrival in King's Landing, Baron Green had already dispatched craftsmen to prepare in advance. All the tents required by the queen had been erected before their arrival, with wooden flooring laid within. This morning, the carpet merchant Peter had also laid out his fine carpets upon the floors. Due to time constraints, Baron Green could manage only this much. The rest followed customary practices. The additional funds he procured from Peter were primarily used to enhance Queen Cersei's satisfaction. A content queen would not concern herself with the number of gold dragons Baron Green had spent or how many remained. As for the other tents, Baron Green adhered to tradition, with a bustling crowd beginning to assemble. Within the queen's tent, only Cersei and Green remained. The queen, a recluse who favored the comforts of the Red Keep, was pleased with Green's meticulous arrangements, having never enjoyed the dirt roads and the dust they stirred. Clad in a sheer, split nightgown, her form was tantalizingly obscured, leaving Green's gaze wandering. I must not break character. That would deprive the queen of some amusement, he thought, averting his eyes to study the patterns of the carpet below. Cersei held a filled glass of summer red wine in her hand and cast a sidelong glance at Green, a hint of amusement flickering in her gaze. Baron Green, have we received a response from the Reach? Green lifted his eyes, his brown gaze meeting the queen's. Indeed. Your Grace, the messenger from the Reach has just arrived. My men are stationed on the periphery, and I have arranged for the messenger to be discreetly placed elsewhere, away from prying eyes. Gently tracing the rim of his glass with his fingertip, Cersei took a sip of her summer red before speaking. You have done well. It was wise to intercept the messenger from the Iron Islands. He should not be allowed to appear publicly for the time being. Green shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation. I merely took precautionary measures. I did not wish for my arrangements to become necessary. I can only surmise that the Duke of the Reach was overly delighted upon learning of your intent to send an envoy. After a brief pause, Green continued. Our ravens hinted at the discussion of significant matters. Under normal circumstances, both parties would be in accord. For instance, I would be traveling to the Reach under the pretext of procuring grain. Green deftly balanced public duty and personal interest, diligently serving Queen Cersei while simultaneously securing provisions for his domain. Cersei cast a sidelong glance at Green. My little Baron, have you uncovered something? Green spread his hands. What should have been a routine matter has revealed irregularities. I suspect there are elements at play that we did not anticipate. Might there be those within the Reach who do not wish to see the Duke forge an alliance with your Grace? With a resounding thud, Cersei slammed her glass onto the table, her piercing gaze fixed on Green as her tone turned frigid. Who dares to obstruct my affairs? Realizing that revealing his insights could provoke Cersei's ire, Green pondered the consequences. What if she, in a fit of rage, sent him to the Reach to eliminate someone? Serving the Queen was no easy task. Green found himself longing for Jaime. If he were present, he would have intervened even if Cersei voiced her intentions. Jaime had been remiss of late, often absent from Cersei's side when he had previously been inseparable from her. Green stepped forward to pour more wine. Your Grace, anyone from the Reach could be involved. For now, there is no identifiable culprit. Once he had filled her glass, he continued, upon my arrival in the Reach, should I encounter anyone who poses a threat to your Grace, I will deal with them accordingly. Cersei reclined in her chair with a nonchalant elegance, lifting her glass once more, a smile gracing her lips. Then, they should be wary. They remain unaware of your sharp blade. Lifting her glass, she tilted her chin and took a sip of the summer red. I am in agreement. Chapter 61. Controlling the Tempo. In the royal forest encampment, within Green's tent. After bidding farewell to Queen Cersei, Green learned of Jaime's whereabouts from his men. It seemed Jaime had been preoccupied with teaching Princess Myrcella the art of horsemanship. During their private moments, Green sensed that Cersei's interest in teasing him had intensified, and he found himself in need of Jaime as a shield. Queen Cersei is acutely aware that her beauty is her most formidable weapon, and she possesses an exceptional talent for wielding her allure. Green understands that Queen Cersei is utilizing her charm to ensnare both his heart and mind. As Green continues to achieve various accomplishments, the extent of Cersei's seductive strategies also escalates. In her own manner, Queen Cersei is progressively asserting control over Green, ensuring that she can confidently rely upon him. A mentally mature Green believes that had he been a different young man, he would have long succumbed to Cersei's enchantments. He remains steadfast in his original intentions, determined to keep the reins firmly in his grasp. Green recognizes the necessity of Jaime's presence. He believes he can seamlessly take over the task of instructing Princess Myrcella in horsemanship, and that Jaime should promptly return to his previous position, ever by Queen Cersei's side. Seizing the opportunity, Green cleverly uses the issue of the Highgarden messenger as a pretext to gain Queen Cersei's consent to deploy a portion of the Lannister Red Cloaks alongside the Kleb Blue Cloaks to expand the perimeter security. However, the most critical aspect remains the guards surrounding Queen Cersei. The Gold Cloaks are untrustworthy, necessitating a substantial presence of Jaime to bolster her defenses. Green offers his services to Queen Cersei, taking over the responsibility of teaching Princess Myrcella from Jaime. Without much deliberation, Queen Cersei agrees to Green's proposal, as she has grown accustomed to Jaime's companionship and feels a slight void in his absence. Consequently, Green takes the reins of the White Pony from a visibly displeased Jaime, assuming the task of instructing Princess Myrcella in horsemanship. 3 days pass, although the noble maidens of the Kingswood camp make a conscious effort to avoid him. The Kleb soldiers have notably increased their popularity within the camp. The majority of Kleb soldiers have descended from generations of hunters, making their prowess in hunting a natural talent. Under Green's direction, the Kleb Blue Cloaks embark in batches, bringing back a bounteous harvest of game that enriches the camp's provisions. The lively atmosphere of the camp reverberates with praises for the Kleb soldiers. As night falls upon the Kingswood camp, Green sits beside the campfire, casting a glance at the distant, animated throng. The evening's main course features wild boar roasted with mushrooms and apples, and the guests are predominantly women, each holding a glass of summer red wine, creating a vibrant ambience. Green's ears perk up as he hears footsteps approaching his direction. Feeling slightly bored, he speculates on the visitor's height and weight based solely on the sound of their steps. At a typical distance for a person's reaction, Green timely shifts his gaze towards the approaching figure. The newcomer is a girl of about 15 or 16, with brown eyes and hair, fair skin, of average height, and a slightly plump figure. The girl greets him politely, "Good evening, Baron Green." She is the gossip monger. Green recognizes the girl's identity, yet conceals his acknowledgement. Rising to return the greeting, "Good evening, Mississippi. And you are?" The girl smiles graciously. "Please forgive my boldness. My name is Tatiana Mouton, the Count of Fountain's niece." Fountain is a major port and trade center in Crab Bay, and the Mouton family is part of the nobility in the Riverlands, currently headed by Count William Mouton. The Kingswood Hunt is an activity reserved for the nobles of the Crownlands. Green had pondered why a noble maiden from the Riverlands would be present here when he eavesdropped a few days prior, yet did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, there is no decree forbidding other members of the Mouton family from being in King's Landing. When the girl mentioned the Count of Fountain, Green caught a fleeting glimpse of pride on her face. Invited by Green, Tatiana Mouton joins him by the campfire. The full moon hangs high, casting a gentle glow. Green instructs a servant to bring forth wine, but Tatiana shakes her head apologetically in decline. Green's brown eyes flicker, and he says nothing further, simply allowing the servant to fill his own glass. Taking a sip of the summer red, Green inquires, "Miss Mouton, why did you not attend the banquet?" Tatiana brushes her hair aside. "You may call me Tatiana." In the solitude of night, with a lone male and female, it is not difficult for the perceptive Green to discern Tatiana Mouton's intentions. A thought crosses his mind. Am I being schemed by a young girl? Green is not perturbed in the slightest. He nods slightly. "Very well, it is my honor, Miss Tatiana." Tatiana smiles, naturally adjusting her dress, lifting the hem to reveal a glimpse of her fair calf. Having witnessed Cersei's seductive tactics, Green is acutely aware of the stark contrast in Tatiana's amateur approach compared to that of the Queen. Green maintains an indifferent expression as he takes another sip of the summer red. Tatiana's smile begins to stiffen, perplexed as to whether he has yet to grasp her insinuation. Although not explicitly stated, the atmosphere conveys her intentions clearly. "Baron Green, you may now begin your pursuit of Tatiana Mouton." Tatiana feels a flicker of irritation. No matter how she adorns herself, she is still a half-wild noble, devoid of charm. Regaining her composure, Tatiana addresses Green's initial query. I have never been accustomed to boisterous environments since childhood. I quietly slipped away and happened to see you, so I inadvertently approached Baron Green. I hope I have not disturbed you. Green shakes his head slightly, responding in a very professional manner. Not at all, Miss Tatiana. You are free to roam within the camp. The guards will ensure your safety. Tatiana can only express her gratitude. Green has become the prey targeted by Tatiana Mouton. And due to the ingrained perceptions of the Crownland nobles towards Crabclaw Peninsula, her ruse is likely to succeed with ease. Upon reflection, considering Green's demeanor, Tatiana's scheme is riddled with flaws. If no one pays attention, then no one will investigate. Green contemplates further. The Crabclaw Peninsula lacks allies, while the North, as descendants of the first men, may naturally feel a kinship with Crabclaw Peninsula. The distance is simply too great. The future guardian of Crabclaw Peninsula. Green's choices have always been limited. Chapter 62, Peter's Swordsmanship. In the eyes of most, Crabclaw Peninsula is a backward and barbaric region, with Green being a half-wild noble from there. Perhaps Tatiana Mouton believes her Mouton surname holds more nobility in front of Green. Tatiana Mouton beckons with her finger, expecting Green to feel grateful and honored, complying with her whims. Green can only say that Tatiana Mouton possesses a basic understanding of undermining rivals and a hint of cunning. But little more. Tatiana Mouton's juvenile tactics, to Green, resemble brandishing a war hammer before King Robert. He suppresses the impulse to draw his sword. Green feels he has been somewhat tainted by the simplicity of the various soldiers. Rubbing his dark hair, he raises his hand to halt Tatiana Mouton's words. Miss Mouton, may I inquire whether your actions are influenced by Count William of Fountain, or are they solely your own? The interruption ignites a surge of anger within Tatiana Mouton. As she seethes, she recalls the meaning behind Green's words, causing her heart to tremble. Has he known all along? Tatiana Mouton feels a sense of panic, her first instinct being to evade. Baron Green, I do not quite understand your implication. It is late. Green's demeanor shifts from indifference to a gradually sharpened intensity. If this is Count William's idea, I would interpret it as a declaration of war. The benevolent Green intends to impart a lesson to Tatiana Mouton. Perhaps it is a legacy of the Mouton family? Years ago, the overambitious Mouton family allied with several minor houses, attempting to conquer the lands of Crabclaw Peninsula. The feeble pink salmon were instead vanquished by the forces of Crabclaw Peninsula, and had it not been for the intervention of House Targaryen, the Mouton name would have long vanished. Tatiana Mouton retorts angrily, How dare you insult our family? Green's tone was frigid. Is your conduct any different? At his retort, Tanya Mutton opened her mouth in surprise, rendered speechless. Green waved his hand, saying, The night is late. Miss Mutton, you should return and rest. Tanya Mutton worried whether she had inadvertently caused a major incident, but upon reflection, she deemed it unlikely. Although Baron Green was typically aloof, he did not strike her as someone prone to making a mountain out of a molehill. The two families were not likely to go to war over such trivial matters. With this thought, Tanya Mutton exhaled in relief, her heart finally calming after being unsettled by Green's words. Given the circumstances, she understood that a relationship with Green was impossible. It was a pity, she mused, that a man of such young age had already inherited his family's legacy and remained unmarried, a rarity indeed. Tanya Mutton reflected that her reliance on entrenched notions had kept her mentality elevated, causing her to overlook the peculiarities of Baron Green, who was an anomaly on Crabclaw Peninsula. Lacking extraordinary qualities, he could not have garnered the favor of Queen Cersei as her favored courtier. Through this experience, Tanya Mutton gleaned valuable lessons. She felt a twinge of remorse towards Green, lifted the hem of her skirt slightly in his direction, and bowed in farewell. Green's brown eyes followed Tanya Mutton's retreating figure as he pinched his chin thoughtfully. The next day, Prime Minister John Cunnington of the Red Keep found himself unable to shake off concerns regarding the kingdom's affairs. After resting for several days, he returned to his study, where he began to tackle the mountain of accumulated paperwork. Peter Baelish assisted John Cunnington in the study, occasionally offering suggestions. As John Cunnington busied himself, a servant suddenly announced the arrival of Duke Stannis Baratheon. John Cunnington was taken aback by Stannis's unexpected appearance and instructed the servant to admit him. Soon, Duke Stannis entered the study, his expression taut. After exchanging pleasantries, he sat down without waiting for an invitation. Stannis would not omit necessary etiquette, yet he would not indulge in superfluous niceties either. Peter Baelish, with his greenish-gray eyes flickering, silently stepped aside, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Prime Minister, I have heard about the matters concerning this study. On my way here, I learned that you entrusted such a significant issue to Janos Slint for investigation. That greedy, incompetent fool? With a thud, John Connington slammed down the documents in his hand, his murky gaze fixed on Stannis. Is this the reason for your sudden return? Stannis snorted disdainfully. Why allow slander against the Queen to circulate in the Queen's district? John Connington trembled, his lips quivering, but remained silent. What about Lancel? As the Minister Justice, does he not know that spreading unfounded accusations against the royal family is a crime? Stannis' gaze sharpened as he scrutinized John Connington. Is there some sordid power play at work here? The most ludicrous part is that this situation is being addressed by a mere royal affairs officer, demonstrating the utter incompetence of the court ministers. After arriving at the Prime Minister's office, Stannis surveyed the Queen's district and had already reviewed the preserved execution records at the security office. The meticulous Green had instructed Lancel to provide detailed records of each criminal's charges, including those related to slandering the royal family. The documents were so meticulously detailed that they seemed excessive, yet Stannis read them with utmost care. Upon finishing, even the typically stern Stannis nodded slightly in approval. Baron Green possesses legal acumen. John Connington's eyes narrowed. Stannis, are you questioning me? Stannis' lips curled into a sardonic smile. In truth, I would prefer to impeach you, but I know such an action would be futile here. John Connington's chest heaved with agitation. Stannis, governing the kingdom cannot rely solely on the law. Stannis stood tall. Esteemed Prime Minister, then please tell me, what should govern the kingdom? An absolute power that condemns, based on a mere song? In the future, if anyone commits murder, will they simply need to sing a song from Crapclaw Peninsula to transform into Lord Kleber? Do you believe Minister Lancel is not incompetent enough, that you wish to further highlight his ineptitude? Stannis, you are overly rigid. This is not merely a legal issue, it is politics. After delivering this statement, John Connington gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Stannis snorted again. Prime Minister Connington, you treat the kingdom's laws as your personal possessions, and I will not tolerate it. You cough, cough, cough. John Connington could not suppress a fit of coughing. Observing this, Peter, who had remained silent, hurried over. But John Connington stubbornly waved him away. Peter could not help but interject. Esteemed Duke Stannis, Lord Kleber is merely a minor figure from Crapclaw Peninsula. He does not affect the integrity of the law, and the Prime Minister has not pursued the matter further. Stannis frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Peter. Just because he is a so-called minor figure, does that grant him free reign? I tell you, in the eyes of the kingdom's laws, there is no distinction between great and small. As the royal treasurer, do you not understand that even the smallest loophole can sink a great ship? Peter, is this how you manage the kingdom's finances? Peter opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, his expression slightly awkward. John Connington coughed a few more times, weakly stating, Peter, you may leave. Peter, having inadvertently prodded the situation, cast a worried glance at John Connington. With a resigned shrug, Peter quietly retreated. Chapter 63, Unshakable. The astute Peter realized that both he and Green had underestimated Stannis' tenacity. John Connington, at this moment, lay with his eyes weakly closed, his breathing shallow. Green's presence here might have pleased John Connington, as the provocation could lead to his immediate demise. However, Peter's desired outcome was for John Connington to remain bedridden, allowing him to continue usurping the Prime Minister's power, not to witness his instant death. Peter stepped forward. His customary elegant smile vanished, his gaze fixed intently on Stannis as he spoke in a low voice. Duke Stannis, as you can see, I believe today's discussion can come to an end. Stannis snorted. Peter, do you think there is something wrong with what I said? Peter shook his head slightly. Duke Stannis, I am merely the Minister of Finance. I do not pass judgment. Peter did not wish to engage in a debate of right and wrong with Stannis. He simply sought to expedite the departure of the visitors, as John Connington desperately needed rest. Stannis rose from his chair, his towering figure imposing upon the average-sized Peter. Stannis' cold voice rang out. How is it that the kingdom is governed by you inept officials? Stannis' gaze shifted to the feeble John Connington slumped against his chair. His eyes icy. Weakness should never serve as an excuse to disregard the law. If you cannot heed my words, then consider the kingdom's well-being. After asserting this, Stannis cast one last icy glance at Peter, fell silent, and after bowing to John Connington, swiftly exited the Prime Minister's study. Once outside, Stannis paused, his keen gaze directed toward the throne room. He thought of the king's trusted ministers and felt a fleeting sense of helplessness, though this sentiment dissipated almost instantly. At least he was still here. Stannis was still here. He resumed his stride, his steps resolute, his heart steeled. He was an unshakable man. Not long after Stannis' departure, John Connington opened his eyes. Though he appeared to have returned to normal, Peter, who understood him well, could see through the facade. John Connington was strong on the outside but hollow within. Peter subtly curled the corners of his lips, seemingly pleased by the considerable effect that Duke Stannis had on Lord John. This level of tension was just right. John sighed deeply, his voice laced with fatigue. Stannis. His temperament remains unchanged, as foul and unyielding as ever. Peter, his expression tinged with concern, inquired, "My lord, how is your health?" John exhaled wearily, his countenance drawn. "It seems my affairs of state must once again be relegated to the confines of my chamber." Peter, eager to assist, moved as if to summon Maester Pycelle. However, John wearily waved his hand, halting the usually composed but now visibly anxious Peter. "Let's wait until the evening, when fewer are about, to call for Pycelle." After a moment's hesitation, Peter silently acquiesced. "Peter, do not take Stannis's words to heart." John pondered for a moment before continuing. "Though he is indeed abrasive and hard-headed, it is difficult to harbor true animosity towards him." John sighed once more. His obsession with the law is excessive, and his subordinates suffer greatly. Pausing, John turned to Peter. "Many believe that King Robert favors his younger brother, granting the storms end to Renly, while Stannis, who has accomplished much, is overlooked. There is reasoning behind this. Had Storm's End been entrusted to Stannis, his stringent nature would soon incite chaos among the Baratheon vassals, at a time when the realm desperately needed stability. According to King Robert, banishing the ill-tempered Stannis to Dragonstone was the wisest course of action, surrounded by the sea, allowing him to wreak havoc there at will. Regrettably, due to Robert's temperament, he neglected to consider how to placate Stannis thereafter, nearly leading to a rift between the Baratheon brothers. Peter, I share this with you in hopes that your insight may penetrate deeper truths." Peter pressed his hand to his chest and replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord. I shall heed your counsel." In the King's Guard, an unfortunate incident befell an officer clad in gold, named Steppen. In a corner of the camp, Green cast a glance at the mangled corpse of the gold-cloaked man, his brow furrowing slightly. The first order he issued was to enforce silence regarding the matter. Though Steppen's death was deemed an accident, the loss of life was a serious affair, and allowing rumors to circulate could easily incite panic. Was he intoxicated when he ventured into the dense woods? A gold-cloaked soldier responded to Green's inquiry. "Yes, my lord. Steppen was robust and skilled in swordsmanship. Although he had drunk heavily, we did not think much of his departure from the camp. Indeed, he has always had a strong constitution, typically returning sober after a brief excursion. Yet, we never anticipated he would venture so deep into the forest alone." Green's gaze shifted, asking, "How did you discover this? Was he alive when you found him?" A Lannister in crimson armor spoke up. "My Lord Green, it was our squad that made the discovery, as we were patrolling that area per your orders." Green nodded slightly. "You performed admirably. Now, please recount what transpired." "We rushed to the scene upon hearing commotion. But by the time we arrived, Steppen was already dead, blood strewn about, his body nearly unrecognizable for a wild boar's assault." Green nodded, redirecting his gaze to the lifeless form on the ground. He had encountered Steppen a few times, and in his memory, Steppen did indeed appear tall and strong. At this juncture, Green had confirmed that the drunken Steppen had met his demise at the hands of a wild boar. Green shook his head slightly, lamenting the loss. Steppen was still young and had already attained a mid-level officer rank, with a promising future in the guard. One must never enter the woods while intoxicated. Suddenly, Robert's name flashed through Green's mind. "Your Grace! Your Grace! Your Grace!" Hearing the distant commotion, Green halted his reverie. Queen Cersei, escorted by Ser Jaime, was approaching in his direction. "Ah, these two have ventured out again." The crowd bowed, and Green stepped forward to report Steppen's demise to Queen Cersei. The subsequent matters would be left to the guard to handle. Cersei cast a sidelong glance at Green, inquiring, "Steppen was quite strong?" Green's heart stirred. "I have had dealings with him. Steppen was as robust as an ox." Cersei fixed her gaze upon the mangled body of Steppen, her eyes shimmering brighter than usual, yet her expression remained impassive. Chapter 64, Rose Street. In King's Landing, within a residence near the security office, Green's steward, Leighton, was conversing with a sturdy man. "Captain Rattler, you will reside here for the time being. New arrangements will be made upon Lord Green's return." Following the receipt of Green's Raven, 20 soldiers from the investigation corps arrived in King's Landing. Rattler, appearing to be in his 30s, was the leader of this investigative unit. He nodded, habitually surveying his surroundings. "Leighton, thank you for the warm welcome. What tasks await us during our stay?" Leighton leaned closer to Rattler, lowering his voice. "My Lord Green requires you to familiarize yourselves with this place, each house, and every street. I shall make arrangements shortly." Leighton shook his head. Preparations are paramount. King's Landing is rife with hidden eyes, and you must also change into appropriate attire. We have time yet, and we need to plan carefully. I understand. Leighton responded affirmatively and then asked, Captain Rattler, did you encounter my sister, Kalea, before departing? I did not meet her. As you know, our investigation unit has been stationed at the old site, and after Sir Pearl selected the personnel for deployment, we proceeded directly to the Mermaid's Harbor without passing through Whispering City. Having been apart for some time, Leighton missed his sister. After a pause, Rattler added, I have heard that the governor of Mermaid's Harbor, Steward Herschel, is exceedingly busy, and your sister has been assisting him with many affairs of Whispering City. I believe she is faring well. You need not worry excessively. Leighton nodded slightly. That is reassuring. My mother and I are in King's Landing, and I often fret about leaving her alone in the territory. Although Rattler did not fully grasp such sentiments, he shrugged in understanding. In the southeastern part of the old land, within the Thorn Brigade's camp, inside the command tent, Amparo, clad in a short robe, was seated at the table, sternly writing something. At that moment, Rena, her hair styled in a high braid, entered the tent. What dreadful weather! It has been oppressively hot these past few days. Is a heavy rain imminent? Rena exclaimed, tossing aside her robe and letting it fall to the side. Amparo glanced at the apples, his full lips twitching slightly. Noticing Amparo's gaze, Rena coyly tilted her body, striking a pose, and teased. I know. I merely felt too hot. Allow me this indulgence. I shall be mindful when others are present. Amparo returned his attention to the table. Rena leaned closer, peering at the writing, her voice filled with surprise. Amparo. Amparo set down his quill, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Rena sighed. It is quite the feat, isn't it? Writing only these few words in an entire morning. Amparo pushed the paper to the side, his tone tinged with irritation. Do not forget, this was your suggestion. It has been too long, and I have forgotten how to write certain things. Amparo's words began to lose conviction towards the end. Rena nodded in agreement. Indeed, we only learned a few letters from the nuns when we were very young. I recall that you were the best at it. Yet I forgot how much time has passed. Rena shook her small face and spread her hands. Now that we are older, we are constantly preoccupied with hunting. Where is the time for such pursuits? Yes, that is precisely the reason. Forgetting how to write is quite understandable. Amparo nodded in agreement, sighing, what a pity. I spotted several new short swords in the Survey Corps, perfectly sized and significantly sturdier, no doubt. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, he continued, these are merely a few that you've seen. Sir Pell informed me that the blacksmiths will forge more. Hence, I urge you to hastily write to the Lord. We cannot even ascertain whether the next batch of new short sword will reach our corps before the White Walkers do. Rena, Sir Pell is a just knight. Rena sighed again, I know, but that doesn't preclude you from writing to the Lord. We're perpetually at war. Which corps isn't suffering severe weapon depletion? It's evident that others have already acted. As she spoke, Rena placed her hand on Amparo's shoulder, exclaiming, look at how drenched you are. She withdrew her hand and stepped behind him. I've just realized you've turned into a wet leopard. Raise your arm. Let me help you out of your robe. After a moment's hesitation, Amparo complied, lifting his arm to assist Rena's actions. Once she helped him shed the robe, she continued, now where were we? Ah yes, just heed my advice. Everyone is doing the same. Amparo shifted slightly, feeling considerably more comfortable. He groaned, covering his face with his hand. This is harder than fighting, Rena. The issue is, there are many things I simply do not know how to write. It's challenging to seek assistance for such matters. Amparo resolved that upon returning to Whispering City, he must recruit a sister who is adept at writing. Rena crossed her arms, her eyes sparkling with a sudden thought. If you encounter someone who cannot write, you could always draw. Amparo blinked in surprise. Draw? He deemed Rena's suggestion rather poor. The art of drawing is a far more sophisticated skill, and considering her talent, whatever she produced would likely be indecipherable even to the White Walkers. Observing Rena's excitement over her ingenious idea, Amparo found himself momentarily at a loss for a better solution. Perhaps it's worth a try? On the eve of the Royal Forest Hunt's conclusion, Green discreetly departed the Royal Forest encampment with his clan soldiers. Once Green left, the guards of the Royal Forest Hunt were taken over by James. Setting out at dawn, Green approached Rose Avenue by midday. Near Rose Avenue, he discovered the steward Roselle and others awaiting his arrival. Green noted that Roselle appeared significantly more spirited compared to their last encounter. Good day, my lord, Roselle greeted him. Green nodded slightly. Roselle, how did your inquiries regarding the prices fare? My lord, the grain prices in King's Landing are the easiest to ascertain. Upon receiving your command, I promptly gathered the information. Since departing from King's Landing, I've been probing as I traveled. My face is too unfamiliar here. They offer one price to acquaintances and another to strangers, so I'm uncertain about the reliability of the information I've gathered. That suffices. This is precisely what I sought. Green's intention was merely to gain a general understanding of the price fluctuations between the North and South. He tugged on the reins, proclaiming, "Let us proceed." Chapter 65, A Little Score. Under the blazing sun, after reuniting with Roselle and the others, Green South Party exited Rose Avenue. Journeying southwest for approximately 2 hours, Green reined in his horse, inquiring, "Is that the village ahead?" A clabber soldier replied, "Indeed, my lord. The Sleepless Bandits have been stationed in the village ahead since a few days ago." The Sleepless Bandits are a notorious group operating in the vicinity of the royal territory. The Rivelins and the Balins, known for their nocturnal raids, earning them the moniker of Night Bandits. Green surveyed the distant village and turned to Ongai, asking, "Do you believe an assault now would be prudent?" Ongai respectfully responded, "Yes, my lord. They return only at dawn. They must be quite fatigued now." Bandit groups are typically alert, and Green surmised that if they advanced further, they would likely be detected by watchful sentinels. Even nocturnal bandits would not neglect to place sentries during the day. After a brief pause, Green remarked, "The visibility around the village is expansive. Drawing closer would render us easily discoverable." Montan and Ongai exchanged glances, with Montan silently signaling for Ongai to speak. Ongai subtly nodded, addressing Green, "My lord, I could approach without them noticing." Green raised an eyebrow and placed a hand on Ongai's shoulder. "Then you shall orchestrate this ambush, with Montan assisting you." Ongai felt a surge of gratitude at Green's trust, nodding emphatically. As Ongai and Montan departed with the majority of the clan soldiers, Green's newly appointed retainer, Matir, fidgeted with anticipation, casting hopeful glances at Green. Noticing Matir's intense gaze, Green furrowed his brow. "Matir, do not forget your duties as a retainer." Montan and Ongai, dispatched to battle, are your personal guards. Matir harbored resentment, but dared not voice it. As a descendant of the Clabber's knightly vassals, he had been confined to the territory due to clan rules, never having participated in battle. Trained meticulously from a young age, Green believed in Matir's capabilities. As a descendant of knightly vassals, Green felt compelled to offer additional care, forbidding him from combat until he donned a layer of iron armor. Matir now resembled a wild stallion, his impatience palpable. Green intended to employ his methods to help Matir find inner calm. After Ongai and Montan swiftly devised their plan, they wasted no time and stealthily approached the village. While it may be challenging for most to avoid sentinels in broad daylight on open terrain, it posed little difficulty for the naturally skilled archer, Ongai. The bandit group, numbering around 40 to 50, had not stationed many sentries, having silently infiltrated the village. Ongai observed for a while, and noted that there were only 2 sentries in this direction, one in plain sight beneath a tree, the other obscured above. Whoosh, whoosh. Ongai swiftly loosed 2 arrows. His archery was remarkably swift. The arrows seemed to have no interval, striking the 2 sentries' necks almost simultaneously. The bodies of the sentinels fell to the ground with a muted thud. Montan, lying in wait at a distance, noticed Ongai waving a flag. He lowered his visor and gestured. Through the slits of his visor, Montan keenly focused ahead, leading the others with remarkable speed, his stout form in no way hindering his agility. The onlookers admired his swaying figure, secretly impressed. Green, accompanied by the remaining dozen or so men, arrived at the nearby riverside. He instructed his retainer, Matir, to tend to the horses, while he sought a shaded spot to sit. Due to the royal forest hunt, nearby bandit groups chose to keep their distance. None dared to provoke the entourage led by the queen. Most of Green's clan soldiers had learned to ride, though they were merely equestrian infantry. Green was willing to widen the perimeter for vigilance, also aiming to train his soldiers' horsemanship in the wilderness. As the patrol expanded, they inevitably stumbled upon traces of some bandit groups. Cautious, Green ordered Ongai to lead a contingent of soldiers to further investigate these tracks. As of today, Green had acquired accurate intelligence regarding several bandit groups. Occasionally, he wondered if he had overextended his reach. A nagging feeling lingered that his journey to the High Court would not unfold smoothly, especially after the messenger from the High Court appeared at the royal forest. Intensifying his apprehension, Green speculated that perhaps his eagerness for speed had caused him to become somewhat anxious. With intelligence on the bandit groups at hand, Green made a spontaneous decision to slow down the pace and spend a few days dealing with the brigands, ridding the realm of their menace while acquiring some horses in the process. According to Ongai's reconnaissance, these bandit groups possessed quite a number of fine steeds. Highgarden was targeted for the Queen's crown, and Green, donning the guise of Cersei Lannister's chief officer, ventured forth to Highgarden. where anything less than a smooth operation would be considered abnormal. Thus far, everything unfolded as it should, and Green found solace in this normalcy, which upon reflection, alleviated a moment of his anxiety. He smiled, for every endeavor begins with its challenges. Ahem, the mid-journey is fraught with difficulties, and the conclusion often brings its own trials. One simply must grow accustomed to it. With a resounding crash, Montan's imposing figure collided with the wooden door, splintering it to pieces. The sheer force displayed by Montan momentarily stunned the onlookers. Ongai couldn't help but admire the reason behind Montan's voracious appetite for meat. The morale of the group, already high, soared even further. Chapter 66, Shadows Beneath the Stairs. Without pausing, Montan surged forward through the shattered entrance. The bandits, caught off guard, suffered significant losses, with many meeting their demise before they even comprehended the assault. The remaining thieves had just retreated to the stone house, and, upon closing the door, sought to regroup when Montan's entrance startled them. Was this truly a man? The nearest bandit, hesitating for but a moment, was swiftly dispatched by Montan's crushing blow. The bandit leader shouted, "Engage!" One bandit gritted his teeth, steeling himself as he lunged toward Montan with his sword, concealed beneath his helmet. Montan's expression briefly flickered with disdain. Montan's robust legs propelled him forward, his left hand bringing down the round shield with a thud, flattening both the bandit and his weapon, the entire act exuding raw power. Within the confines of the modest dwelling, Montan leveraged his physical prowess to swiftly eliminate the nearby bandits. At that moment, members of the clan poured into the house, engaging in the fray. As Ongai entered, he locked eyes on the boisterous bandit leader, who cowered at the back. The corners of Ongai's lips curled into a smirk as he retrieved an arrow from his quiver. Just as he raised his bow, Montan hurled his bloodied war hammer, which struck the bandit leader squarely in the face with a sickening crunch. Changing his target, Ongai swiftly released an arrow, and another bandit fell, lifeless. After shooting, Ongai glanced at Montan and remarked with exasperation, "Your aim is commendable." Although the visor obscured Montan's expression, Ongai could discern the joviality radiating from his hefty frame. The battle gradually neared its conclusion. Ongai, casting aside his usual composure, quickly knocked another arrow and let it fly. A clan warrior wielding an axe, poised to claim the final bandit's head, heard the whistling of Ongai's arrow. Thud! The bandit clutched his neck, blood spilling forth as he collapsed. The axe-wielding warrior grunted, casting a wary glance at Ongai, danger glimmering in his eyes. "Let's have a drink." Ongai hastily gestured, and the warrior nodded slightly, averting his gaze. Montan pulled up his visor and, with a childlike grin, said, "Ongai, don't forget my roasted meat." Ongai, momentarily disinclined to engage with the crafty oaf, remained silent. The burly axe-wielder approached, gruffly suggesting, "Montan, next time, take me along for the door-busting." Montan looked up, nodding with a simple-minded grin. After 2 days of relentless skirmishes, Green's clan had vanquished 4 bandit groups in total. The spoils were considerable. In the past, such success would have filled Green with unrestrained glee. While he still felt a measure of joy, his prolonged interactions with the affluent Lannisters had dulled the thrill these victories once brought him. Green's appetite for conquest had grown insatiable. After a day of recuperation, Green and his companions, each mounted on a robust steed, re-entered Rose Road, proudly hoisting the banner of the Kleb clan as they journeyed southward. At the Red Keep, in the Prime Minister's tower, Duke John, having once again settled into his sickbed, felt a tickle in his throat and succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. After a considerable pause, he rasped, "Peter, I fear I may be bettered in for a while longer." Peter offered comfort. "My lord, you shall recover swiftly. You must trust in Master Pycelle." Duke John murmured, "Indeed, Pycelle's medical skills are exceptional." After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What of Stannis?" Peter's expression turned slightly resigned. "After bidding you farewell, Duke Stannis departed King's Landing. I believe he is now aboard a ship bound for Dragonstone." Duke John exhaled a weak sigh. That stubborn stag. Peter spoke again to reassure him. "Everyone knows Duke Stannis' temperament. Do not dwell on his words. You have your own burdens. Others are not the hand of the king. It is only natural for them to misunderstand you." Peter, keenly observant, noted the subtle shift in Master Pycelle's demeanor, which had not escaped his attention. The Duke's health was indeed precarious, and Peter's concern was genuine. John could not perish, as it would not serve Peter's interests. His tone gentle, Peter remarked, "I believe you are quite accustomed to such matters." Peter's words seemed to brighten Duke John's countenance. "Peter, starting tomorrow, you shall come directly to the Prime Minister's tower." Peter's lips curved into a smile as he bowed deeply and replied, "My lord." It is an honor to serve you. Go and rest. Duke John weakly gestured, his eyelids fluttering shut. At that moment, as Peter descended the staircase from Duke John's chamber, the surroundings were eerily quiet, dimly lit. Suddenly, a pale, plump hand grasped Peter's arm. His gray-green eyes widened, but he instantly recognized the hand's owner. Following the pull, he moved closer, his hands naturally resting on the shadowy figure's waist. In a husky voice, he said, "My Lisa." The shadowy figure was Lisa Tully, hailing from the Tully family of the Riverlands and the wife of John Arryn, the Hand of the King. Although Lady Lisa lowered her voice, her tone brimmed with delight. "You always think of me first, my Peter." As her vision adjusted to the darkness, Lisa's striking blue Tully eyes became discernible. With her voluminous auburn hair, she had started to gain weight after giving birth to Duke John's only son, Robert Arryn. At 31, Lisa's form had become plump and slack, and though her cheeks bore a dusting of powder, she appeared a decade older than her actual age. In that moment, Peter's gaze was solely fixed on Lisa, as if she were the most cherished treasure of his life. Lisa, enchanted by Peter's captivating eyes, became entranced, forgetting her surroundings entirely. Her chubby white hand slipping beneath Peter's robe. Peter lowered his gray-green eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Lisa, now leaning closer. Although he suppressed his voice, it was filled with affection. "Lisa, we must keep our voices down." Chapter 67, Rose Road 2. Breathing heavily, the entranced Lady Lisa lifted her skirts. Petterberries reached out to halt Lady Lisa Tully's movements. The magnetic summons of Petter seemed to awaken a flicker of reason within Lisa. A smile curved Petter's lips, his face adorned with enchanting affection. "Lisa, come with me." Beneath his charming demeanor lay a cold rationality. He played various roles before different individuals, always assuming the guise that most favored his interests. No matter how impulsive Petter might be, he would never engage in matters near the stairs of the Prime Minister's tower. He refrained from telling Lisa that the location was inappropriate, for he could never bring himself to refuse her affection. Petter's elegance remained intoxicating. "There lies a room that could slightly match your beauty, my dear Miss Lisa." Lisa's cheeks flushed deeper. In his heart, she would forever be Lady Lisa Tully of Riverrun, whom he loved profoundly. "We shall be together eventually." Shyly, Lisa placed her plump hand gently atop Petter's outstretched palm. A subtle tremor flickered in Petter's eyes. "Petter, you haven't come to see me in days," Lisa chided softly, her tone laced with both complaint and shyness. Given Lisa's age and appearance, her demeanor and speech felt somewhat discordant. Yet Petter's face remained a steadfast portrait of love. He tightened his grip on Lisa's hand. "Everything I do is for our future, for you, Lisa. I can endure." Lisa pondered how Petter had, for over a decade, humbly served her husband while remaining devoted to her. She understood well that Petter despised this role, yet he silently bore it all for her sake. Her heart brimmed with love, and she found herself at a loss for how to reciprocate his deep affections. All she could do now was this. She once again lowered herself. Petter's smile momentarily stiffened. After a pause, it resumed. Lisa cast her gaze downward. "My little finger is quite lively today." Though she spoke intimate words, the mention of her little finger caused Petter's smile to falter for an instant. With one arm around Lisa, he took a step forward. "My Lisa, you may find it impossible to sleep throughout the night." "Petter, my night, I do enjoy sleeping in." In another part of the Red Keep, Varys gazed intently at the note in his hand. The shadows cast by candlelight painted his expressionless face with an air of coldness. "My Lord Varys, Lady Elyn, and Count Petter have entered the room together. Should we arrange for someone to listen in?" Varys set down the note, lightly tapping his chin, his hands instinctively entwined. When passion overwhelms men and women, they are most prone to divulging precious information. "As you command, my Lord Varys." Varys continued, "Have the results of the garrison's investigation been delivered to Janos?" "They have been sent, all according to your wishes. Everything proceeds smoothly. Do not let your guard down. We must see this matter to a successful conclusion. In the future, do not assign anyone in the presence of Baron Green." "Understood." Varys rose from his chair and strolled to the window. "There is no need for doubt. This world is always home to some peculiar individuals. My Lord Varys, I am concerned about the future." Varys' indifferent gaze remained fixed on the darkness outside. "Unless the entire Red Keep is dismantled, no one can achieve that. My little bird, I remain ever vigilant." In King's Landing, the Queen's district, Borry leaned against the wall, looking somewhat lackluster. He watched Leighton approach and spoke. "Leighton, have you finished distributing the silver stags?" Leighton stretched and leaned against the wall as well. "Yes, this time they all cooperated with you. Although we lacked the Lannisters' red cloaks, it was even easier." Borry laughed heartily. If I were in your position, I would be just as eager. I would wish for Her Royal Highness to pass by here every day. Leighton nodded in agreement. Her Royal Highness has returned to the Red Keep. When the next visit will be is uncertain, but having hope is a good thing. Leighton then asked, and what are their training? Bori shook his head. I can only say they are relatively obedient. Bori, they are not from the Crab-S Claw Peninsula. The foes they will face are different. Bori nodded resignedly. Fear not, Leighton. I merely find it a bit dull and miss Whispering Woods. Leighton shrugged. I miss it too. It has been ages since I went hunting. It's too quiet here. It feels unsettling. Do you think Lord Green will encounter trouble in the south? Leighton considered this for a moment and replied, I can only say there won't be major trouble. After all, Lord Green is traveling in the name of Her Royal Highness. Bori leaned closer to Leighton and lowered his voice. That is hard to say. Leighton's expression revealed confusion. The trouble does not lie with others, but with Lord Green. In the Riverlands, along Rose Avenue, Lord Green and his entourage traversed southward, drawing nearer to Highgarden, encountering several patrols from the Riverlands. Green furrowed his brow. The armor-clad soldiers of the Riverlands caught his attention. A patrol in the Riverlands consisted of 12 to 15 cavalrymen, and Green had already encountered dozens of such groups, each rider donned in full-plate armor. The population is large, and they are quite affluent. This was the impression the Riverlands left on Green. As midday approached, Green's party slowed their pace, preparing to find a place to rest. Soon Ongai, who had been scouting ahead, rode back to the group. My Lord Green, there's a village ahead where a noble lady is distributing food to the villagers. Free food? Ongai's words immediately piqued Montanway's interest. Is there a banner? Did you see the noble lady's appearance? I didn't spot a banner. Fearing misunderstandings, I only glanced from a distance. But she was a lady with brown hair in a green dress. Green raised an eyebrow and pulled on the reins. We shall not enter the village. Is there a suitable place to rest ahead? Not entering the village? Is it to avoid disturbing the villagers receiving food? My Lord Green is ever so merciful. Ongai replied promptly. There's a small path to the right. Follow it for a while, and you will find a stream, which is also quite suitable for resting. Green nodded slightly, waved his hand, and called out, Let us move out. Chapter 68, Rose Avenue 3. Upon reaching the riverside, the first order of business for the group was to boil water. The soldiers of the Kleber clan had unknowingly adopted some of Green's habits, such as drinking boiled water. According to Montanway, boiled water pairs well with meat, delicious. Green's lunch consisted of Riverland's horsemeat sausage and white bread. As he chewed the sausage, his mind wandered to the affairs of the Riverlands. By observing the details and analyzing the known information, Green concluded that the Riverlands were exceedingly powerful. Provided that no issues arose within House Rose, their resources could outlast all opponents in a drawn-out conflict. Green was merely engaging in rational analysis. He was not one to frighten himself. Once he finished the last bite of sausage, Green clapped his hands and stood up. The Crab-S Claw Peninsula is no weakling. For I am here. After a brief midday rest, Lord Green and his party resumed their journey along Rose Avenue, heading towards Highgarden. Montanway, with a beast-like intuition, sensed a shift in Green's demeanor. The usually reserved and humble Green now exuded a slight air of arrogance, reminiscent of the Jaime Lannister he had first encountered. Green was adjusting to this new persona. In the Riverlands, his actions would differ from before. He was the young military noble who, with a mere 1,000 soldiers, had defeated a coalition of 20,000 wildlings reclaiming the old lands. Outwardly, he was a favored subject of Queen Cersei. He was proud, looking down upon all. He paid no heed to the so-called renowned generals like Redwine, but held the Duke of Highgarden in high esteem. From a young age, Green had admired the military prowess of Duke Mace Tyrell. The artful command of military strategy exhibited by the leader of Highgarden, Duke Mace Tyrell, was something only the keen-minded Green could truly appreciate. Others may not comprehend it, but Green understood the essence of Duke Mace. He nodded to himself, affirming his identity. The following day, while on the march, Green spotted a carriage halted by the roadside, not far ahead. As he drew nearer, the golden rose emblem on the carriage came into view. Anju, moving closer to Green, remarked, "That's the very carriage I saw yesterday." The brown-haired lady was distributing provisions to the villagers when it was parked nearby. Green nodded slightly and raised his hand, signaling the group to slow their steeds. He had intentionally avoided a potential encounter yesterday, and now he was convinced this was no mere coincidence. Green flicked the reins and, surrounded by his kin, approached the golden rose carriage. As he advanced, he raised an eyebrow. The wheels of the carriage were stuck in the mud? Well, no need for further elaboration. If it worked, it worked. Having already seen the Tyrell family's golden rose emblem, Green had no reason to ignore the situation. 4 individuals stood beside the carriage. Green deduced they were likely 3 maidservants and a driver. Anju's eyes flickered as he leaned toward Green and whispered, "My lord, I noticed at least 4 guards yesterday, but they seem to be absent now." Green nodded gently. He dismounted first, handing the reins to his attendant, Mateel, and made his way toward the carriage. The commotion of their horses drew the attention of those near the carriage, who frequently glanced in their direction. Green approached the carriage, placing a hand over his heart in greeting. "Good day, I am Baron Green Claber, the chief officer of Her Highness the Queen, here to pay a visit to Duke Highgarden." Upon seeing Green's salutation, the crowd parted respectfully, nodding as they stood aside. A subtle stir came from within the carriage, and a maid promptly stepped forward to open the door. A remarkably beautiful young lady, lifting her skirt slightly, descended from the carriage. She possessed soft, light brown, flowing curls, an exquisite figure, and her fair skin seemed to glow in the sunlight. Her gentle, doe-like brown eyes met Green's gaze. "Good day, Baron Green Claber. I am Marjorie Tyrell of Highgarden." For a fleeting moment, Green was momentarily taken aback by Marjorie's beauty, but he quickly regained his composure. The Tyrell family hailed from the stewards of the royal Gardner family of the Reach. Although their wealth was second only to that of the Lannisters, they were looked down upon by other noble houses due to their lineage and status, often regarded as fortunate upstarts lacking true noble blood. Thus, the Tyrell family considered the elevation of their status and identity as their paramount mission. One effective means of enhancing the family's stature was through advantageous marriages. If a queen were to emerge from the Tyrell lineage, it would signify the fulfillment of the family's aspirations. Marjorie Tyrell, the Little Rose of Highgarden, had been meticulously groomed from birth to meet the standards of a queen. Under the family's careful cultivation, the astute Marjorie had learned to discern hearts. Adept in the art of intrigue, skilled in captivating men with her beauty, and savvy in winning the favor of the common folk through charity, understanding how to garner a good reputation. Marjorie's voice was melodious. "My guards have been dispatched to procure provisions, and little did I anticipate that as soon as they left, the wheels would become ensnared in the mud quite deeply, which has posed quite the challenge for us." "Miss Tyrell, it is my honor to serve you." "Leave it to me," Green replied. He turned to his men and commanded, "Montan, come lift the carriage out." Montan, with a simple nod, strode toward the carriage. Green stepped back, gesturing, "Miss Tyrell, I kindly ask you to step back a few paces." Marjorie glanced at Green, nodded slightly, and moved away from the carriage. Montan tilted his head, surveying the wheel lodged in the mud. After assessing the situation, Montan confidently approached the rear of the carriage, bent down, and placed his hands beneath it. With an endearing expression, Montan suddenly let out a roar that echoed like a beast's growl. The driver quickly tightened the reins, calming the agitated horses. Marjorie's maidens gasped in surprise. Marjorie, though initially startled, managed to stifle a gasp, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. Montan unleashed an astonishing force, lifting the carriage wheel off the ground with a thud that resonated heavily. Once the task was accomplished, Montan looked back at Green with a silly grin. Upon receiving a nod from Green, Montan returned to the group. Marjorie complimented, "My lord, your guard possesses remarkable strength. He is a born warrior." Green shrugged nonchalantly. "Miss Tyrell, I appreciate your kind words. He is merely a novice and still has much to learn." Marjorie's doe-like eyes blinked. "Baron Green, thank you for your assistance. You may call me Marjorie." Chapter 69, Rose Avenue. After resolving the issue with the carriage, Marjorie's carriage naturally fell in line with Green and his entourage. The first impression that Green Claber left on Marjorie differed significantly from the image she had conjured in her mind beforehand. Although he hailed from the noble Crab Isle, he bore the demeanor of a southern knight. Green's comportment maintained a perfectly appropriate distance, providing her with a sense of comfort. This was a rarity. Having experienced it firsthand, Marjorie understood how challenging it was to master such social etiquette, requiring a delicate touch and innate talent. Marjorie mused that Green's rise to become Cersei Lannister's favored was indeed due to some exceptional qualities. Furthermore, Marjorie noticed that Green's guards were exceptionally quiet. She had encountered the elite of the Reach before, who were also disciplined and remained silent until commanded otherwise. However, there was something distinctly unusual about the silence of Green's guards. Marjorie held no particular interest in military affairs, merely letting the thought pass through her mind without dwelling on it. The journey continued in silence, and as noon approached, they found a flat riverside to rest. "Would you care to join me for lunch by the river, Miss Marjorie Tyrell?" Green inquired. Green and Marjorie had only met by chance on the road and were still unfamiliar with one another. There exists a fundamental difference between strangers and acquaintances. Moreover, Considering the disparity in their social standings, Green's excessive attentiveness might be perceived as forwardness. Of course, for Green, if he were to apply himself, none of these matters would pose significant problems. The crux of it was that despite Marjorie being the daughter of Duke Mace, Green's heart could only accommodate the airy notions of a puffed-up duke. After a simple lunch, perceptive Green intentionally strolled alone to the riverside to admire the scenery. The crystal-clear stream resembled a beautiful blue silk ribbon. Indeed, Green did not wait long. Marjorie, lifting her skirt slightly, approached him gracefully. At an appropriate distance, Green's face bore a hint of surprise as he politely inclined his head toward Marjorie. Their eyes met, and Marjorie's doe-like gaze sparkled with mirth. In that moment, Green's heart skipped a beat. If only he could suppress the sudden surge of emotion. For Green, the luxury of love would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Marjorie gently tilted her chin, her gaze drifting to the placid river surface. Just then, a kingfisher darted across the water, leaving ripples in its wake. A glimmer of light sparkled in Marjorie's brown eyes. "Baron Green, do you fancy the reach?" Green's eyes flickered as he replied, "The reach is warm. It is beautiful and prosperous here." As one of the esteemed rulers of the Riverlands, Marjorie smiled graciously and said, "I appreciate your kind words." Ser Loras smiled faintly, nodding slightly. After a brief pause, Marjorie continued, "I've recently learned that Queen Cersei has dispatched her chief advisor to visit my father." With a tilt of her delicate face, she turned to Ser Loras and added, "In truth, Baron Loras, I must admit I am both surprised and curious. If you would be so kind, could you satiate my curiosity?" Marjorie's enchanting gaze, warm and inviting, rendered her hard to refuse. Ser Loras fell into a momentary silence before quickly regaining his composure. Being a man of steadfast resolve, he noted Marjorie's gentle smile remained undiminished. Most women of political acumen in Westeros wield their beauty as a formidable weapon, believing that those unable to resist their allure are at a distinct advantage. However, due to his unwavering spirit and maturity, Ser Loras exhibited a remarkable resilience against the potent allure of beauty. Out of a sense of basic courtesy and trust, he felt compelled to engage with her. Under the tutelage of Queen Cersei, Ser Loras had honed his skills in diplomacy, becoming increasingly adept in his interactions. He sighed inwardly, recognizing his own challenges. With a slight movement of his brown eyes, he cleared his throat and replied, "Lady Marjorie, while this matter requires confidentiality for the time being, after meeting with Duke Mace, it can hardly be considered a secret. Given that the Duke is also your father, I believe it's permissible to share this information with you." Upon hearing Ser Loras's words, Marjorie's bright brown eyes seemed to shimmer with delight at the prospect of shared secrets. He lowered his voice, continuing, "The battle-hardened King Robert is deeply concerned for the safety of the realm, necessitating that he devote his primary focus to military affairs. A man's attention is finite, and thus King Robert, under duress, has somewhat neglected his connections with the noble houses. In the interest of the kingdom, the benevolent Queen Cersei aims to shoulder these royal responsibilities on behalf of His Majesty, and starting this year, she will gradually send envoys to visit the various noble families, thereby strengthening the bonds between the crown and the realm's houses." Marjorie, an exceptional listener, adopted a posture of attentive engagement as Ser Loras lowered his voice. Could King Robert's accomplishments truly be framed in this manner? As Ser Loras concluded his statement, Marjorie blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly processing the information she had just received. He added, "This task is one I volunteered for at Her Highness the Queen's behest, as I have long wished to witness the remarkable swordsmanship of the Riverlands." He even confided his personal motives to Marjorie. Had they both misjudged the situation? Yet, Marjorie, ever grateful for Ser Loras's candor, swiftly shifted the conversation. She took the initiative to introduce him to the customs and culture of the Riverlands. Ser Loras contemplated whether Marjorie's willingness to engage him in conversation was a reward for his honesty. Sometimes, the truth is of little consequence. It is merely a means to achieve their respective aims. No one could guarantee that a similar encounter would arise again, and a touch more patience could ensure future meetings remain pleasant. As a member of the esteemed Tyrell family, Marjorie need not exhibit such delicacy. Conversely, Queen Cersei, known for her assertiveness, rarely faced significant dissent. The nobility of Westeros had long grown accustomed to the distinctions of bloodlines, mutually recognizing their disparities. However, in contrast to Queen Cersei's commanding presence, Marjorie's affable nature was far more likely to win hearts. Shortly after their afternoon departure, Ser Loras and Marjorie encountered the guards sent by her to procure provisions. Thus, They parted ways, with Ser Loras continuing towards Highgarden accompanied by his man. As he rode, he pinched his chin, hoping that his actions today would alleviate some obstacles for his upcoming journey to Highgarden. Chapter 70. The Bastard Children? In the depths of night in King's Landing, at the Stinking Fish Tavern near the Blackwater Docks, a balding middle-aged man, his eyes bleary and cheeks flushed, proclaimed, indeed, "My grandfather encountered a mermaid." His loud proclamation was met with raucous laughter from the patrons. "Huh, listen to what this drunken fool is spouting." Another jeered. Only a White Walker would believe the ramblings of a sot. The man, known as Drunken Jack, was rumored to have once owned ship. Forget it. Where did you even hear that? Don't believe a word of the nonsense that circulates here. Perhaps not, but drunks occasionally tell the truth. Interjected a sharp-faced, gaunt man, raising his voice. I believe him. The crowd paused in surprise before erupting into laughter again. Isn't that clever, Dick? They chuckled. Clever? Sure. Has he struck it rich? Dick used to wear rags. Just look at him now. Several people tilted their heads to scrutinize him. Perhaps his sister encountered a generous man. What do you mean? One asked, lowering his voice. I heard his sister is a courtesan at the Chateaurea house. Gasps erupted from those seated at the table. That's the finest brothel in King's Landing. What do you mean? Esiakaka, komikrozu. They're of noble lineage. Nobility? Don't speak such nonsense. Do you want her head mounted on the city gate? I speak the truth. Clever Dick himself said so. He was quite inebriated, and I was at the next table. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He hardly looks like a noble lord. Sure, keep it down. I was also quite drunk, and my memory is hazy. I only recall something about a golden flower from Craplaw Peninsula. Surely he is just another bastard son of a noble lord. Outside the Stinking Fish Tavern, the discreetly dressed Jaime Lannister tossed a silver stag towards a shadowy figure. The figure deftly caught the stag, saying, Esteemed stranger, I am at your service. Jaime frowned, choosing not to respond, simply gesturing dismissively as he stepped away. The air was thick with an unpleasant stench, and Jaime's patience was wearing thin. Jaime had come here to investigate the source of rumors surrounding the Queen. Upon his return to King's Landing, he had opted not to employ the Lannister intelligence network to avoid arousing Cersei's suspicions, instead conducting a secret investigation on his own. Though alone, Jaime had managed to gather a wealth of useful information through his resources. However, as his inquiry deepened, doubts began to surface in his mind. Most of the intelligence pointed towards the Riverlands. Was the Tyrell family behind this? Jaime shook his head, instinctively sensing something amiss. He was aware that he neither enjoyed nor excelled at handling such matters, and his thoughts turned to Ser Loras. While he trusted Tyrion's intellect, he felt that Ser Loras had a sharper instinct for these situations. Jaime hesitated, feeling a pang of longing for Ser Loras. In the Red Keep, at Maegor's Holdfast, Queen Cersei, in a light slumber, found herself unexpectedly encountering a familiar figure in her dreams. The hazy, warm yellow scenes of her dreams prompted her to stir her fingers in a half-awake state. With a soft sigh, her chest heaved gently. After some time, Cersei's eyelids fluttered open, revealing her beautiful green eyes, glistening with a hint of moisture. Rising from her bed, Cersei donned a robe. Taking a sip to quench her thirst, she carried her wine goblet to the window. Ever since returning from the royal hunt, she had noticed Jaime frequently leaving the Red Keep at night. Amen, she mused, tilting her chin slightly as she gazed at the inky sky. At the confluence of Rose Road and Seaside Road, the Highgarden Castle, constructed from white marble, perched atop a hill, overlooking the azure waters of the Mander River below. The Highgarden Castle boasts 3 concentric walls constructed from the same white stone. Surrounding the castle, golden roses bloom abundantly for several miles. Leading Montan, Ange, and Maddle, Glyn entered Highgarden Castle under the guidance of the attendants. Within the fortress, a verdant paradise unfolded, with golden roses flourishing everywhere, and gardens, pools, and artificial waterfalls adorning the entire estate. The castle is adorned with stone sculptures, fountains, and marble columns, while vines of grapes and roses embellish the walls and statues, enveloping the ancient Highgarden Castle in a lush embrace. Glyn marveled internally, recognizing Highgarden as the most beautiful castle in Westeros. The Duke of Mace's eldest son and heir, Valerion Tyrell, welcomed the distant visitor, Glyn Claybough. Seated in a wheelchair, Valerion wore a smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Welcome, Baron Claybough. Valerion Tyrell emanated an air of refinement, tempered with politeness. However, Glyn perceived in him a subtle, invisible barrier, a wall of isolation built upon his humility and courtesy. Glyn bowed, placing a hand upon his heart. Good day, Your Grace Valerion. It is an honor to meet you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Glynn gleaned the information he sought. The Duke of Mace, whom Glynn had longed to meet, was unfortunately preoccupied with pressing matters and would be unable to see him in the foreseeable future. Glynn raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of this maneuver. Chapter 71. Words Once Spoken. Glynn's elongated fingers gently tapped the armrest. Valerion, maintaining his serene demeanor, caught a fleeting glimmer of sharpness in Glynn's eyes. The smile on Valerion's face deepened, yet he seemed unfazed, perhaps deeming such matters unworthy of concern. Glynn's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Had little Rose Marjorie doubted Glynn's earnest words? Could it be that the pompous Duke of Inflated Fish had tacitly accepted his exclusion from critical decisions by House Tyrell? Though Glynn represented Queen Cersei, the Tyrells held considerable influence, with Valerion himself standing in for the Duke to receive the Queen's envoy. The Tyrells' adherence to decorum was merely adequate, yet it sufficed for them. Was this a precautionary measure by House Tyrell against potential disruptions to Loras Tyrell's plans? Did the illustrious Duke of Inflated Fish realize he had been subtly isolated by House Tyrell? At this thought, Glynn felt a surge of indignation. He found himself compelled to assist the Duke in reclaiming his rightful position. Yet, Glynn also considered the possibility that the Duke of Mace himself might be complicit. This notion was swiftly dismissed by Glynn. Regardless of the truth, the Duke of Mace could only be seen as a pawn misled by others. Your Grace Valerion, I shall await at the camp outside for a few days. Upon hearing Glynn's words, Valerion paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Glynn ceased conversing with Valerion, bowed in farewell, and, with a flourish of his blue cloak embroidered with marsh marigolds, turned to depart. Once Glynn's figure vanished, Valerion closed his eyelids and smiled faintly. On the way back to the camp after leaving Highgarden Castle, Glynn pulled the reins and halted his horse. He gazed up at the tiered structure of Highgarden Castle, exclaiming, "Monton, how many men would it take to seize this place?" He gestured towards the castle, continuing, "Your lord has set his sights on it." Monton, wide-eyed and taken aback, gazed at the distant white castle and replied, "My lord, we are somewhat short-handed." Glynn's lips curved into a smile as he shifted his brown eyes towards Monton. "What do you propose?" Monton glanced at Ange beside him and said, "They are unprepared for us. We could easily infiltrate and seize it. My concern is that we may not have enough men to hold it afterward, rendering your stay unsafe." As Monton's words lingered, Ange chimed in, "My lord Glynn, there are many soldiers nearby. They could easily muster thousands." Glynn laughed heartily, declaring, "Then we shall not seize it." Monton and Ange nodded in confusion. Glynn continued, "If they wish to keep us, can we fight our way out, just to escape?" Monton and Ange nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Our combat prowess is unmatched." Glynn patted Monton and then Ange, instructing, "Take care of the horses. If we do need to flee, we cannot rely solely on our legs." Glynn anticipated that his next actions would create a significant stir, and he merely wanted to prepare Monton and the others for what was to come. Would Glynn obediently follow the script laid out by House Tyrell? He anxiously awaited the Duke of Mace's audience, contemplating whether to return to Highgarden Castle to inquire once more of Valerion Tyrell. Would Valerion employ impeccable etiquette and excuses to dissuade Glynn from returning? Would Glynn persist in waiting until he was ultimately forced to depart Highgarden? Moreover, if Queen Cersei were to learn that Glynn had been dismissed by House Tyrell, given her nature, he would undoubtedly require her favor. As Glynn bid farewell to Valerion, he had already devised a counter-strategy in his mind. No one would obstruct the meeting between Glynn and the Duke of Mace. Their fated encounter would not be thwarted. In the riverlands at Castle Corner, beneath the blazing sun, the shade of the trees offered a cool respite. The rotund Samwell Tarly sat reading beneath a tree, occasionally wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. His 10-year-old brother, Dickon Tarly, approached with an excited sprint. Brother, have you heard? The first Sword of the Reach has come to Highgarden." Just days prior, Samwell had been interrupted by their father, Lord Randall Tarly, while singing to coax Dickon to sleep at his brother's behest. Lord Randall had chastised Samwell harshly, asserting that he was attempting to weaken Dickon with his lullabies. Since that incident, Dickon had been deliberately avoiding Samwell, leaving him quite disheartened. Had he refused to sing, perhaps things would have been different. Today, however, seeing his brother approach him unprompted filled Samwell with joy. Setting aside his book, Samwell smiled. "Dickon, my news has been rather sparse lately. Did you say the first Sword of the Reach? Do you know which lord it is?" Samwell mused, pondering whether it might be a certain lord of the Kingsguard. Could it be the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy? "Brother, you know him. I remember you often discussing his exploits not long ago." Samwell scratched his head. "Baron Glynn Claybough of Crab Isle?" Dickon stepped closer, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he nodded eagerly. Samwell, perplexed yet impressed, wondered if Claybough had truly ascended to the title of the first Sword of the Reach. Though his thoughts were elsewhere, Samwell noticed Dickon's demeanor. His brother's eyes shone brightly, his small hands gripping Samwell's sleeve. He sought his assistance. Samwell, ever fond of his younger brother, would strive to fulfill any request. Yet, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Judging by Dickon's expression, this matter was of considerable weight. Unable to refuse his brother, Samwell fervently prayed to the gods that it would not invoke their father's wrath. "Brother, will you take me to see him?" Samwell felt a chill of anxiety creep down his spine. "Dickon, where exactly do you wish to go?" "To Highgarden, brother. I overheard several knights discussing it. Today is the second day, and I fear that if we delay, we shall miss him." Samwell contemplated picking up his book and coldly denying Dickon's request. He believed that if he took his brother to Highgarden and something were to go awry, their father would not forgive him. Samwell's thoughts were initially resolute. Yet upon encountering the eager gaze of his younger brother, his words betrayed him. "Very well, I shall take you along." In that moment, Samwell felt a sense of impending doom. Chapter 72, The Assault of Green. As Samwell pondered how to remedy the situation, he felt remorse for his brother, but resolved to amplify their actions. Before departing the castle, he contemplated ways to attract their father Randall's attention to their escapade. Perhaps, if he could manage to take his brother out only to be caught later, it might mitigate their punishment. The overly stout Samwell, being tugged along by Deacon, had not ventured far before he began to wheeze. "Deacon, do not rush," he gasped. "Baron Clabe should have just arrived and won't be leaving so soon. We still have time." Although Deacon was anxious, he slowed his pace upon noticing Samwell's condition. "Brother, that is a challenge arena. Baron Green is challenging all the swordsmen of Riverbend. If we arrive late and he has already been defeated, our journey will be in vain. I cannot bear to miss any of their matches." Baron Green challenging all the swordsmen of Riverbend? Samwell marveled at the Baron's audacity. And then there was Sister Tara. She would be joining as well, already waiting for them in the carriage. Before Samwell could fully process Deacon's first revelation, another shocking piece of news struck him. His sister Talita was going too. The worst was yet to come. The true calamity had only just begun. Samwell felt as though he was doomed. Before departing, Samwell wished to bid his mother a final farewell. He would not stutter nor shy away. He would stand tall and boldly declare his profound love for her. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, he quickly added, "I must first inform Father before we leave." Deacon, burdened by guilt for having caused Samwell to face their father's wrath, had refrained from speaking to him for days. In the past, after being scolded by their father, Samwell would have hidden away for at least a month to avoid encountering him. Had his brother become braver? Deacon felt immense joy at Samwell's transformation. "Brother, have you forgotten? It is currently the hunting season. Father has taken the hunters into the woods and will not return soon." Samwell was pulled into the carriage by his brother, and upon seeing Sister Tara, he regained his composure. He thought that after months apart, his sister, having inherited their mother's beauty, had become even more exquisite. He yearned to compliment her like the knights in his books, but despite moving his lips, the words remained unspoken. Tara Talita sensed her brother Samwell's lingering gaze. Kind-hearted and warm, she was at a loss for how to communicate with her anxious brother. Deacon's excited voice shattered the brief silence within the carriage. "I heard that Baron Green has placed a bounty of 2,000 golden dragons. Anyone who defeats him can claim the entire fortune." Tara Talita gasped in response. Samwell's mind was consumed by the stern visage of Randall, and he barely registered Deacon's words, only managing to force a smile upon witnessing the joy of his siblings. Finally, as Samwell struggled to regain his tranquility, he noticed the guards flanking the carriage. "It cannot be me. Who orchestrated this?" On a balcony of Castle Jialing, Lady Melissa Florent leaned against the railing, observing the departing carriage with a satisfied smile. Outside Highgarden Castle, on the very day Baron Green departed, he had a makeshift wooden arena constructed outside his camp. Riverbend's thriving commerce allowed Rossell, the steward, to procure materials swiftly, and before sunset, the arena was erected according to Green's specifications. After laboring into the late hours at dawn, Green arranged for several banners bearing inscriptions to be hung above the arena. "Baron Clabe, Chief Officer of the Queen, First Sword of the Riverlands, challenging the swordsmen of Riverbend. Defeat me, and 2,000 golden dragons shall be yours." On the first day of the arena challenge, despite its humble construction, Green ensured that the banners were grand and eye-catching. Noticing the gathering crowd around the arena, he instructed that a wooden chest filled with golden dragons be brought forth. Once the chest was positioned, Rossell opened the lid, revealing the golden dragons glimmering under the sunlight. Seizing the crowd's attention, Rossell loudly proclaimed the rules of the competition. The rules mirrored those of typical sword duels, with the crucial stipulation that challengers must submit 10 golden dragons to qualify for the challenge. Victors would receive 2,000 golden dragons on the spot, while the defeated would forfeit their 10. Green's carefully arranged decoys were rendered unnecessary as he welcomed his first challenger. He noted the family crest of a resplendent red and gold fox upon the challenger's attire, indicating their affiliation with the Florent family. Deliberately restraining his own strength, Green engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with the Florent swordsman for several rounds. However, after a dozen exchanges, he discerned that the Florent swordsman's skill was lacking, and continuing the charade would seem insincere. Seizing a minor opening, Green deftly disarmed the challenger. With no trace of arrogance upon his face, Green kindly offered the Florent swordsman an excuse for his defeat, reassuring him, "In truth, our swordsmanship is quite evenly matched. I merely hold a slight advantage in strength." Green's tone was remarkably gentle, causing the Florent swordsman to reluctantly acknowledge the comfort in his words. Moreover, he had relished the duel with Green. The Florent swordsman, feeling perhaps he had simply underperformed today, left the arena with a hopeful spirit, resolved to refine his skills and possibly challenge again the following day. After exchanging a few more insights on swordsmanship with Green, he departed in good spirits. Green extended similar reassurances to his subsequent challengers, each time attributing his victories to minor advantages in speed, height, or technique. On the second day of the arena challenge, an additional banner was hung. "The swordsmen of Riverbend are too weak." This proclamation ignited the surrounding crowd. Today, Green's demeanor had transformed. He sat high upon the wooden platform, legs crossed, chin raised, gazing down upon the fervent throng with an air of indifference. A new banner appeared just in time on the arena. "Is there no one else willing to challenge?" Chapter 73. The Big Shot. A hush fell over the crowd as the final banner was hoisted, seemingly freezing the air itself. Sitting high above, with an apathetic expression, Green observed the increasingly boisterous crowd, reflecting on how many among them were literate. In contrast, most in the Crabclaw Peninsula would have been unable to comprehend. Green's carefully arranged commentators and various decoys had become mere ambience enhancers. He lamented secretly that, had time allowed, he could have orchestrated a betting scheme on the side. The first challenger of the second day stepped onto the platform amidst the clamor. Green recognized the family emblem upon his attire, a pure blue background adorned with a flock of golden cranes. Green's brow arched. The Klein family? The Klein family stands as one of the noble houses of the Riverlands, directly loyal to House Tully. Green recalls that a member of the Klein family was appointed as one of the Kingsguard under King Renly Baratheon, who established the Rainbow Guard. With his longsword held one-handed at his side, Green declared, "Let us begin, noble swordsmen of the Klein family." The Klein swordsman, silent, made a diagonal strike towards Green. Clang! The clash of their swords resonated as they engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Despite the serious facade Green maintained during the duel, he inwardly scoffed at the swordsman's lack of skill. Another hot-blooded youth with scant swordsmanship. Previously, Green would conclude battles after a dozen exchanges merely for the spectacle. However, having commenced the first phase of mocking the Riverlands today, he deemed it suitable to reduce the number of exchanges. After approximately 8 or 9 exchanges, Green suddenly increased the force of his strikes. The Klein swordsman, having just grown accustomed to Green's strength, found his arm numbed by the unexpected force, nearly losing grip on his sword. Before the Klein swordsman could regain his composure, Green's longsword came crashing down once more. With no choice but to brace himself, the Klein swordsman raised his weapon to defend. With a resounding clang, his sword was knocked aside, and Green's longsword was now poised against the swordsman's neck. Green withdrew his blade, casting a cold glance at the Klein swordsman, who had fallen to the ground, before turning to leave. No words of comfort or warmth were offered by Green today. Coming to his senses, the Klein swordsman picked up his longsword, a look of dejection on his face, and departed the arena. Next, the second challenger fell after 7 or 8 exchanges. The third challenger succumbed after 6 or 7 exchanges. From then on, Green managed to keep the number of exchanges between 6 and 7 for subsequent challengers. As dusk settled, the sun slowly sank into the thin veil of clouds. Standing in the center of the arena, Green appeared to be enveloped in a hue of golden crimson, a color befitting a true warrior. The onlookers surrounding the arena gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. The arena fell into an eerie silence. With a thud, the swordsman, whom it held in high hopes, was sent tumbling off the stage by a swift strike from Green. This swordsman was renowned in the Riverlands for his skill. They pondered, despite the previous challengers being defeated, How could someone of such prominence be so weak? A simmering sense of betrayal festered among the crowd. Amidst the peculiar silence, Green coldly proclaimed, "Tomorrow we continue." With that, he sighed softly, shook his head, and departed the arena, flanked by the retinue of his blue-robed entourage. In King's Landing, beneath the slopes of a red keep, stood the Shataya Tavern, a two-story establishment crowned by a circular tower. Many windows of Shataya were leaded, and a lavishly adorned golden lantern, embellished with deep red glass, hung from the entrance. The astute Dick arrived at Shataya before darkness fell and called forth his sister. His sister, typically expressionless, spotted him from afar. Initially donning a rather rigid smile, her expression softened into a more natural one as she drew closer. Her voice carried a note of delight. "Dick, have you come to see me?" Although Dick had donned fresh attire, an unpleasant odor still clung to him. His sister subtly wrinkled her brow but feigned indifference, warmly linking her arm through his. "The captain of the gold cloaks you introduced has instructed me to report to the watch tomorrow. You need not worry. I've already made the necessary arrangements." Dick's gaze flickered evasively. "Do you think I should include our surname?" His sister stepped back momentarily, hesitated, then relinked her arm with his, her hands trembling slightly. "Brother, what are you planning?" "I want to write down Dick Clive, so the gold cloaks won't look down on me as a newcomer." "I've gauged that, Captain. No one should care about the surname, as it is rather unfamiliar, provided I tread carefully." As he spoke, his voice dwindled. Dick noticed his sister's tremors intensifying. His sister, Clive, Dick's sibling, thought she had entirely forgotten that surname. No, she had recently overheard from a guest. "Sister? What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Lost in her thoughts, his sister snapped back. "Dick, have you lost your mind? You could be hanged for such folly. I'll be cautious. Please do not weep." "I understand. I just wish to rise quickly and take you away from here." "Oh, I'm doing just fine." Dick shrank his neck, cautiously scanning the vicinity. Once assured that no one was paying them heed, he sighed with relief. "Sister, rest assured, I promise not to act recklessly. I implore you, trust me just this once." Dick's sister wiped away her tears, saying, "Brother, I only wish for your safety," and she furtively glanced around. Lowering her voice, "Perhaps you might find a better place." Dick, unskilled at masking his expressions, looked at her skeptically. "You're not trying to tell me you've quickly aligned yourself with some influential figure, are you?" He considered his sister's beauty merely slightly above average. It was implausible that her fortunes would suddenly improve. His sister, feeling the tension in her brother's gaze, inhaled deeply and continued, "A close friend of mine has recently become acquainted with someone significant." She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "A lord from House Lannister." "The infamous Imp Lannister?" To Dick, the captain of the gold cloaks his sister spoke of was already a person of considerable stature. The Lannisters, whose very name is synonymous with gold. A friend of this Lannister lord bore the Clive surname and was likely still in King's Landing. The casual conversation she had dismissed earlier suddenly resurfaced in her mind, spurred by Dick's provocation. The following day, as dawn broke, a new phrase was added to the arena's proclamation. The swordsmen of the Riverlands are no men. Chapter 74, The Clive Victory Dance. The challenge platform, with the sun rising gradually. Compared to the previous day, regardless of the specific emotions swirling within, a larger crowd gathered around the arena. Today, as opening bore significant changes. Over 30 fully armored warriors took to the stage, forming a triangular formation. At the forefront stood a rotund figure, reminiscent of a meaty ball. Roar, roar, roar. The arena erupted in a synchronized battle cry. The 30-odd armored warriors exuded a presence that rivaled that of a 1,000-strong battalion. The once chaotic crowd fell silent, as if they were witnessing a perilous battlefield replete with bloodshed. Their commotion had drawn the attention of those nearby, who now stood in stunned silence. As music began to play, the familiar instruments of the Riverlands came together to create a tune that was quite foreign to the people of the Riverlands. Although the melody was unfamiliar, its rhythm was infectious. The armored warriors on stage, in time with the music, produced a symphony of metallic clinks. Their movements a harmonious display of strength and grace. Notably, the stout figure at the forefront showcased both power and agility in his movements. This nimble rotundity was Montanvey, who had earned his spotlight through sheer prowess. The dancers arrayed in full armor on the stage were none other than the warriors of House Clive. They performed a recently popular group dance from the Clive territory known as the Victory Dance of Craplaw Peninsula, also referred to as the Clive Victory Dance. This dance was a modified version of the Victory Dance of the Axe Gang, popularized by Green under the auspices of his vassal knight, Pell. In the realm of Cleve, characterized by its scarcity of entertainment and simplicity of its folk customs, The vigorous group dance was swiftly embraced. Green had anticipated that Sir Pell would earn a title akin to that of a dancer knight. However, the outcome was quite the contrary. Instead, due to the dance, Sir Pell was bestowed with the title of the victorious knight. Upon learning of this privately, Green felt a fleeting pang of hunger before patting the grateful Sir Pell on the back. At the conclusion of the group dance, the warriors of Clebe let out a resounding roar, raising their weapons high in unison, as if their formidable spirits sought to pierce the heavens. Oh! The crowd from the river bend momentarily forgot the discord present in the arena, erupting in cheers for the splendid performance of the Clebe warriors. With the announcer's elucidation, they swiftly learned the name of the dance, the Clebe Victory Dance. Their favor towards the Clebe people increased. Green nodded with satisfaction, understanding that a balance between relaxation and tension was essential for his ultimate strategy. He ascended to the arena, sword in hand. Today, a gentle demeanor graced Green's face, as if time had reverted to the inaugural day of challenges. Each duel would not exceed 5 rounds. Soon, the first challenger of the third day stepped onto the stage. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords echoed resoundingly. The challenger found himself unable to launch an offensive, relegated instead to a defensive stance against Green's relentless strikes. With each swing, the force of Green's blows incrementally intensified. With a resounding clang, the challenger's sword fell to the ground, leaving him in a state of shock and despair. How ruthless! The surrounding crowd briefly rallied in sympathy for the challenger who succumbed after merely 3 strikes. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. Their attention shifted eagerly to the next challenger, for they were more invested in witnessing a victory from the Riverbend swordsman. Having arrived the previous night at High Court, the Samwell Tarley siblings found themselves ideally positioned at dawn with the assistance of their guards. Young brother Dickon Tarley waved his small fists in excitement. Oh, what exceptional swordsmanship! The kind-hearted sister, Tala Tarley, was more concerned for the defeated challenger, silently praying for his swift recovery. Samwell Tarley's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the previous lead dancer, a stout individual whose agility belied his girth. Excitedly, Dickon turned to Samwell and inquired, "Brother, may I invite Baron Green to lunch?" Samwell contemplated a response, thinking it should be permissible. He understood that their father, Lord Tarley, was renowned as the greatest commander in Westeros, possessing considerable renown. Baron Green, being of military nobility himself, would likely welcome the opportunity to associate with the offspring of Lord Tarley. Samwell's lips moved, yet he hesitated to articulate his thoughts. Given that Baron Green was currently engaged in a challenge against the Riverbend swordsman, he feared that approaching him with his brother might incite the ire of the Tarley family, potentially embroiling his father in significant trouble. "Brother?" Dickon, noticing Samwell's silence, urged him once more. After considerable deliberation, Samwell resolved that, given his brother's youth and the general awareness of their father's disfavor towards him, he, as the eldest son, could not adequately represent their father and the Tarley family. For his brother's sake, he was willing to take the risk. With trepidation, Samwell had already penned a final letter to their mother the previous night, just in case. Summoning the scant courage he possessed for his brother's sake, he flashed a broad smile. "Dickon, let us observe for now and seek an opportunity shortly." Dickon, elated by Samwell's agreement, could not contain his cheer. Their sister Tala, witnessing this exchange, wore a faint smile. Samwell wiped the sweat from his brow, meeting Tala's gaze. Almost in unison, they averted their eyes. It had been a long time since Tala had smiled at him. Although Samwell did not comprehend the reason, it lifted some of the weight of fear from his heart. In King's Landing, the guard team was led by the gaunt Dick, who, despite donning the golden uniform, lacked any semblance of martial vigor. Concealed in a corner, Dick appeared dazed, his trembling body betraying a deep-seated fear. Just yesterday, he had made a promise to his sister. Yet today, upon reporting his name to the guard team, it felt as though he were under some malevolent influence, adopting the Clebe surname against his will. He could not recall the words he had uttered, yet those present had already grasped the situation. He was named Dick Clebe, a nobleman by birth. Assigned to a relatively secure area, he had even acquired a few subordinates, swiftly becoming a minor leader. Finally snapping back to reality, Dick swallowed hard. Realizing he must seize this opportunity and safeguard his hard-won position, he resolved to keep this matter from his sister for the time being. He would be cautious. If he tread carefully, there should be no issues. He believed he could manage it, for everyone referred to him as Clever Dick. Chapter 75, An Unrefusable Proposition. As noon approached and the sun blazed fiercely, Green awaited his next challenger when Rossell, the steward, hurriedly approached. "My lord, the next challenger insists on battling you with a lance." Green raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Which house does he hail from?" "He is a member of House Clion." reportedly the brother of the Client swordsman you defeated yesterday. Green's brown eyes flickered. In a duel of swords, if he insists on using a lance, he must pay a fee, 100 golden dragons. Rossell nodded and quickly departed. Before long, a man in his 30s, a Client lancer, approached the arena with a grim expression. Standing opposite Green, the Client challenger removed his visor. The sound of a horn signaled the commencement of the match. Utilizing the length advantage of his lance, the Client lancer lunged at Green. Swift as lightning, Green maneuvered his sword to deflect the lance aside and charge forward. By the time the opponent registered his movement, Green was already upon him. With a resounding thud, Green's shoulder collided with the Client lancer's chest, causing the latter to lose his balance and stagger backward. With a decisive blow, Green raised the hilt of his sword and struck the challenger's visor with a forceful thwack. Following a dull thud, the Client lancer lay motionless on the ground, his visor slightly deformed. Green coldly commanded, "Remove him." This was a duel of honor, and it was unacceptable for one to arrive with a lance. He merely collected a bit more in challenge fees, yet had the audacity to present a displeased countenance to Green. An individual of broad-mindedness, Green, valuing the integrity of the contest and the honor of the swordsman, naturally concluded the battle with efficiency. No one held honor in higher esteem than Baron Green. Raising his gaze to the sun, Green gestured. Upon receiving his signal, Rossell announced the conclusion of the morning's challenges. As Green descended from the arena, he spotted the 3 Tarly siblings. Rossell had already informed Green that the Tarly family wished to meet him. On the stage, Green had appeared invincible. Now, he descended with a countenance both handsome and gentle, easily winning favor. He saluted with a hand over his heart. "Good day, Lord Samwell Tarly." Samwell, stout and sporting a generous beard, smiled shyly. "Good day, Baron Greencleave. This is my sister, Tala Tarly." Tala Tarly, of a youthful bloom, possessed clear, luminous eyes and a complexion as pure as freshly fallen snow. Her beauty, though not breathtaking, held a certain enduring charm. As Green beheld Tala Tarly, he greeted her courteously. "Good day, Miss Tala Tarly. Your presence adds a touch of brilliance to this place." Tala Tarly's delicate face flushed slightly with shyness as she lifted her skirt modestly and replied, "Good day, Baron Greencleave. I am grateful for your kind words." Green nodded gently and shifted his gaze to Samwell's younger brother. "Good day, Lord Dyken Tala Tarly." Dyken Tala Tarly's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Green, executing a perfectly polished bow. "Good day, Baron Greencleave. I hold you in the highest regard." Green's smile radiated humility as he encouraged, "I have no doubt that you will become an exceptional swordsman in the future." After the intricate exchange of pleasantries, Green invited the Tala Tarly siblings to join him for lunch. In the Red Keep, at the Mager's Holdfast, early this morning, Queen Cersei engaged in a fierce argument with King Robert. By this moment, her fury had subsided. Cersei, holding a goblet of wine, furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Her patience with King Robert had worn thin. For Cersei, every one of Robert's indulgences felt like a personal affront. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that her Joffrey was now grown. As the self-proclaimed true heir of the Old Lion, Tywin Lannister, Cersei resolved to devise a meticulous plan to rid herself of the loathsome King Robert. After much reflection, she concluded that nothing could be more assured than having Jaime carry out an assassination. It was crucial to leave no trace of their involvement. Cersei pondered that Jaime's indecisive nature and tendency to hesitate would require considerable effort to persuade him. Her cousin Lancel, now a squire to King Robert, caught her eye as she smirked, downing the last of her summer red. In the Red Keep, at the Prime Minister's Tower, the Chancellor, Peter Baelish, relocated his office to the Prime Minister's Tower to assist the ailing Duke John in managing the kingdom's affairs. Peter sat at his desk, motionless as a statue, save for the occasional flicker of his greenish-gray eyes. A man skilled in summarization, Peter was compelled to acknowledge that the Baron Green from the Crab's Claw Peninsula had imparted a valuable lesson in the art of political maneuvering. The Vale, he mused, would eventually belong to him. However, Peter was now preoccupied with the matter of governance post-acquisition. Gold dragons might buy loyalty, yet such allegiance was precarious, liable to turn against him for the sake of gold. Having often used dragons to secure the loyalty of those he needed, Peter was acutely aware of this reality. His family was not of the traditional military aristocracy, lacking both the loyal vassals capable of combat and those who recognized only their rightful lord. In Westeros, without such familial foundations, even with an army, Peter would find it challenging to retain control and would be easily swayed by adversaries. Without the deterrence of military might, even if he acquired the Vale, he would remain constrained by its nobility. He needed to tread carefully, as conflicting interests could lead to assassination by the savage nobles. This was not the outcome he desired. Peter had taken the time to learn that the enmity between Green and the Vale's nobility ran deep, almost irreconcilable. Thus, Green was, to a considerable extent, a reliable natural ally in opposing the Vale's lords. Peter contemplated the strategic positioning of the Crab's Claw Peninsula, considering the possibility of leveraging Green's forces to counterbalance the Vale's aristocracy. With such a counterbalance, he could achieve a semblance of equilibrium, allowing him to manage the situation. In this manner, Peter would have ample time to subdue the recalcitrant nobles of the Vale while simultaneously securing their loyalty. Ultimately, Peter envisioned a landscape where only those loyal to him remained, granting him absolute control over the Vale, rendering him its true master. Peter narrowed his eyes. This was a grand transaction. For this significant endeavor, he needed to meticulously calculate the Baron's needs and vulnerabilities. Though their interactions had been brief, Peter believed Green's acumen was on par with his own. He felt compelled to present an offer that Green could not refuse. Chapter 76, Coercion. On the fourth day of the tournament challenge, the curiosity of the populace proved insatiable. Even before dawn broke, crowds began to gather around the arena. They were eager to discover what new proclamations would adorn the challenge set forth by Green, which would become the talk of the Riverlands. As night faded into dawn, a pale blush of daybreak emerged. Green did not disappoint the throng. A new title was unveiled amidst their murmurs. Next to the Riverland swordsman is no man. A new banner proclaimed, the Riverland swordsman lacks a man's heart. Buzz. The crowd's fervor ignited instantly. How outrageous! Is exceptional swordsmanship truly that commendable? Together, these two slogans hinted at a slur that some began to perceive. On the fifth day of the challenge, the added slogan read, the Riverland swordsmen are all no men. By the sixth day, another proclamation appeared. The Riverland swordsman needs a pretty dress. That evening, within the confines of the Clade camp, Green sat contemplating the slogans for the following day. A dress, perhaps? Or should it be jewelry or cosmetics? He shook his head privately, finding that idea lacking in impact. Green rubbed his chin, contemplating whether a Riverland's swordsman, donned in a dress, would also require a husband. Might that be too excessive, complicating matters down the line? With this thought, Green chuckled softly. The noble House Tyrell, daring to dismiss him so casually, would soon learn the consequences of their folly. Should things escalate, so be it. Devoted to upholding Queen Cersei's dignity, Green, in light of the Tyrell's disdain, found little inclination to engage in diplomatic discourse. Under such circumstances, to sit down and negotiate was itself an insult to the Queen. The haughty Tyrells had first betrayed Cersei's friendship. Yet, loyal Baron Green had not betrayed the Queen's trust. He had firmly pressed the face of the Riverlands into the dirt, restoring her honor. Deciding to write a letter that night, Green aimed to lay the groundwork with Queen Cersei, preparing for the worst. At that moment, his steward, Rosser, entered the tent. My lord, House Hightower has sent word. Lord Valerion invites you to dinner. Valerion? The one who conceals his arrogance behind a facade of cordiality? Has House Hightower finally decided to make a move? The time-traveling Green lacked the inclination to fawn over so-called noble houses. His objectives were clear, and he had no time to engage in protracted negotiations with Valerion. What remained was a contest of patience. Raising an eyebrow, Green instructed, Rosser, kindly decline on my behalf, though you may express it politely. Just say I have sustained considerable injuries from the recent challenges, and, in order to honor the Riverland swordsman's enthusiasm and not hinder tomorrow's interactions, I require a night of recuperation. Enthusiasm? Interactions? Rosser, a steward trained in professionalism, barely allowed a flicker of muscle movement on his cheek. With utmost respect, he accepted Green's orders. Though somewhat tumultuous, the situation appeared to be loosening. The day of his meeting with the inflated fish duke seemed to be drawing near. Green seated himself at the table, grasping a quill. A letter was indeed necessary. It could serve as groundwork, as well as an opportunity to garner favor, allowing Queen Cersei to appreciate Green's efforts. After reviewing the prepared content, a hint of satisfaction crossed his face. Perhaps it was the sense of progress that inspired his creativity. Green wrote fluidly, without pause, until the letter was complete. After sealing the envelope with wax and stamping it, his hand hesitated momentarily as he recalled Duke John. Green had not forgotten his month-long agreement with Duke John. Despite his prolonged illness, Duke John was far from senile and would not easily let Green off the hook. One wondered how effective his collusion with Peter had turned out to be. Green set aside the envelope and leaned back against the chair. He could not afford to let Duke John linger. A strategy to swiftly deal with or eliminate him had to be devised. Furthermore, the animosity between the Crabclaw Peninsula and the nobles of the Vale had accumulated over the past decade, manifesting as the most glaring hatred at present. Restoring order to the Crabclaw Peninsula and gaining control over the entire region was merely the first step. A campaign of revenge against the Vale was also necessary, one that would reclaim the hearts of the people of Crabclaw Peninsula with the blood of the Vale, thereby establishing Green's unparalleled prestige. Upon accomplishing these tasks, Green would be recognized as the true king of the Crabclaw Peninsula by all its inhabitants, and the Kleber family would become the de facto ruling dynasty of the region. Green's thumb brushed against his index finger. Chaos was required in the Vale. Red Keep. Maker's Holdfast. Once a spirited and handsome Lancel Lannister, he now appeared to be a shadow of his former self. At that moment, Lancel's eyes were dull. The corners of his mouth slightly turned down, and his shoulders slumped as though burdened by an unseen weight. This was the handiwork of His Majesty King Robert. In the room, only Queen Cersei and Lancel were present. Cersei regarded the submissive Lancel with a flicker of disdain. "Cousin Lancel, are you well?" I am fine, my lady," he managed to reply. Sighing softly, Queen Cersei beckoned him closer. Lancel, puzzled by her gesture, obediently approached her. Cersei gestured again. Lancel assumed that his cousin had some important matter to confide in him and leaned in closer. For the first time, Lancel was almost close enough to inhale the intoxicating fragrance of flowers that surrounded Cersei. Her floral scent left him dizzy. Cersei reached out, cupping Lancel's cheeks. "Lancel, tell your cousin, do you hate Robert?" "Cersei, you are so beautiful." Lancel's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively nodded. A smile curled at Cersei's lips, her eyes sparkling. "Lancel, we must make that wretched bastard Robert understand the meaning of a lion's roar. A Lannister always pays his debts." Cersei's voice was cold enough to send a shiver down Lancel's spine, jolting him back to reality. He could not help but step back in fright, his voice trembling. "Cersei, what do you intend to do?" Rising gracefully from her chair, Cersei lifted her chin and fixed a cold gaze upon Lancel. "Lancel, you've heard enough. Do you wish to feign ignorance? Are you contemplating betrayal?" Lancel felt tears welling up. Why did his cousin have to expose him to such terrifying matters? He had come to King's Landing to serve as a king's squire, to make his father proud, for the glory of House Lannister. King Robert, whenever he had the chance, would indulge in drunken rants, and now his cousin, the Queen, seemed intent on pressuring him to his demise. Chapter 77. The Duke's Daughter. Indeed, King Robert's warhammer was a fearsome weapon. Cersei's plan was to render Robert Baratheon incapable of maintaining sobriety, unable to stand, let alone wield the hammer effectively. Jaime's repeated counsel had proven effective with Cersei. This time, she was willing to exercise a bit more patience. This waiting felt like a gamble, one that quickened her heartbeat, perhaps leading to an unexpected surprise one day. Cersei felt a swell of pride in the Lannister family, apart from Tywin Lannister. Only she could conceive such a masterful and flawless scheme. Cersei approached Lancel, who could not help but retreat further in trepidation. Before long, Lancel found himself pressed against the wall, with no room left to escape. Cersei was now merely a fist's distance away from him, and he wished he could meld into the wall itself. Cersei initially cast her eyes down before raising them to meet Lancel's gaze. "Lancel, your task is simple. Substitute the drink I have prepared for Robert. That drunken fool might even commend you." Lancel's pupils dilated, his teeth chattering. "Cersei, you want to poison him?" Cersei frowned slightly, her voice rising. "Lancel, have you become a fool? Do you still consider yourself a Lannister lion?" Lancel paused. The honor of his family seemed to rekindle his senses. "Cersei, what is it that you wish me to substitute?" Only then did Cersei nod in slight satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. "I have prepared a considerable amount of strong wine. You must make him fond of it. Perhaps you won't even need to intervene. He will become addicted by himself, as he is already a filthy drunkard. Is it merely a matter of substituting a stronger wine?" Cersei's words eased Lancel's tension, as he had been frightened by her previous jest. Previously, he had been drenched in sweat from fear, but now, disregarding the beads trickling down his face, he smiled innocently. "Cersei, your jest nearly frightened me to death. Leave the matter of the strong wine to me. I believe King Robert might quite enjoy it. If he is pleased, he may scold me less. Thank you for your consideration. How did I not think of this?" Lancel faltered. Cersei was smiling. Yet that smile began to feel increasingly peculiar to Lancel, making him feel like a fool. Cersei patted Lancel gently, murmuring, "Truly adorably foolish." Lancel's body stiffened. He felt unfamiliar, yet soft hands moving below. There were two types of wine, one double the usual strength, the other triple. "Cousin, your hands." Cersei lowered her gaze, her voice icy. Lancel, do not move. Tell me how this wine should be arranged. Lancel's breath quickened, yet he maintained a shred of clarity. I believe the double strength is what is usually served to his majesty. I cannot think of what the triple strength would be. Robert, besides drinking, what else does he enjoy? Chasing women. In a moment of mental clarity, Lancel swallowed the instinctive reply. Hunting? Cersei lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lancel. Do you understand what to do? Lancel swallowed hard, nodding silently. So, my future benefactor Lancel, do you wish to receive your reward from the queen now, or shall we wait until after your success? You seem rather eager. I might make an exception for you. Lancel's throat constricted, his gaze involuntarily dropping before he quickly averted his eyes, murmuring, Cersei, I am your cousin. Cersei merely smiled at Lancel, her silence saying more than words. No, perhaps Cersei had drunk too much. I must leave at once. Everyone in the Red Keep knew that Queen Cersei never let her goblet out of hand. Taking a deep breath, Lancel broke free from Cersei's grasp, adjusting his attire. Rest assured, cousin Cersei. With that, Lancel hastily exited the room without bidding her farewell, as if fleeing. After Lancel's departure, Cersei hummed a little tune, picked up her goblet, and took a sip of summer red. Having achieved her objective through cunning means, Cersei felt quite pleased. That night, in the Kleber encampment. Good evening, Lady Margaery. Good evening, Baron Green. Fresh from dinner, Green was graced by a direct visit from the Highgarden Rose. After inviting Margaery Tyrell to take a seat, Green generously instructed the servants to light a few more candles within the tent. Observing Margaery's smiling countenance, Green mused that the little rose was much more pleasing to the eye than the deceitfully benevolent Loras, compared to her understated elegance during their last encounter. Margaery Tyrell's attire was now resplendent. Her light brown hair was elegantly swept to one side, cascading lazily over her beautiful collarbone. Margaery sat upright, her hands folded gracefully, exuding an air of exquisite poise. Upon entering the chamber from the direction of Margaery Tyrell, what struck Gryn was not only her attire, but also her posture and demeanor. It was evident that the Margaery Tyrell present tonight was the daughter of the Highgarden Duke, no longer the amiable noble maiden he had first encountered. Reflecting on this, Gryn's mind was abruptly filled with the image of Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, who seemed destined to fall in love exclusively with duchesses. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Margaery Tyrell's eyes as she said, I heard of your injury, Baron Gryn, and I was genuinely concerned, which is why I hastened to visit you. For an ordinary individual, such a moment might be tinged with awkwardness. However, Gryn was far from ordinary. With a slight furrow of his brow and a hand placed over his heart, he mustered a feeble voice to respond, Thank you for your concern, Lady Margaery. I'm quite well. The air in the chamber hung still for a brief moment. Margaery stifled a delicate laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Baron Gryn, I must confess, I admire your swordsmanship. Gryn spread his hands in a gesture of humility. I must again express my gratitude for your thoughtfulness, Lady Margaery. After a pause, he continued, Lady Margaery, as a swordsman, I am not one for subtlety. If there is any way I may assist you, please do not hesitate to speak candidly. I would be most willing to serve you. Margaery Tyrell's graceful hand curled slightly before unfurling once more. Baron Gryn, upon hearing of your injury, I was indeed quite worried. After all, you are our guest, and it is the duty of House Tyrell to ensure your safety in the Reach. This pertains to the honor of our family. Gryn's gaze shifted slightly, a polite nod accompanying the gesture. Margaery Tyrell smiled warmly. To rectify the shortcomings of House Tyrell in your care, and to ensure your peace of mind while you recuperate, my grandmother has specifically instructed me to bring you a sum of 3,000 golden dragons. The mention of her grandmother, the infamous Olenna Redwine, known as the Queen of Thorns, caused a peculiar expression to cross Gryn's face. Pardon my boldness, Lady Margaery, but may I inquire as to how much your grandmother has sent? Margaery blinked innocently, pausing for a moment, her tone remaining gentle. 3,000 golden dragons. Just as he suspected, Gryn raised his gaze to the ceiling, thoughts racing through his mind. Give me 5 million and leave my son. Chapter 78. The Duke's Daughter 2. Gryn merely chuckled at the distant memories that surfaced, yet the smile that appeared on his face could easily be misconstrued by others. He forcibly restrained the muscles of his face. The attendants in the chamber quietly poured a glass of summer red for both Gryn and Margaery. Margaery took a sip from her glass, her eyes seemingly brightened with newfound confidence. Gryn, maintaining his composure, raised his own glass, pondering if there was a way to secure this parting gift without straying from his original intentions. Setting down his glass, Gryn spoke, Lady Margaery, If I were to return home at this moment, do you grasp the repercussions I would face? Before Marjorie could respond, Grin chuckled softly and continued in King's Landing. While the great may err, the small cannot afford a single misstep. The powerful may disregard the safety of the insignificant, but the latter must learn to prioritize their own well-being. With a calm expression, Grin lifted his glass once more, pausing before placing it back on the table. An ancestor of the Clegane family, named Clarence Clegane, wielded his blade to become a legendary hero of the Crablands. Clement Clegane, Rupert Clegane, and another who shared a name with the legendary hero, known as Little Clarence, were also distinguished knights of the Kingsguard, renowned for their swords. For centuries, or perhaps even a millennium, the Clegane name has been inextricably linked with blood and steel, enduring to this day. Grin reached for his glass and tilted it back, draining the remaining summer red in one swift motion. As he set down the glass, his gaze sharpened. Due to the war over a decade ago, the Clegane family has faced oppression from the Red Keep, and it was only with great difficulty that Queen Cersei restored trust in accordance with the traditions of the Crablands. Yet now, I seem to foresee a bleak future for my family. As I mentioned earlier, in King's Landing, only the great may err. The small cannot afford a single failure. Lady Marjorie, I initially assumed this task was straightforward, merely a message of goodwill from Her Grace to the Duke of Highgarden, which is why I volunteered for this assignment. Until just now, I harbored a flicker of hope, but after conversing with you, I now realize I'm destined to let down Her Grace's trust. Grin's words struck like a hammer, each syllable weighing heavily upon Marjorie, leaving her breathless. His demeanor instilled a sense of unease within her. Why was this happening? Had she jeopardized her grandmother's plans? Had she made an error? Marjorie Tyrell suppressed a hint of panic, trusting her judgment that Baron Grin was no fool. Was he merely performing for her? Though her exterior remained composed, her thoughts grew chaotic. Grin softened his gaze, restoring a sense of calm. Tomorrow, the arena will be stained red. I will openly let every challenger bleed until the terrified swordsmen of the Reach swarm in, and the blood flows like a river. Grin leaned forward slightly, his tone gentle yet resolute. Sir Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard once told me I'm stronger than Dawn, the sword of the morning. Please, Lady Marjorie, have faith in me. I shall surely succeed. Jaime never uttered such words. This was Grin's benevolent deceit. Though Grin's tone was unassuming, the weight of his words dripped with the essence of blood. The Baron awaited her response, his next move hinging upon her choice, and he was fully prepared. Silence enveloped the chamber as Grin and Marjorie exchanged glances. Was Little Rose attempting to overpower him with her large eyes? Grin widened his own, maintaining his gaze. Did Baron Grin believe he could intimidate her? While she may occasionally feel fear, she would never succumb to terror. She held her ground. After a moment, Grin and Marjorie diverted their gazes almost simultaneously, their expressions appearing completely natural. After a pause, Marjorie Tyrell, with her doe-like brown eyes, turned back to Grin, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seems Baron Grin has devised a better plan. I am eager to hear it. Grin raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. I believe, Lady Marjorie, you would not wish to see anything untoward occur in the arena, would you? Marjorie nodded slightly. However, Baron Grin, the arena still requires preparation. Your event has captured the attention of the entire Reach. Nearly every swordsman from far and wide is on their way. Grin and Marjorie had shifted into a different kind of negotiation. A meeting with the Duke of the Fish was possible, but Marjorie Tyrell had stipulations. The arena situation needed a flawless resolution. Grin inquired, if I were to leave with the Golden Dragons, may I ask what House Tyrell originally intended to do regarding the aftermath? He was probing me again, though brief. His encounter with Grin had fostered growth in Marjorie Tyrell. Perhaps it was the sudden confrontation with pressure amidst tranquility, or perhaps it was the culmination of her experiences. But tonight was indeed a precious opportunity for her. Marjorie was now more adept at reading hearts. Though Grin appeared to be concerned about the subsequent handling, he was, in truth, testing Marjorie's influence in Highgarden. More specifically, he sought to ascertain how much authority Marjorie wielded. Marjorie raised her brow, mimicking Grin, and replied candidly, I can be forthright with you. I initially intended to seize this opportunity to host a grand outdoor feast, inviting anyone regardless of their station to partake in the festivities I would orchestrate. Upon finishing, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her doe-like brown eyes. Ah, a true heiress indeed. Grin agreed. Indeed, your beauty, combined with fine wine, would effortlessly dissipate any lingering grievances. Margaret Tillier, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, addressed Baron Green. It seems you have a more astute suggestion. The usually composed Green appeared briefly taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure. The subtle change in Green's expression did not escape Margaret's keen observation, and it brought her a sense of delight. Having achieved a certain objective, Green was employing his remarkable acting skills to subtly charm the young Rose. While he felt a tinge of fatigue, the thought of 3,000 golden dragons instantly dispelled all weariness. Having gone to great lengths to procure them, how could he possibly burden the young Rose with returning them? Green pondered whether his previous remarks had perhaps been a touch too loud. Among his earlier statements was a reference to the tradition of the Crabclaw Peninsula's loyalty to the Queen. Conversely, Green was subtly implying to Margaret Tillier that to be a complete queen, one must secure the loyalty of the Crabclaw Peninsula, as tradition dictates. Green was a man who valued details, and he would employ discreet nuances to elevate Margaret Tillier's spirits. Of course, this was contingent upon the successful completion of their new agreement. Chapter 79, The Duke's Daughter. In the stillness of the night, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. A performance match? Green nodded and replied, Miss Tillier, much like a theatrical production, performances need not reflect reality. We can frame the recent arena challenges as a display of swordsmanship. Margaret's brown eyes sparkled with interest as she urged, Baron Green, please continue. Challenges often accompany opportunities. We merely need to rephrase them, and the events of the past few days can be seen as having been initiated for a reason. For instance, this 6-day series of duels could be portrayed as a grand tournament meticulously orchestrated by Miss Tillier for the swordsmen of Riverbend. As the light of Highgarden, nurtured by the well of Highgarden, have ignited the fervor of all swordsmen of Riverbend, uniting them in pursuit of glory. After a brief pause, Green continued, You possess two irrefutable pieces of evidence to substantiate this. First, while blades are merciless, those defeated thus far have only sustained minor injuries. Second, I, Baron Green Claybow, am directly employed by Miss Tillier, for my stature resonates well with the swordsmen of Riverbend. Hence, this cannot be misconstrued as deceit. Everyone will perceive it as a rare and delightful event for Riverbend. Leaning forward, a smile gracing his lips, he lowered his voice. All the swordsmen I bested in the arena, I assure you, will be eternally grateful, for you will have restored their honor. Green's strategy was more brilliant than she had envisioned. If all went smoothly, Margaret Tillier would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. Not only would she be the light of Highgarden, but also the light of Riverbend. Baron Green's intellect rivaled his prowess with the sword. As her spirits lifted, Margaret Tillier recalled her grandmother's teachings, though outwardly composed. She remained vigilant in her heart regarding Green. She found Green's words excessively charming, easily leading one to lose oneself in their allure. Ignoring the fleeting flicker of wariness in Margaret, Green ventured, Miss Tillier, is this your first time hosting a tournament? Margaret nodded slightly. Strictly speaking, it is indeed my first. Green spread his hands. Previous tournaments only crowned a single champion, becoming increasingly brutal as they progressed, which contradicts the benevolence of the light of Riverbend. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Margaret's doe-like brown eyes as she asked, Baron Green, do you have a well-thought-out plan? Green responded, This is your event, and due to your kindness, it will undoubtedly differ from those of the past. This tournament will allow people to better understand you. It was only ever one champion, hence the cruelty. But what if we were to crown 10 champions this time? Unable to contain her curiosity, Margaret inquired, 10 champions? Green nodded. 10 champions would amplify the enthusiasm tenfold, while diminishing the brutality tenfold. Can such a calculation be made? Margaret found herself increasingly perplexed. Green continued, The title cannot simply be champion, as that implies a singular victor, leading to misunderstanding, which would not serve you well. Yes, that is indeed my thought, Margaret silently affirmed. Let's call it the 10 Blades. After a moment's contemplation, Margaret asked, 10 Blades? Indeed, Miss Tillier, Green affirmed, in your personally hosted tournament, 10 Blades of Riverbend will emerge, destined to guard Riverbend, and through you, their names will echo throughout Westeros. As Green's words settled, Margaret momentarily cast aside her wariness, her chest rising and falling with a heavy breath. Once she steadied herself, she gazed directly at Green, who sensed the unmasked admiration in her eyes. Rising from her chair, Margaret gracefully lifted her skirt slightly and bowed her head, saying, Margaret Tillier shall not forget the assistance of Baron Green Claybow. Green rose and placed a hand over his heart in return. Inwardly, Green could not help but admire that the young Rose was exceptionally adept at winning hearts. Her demeanor a delightful blend of feminine charm and courage that rivaled any man's. Green's proactive strategizing ultimately garnered him the young Rose's gratitude. The 3,000 golden dragons brought forth in the name of Highgarden would ultimately be bestowed upon Green in the name of the young rose. The process of armoring the Crabclaw Peninsula 1. This was a private token of thanks from the young rose, necessitating discretion. Green graciously signified his understanding, which suited him well, as such matters reaching Cersei's ears could lead to misunderstandings. The Golden Rose family had enacted the full charade, and the Duke of Inflatable Fish was indeed currently assigned to inspect territories outside of Highgarden. Before departing, Margaret informed Green that Duke Mace would be returning soon, and he could be received no later than the day after tomorrow. After the young Rose's departure, Green promptly arranged for the banners hanging in the arena to be taken down. The subsequent affairs required no input from Green. The Rose team would handle them independently. In the Red Keep, deep in the night, Lancel turned restlessly in bed, unable to find sleep. He suspected he might have been poisoned, for whenever he closed his eyes, the image of Queen Cersei flooded his mind. His emotions were tumultuous. Had he been too resolute in his rejection? As time passed, a feeling of regret began to spread among his various sentiments. Was rewarding her merely contingent upon satisfying her expectations? He hastily shook his head, eager to dispel further thoughts. Lancel was uncertain when he finally succumbed to slumber, but his dreams were suffused with warm hues. Jaime Lannister found himself hidden away in a secluded corner of King's Landing. He needed to conduct a covert investigation, but his striking presence made it difficult to remain inconspicuous during the day. Only the cover of night allowed him to evade prying eyes. A pouch filled with coins was tossed by Jaime, and a shadow caught it, nodding before departing. Another lead, pointing to the Riverlands. Balancing his daytime duties with nighttime inquiries had left Jaime feeling weary after days of relentless pursuit. He raked his fingers through his hair, becoming increasingly perplexed with every inquiry. Despite Green's counsel that such matters should not be rushed, Jaime felt an urgent need to eliminate the lurking dangers surrounding Cersei. He could not bear the thought of her suffering even a slight injury. Thus, for Jaime, the quicker the resolution, the better. The young Baron would suffice. Jaime believed that with the information he had currently gathered, Green would certainly be able to deduce something, perhaps even pinpoint the mastermind behind it all. Perhaps it was the unusual fatigue of the night that made Jaime long for Green, who remained in Highgarden. Chapter 80. Candor. The yellow light of dawn spilled forth, casting shimmering gold upon the sea's surface. In the free trade city-state, within the governor's mansion of Illyrio, in the verdant confines of the ivy-clad garden, Viserys Targaryen and Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos sat facing one another. Viserys, tall and slender, possessed a cascade of silvery hair and the violet eyes characteristic of his dragon lineage. Though strikingly handsome, his gaunt visage betrayed an undeniable pallor. In contrast, Governor Illyrio Mopatis was portly, adorned with a disheveled yellow beard and uneven yellow teeth. The intensity of barely contained fury flickered in Viserys' eyes as he declared, "Illyrio, my future master of coin, I am of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, king of the first men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, defender of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III, the one true king of the Iron Throne." In response to Viserys' near-roaring voice, Illyrio maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Your Grace, there is no doubt regarding your legitimate claim to the Iron Throne." Illyrio's words served to temper Viserys' ire somewhat. "She is my chosen future queen, so do not attempt to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." The mention of the queen-to-be caused Illyrio's eyes to flicker with trepidation. "She is too timid. Yet you require an army to reclaim the Iron Throne." Initially, Illyrio had been captivated by the beauty of Daenerys Targaryen, even contemplating the elimination of Viserys to wed her. However, as he became more acquainted with her, he found Daenerys excessively fearful and timid, perpetually anxious and apprehensive. Illyrio deemed that a union with Daenerys would be exceedingly dull, devoid of any excitement in his life. Abandoning his clandestine ambitions, Illyrio pondered another facet of Daenerys' value. Viserys' violet eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Are you certain? Can my sister truly provide me with an army?" Illyrio replied, "Indeed, your grace. The value of the princess is sufficient to muster an army capable of reclaiming the Iron Throne." Viserys could not suppress the joyful smile that spread across his face. "Illyrio, my most dependable Illyrio, I entrust this matter to you." He could not resist adding, "Under my rule, you shall forever stand apart." Illyrio nodded in gratitude, preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Viserys, his voice tinged with reluctance, suddenly remarked, "For the kingdom, I have lost a candidate for queen. Yet I can at least claim her, can I not?" Illyrio opened his mouth, his lips quivering. Was he truly the son of the Mad King? Viserys Targaryen's superficiality and greed made Illyrio realize that his foremost concern should be this son of the Mad King, lest even the most meticulously laid plans be undone by his unpredictable actions. At the Red Keep, dark clouds pressed heavily upon the sky. Varys, having read the recently delivered note, cast it into the flames of the brazier. He stared impassively at the fire, awaiting the note's complete incineration into ashes before turning to leave. As midday approached, a servant reported to Varys that the master of coin, Petyr Baelish, had arrived. Varys paused momentarily, glancing out the window. Since morning, a deluge had poured down relentlessly, rendering the weather quite inhospitable. Yet the rain did not hinder Petyr's elegance. As he appeared in a neatly tailored dark gray robe, a subtle smile graced Petyr's lips as he greeted with a gravelly, yet magnetic voice, "Good day, Lord Varys." "I apologize for the intrusion." Varys clasped his hands together, bowing his head in acknowledgement, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Good day, Lord Baelish. It is a profound honor to receive you, burdened as you are with matters of the realm." Though Varys's words dripped with sweetness, Petyr felt a disquieting sensation that instinctively heightened his defenses. Maintaining an air of composed elegance, Petyr replied, "It is no great matter, but the Prime Minister has expressed concern, compelling me to brave the storm." Varys invited Petyr to sit, and, with a serious tone, inquired, "What directive does the Duke of Jon have for you, Lord Baelish?" Petyr leaned back casually in his chair, crossing his legs, a smile tinged with resignation upon his lips. "My lord, it is nothing of great import. You have made me anxious." Varys inclined his head in apology. "That was not my intention, Lord Baelish. I believe all matters pertaining to the Prime Minister are of equal significance." Petyr, maintaining his smile, felt a slight twitch at Varys's response. He shrugged and replied, "It concerns the Queen's chief advisor. The Prime Minister has a month-long appointment with him, and we have only a few days remaining until that date." Petyr spread his hands and continued, "Perhaps the incident in the study has left a lasting impression on the Prime Minister," as he suddenly inquired about the advisor's whereabouts. "My intelligence is limited, which is why I sought your assistance, Master of Whisperers." Varys nodded, pausing before stating, "Baron Green, he should still be in Highgarden." Petyr's gaze sharpened. "Is he there for the Queen's affairs? I wonder if he will arrive on time." Varys maintained a serene smile. "Baron Green has earned the Queen's trust. He has traveled to the Reach to procure grain." "Procure grain?" Petyr mused. "He is currently a favored servant of Queen Cersei, dispatched to Highgarden in her name. Everyone knows the gold rose delights in currying favor with the crown." Petyr could not suppress a broad grin. "Thank you for your candor, Lord Varys." As Petyr reined in his smile, he inquired, "Grain procurement is no small matter. According to the timetable, if all goes well, he should be in the Warden's territory now." Varys nodded. "Your wisdom is evident. It seems you have deduced that Baron Green's journey has not gone smoothly." Petyr's smile remained restrained. "After all, he is the noble Gold Rose. Baron Green is not the Queen herself, and I suspect he is not easily appeased." Varys paused momentarily, chuckling softly, "Lord Baelish, your insight is indeed keen." Varys's tone resembled that of a friend conversing. "Baron Green has established a tournament near Highgarden Castle, according to my recent intelligence. He has bested over 100 renowned swordsmen of the Reach, creating quite a stir throughout the region." Though Petyr's smile remained composed, inwardly he relished the misfortune of Baron Green. It was quite typical of him. Chapter 81. A meeting long overdue. Petyr shrugged. "Alas, the distance is too great. We have missed a thrilling wager." Varys smiled. "I concur. The tournament has lost some of its allure without the Master of Coins betting." Petyr and Varys exchanged knowing smiles. After a brief pause, Varys, his smile somewhat subdued, asked, "How is the Duke of Jon faring, Lord Baelish?" Petyr's gaze deepened, his shoulders slightly rising. "My lord, this is no secret. Duke Stannis has paid a visit, and the encounter was not particularly pleasant. I can only say that things are improving." Varys sighed softly. "I have heard as much. While I am aware of the specifics, many witnessed Duke Stannis' departure, leading to various speculations." Petyr shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. "There is little to be done. Duke Stannis is known for his unwavering integrity." Varys, still unhurried, replied, "Are you suggesting that his integrity is intimidating?" Petyr's eyes twitched slightly as he smiled. "In truth, there exists a quiet respect for Duke Stannis among the populace." Varys nodded. "This suggests that there remains a semblance of goodness in people's hearts." For a fleeting moment, Petyr's smile faltered, his gaze flickering before he spoke. "Lord Varys, it seems you hold a fondness for Duke Stannis." Varys interlaced his fingers. "My opinions are of little consequence. I am merely one of many." Petyr's smile remained unwavering. Duke Stannis was always in a hurry, and for the sake of everyone, it seemed we should try to retain him next time. That would require your sagacity, Varys replied with a smile. Leaning back in his chair, Peter spread his hands. Perhaps if we send away all the ladies of the court, it might uplift Duke Stannis' spirit a tad. We all know he has little fondness for them. Varys shook his head with a chuckle. Then we would no longer see His Majesty Robert in King's Landing. Ultimately, choices must be made. Peter chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. My dear Varys, it appears we require your assistance this time. The Prime Minister is rather concerned. Rising from his seat, Varys inclined his head. At your service, my little bird. I shall ensure that Baron Green receives the Duke John's attentions. Peter thanked him with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a lack of genuine mirth. At the castle of Highgarden, Green finally encountered the long-anticipated Duke of Inflatable Fish. Duke Mace Tyrell, with his curly brown hair and somewhat portly yet still handsome figure, bore the unmistakable air of a leader of House Tyrell. Glancing at the petite Rose standing beside Duke Mace, Green approached and greeted, Good day, your grace. I am the Queen's envoy, the chief officer of Her Majesty. The Baron of Whispering Keep, your admirer, Ghislaine Claber. It is an honor to meet you. My admirer? Duke Mace's initial impression of Green was quite favorable. Marjorie's brown eyes flickered. She first regarded the seemingly overexcited Green, then cast a glance at her composed father, maintaining a polite smile and silence. Duke Mace's voice was deep and resonant. Welcome, Baron Ghislaine Claber, who has journeyed from far. Green placed a hand over his heart and bowed his head. Your grace's renown echoes throughout King's Landing. I am tasked to convey the Queen's sincere greetings. Duke Mace nodded. Please extend my gratitude to Her Majesty. House Tyrell appreciates her kindness. Following the formal pleasantries, Green took a seat at the Duke's invitation. Having weathered many storms, Duke Mace found it somewhat disconcerting to be the object of such admiration from Green. He mused that youth often lacked the restraint of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, his fondness for Green was quietly growing. Baron Green seemed genuinely to revere the Duke, prompting young Marjorie to feel she had learned something today. Green spoke with earnestness. I grew up hearing tales of your exploits, longing for the day I might meet you. Upon learning that Queen Cersei was to send an envoy to Highgarden, I immediately offered myself. Please forgive my presumption. Duke Mace's expression remained placid. Though he voiced his curiosity, Green leaned slightly forward. That war, now 15 years past, has been recounted countless times by my mother since my early understanding. Duke Mace appeared to reflect. Has it truly been 15 years? Time slips away unnoticed. He glanced at Marjorie seated beside him. At that time, Marjorie had not yet been born. Duke Mace sighed. Though there was much fortune in that great war, there was also an abundance of misfortune. Marjorie looked at her father with concern, gently patting his large hand in comfort. Green raised an eyebrow. Was Duke Mace showing signs of debilitation? Seizing the moment, Green spoke. Your grace, do not dwell on the past. You have done your utmost, and your victory shall not be forgotten. At the very least, the folk of the Reach have always understood your tribulations. Upon hearing this, both Duke Mace and Marjorie turned their gaze towards Green, their expressions complex. Unfazed, Green sighed softly. You may not fully comprehend the devastation wrought upon the Stormlands during that war. I can only say they fought to the last for loyalty and honor. He continued, the nobility of the Stormlands suffered tremendous losses. Many houses were extinguished, and the current Claber family consists only of myself, the last male heir. Survivors, as my mother often said, would speculate that had House Targaryen been willing to adopt your strategies, perhaps the Iron Throne and King's Landing would still be theirs. As he recounted the past, Green shook his head slightly and added, I lament that they were unwilling to heed your command. One could argue that House Targaryen faltered due to their obstinacy. Duke Mace seemed momentarily lost in thought, but soon cleared his throat, signaling to the attendants to exit the hall. Marjorie blinked and interjected, Baron Green, your words may be misconstrued. You are currently a vassal of His Majesty Robert. Green placed a hand over his heart. Thank you for your reminder, Lady Marjorie. My intention in speaking with your grace today was to seek your counsel on military matters. In discussing the past, I could not suppress my emotions. I beg your forgiveness for my impertinence. Duke Mace chuckled amiably. No harm done. After all, it is in the past. It is merely a discussion of military strategy. No one truly takes offense. After a brief pause, he inquired, I am somewhat familiar with your exploits. You are commendable, having led troops to defeat an army 20-fold your own and reclaimed your ancestral lands. Ahem. Does this imply you possess considerable knowledge of that war? The encouragement in Duke Mace's gaze urged Green to elaborate. Nodding earnestly, Green replied, Indeed, your grace. What I find most unjust is that they fail to consider the broader picture. instead fixating on immediate gains. As the foremost force of Highgarden, Lord Blunt Tarley did indeed vanquish the Stormlands coalition and gained fame. Yet in hindsight, his victory inadvertently aided the Stormlands forces, sowing the seeds of House Targaryen's demise. Duke Mace, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Baron Green, Lord Tarley is my vassal." Unperturbed, Green maintained his expression, seemingly oblivious. "I apologize, Your Grace. I hold Lord Tarley in high regard and harbor no ill will. I am merely seeking your insight on military matters." Duke Mace hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "I trust your intentions are sincere. Ahem, based on your analysis, why do you believe Lord Tarley's victory was detrimental to the overall campaign?" Green replied with deference, "Your Grace, I beg your pardon. I am merely reiterating my analysis of the situation at that time." He spread his hands and continued. "Regardless of the reasons, the Stormlands coalition was classified as rebels. Rebels possess an inherent weakness, while their morale may initially surge. Such cohesion is fleeting. The longer the conflict drags on, the more detrimental it becomes for them. Thus, they must hasten the war's tempo, seeking to confront House Targaryen while their spirits remain high." After a brief pause, Green added, "I refer to this as a strategy of rapid engagement." Duke Mace nodded slightly, stroking his triangular beard. "To be able to view matters from a holistic perspective is rare. Please continue." Green expressed gratitude with a nod. "This is merely my conjecture. I believe the Red Keep is populated with many minds. Initially, House Targaryen considered employing your strategy of slow engagement. However, Lord Tarley's singular victory misled many into believing the Stormlands coalition could be easily subdued, leading to a lack of counsel or persuasion, allowing the Targaryens, who had likely grown impatient, to abandon their original strategy. From that moment onward, Prince Rhaegar sought out a decisive confrontation with the Stormlands coalition, tilting the advantage toward the rebels. Perhaps it was then that House Targaryen's fate was sealed." Sighing, Green concluded, "This is a conundrum that plagues all military strategists. Warfare relies on generals, yet they often only understand the art of the sword and charge, lacking comprehension of strategy, believing solely in immediate victories, and taking pride in them. Concurrently, the populace tends to be short-sighted, favoring the fervor of battle. They struggle to grasp what constitutes true victory on the battlefield, let alone appreciate your art of war." The eloquent words of Green provided solace to Duke Mace, who had long concealed his inner turmoil. He compellingly affirmed my military prowess, earning the recognition of Duke Mace. "This young man from afar truly comprehends me." Duke Mace Tyrell's gaze radiated warmth, his tone gentle. "I recall that several members of the Clegane family have served in the Kingsguard. It seems that despite the losses in that war, you ultimately gained something valuable." Green nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Your Grace, your insight is profound. That painful experience taught the Clegane family that warfare requires not only valor and swords, but also the wisdom of strategy." With a shrug and a smile, Green added, "My mother aspired to cultivate me into a figure akin to Duke Mace. She was quite strict, and thus my childhood was filled solely with books and swords. Reflecting on it now, I scarcely know how I endured." Green's words, coupled with his gestures, elicited hearty laughter from Duke Mace, who, in high spirits, affectionately patted Green on the back, saying, "You are a guest from afar. Do stay this evening and dine with us." Green placed his hand on his chest and nodded. "I am grateful for your invitation. It is indeed an honor." Marjorie Tyrell, the listener and observer, witnessed the rapidly warming rapport between her father and Green. Could it be that her grandmother had misjudged her father, whom she deemed simple-minded? Marjorie shook her head internally, for she had been personally nurtured by her grandmother and knew no one could rival her grandmother's exceptional wisdom. Marjorie had long understood that although her father, Duke Mace, was the leader of House Tyrell, he was largely a figurehead, often mocked as the inflatable fish. Her father sought to leverage his performance in the War of Usurpers to validate his military acumen, yet most perceived his contributions in that conflict as negligible. Her father required prestige. The content of Green's discourse, combined with Marjorie's knowledge, proved highly persuasive. Marjorie believed Green was not merely flattering her father to win his favor. He was endeavoring to restore Duke Mace's reputation. Astute Marjorie was acutely aware of her father's disposition. She recognized that he was even more delighted than he outwardly appeared. She thought that her excited father had yet to grasp the value inherent in Green's novel assertions. However, in order to fully realize this potential, Marjorie needed to devise a careful plan. Duke Mace required prestige, aligning with the interests of House Tyrell. At this moment, Marjorie pondered the true intentions of Baron Green. Green had not overlooked Marjorie's presence. His initial plan was to first enhance Duke Mace's goodwill and establish a measure of trust before revealing the purpose of his visit the following day. He feared that, following today, the notoriously wary House Tyrell might once again distance themselves from Duke Mace. Should that occur, Green would find his reasoning insufficient. So he steeled himself. While not perfect, he could adapt as needed. Leaning slightly toward Duke Mace, he softly inquired, "Your Grace, have you heard any news regarding Prime Minister John's health?" Duke Mace replied, perplexed, "Yes, I have heard that the Duke John has not been in good health in recent years." Green cast a glance at Marjorie, who was intently observing him, the meaning unspoken. What did Baron Green intend? Marjorie Tyrell maintained a gentle smile, skillfully concealing her emotions with the etiquette she had cultivated over the years. Duke Mace chuckled amiably. "Green, there is no need for such caution. Highgarden is absolutely safe for you." Was Duke Mace's address too familiar? Marjorie could not help but glance at her kindly father. "Your Grace, have you considered the weighty responsibilities of the Hand of the King?" The Hand of the King? Indeed, assisting the king in managing the kingdom's affairs, issuing commands throughout the realm, commanding the entire army, and presiding over the judiciary. When the king cannot attend, the Hand governs the realm from the Iron Throne. As Green's words fell, the hall fell into an abrupt silence. Duke Mace Tyrell, processing Green's statements, felt his cheeks slowly puffing up. The moniker inflatable fish aptly suited him. Green mused. Although Marjorie was equally astonished by the revelations, she managed to maintain her outward smile. As a daughter, Marjorie understood her father well enough to recognize that he was momentarily taken aback, prompting her to speak. "Baron Green, this is no trivial matter. On behalf of House Tyrell, I sincerely appreciate your candor, but..." Marjorie's beautiful eyes locked on a Green's, continuing, "I am eager to hear your insightful reasoning behind this." Green first placed his hand over his heart in gratitude before responding. "Miss Marjorie, there is no need for formality. I am willing to be forthright with you." Marjorie beamed, nodding encouragingly. Green opened his mouth, hesitated, then lowered his voice. "The condition of Prime Minister John is quite severe. It has already begun to affect the governance of the kingdom, more gravely than anyone perceives." Marjorie covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Green could not help but commend her. She was an exceptional foil in this performance. Duke Mace Tyrell murmured to himself, "If I were to become the Hand of the King, the position of House Tyrell in the Seven Kingdoms." The allure was undeniable. Finally regaining his composure, Duke Mace cleared his throat. "Green, share your thoughts with me." Green nodded, stating, "Your Grace, although Prime Minister John's health does not permit him to labor, he remains deeply concerned for the kingdom, even in dire moments, having to manage state affairs from his sickbed." Green painted a picture of a conscientious prime minister sacrificing his well-being for the realm. Duke Mace and Marjorie exchanged subtle glances. Duke Mace felt a sense of empathy for Duke John. Marjorie, however, sensed the underlying implications in Green's words, while they appeared to be praise. She discerned a deeper layer of meaning. The state of Prime Minister John had already stirred dissatisfaction and ambition among several opportunistic individuals. Green gazed at Duke Mace, respectfully stating, "Duke John has been toiling for over a decade. For his health, the Red Keep is compelled to consider a new candidate for Prime Minister." Duke Mace stifled a smile, his tone gentle as he inquired, "Have you decided on a candidate?" Marjorie sighed inwardly at her father's impatience and added, "Baron Green, is there a difficulty you are facing?" Green's eyes flickered, glancing at Marjorie, then nodded. "After all, this is a matter of great import for the kingdom. Everyone is taking it seriously. Recommending others, or self-nominating for the next individual who can assist His Majesty Robert in governing the realm." A hint of concealed tension crossed Duke Mace's face as he could not help but ask, "Who are the candidates?" Green hesitated, his expression indecisive. Marjorie's gaze lingered on her father for a moment before sincerely addressing Green. "Baron Green, I believe my father has already surmised your thoughts. What we now require is mutual trust and transparency. House Tyrell will not forget the assistance of any." Green shook his head, his tone equally sincere. "Duke Mace, Miss Marjorie, I certainly intend to be forthright. Due to Queen Cersei's trust as her chief advisor, Her Grace indeed consulted me regarding this matter, and I boldly recommended Duke Mace to Queen Cersei." Duke Mace Tyrell stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Marjorie's brown eyes quivered slightly. "Baron Green, did you persuade Queen Cersei? Or may I inquire how you managed to convince her?" "Certainly." After a brief pause, Green began to speak. "To my knowledge, the foremost candidates for the position of a new prime minister are Duke Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of the Admiralty, and Duke Lannister, the Minister of Justice." A flicker of confusion crossed Marjorie's delicate face. Duke Lannister and Duke Stannis? The Duke of Mace Tyrell furrowed his brow, with a hand pressed through his chest. Green respectfully elaborated, I have come to this conclusion. Duke Lannister, despite his role as Minister of Justice, has been conspicuously absent from the Red Keep, lacking the sense of responsibility and governance that Duke Mace possesses. The Honorable Duke Stannis, while steadfast, lacks the flexibility and compassion required to assist His Majesty in uniting the realm. At this moment, only you, my lord, can fill the void left by Duke Jon and swiftly stabilize the kingdom. Your analysis is commendable, Duke Mace remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his beard. Marjorie's fingers curled slightly. She found herself unwittingly lowering her guard in Green's presence, yet the implications of his words compelled her to remain vigilant. A constant oscillation that left her weary. The comforts of Highgarden had dulled her senses to the mental fatigue she now felt, a sensation that strangely resonated with her. Her brown eyes caught a glimmer of light, a silent contest that stirred an inexplicable excitement within her. Though Queen Cersei seems disinterested in the affairs of the realm, she must consider Prince Joffrey's needs, as he requires substantial support. The Baratheon family already occupies 2 significant positions at court. Any further encroachment could jeopardize the kingdom's stability. At this juncture, my lord, your capabilities make you the Queen's most natural ally. It is because of you that I have persuaded Queen Cersei to endorse your appointment as Hand of the King, Green concluded earnestly. All of this is for the sake of the realm. That is my sincere intention. Duke Mace beamed with gratitude. Green, you are a rare gem. I shall not forget your contributions. He could not help but marvel at the fact that the person who understood him best among the 7 kingdoms was this young man who had long admired him. Suddenly, Marjorie interjected, Baron Green, do you have a plan in place? After casting a glance at the affable Duke Mace, Green replied, I possess a preliminary plan, but I require Duke Mace's consent before proceeding. In King's Landing, on Silent Sister Street, the sky overhead was a pristine shade of blue. Green's young steward, Leighton, stood in a shadowy corner of the street, observing the figures of several gold cloaks in the distance. Among them, he was particularly interested in the leader, a man with a gaunt face whose thin frame suggested that a strong wind might easily topple him. Leighton furrowed his brow. This gold cloak, bearing the name of Clef, seemed an unlikely member of the Clef family. A lost scion of the Clef bloodline? The mere use of the Clef surname indicated he was a legitimate child. Leighton deemed this matter worthy of his attention. As one of the few literate clerks in Whispering Town, Leighton did not rush into action. After all, this individual was a gold cloak, and mishandling the situation could lead to significant repercussions. Furthermore, it was crucial that he did not act independently without the Lord's command. With Investigation Corps also in King's Landing, Leighton resolved to have them keep watch over this individual while gathering relevant intelligence. In the Red Keep, in Megatha, Jaime Lannister's dark circles had deepened due to a lack of rest. Cersei Lannister cast a sidelong glance at her yawning brother and remarked, Jaime, your spirits seem unusually high of late. Jaime, puzzled, replied, What do you mean by spirits high? He was met only with Cersei's dismissive snort. Instantly, Jaime's fatigue dissipated, and after a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, Are you referring to my outings at night? Cersei took a sip of her summer red and replied, King's Landing boasts 100 brothels, ample enough to satisfy your remaining desires. I suggest you refrain from hastening. She snorted again and continued, Do not emulate your beloved dwarf brother, treating such places as your bedroom. You are a Lannister. Jaime chuckled, a touch of resignation in his tone. Cersei, it is not as you think. You should know I have no fondness for those places. You're the only one for me. As he spoke, he moved behind Cersei, placing his hands on her shoulders. Cersei lifted her chin slightly, a smile playing on her lips. I do not appreciate your withholding of information from me. Jaime's hands momentarily stiffened on her shoulders. Cersei's green eyes glinted as she said, It seems you have chosen to continue your silence. With that, she shrugged off his hands and turned to face him. Jaime immediately thought of Green. He explained, It concerns Green. He suspects there may be hidden machinations behind the events in the Queen's district. We have been investigating discreetly. Understanding Cersei's rising fury, Jaime quickly added, It was not my intention to keep this from you. We were merely speculating, hence the lack of disclosure. It was simply a precaution. You know my priority is to ensure your absolute safety and to uncover the truth as swiftly as possible. Cersei, I am not so fragile, she said, stepping closer to him. She gazed up at him, her fair hand resting on his chest, a smirk gracing her lips. Jaime, it is only when you enter my body that I feel complete. If I demand transparency from you, I shall not withhold anything from you either. Jaime grasped Cersei's hand, their eyes locking, a slow smile forming on his lips. Cersei, I too. He reveled in the warmth of Cersei's affection. But her next words sent a chill down his spine. Jaime, I have already begun to act. I am fed up with that drunken fool Robert. Jaime, it has commenced. And you can no longer stop it. You must choose to assist me. On Dragonstone, the sky was heavy with clouds. Dragonstone, an island formed by volcanic eruptions, sat at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, its castle carved in the shape of a dragon. Traditionally, during the Targaryen dynasty, Dragonstone was bestowed upon the king's heir, thus earning the title of Prince of Dragonstone. However, after the War of the Usurper, King Robert Baratheon granted Dragonstone to Stannis Baratheon, stripping it of its significance as the king's heir. Within Dragonstone Castle, the stern-faced Duke Stannis Baratheon sat at the long table, meticulously tending to matters of state. Ser Davos Seaworth stood quietly at his side, awaiting his cue. With a swift motion, Stannis dipped his quill into ink and signed a decree, thumping it down with a seal. Stannis turned to Davos and inquired, Is everything arranged? Davos nodded respectfully. My lord Stannis, I have other matters to report. Concerning Baron Greenclef. Stannis set down his quill and asked, What has transpired? Our sources indicate that Duke Jon intends to send Green across the Narrow Sea to deal with the Targaryen hatchlings. Stannis frowned. This task has never been under Varys' purview. Suddenly, Stannis erupted in anger. Again, they only know how to indulge in shadowy schemes. Jon has completely forsaken his honor as Hand of the King. With that, Stannis closed his eyes. Davos glanced up, concern etched on his face as he observed Stannis' closed eyes, yet he refrained from offering comfort. Stannis did not require solace from others. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. Loyal Davos, do you believe I should continue supporting Prime Minister Jon? Davos gazed reverently at Stannis. Your Grace, I must candidly suggest that it is time for a change in strategy. Stannis imperceptibly nodded. Indeed. I cannot allow him to tarnish my honor. He turned towards Davos and inquired, What counsel do you offer? Davos stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart, and spoke respectfully, Your Grace, while our men were investigating Baron Green, they inadvertently uncovered intelligence regarding Prime Minister Jon, and I must say, the Red Keep harbors no secrets. Stannis let out a derisive snort. Davos continued, Your Grace, according to our intelligence, Prime Minister Jon's health no longer permits him to fulfill his duties. The realm requires a new Prime Minister to restore order. I earnestly advise you to vie for the position of Hand of the King. Only a great leader like yourself can stabilize the kingdom under King Robert's reign. Stannis shook his head slightly. Davos, I sense your loyalty, and I would sacrifice everything for the realm. However, Robert would never consent. Davos knelt before Stannis. Your Grace, I understand your concerns. Yet King Robert has long been ensnared by wine and women. He is no longer the valiant man he once was, and his authority within the Red Keep has significantly waned. Stannis fixed an intense gaze upon Davos for a moment before speaking. What do you propose? Davos lifted his face and replied, Please allow me to journey forth to seek allies who would support you. If you were to become Hand of the King, they would also serve as your future strength. Chapter 84, Fidelity. Samwell, bidding a heartfelt farewell to Green, embarked on his journey home with his sister and brother, their laughter echoing throughout the return trip. Upon their arrival at Horn Hill, before they could even settle in, their father, Lord Tarly, summoned them directly to his study. This time, the reprimand from their father was more severe than ever, escalating to the point where he threatened to expel Samwell from Horn Hill. Samwell trembled. The flicker of confidence he had just regained was ruthlessly shattered. Suddenly, with a bang, the study door swung open. Samwell's mother, Melissa Florent, appeared at the threshold, accompanied by Tala Tarly and Dickon Tarly. Enough, Randall. This was my arrangement. Dickon and the others wished to witness the tournament. They are still young and require their brother's protection. My eldest son, unable to safeguard his family. The skies over Horn Hill, once clear, were now shrouded. The sunlight vanishing without a trace, and the clouds loomed ever lower. Samwell Tarly gazed at the abruptly changing weather, his eyes vacant, murmuring, It is going to rain. The exchanges he had shared with Green were exceedingly rare moments of joy for Samwell. He had never anticipated that the sword-laying Green possessed such profound knowledge. Together, they delved into discussions on history, mythology, and various other topics. Green proposed a notion that still excites Samwell upon reflection, asserting that knowledge is the sharpest blade in existence. In that moment, Samwell's timidity vanished, and confidence radiated from his face. In the afternoon, seizing the opportunity in his father's absence, Samwell visited his mother. Melissa Florent, observing her son with his head bowed and eyes averted, set down her embroidery and comforted him. Sam, it was my misjudgment that led to your father's ire. I am truly sorry. Her gentle voice brought tears to Samwell's eyes. Sam, trust me, though your father may be stern, he loves you dearly. Samwell lifted his gaze to his tender mother, tears welling in his eyes. Mother, I have found my courage. I must leave Hornhill. Melissa gasped. Samwell's reddened eyes brimmed with tears, droplets cascading down his cheeks. Mother, I am a coward, yet I shall make you proud. At Highgarden, within the botanical maze. A small-scale soiree had transpired the previous night, where Green engaged in lengthy conversation and revelry with Duke Mace. The evening concluded with the Duke inebriated, strolling through the garden. The fragrance of roses enveloped him, yet he was reminded of the scent of golden dragons. Green found a shaded wooden bench to rest upon, stretching and leaning back against the seat. Though the gathering was modest in size, it was of considerable prestige. After concluding their discussions, the hour grew late, and Duke Mace regrettably summoned the vassals present in the castle. Under the Duke's eager gaze, Green passionately expounded on the lesser-known arts of war attributed to Mace. Green's earnestness was formidable, and his logically coherent arguments swayed many nobles present at the banquet. The jovial Duke Mace, continually stroking his beard, found his meticulously shaped, triangular mustache now disheveled. With another grand feast on the horizon, Green gazed skyward at the clouds, massaging his slightly swollen head with his elongated fingers. Though it had been arduous, Green reaped substantial rewards. Over the course of 6 days in the tournament, he amassed over 1,000 golden dragons. And from Little Rose's consulting fees, he garnered 3,000 more. In the morning, the steward, Roselle, reported to Green that the grain trade with Highgarden had been finalized at a half-sell, half-give arrangement, with Highgarden also responsible for delivery. Reflecting on this, the ambitious Green felt rejuvenated. Due to Prime Minister John's month-long agreement, Green was compelled to depart the following day. Tonight, he must continue to vindicate the esteemed Duke Mace. That summer, Green, with his hands in his pockets, surveyed his surroundings, yet found no rivals in sight. Contemplating Duke John, Green felt a surge of determination. The defense of the crag may soon be on the agenda. Green was acutely aware that compared to the proclamations of King Joffrey, those during King Robert's reign bore greater weight and were more widely acknowledged. Time slipped away as Green, with his mind adrift, closed his eyes to rest. He stirred slightly at the sound of voices emanating from nearby. Through the dialogue, he discerned the identities of several individuals. They were the handmaidens of Little Rose. The somewhat portly Megath Tillier exclaimed, "Are you all still playing games?" Megath Tillier was a member of a collateral branch of House Tyrell, who enjoyed engaging in kissing games with her cousins. The slender, bright-eyed Eller Tillier remarked, "Megath, I'm so tired today." Eller Tillier was also a member of House Tyrell's collateral branch. "Yes, we were too wild last night. I would prefer to sit and do nothing now." The speaker was Mendice of House Klein, another member of the Tyrell collateral line. The timid Yalin Tillier, also of House Tyrell, suggested, "If you are tired, perhaps we should rest for a moment. Lady Marjorie has more to attend to. Would you like me to play the harp for you?" Megath Tillier waved her hand dismissively. "All right, Yalin, aren't you tired as well? Let us sit together and rest for a while." "Thank you, Megath." "Ah, did you notice Duke Mace at last night's banquet? I have never seen him so joyous." "Of course I saw. It was evident to anyone with eyes." "Megath, why do you speak so? Do not remain angry. We shall certainly play games with you this afternoon." "Ah, I believe it was due to that guest. Are you referring to the minstrel?" "The minstrel? Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the sisters. Everyone was captivated by him, and he stole the spotlight. As the Queen's envoy, his tongue danced throughout the night. I find it remarkable how he managed. "Eller, I know you. You are only lenient towards knights you fancy. The Baron of Green hails from the crag, and yesterday at the banquet, some were whispering that the crag is home to half-wild nobles. Wild. He does not appear to be one at all. His formidable swordsmanship. Could it possibly stem from the enigmatic powers of the wildlings? Hush, I have come across a startling secret, which I shall confide only to you. Remember to keep it under wraps. Rest assured, dear sister, do not feign ignorance. Speak up. Duke Mace may make his way to King S Landing. That would be the Duke of Lannister." "The Duke of Lannister? Why do you mention him all of a sudden? Are you concealing something?" "Very well. I grant you but one chance. Hasten to share what you know with your sisters. It appears that even the Highgarden is not without its secrets." The corners of Olenna's lips curled slightly as she silently reclined on the bench, hands clasped behind her head, eyes shut, continuing her passive eavesdropping. In the Red Keep, at the Prime Minister's quarters, Lord John's health deteriorated steadily, finally rousing the hunting-obsessed King Robert Baratheon, compelling him to return to King S Landing. Robert gazed for a moment at the aged Duke John Arryn propped against the headboard, his laughter boisterous. "John, you appear better than I had imagined. Look at you, full of life. Perhaps we could take a stroll through the brothel tonight. In his youth, Robert had groomed himself meticulously. Boasting a tall and broad physique with an affable demeanor, his eyes sparkled alluringly, reminiscent of a maiden's dream lover. Yet, upon donning the crown, he had succumbed excessively to the indulgences of food and drink, leading to an irredeemable increase in his weight, his waistline now as astonishing as his height, leaving him panting and drenched in sweat with the slightest movement. Although his thick, dark beard concealed his double chin, nothing could mask his round belly and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Ahem! John could not stifle his laughter, but a tickle in his throat prompted him to cough. Robert, laughing heartily, settled beside the bed. John stifled his cough, remarking, "You gluttonous oaf? Oaf, are you referring to me? John, how dare you speak to your king in such a manner?" With that, Robert, feigning anger, erupted into laughter again, continuing, "Go to hell. You always manage to hit the nail on the head." Robert's mirth subsided as he adopted a serious tone. "John, you must recover swiftly. I am acutely aware of the kind of king I am, akin to the Mad King. Without your counsel, the gods shall not forgive me." John weakly shook his head. "You are not like the Mad King. You are infinitely better." Robert, puzzled by his sudden mention of the Mad King, felt a surge of anger as he thought of him. "May the gods damn them all. All I desire is Lyanna, yet they thrust upon me this damned crown. I wish for her to return to my embrace, for everything to revert to how it once was." John listened quietly to Robert's grievances, having heard them countless times before. Seemingly spent, Robert chuckled and asked, "John, you know that proverb describing kings and prime ministers, don't you?" John nodded slightly, replying, "The king dreams, while the prime minister builds dreams. A girl who slept with me once told me they have an even more marvelous saying among the common folk: the king feasts, while the prime minister bears the burden." Upon finishing, Robert roared with laughter, thumping his belly. John coughed discreetly into his hand. "The common folk have a clearer understanding of life than we do. Their meaning is that the king enjoys the delicacies, while the prime minister handles the king's subsequent relief, even wiping his behind." Robert laughed again. "John, you are insufferably dull, always so serious. Yet this time, you have managed to amuse me." After a pause, John spoke. "Robert, you must plan ahead and select a new hand of the king to aid you. My health cannot endure much longer, and I cannot leave you to govern the realm unprepared." Robert gazed at John for a moment, his tone laced with resignation. "You know I have tried. Managing the realm from the Iron Throne is 1,000 times more arduous than seizing the crown. Legal arbitration is a relentless endeavor. Reconciling the treasury is a burden, and those endless petitions. Each day, I sit upon that accursed iron chair, listening to their grievances until my mind numbs and my backside aches. Every time someone opens their mouth, it's either for money or land, or legal arbitration filled with nonsense, and my advisors are no better. They are either muddled or deceitful. I am surrounded by fools and sycophants. It drives one to madness." "John, before you arrived here, I had already spoken with the cunning Maester Pycelle. I warned him that if he failed to restore my prime minister, I would shatter his skull. He has assured me he will ensure your recovery. You see, John, I am far more suited to govern with a warhammer. Therefore, take comfort in your convalescence, and delegate the trifles to others. Though they may be fools, they can still run errands for you." John shook his head slightly. Eddard Stark. Robert rose. "You are quite stubborn. Enough. I shall consider it. My head aches, and I wish to hear no more of your prattle." At the Crab's Claw Peninsula, in the lands of Clydeb, the issue of food scarcity, following Green's response, had swiftly stabilized the sentiments of the people within Clydeb's territories. The vassal knight Morsenbeck welcomed fellow vassal knight Perrin and the leader of the Thorn Brigade, Imparo, at the newly established Clydeb farm. The robust Morsen extended his arms. "Old friend, it has been too long." With a new scar gracing his face, Perrin embraced Morsen, resulting in a clattering of armor, a typical warm greeting from the Crab's Claw Peninsula. As Morsen and Perrin released their embrace, he turned to Imparo with a smile. "Welcome, Imparo." Though Imparo now commanded the Thorn Brigade, she was not a knight, and in facing Morsen and Perrin, her status fell short. Imparo placed her hand upon her chest in greeting. "Good day, Sir Morsen." Imparo, having led her Thorn Brigade, had proven her prowess through valorous deeds. Morsen understood that, given the Lord's trust in Imparo, she would eventually be knighted at the appropriate time. The combat prowess of Clydeb's spearwomen was already on par with that of men, and with the establishment of the Thorn Brigade, their reputation soared. Moreover, Clydeb's demographics, being predominantly female, contrarily to much of Westeros, naturally fostered a sense of gender equality. "We are brothers forged in battle." Morsen nodded with a smile. "Good day. Let us enter." I trust you must be longing for the golden flower ale I have already prepared. The trio set forth, walking side by side. Amparo at 175 centimeters, Morrison at 185, and Perrin at 195, forming a diagonal line. As they walked, Morrison turned to Perrin and remarked, "Perrin, your new embellishment upon your face looks splendid. Were the wildlings not difficult to contend with?" Morrison's words exuded genuine concern for his old friend, yet Perrin, understanding Morrison's tone, discerned the underlying mockery. Perrin scoffed, glancing back at Morrison, coldly retorting, "I hear you have taken a foster son named Darius?" Morrison snorted, "Old friend, do not be envious. That is a testament to Lord Green's trust in our family." Ever the stoic, Perrin forced a peculiar grin to provoke his old friend. "Old pal, my information is not lacking. I know this credit belongs to your eldest, Matil." Morrison and Perrin exchanged heated glares, their childishness evident as Amparo discreetly slowed her pace to create distance. Inside, Perrin downed a full cup of golden flower ale in one go, setting the cup down with a thud. "Morrison and Amparo, I believe we can now proceed to the second phase of the Eastern Campaign." The Eastern Campaign of Clydeb is divided into two phases. The first phase focuses primarily on military conquest, with persuasion as a secondary approach. The communication among the wildling tribes is delayed, preventing them from uniting, allowing for the rapid recapture of former lands and the swift defeat of the larger wildling factions. The second phase primarily revolves around capitulation, with military conquest serving as a supplementary measure. Having subdued the larger barbarian tribes, what remains are predominantly smaller clans, from whom the spoils of war may scarcely cover the costs of mobilization. In truth, according to the customs of the Crabclaw Peninsula, no one would bother to calculate such matters. Regardless of the nature of the conflict, the mere existence of a battle suffices, and a victorious outcome is deemed perfection. At times, both Mason and Pell find themselves perplexed by some of Green's arrangements, yet their roles as vassal knights preclude them from questioning. They simply execute orders. For the vassal knights who have pledged their loyalty to the Kleb family for generations, loyalty equates to honor. Mazun shuja, hierbo no objections. My current responsibility lies in the accommodation of prisoners. The more captives I manage, the greater my merit. As we enter this second phase, the number of prisoners will undoubtedly increase, and provided the timing is right, I am more than willing to support this endeavor. Pell's gaze shifted towards Amparo. "Sir Pell, I have no objections. This time, the Thorn Legion will cooperate with the Reconnaissance Corps." Pell nodded calmly, acknowledging Amparo's support, and declared the meeting adjourned. Recently, this military conference, the highest level within the Kleb territory, concluded with each of the three, Pell, Mason, and Amparo, offering a brief statement. Chapter 85, Intricate Schemes. Baron Green? Upon entering the garden, Marguerite Tilly, in search of the maidens, was the first to spot Green reclining on a bench. Marguerite did not approach, but softly called out to him. The maidens gasped in unison, hastily gathering their skirts and rushing towards Marguerite. Green, who had been passively eavesdropping, was compelled to awaken. He rose, stifling a yawn, and raised his right hand, waving it side to side. "Good day, ladies." His amiable demeanor did little to assuage the suspicions held by Marguerite's maidens, who regarded him with probing eyes. With graceful steps, Marguerite approached Green. "We are all descendants of our forebears. We should not allow our kin to bleed further." Meanwhile, Samwell, who had been waiting at the camp's entrance for Green, began to feel lightheaded from hunger. He opened his mouth, eager to inquire about Green's whereabouts and when he might return. Amparo gently patted Rena before retracting his hand, recognizing that he too was growing through learning. "Very well. The Cliffside Valley tribe, open your gates. We come to invite you to join the Kleb territory." Samwell's eyes glistened with emotion, and he wobbled unsteadily, awkwardly kneeling on one knee before Green. "I, Samwell Tarley, swear my loyalty to you, offering counsel and strategy, and in times of peril, I pledge my life to you. From this day forth, until death do us part, I swear by the names of all the old and new gods. Were he the leader of the Bay of Crabs, Green might have unified Westeros under the banner of the Bay, governing the realm with its people, for the Bay's resources are ample enough to assimilate Westeros post-conflict. Among the Seven Kingdoms, only they possess the strength to achieve such a feat. Green spread his hands. Although we have lain dormant for over a decade, Miss Marguerite, you, well-versed in history, should understand that the Crabclaw Peninsula recognizes only two figures, the Queen and those beyond her." Marguerite blinked her beautiful eyes and pressed on. "What have you heard?" Samwell then noticed his horse, reflecting on his own weight with a pang of sympathy. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I will prepare a reward." Green smiled at the book in Samwell's hands and replied, Samwell, it is I who am late. Come, let us enter together. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, Samwell tucked his book away and stood up, swaying slightly. He bashfully shook his head. Join us, and the Lord will allocate your own hunting grounds. You need not fear encroachment. Rhena's eyes glimmered as she spoke. Impero, why bother with tilling the land? Our ranks are swelling, and our strength is growing. We shall continue our campaigns. For Samwell, departing quietly was his final vestige of dignity. Green paused momentarily before continuing. As for the thoughts of Duke Lannister, I have no intention of speculating, nor am I interested. My sole concern lies with the safety of Queen Cersei. The ever-resilient Tyrell family would also be exerting their influence from shadows, such as Impero. A longtime friend of Rhena understood her well. Dismounting, Green approached Samwell, arms outstretched. Tomorrow marks our departure. After the banquet, I shall leave High Garden with my guards. The inherited traditions and comfortable lifestyle had bound the ambitions of the Bay of Crabs. Marguerite's eyes widened in disbelief as she shot a reproachful glance at Green. Before long, Green sighed softly, averting his gaze from Marguerite. Books allowed Samwell to momentarily forget his inner turmoil and physical hunger. Observing that Green was unfazed by these matters, Samwell felt reassured that he had not misjudged him. The Lord was indeed a magnanimous figure, one who valued knowledge, destined for remarkable achievements. Seizing the opportunity while his father was absent, Samwell Tarly placed his letter of renunciation of the claim to inheritance on Lannister's desk. Green discerned that at this moment, what Samwell needed was not mere pleasantries, but rather a means to soothe his restless heart. In the future, as long as the flames of conflict did not reach them, the Bay of Crabs should not act recklessly. The simple-minded Samwell believed that this was a military camp, and, as he had not yet formally joined, he should not indulge in Kleb's provisions prematurely. He felt that he had indeed chosen to leave Horn Hill, and all things here were no longer his. Though Pell was not one for levity, he was forthright, and for him, anything beneficial to the Kleb family would be pursued with utmost effort. Green raised an eyebrow, his eyes twinkling with mirth, unconsciously curling the corners of his lips. Impero furrowed his brow and said, Continue calling out, if they do not surrender by noon. Arrange for the sisters to unleash 5 arrows into the fray. Samwell? Green's gaze sharpened, and he hastened his Mount S pace. While the notion was noble when Samwell spoke, his words fell flat, direct, and devoid of eloquence. Impero regarded Rhena seriously. Rhena, have you not noticed the unnecessary casualties among the sisters have increased significantly of late? Warfare is akin to drawing a bow. One cannot keep the string taut indefinitely. Marguerite longed to ask how Green would choose if the esteemed Duke Mace and Queen Cersei were to come into conflict. Green could not alter the inherent traits of the nobility. He merely sought to do his utmost while deftly shifting the conversation. The advance of the Kleb Legion officially entered its second phase. In the garden, only Green and Marguerite remained. Green was confident that Duke Mace would require no assistance from him in the future. With his new theories, he could navigate most situations and continue to vindicate himself. The last time Impero had seen Pell, he had taken the opportunity to consult him, discreetly noting phrases he deemed suitable for reassuring soldiers. Green took the initiative to speak. Miss Marguerite, your maidens are both beautiful and lively. Marguerite's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant. Baron Green, I appreciate your counsel. I am eager to listen. Upon saying this, Green wore a look of regret. Rhena gazed at Impero with bright eyes, her tone filled with astonishment. Mother Leopard, how do you grasp such profound truths? You have utterly convinced me. The literary spirit of Westeros. Because he could vindicate himself while simultaneously increasing his prestige. Duke Mace would spare no effort in promoting his unique martial artistry at every opportunity. The shrewd Green merely built upon this foundation, employing an easily digestible new theory that fortuitously added an invisible tether to the stability of the Bay of Crabs. The oath of the camp gates. Samwell approached the gates of the Kleb encampment, his first smile since leaving home illuminating his face. After a brief pause, Samwell finally summoned the courage within himself, recalling the multitude of exquisite phrases he had once encountered in literature. At this moment, Green's intentions were not overly complex. He understood that the great nobles enjoyed hedging their bets on both sides, subtly hinting to Marjorie. Green's demeanor seemed to silently encourage the anxious Samwell. Departing from Horn Hill, Samwell led an old horse, clutching a book that remained unfinished. Marjorie's chestnut eyes quivered. Cersei, was she investigating the Duke of Renly? Please trust in our sincerity. I genuinely wish to see my most esteemed Duke of Mace seated as Prime Minister, governing this realm, Marjorie stated with a smile, observing their unease and regret. Baron Green, could you enlighten me on the matter at hand? According to customary etiquette, Samwell should have written a letter in advance and obtained Green's consent prior to his visit. Marjorie tilted her smooth chin slightly. Emery waved his hand as if herding sheep, saying, "Go arrange it." The guards noticed the trembling of Samwell's old horse and spoke up. "Your Grace, your horse appears fatigued. May I assist you in its care?" Emery had recently developed a fondness for patting little Rena's head, finding it quite addictive. Clearing his throat, Emery remarked, "Inform the sisters that the Thorns Brigade must continue expanding its ranks. Should we encounter suitable candidates, do not let the opportunity slip by. Our time is limited, as Lord Green will soon take significant action." Two contrasting figures, one stout and one slender, embraced. Rena, brimming with excitement, received her orders. This tribe of merely 100 does not seem to grasp their own stubbornness. I am nearly hoarse from shouting. Our soldiers outnumber them several times over. Yet they dare not open their gates to surrender. They are courting death. Samwell, seeing Green's smiling face, felt a sense of relief wash over him. 38616-6211. Green gazed at Marjorie and continued. As a certain giant of House Lannister once stated, loyalty to the Queen is a traditional craft of the Crabland Peninsula. I merely exercise normal caution and investigate any unusual occurrences surrounding the Queen. Emery nodded discreetly, affirming its usefulness. Ultimately, Pell shared some personal experiences and imparted techniques he had mastered. The anxious maidens exchanged furtive glances and curtsied to Marjorie before taking their leave. Moreover, in most instances, they outnumbered their foes, amassing spoils that filled their pockets. The soldiers had never lived so lavishly. Green unsheathed the long sword from his waist, holding it upright before him with both hands. "Samwell, I trust you have noticed my enduring desire for your exceptional wisdom. Pledge your fealty." Rena bowed solemnly and withdrew, eagerly immersing herself in military affairs. Samwell cast a reluctant glance at his soul book, vowing to finish it swiftly. "Very well, Commander, let's tantalize them." Leading his old horse, Samwell approached the Blue Robe Club at the camp gate and said, "Good day, I am Samwell Tarley, here to seek an audience with Baron Green." Upon hearing the name of the Chancellor, Marjorie's expression softened with a slight smile, her fingers curling slightly. Marjorie raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Green. Samwell shifted his ample form, continuing to read by the light of the campfire. "Our lord is a descendant of the legendary hero Clarence Klebb. We were once allies. Samwell, it is a pleasure to see you again." Green's deepest hope lay in the strategic plan he had tailored for Duke Mace, one that emphasized a non-confrontational approach while delving into the hearts of the people of the Riverlands. Green inclined his head slightly, his steady voice tinged with solemnity. "I, Green Klebb, swear that there shall always be a place for you by my hearth, a portion of meat and wine upon my table. And I vow never to lead you into any unjust actions. I swear this by the old and new gods." Emery's cheeks flushed crimson. Emery's disdain only served to draw Rena closer, fostering a sudden warmth in their sisterly bond. "I am a Queen's chief officer, and I have long been aware of the Duke of Renly's movements." With humility, Green abruptly added, "Miss Marjorie, I have a suggestion. Are you attempting to intimidate me with those large eyes?" Green retorted, looking back at Marjorie. "I wish to serve Lord Green. I have conducted preliminary investigations and discovered the deep friendship between the Duke of Renly and the Knights of Flowers, but friendship should never supersede familial interests. However, he was not one to put others in difficult positions," and Samwell nodded, saying, "Then I shall wait." This was precisely what Green hoped to see. Marjorie tilted her face upward, her doe-like brown eyes clear and gentle. "Baron Green, it seems you have inadvertently overheard some remarkable news." In a realm of clear political intrigue, Green sought to avoid chaos. The more convoluted the schemes, the more prone they were to unforeseen complications. Green spoke earnestly. "Miss Marjorie, in truth, these matters are trifling and unworthy of your concern. The eastern part of the Crabland Peninsula." Rena huffed lightly. "Emery, I do not require consolation. As you say, let me consider rest. Such matters would only reveal their truths at the moment of occurrence." Green shrugged, remarking, "I was asleep and did not hear clearly." It seemed to be the name of the Chancellor. The maiden's peculiar behavior did not escape Marjorie's notice, and she sighed softly, saying, "You may leave for now." The old horse Samwell used for travel and the unfinished book were merely temporary borrowings. He would arrange for their return. Emery added, "Do not defy my orders to engage in battle without permission. Once the volley is completed, retreat. Also, when cooking meat at noon, be mindful of the wind and choose an appropriate location." Regardless of the Duke of Mace's reputation, he remained the leader of the Riverlands. and his influence in that region could not be disregarded. Green stepped back, his tone resigned. Miss Marjorie, your beauty compels me to be forthright. In truth, I have not taken it to heart, as this is no secret to me. What was Green's true objective? Previous hints had suggested that upon entering the Riverlands, its prosperity had stirred unease within the typically calculating Green. Emery observed the lively Rena and remarked, "We still have time. Shoot the arrows and continue persuading them to surrender." The entrance to the Cliffs Valley tribe is narrow, making it difficult to maneuver. A direct assault would incur significant casualties, so we must minimize losses, Rena. This is the Lord's command. Marjorie was aware that posing such a question would make her seem rather naive, and at that moment, Green's response would hold no validity or falsehood. "We are all people of the Crabland Peninsula. We do not fight against one another." Marjorie cast a sidelong glance at Green, her tone tinged with a hint of acidity. "You are quite loyal to Queen Cersei." Green decisively shook his head in denial. "Our queen never concerned herself with such matters. It is our duty as officers, especially mine." The dinner delivered by the guards was declined by Samwell. With nearly daily skirmishes occurring due to the state of war, the standards of rations would naturally be elevated. Green, wearing a puzzled expression, pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe I heard them discussing something. Perhaps they thought I was listening?" The deeper he delved into the matter, under the unceasing governance of House Tyrell, Green felt that the Riverlands had grown excessively robust. Upon leaving Hornhill, Samwell Tarly had not even claimed a copper star. The soldiers' spirits were naturally noticed by the commanders, and the seasoned Ser Pel Paulette was adept at managing such situations. The agile Green contemplated, "As I grow, House Tyrell must maintain its composure. We must adhere to the rules of power at the table, lest we overturn it and shatter the established order." Green hesitated before speaking. "The time is not yet ripe. I am but a minor figure at present. I shall offer my counsel during our next meeting." Samwell's imposing physique is likely to leave a lasting impression, and the guards still remember him. "Good day, Lord Samwell." Lord Green is not currently in the camp. Lord Randall Tarly has once again departed from Castle Horn. Amparo gazes at Rena's departing figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although Rena is not particularly tall and is somewhat slender, she possesses a fierce spirit, which has intensified since her enlistment in the Thorn Brigade. Amparo smiles faintly, reaching out to ruffle Rena's hair. "Consider this a moment of respite. One cannot be embroiled in battle every single day." Sir Mason is resuming farming at the new farm, requiring additional manpower. Pell informs Amparo that mere words can only temporarily soothe the soldiers. The morale cannot be elevated solely through the brigade's laws. The brigade leader must also possess means to enhance and sustain morale. At the Kleber camp, the night has deepened. The elevation of the Lord's prestige benefits the Golden Rose family's dominion over Riverbend. Perhaps Samwell's departure from home was an unconscious act of rebellion against a father he deeply fears. Marjorie's rose-like red lips move slightly. Additionally, tonight, Green has nearly perfected the war theory centered around the principle of not contending for the sake of contention, aiding Duke Mace. The content revealed in Amparo's words causes Rena's eyes to gleam with enthusiasm as she nods vigorously. "Rest assured, Commander Amparo." Green places a hand on his chest and nods. "Miss Marjorie, this is my duty. I cannot shirk it." With that, Samwell walks to a different spot, plopping down on the ground and wiping the sweat off his face. Marjorie, with a cool tone, reminds Green, Baron Green, the esteemed title of Duke Lannister must not be offended. Rena, with her hair tied in a high bun, approaches Amparo and tugs at his collar, saying, "Amparo, do we still need to shout? I feel this tribe is quite obstinate." As they approach the camp, Green first notices the broad figure by the fire pit at the camp entrance. Observing Samwell's hesitation, Green offers a gentle smile but does not move his feet. Kleber Territory Intelligence 1. Chapter 86. Choice. The sky is dimmed by overcast clouds. In Castle Horn, the Lord's study, Count Randall Tarly stares impassively at the letter penned by his eldest son, Samwell Tarly, relinquishing his claim to Castle Horn and the Tarly family title. Melissa Florent gazes at her husband seated at the desk, saying, "Randall, he has made a brave choice. I am proud of Samwell." Randall snorts derisively. "A coward. He has bravely chosen to flee." His response triggers a long-suppressed, emotional outburst from Melissa. Viserys lifts his sharp chin, asserting, "I said last time would be the final time." Daenerys, ignoring her pain, attempts to halt her brother's violent actions, but with a thud, she is knocked to the ground by Viserys' kick. After their meeting, he boldly approaches Cersei, only to find the sweet cousin from that night is now gone. Lady Tarly leaves with a final remark, storming out of Randall's study and slamming the door behind her. She does not wish for the children to witness their parents' disgrace. With a sigh, Jaime continues, I was initially confident about investigating the underlying matters, but the more information I gather, the more lost I feel. I even hesitate to discern the truth of what you perceive. Cersei, regaining her familiar haughtiness, remains indifferent to his approach, coldly ignoring him. Why do King Robert's attendants do nothing but pour wine daily? Trembling all over, Lancel hurriedly fills a cup with wine. Lancel Lannister has recently found himself in distress. Peter is now most suspicious of the Maester Piscal responsible for treating Duke John. Jaime's tone conveys his helplessness. I fear I might indeed be ill-suited for handling complex situations. I believe I am better suited to be a sword that belongs solely to you. Although Daenerys' handmaiden also trembles in fear of Viserys. She musters her courage to dash over and tightly embrace the shivering Daenerys. After the attendant leaves, Peter leans back in his chair, gazing out the window. Randall's wife, the kind Melissa, has always been gentle in his memories. Information is wealth. I relish these little surprises. Now, I am merely delivering you to someone. You should be smiling with glee, so dry your tears quickly. Illyrio is about to bring him over, and I do not wish for him to see you in tears. After meeting with King Robert, Duke John's condition visibly improves. Jaime smiles indulgently as Cersei, dressed in her nightgown, prepares to rise from the bed. The handmaiden, initially vocal due to her pain, now lies silently on the floor like a limp rag. The treasured sword has cast aside thought. It remains only sharp. To celebrate the recovery of this long-lost edge, I shall reward you first from now on. King Robert Baratheon's thunderous voice startles the distracted Lancel, causing his heart to race. Cersei glances at Jaime, unable to resist, leaning down to leave a warm kiss on his forehead. Daenerys, with a face swollen from slaps, must confront the gaunt visage of Viserys, a sight that fills her with profound dread. The rapid recovery of Duke John could also prove troublesome for Peter. He does not wish for John to perish now, but he also does not want to encounter the healthy hand of the king again. However, Robert's arrival brings him unexpected joy. Robert's booming reprimands cause Lancel to tremble, nearly spilling the wine jug. The sunlight glimmers, causing Randall to slightly squint. Rising from his chair, Randall continues. He has chosen that Baron Kleber, who fought with words at the Highgarden banquet. Baron Kleber is a man who only knows how to gossip with his tongue. He has deceived the gullible populace and denied my military accomplishments. Many believed his nonsensical tales that only the others could be fooled by. Years ago, I fought valiantly, and now I have been turned into a scapegoat of House Targaryen. Jaime closes his eyes, lost in the memory of Cersei's tenderness, offering no response to her inquiries. Randall, Jaime, I know, at the end of the day, what else can I do but support you? Losing patience at Jaime's silence, Cersei detaches from him, snatching a nearby white nightgown and draping it over herself. Lancel wishes to weep. This is not the image he imagined a king's attendant would portray. With that, Daenerys' tears spill forth silently once more. Would father be ashamed of his son's disgrace? Has he brought shame upon House Lannister? Lancel suddenly wonders if Cersei treats him coldly for this reason. As the wine is poured, a flushed Robert downs his cup in one go, exclaiming, "You Lannister fool! What are you staring at? Don't you see the cup is empty?" Viserys' smile deepens Daenerys' inner turmoil. In the Queen's chamber, the moment plunges Daenerys into despair. Has her brother returned? The attendant speaks. "My lord, please give your command." Melissa may also be angered. Peter will not hastily trust his instincts. He has begun investigating Maester Piscal to verify the accuracy of his intuition. As long as it enables me to command an army, I would agree to have every soldier review you, and, if necessary, even their horses. Lancel bows his head, his heart racing to his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing Jaime's heartfelt words, Cersei's eyes widen, sparkling with hope. How will others address him from now on? Wine-pouring attendant? King's Landing, the private residence of the Master of Coin. Consequently, Lancel often found himself plagued by insomnia, pondering whether Cersei's shifting demeanor indicated dissatisfaction with his progress. Before Cersei could offer a reminder, Lancel had already taken the initiative to pour the wine she had entrusted to him. After speaking, Viserys gently arranged Daenerys' disheveled silver hair, tenderly placing a warm kiss upon her forehead. Viserys swiftly shattered Daenerys' humble fantasies. Duke John's condition had recently deteriorated significantly, leading Peter to believe that the Duke might pass at any moment. Afin smiled grist Viserys par le visage. With one hand propping herself up, Daenerys covered her numbed cheek with the other, unable to suppress a sob. In no more than half a year, a cold glimmer flickered in Peter's eyes. To a mother, her own child is undeniably the finest, yet one must lament that the father, Lancel, was inept in the art of parenting, forcing a good child into a state of fear and withdrawal. The astute Peter would not indulge in superstition. He placed his faith solely in reliable intelligence, which had always been his most dependable source of strength. Viserys reached out, seizing the maid's long hair, followed by a flurry of fists and kicks. "If you botch this, I shall not forgive you. Do not dare awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." In the outskirts of King's Landing, the vibrant sunlight bathed the azure sea, which shimmered with golden reflections, glistening like satin in a dazzling array of colors. Overall, matters have been progressing smoothly of late, developing in accordance with Peter's expectations, which greatly elevated his spirits. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through Peter's gaze, though Lancel displayed no outward signs. Today, Melissa rendered the renowned battlefield commander momentarily taken aback. Green tugged on the reins. Cersei, nestled against Jaime's broad chest, nodded. The attendant could not help but shudder. Responding, "At your command, my lord." The afternoon sunlight gradually crept up the window frame, its mottled shadows warming every corner of the room, every speck of dust. Daenerys allowed Viserys to manipulate her, her vacant eyes seemingly devoid of all vitality. The chill in Viserys' words sent a shiver through the maid. In a critical moment, Lancel clutched the wine jug tightly. Viserys furrowed his brow, using his other hand to wipe away the tears that streamed down Daenerys' face. "My will is unassailable. Do you comprehend now? A coward dares to humiliate me." The corners of Lancel's lips, as hard as steel, barely curled upwards. After hearing the attendant's report, Peter Baelish, Lord of Harrenhal, smirked. "If marrying you off is what it takes to procure these, then you shall comply without question." 386166211. With that, Viserys strode forward, forcefully pushing Daenerys aside. The petite Daenerys was unceremoniously yanked to the forefront by Viserys. Melissa thought she would never forget the moment Samwell had visited her alone. Melissa scolded, This time, I support Sam's choice. I genuinely feel proud of him. You made me lose my firstborn, so let your ludicrous military achievements face the White Walkers. My sister, I require an army. With an army, I can return home with sufficient forces to reclaim the Iron Throne." At those words, a slight curve finally appeared at the corner of Cersei's mouth. Viserys' large hand distorted Daenerys' small face. Peter's green eyes flickered, his smile as ever elegant. While not overly precious, it suffices as a gift after such a long absence. He will feel my sincerity. With trembling hands, Cersei caressed Jaime's handsome face, asking, "Jaime, have you come to a realization?" Others believed King Robert's timely return was pivotal in Duke John's recovery. Peter's intricate plans had yet to be fully realized, and this situation was detrimental to his interests. Cersei glanced sideways at Jaime, but did not cease her ministrations. "Please, I beseech you, spare her, let her be." Still dazed? "You Lannister fool. What are you waiting for? My dear, to have me snap your neck? Come over and pour the wine." The typically gentle Lady Tarly could not help but unleash her wrath once more. In the free trade city, the governor's mansion, Lady Tarly wished to cease her quarrels with her husband, fearing that prolonged discord would alert the children. However, today, Melissa felt otherwise. Her eldest had departed her side, and she was the one in dire need of comfort. In the early morning, the sky was tinted with a faint blush, accompanied by warm rays of sunlight, drifting with hues of red and purple clouds. Cersei lay on Jaime's broad chest, her face turned to the side. "Jaime, you've changed recently. I can't pinpoint how, but I can feel it." Noticing Daenerys' petite form swaying, Viserys immediately reached out to steady her, his touch remarkably gentle. After venting the wrath of the sleeping dragon, Viserys stood quietly for a moment, exhaling deeply as he ran his fingers through his silver hair. "I am of the Undulls, of the Rhoynar, king of the first men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III, the one true king of the Iron Throne." In his contemplation, Peter suddenly conceived a strange notion. It seemed that during Baron Greene's absence from King's Landing, his affairs had become remarkably smooth. Peter shook his head, casting off the ludicrous thought. In response to Melissa's outburst, Lancel took a deep breath and remained silent. Jaime smiled, placing his hands behind his head, gazing at Cersei and saying, "Cersei, this intoxicates me." Lancel thought of his father far away in the Westerlands. Viserys adjusted his clothing, his tone laced with suppressed madness. "My sister, do not attempt to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Lancel approached the window, gazing into the vast sky. Presently, Lancel felt lost, wondering what more he could do to earn Cersei's regard once more. "You dare to find me? Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon. King Robert is no healer. When faced with problems, He only knows how to wield his hammer. Get out of my sight. Do not obstruct my vision. If you linger any longer, I shall crush your skull. Once again, Lancel found himself seeking an excuse to visit Queen Cersei. Daenerys Targaryen, brother, you cannot do this. I'm not a bargaining chip. No, no, brother. Clutching the wine jug, Lancel scurried away like a frightened rabbit. Only then did Viserys reveal a satisfied smile, releasing Daenerys. Cersei lowered her voice, maintaining a calm demeanor. Jaime, I support your resolve. Your sword combined with my wisdom makes us unbeatable. In the future, you shall bear less worry and find more joy. Lancel faced the imposing figure of Robert, akin to a mighty bear, trembling with fear. Daenerys' actions utterly enraged Viserys. Wretched! Fool! 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 However, Peter did not share this sentiment. His instincts warned him that the seemingly disinterested Maester Pycelle held considerable intrigue. Lancel, I do not wish to see you for the time being. From Jaime's unseen perspective, Cersei could not help but reveal a smug expression. This was indeed the Cersei that Lancel had always known, yet he found himself unaccustomed to it, filled with anxiety, feeling as though he had been cast aside. The terrified Daenerys managed to utter, I understand. Seeing that Daenerys offered no reply, Viserys tightened his grip on her small face. Are you resisting me with silence? Jaime sighed, opened his eyes, turned on his side, resting one hand on his cheek, and with a faint smile said, Cersei, what more could I possibly say? Lord Lancel, you now have but one son left. I warn you, do not drive Daikon away as well. If anything were to happen to Daikon, I shall hold you utterly responsible. J'aime en son visage inadvertently en snarred Cersei. With a resounding slap, Daenerys was sent sprawling to the ground by Viserys Targaryen. Fool, did you not see that the cup was empty? The echoes of distant bells reverberated through the air. Green gazed upon the majestic silhouette of King's Landing, melodies from a past life resurfacing in his mind. Was it Robert's provocation or the inquiries of Maester Pycelle? There was no time for contemplation, as Peter found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. Robert's training had proven effective. Lancel was no longer able to afford distractions. After a brief pause, Robert praised Lancel, a rare commendation from a king. Normally, upon hearing such remarks, Melissa would have consoled her husband. Having just vented her frustrations, Lady Melissa realized that her words may have been slightly excessive. In the Red Keep, within the Grand Hall, a helpless Daenerys pleaded with Viserys. Lancel, I knew you would still look down upon Sam. I should never have sought you out. Lancel, never forget that it was you who forced my eldest son to flee. Cersei leaned in closer to James, gently patting his cheek, and spoke softly. James, you have grown cunning. You must first play with me, and while the process brings me joy, the thought of it leaves me vexed. An increase in joy. A healthy king's hand would undermine Peter's already grasped power. Viserys grasped Daenerys' chin with his hand. Melissa, having released a considerable amount of pent-up resentment, gradually regained her composure. James smirked, tousling Cersei's hair, and remarked, Cersei, you will always understand me best. After a moment, Peter spoke again. Make the arrangements promptly, safeguard it well, and ensure no disappointments arise. In Melissa's memory, Samwell had always been a bright and kind-hearted lad, yet Lancel's misguided teachings had rendered him increasingly timid. Lancel placed the letter upon the table, coldly stating, if he still cares for his family, he should go to the wall, don the black, and join the Honorable Knight's watch. Cersei squinted her eyes, inquiring, what good news is this? Lancel retorted angrily, on the bed, having just concluded their passionate encounter. Cersei Lannister pinned James Lannister beneath her. Daenerys spread her arms, positioning herself protectively before her handmaidens. However, an apology was utterly out of the question. Cersei, with her delicate fingers tracing circles, added, lest you tire yourself plotting to gain the opportunity to toy with me. I must exert some effort to ensure my sword remains sharp for you, my James, my blade. Green reflected 2 months prior. He had merely been a baron of Whispering Hill, yet here he was, 2 months later, re-entering King's Landing still as a baron. Chapter 87, Secrets. Club Manor. Having just tidied up, Green now perused a letter from the Thorn Legion commander Amparo. Was this a form of pictographic script from Westeros? After analyzing the situation and Amparo's character for some time, Green managed to surmise the essence of her message. Amparo has learned to compete for equipment like the other legions. Green chuckled softly. Amparo, whom Green had designated as a paragon of the Kleb spearwomen, had always performed admirably, yet her overly straightforward nature required a touch more adaptability. Folding the letter, he returned it to its envelope, sealing it. James shrugged and remarked, many, perhaps too many. James fixed his gaze upon Green, Baron Green. Do you already know who the mastermind is? Unable to contain a chuckle, James added, Young Baron, you guessed correctly. I am not one for eloquence. I merely picked up a key along the way, and with this, I can convey Queen Cersei's reward for you. Marjorie, realizing her behavior was somewhat improper, could not suppress her laughter, hastily covering her mouth while shaking her head in denial. Compared to before, James seemed to possess an added sharpness. Marjorie's cheeks flushed as she sat beside Olenna, gently clasping the wrinkled hand of her elder. Green listened attentively, then paused before speaking. Lady Celaena, I appreciate your heartfelt words. But I must inquire, is this a message from your mother? Dismounting, Green entrusted the reins to his squire, Martell. Due to Prime Minister John's month-long appointment, Green felt pressed for time and could not afford delays, necessitating a swift journey. Nodding, Green stated, this is a standard operation. Conspirators will naturally endeavor to conceal their identities while also attempting to mislead us. The future Lady Klebb need not be excessively noble. A slightly less powerful noblewoman would be an ideal choice. She would bear your children, and you would provide her with the requisite status and protection, thereby ensuring the family's peace. James merely inquired casually, nodding slightly. Let's go. I will escort you, as this is a task entrusted to me by Queen Cersei. Samwell scratched his head, contemplating the key in his hand, unsure of what to do. Noticing Samwell's predicament, Green smiled and shook his head. Sam, just keep it without worry. The small estate James spoke of, Lannister or not, it remains a Lannister. Green handed the key to Samwell, raising an eyebrow. Sir James, this key surely originated from your mind. Although grandmother often mocked the members of House Tyrell, Marjorie was acutely aware of her grandmother's steadfast support for the family's interests. Monton chuckled, and Samwell shyly averted his gaze. Upon hearing this, Monton and Samwell unintentionally exchanged glances. Over time, grandmother's jests had become an integral part of House Tyrell, to the point where father once humorously remarked that if he went too long without hearing her mockery, he would feel as though something was missing from his life. Celaena nodded. Monton alone requires fabric for 3. Now that we have an additional Samwell, should I prepare some special-sized garments in advance? Green replied solemnly. Indeed, during this outing, I inadvertently made a significant discovery. It seems we may need to collaborate this time, of course, under your voluntary consent. With a smirk, James dismounted, tossing something to Green. Celaena had begun to face her newfound responsibilities with remarkable composure. Olenna smiled warmly. Lady Olenna, I appreciate the commendation from Highgarden. Come, sit beside me. Let me bask in the sunlight of the Reach. Ah, that cunning lion family, devouring gold while incessantly proclaiming their debts, must be repaid. Now, with a Lannister queen, the heir to the Iron Throne carries Lannister blood. Yet it appears everyone has forgotten that during Tywin's reign, the roaring lion was but a jest. After listening to Marjorie's account, Olenna grasped the armrest of her chair, saying, I do not favor this young man's tricks, yet I must concede he possesses some skill. A bug has intruded upon the splendid rosebush, unafraid of the thorns. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. No, you do not understand, my granddaughter. Marjorie gazed at her grandmother, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. My granddaughter, I sense your unease. What troubles you? Is it concern for my dim-witted ducal son? Upon your arrival, I noticed that while the entourage appears more formidable, there is not a single woman among them, and I have long harbored an unspoken anxiety. Marjorie's pupils dilated. The family's legacy has always been fraught with despair. Should they fail to achieve something substantial, the family is destined for perpetual decline. Olenna chuckled softly as she patted Marjorie. She truly relished the rare and subtle expressions that flitted across Marjorie's face, yet she never revealed her fondness. Tell your grandmother, why do you feel uneasy? Jaime glanced at Mountain, then at Samwell, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he turned to Glenn. Are they brothers? Samwell's presence was warmly welcomed by Glenn. Celaena released a breath, stating, My lord, I can confirm that this is not the situation I feared most. Marjorie's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Lannister? Glenn reached out to catch something in his hand, puzzled. A key? Cersei's impatience was palpable. Glenn would soon have to depart from Klebb Manor for King's Landing. Individuals like Emperor were born with a scarcity of dark marks, and this illustrated correspondence might be one of the few blemishes in her life. Hence Glenn intended to safeguard it. Glenn's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, Sir Jaime, I recall you once told me that as long as it was detrimental to Queen Cersei, you feared no shadowy puppeteer. Am I correct? With an arched brow, Glenn added, Sir Jaime, it appears you have tossed quite a few golden dragons. Born on the Isle of Greenhaven, the 69-year-old Olenna Redwine had long lost her teeth. She was diminutive, her silver hair wrapped in a deep green scarf. Glenn smiled up at her and said, Lady Celaena, It is rare for you to jest with me. Thus, Glyn was quite pleased to witness Emperor's transformation and felt compelled to offer some encouragement. The sky, like blue parchment, bore a few wispy white clouds that floated leisurely in the breeze. Glyn shook his head, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Speak. What would you like to share with me? Samwell's addition inadvertently elevated Glyn's most pressing deficiency. Solana shrugged slightly. I have confirmed that all is well. While attending to your bath earlier, I observed your reactions were quite normal. Coupled with your fleeting emotions that had scarcely begun before they ended, I was merely overthinking. Upon entering Hookport, Glyn immediately spotted Jaime Lannister atop a white steed. Though Samwell remained silent, his robust physique commanded a strong presence. Glyn's heart stirred as he glanced at Jaime, inquiring, Did you uncover anything of worth? Once, before reclaiming their former lands, they had an abundance of manpower. Jaime pulled on the reins, adjusting his horse's direction, and said, Baron Glyn, you truly excel at this. I sense something amiss as well, yet I cannot pinpoint the exact cause. Solana's eyes flickered as she discreetly accepted the envelope. Responding respectfully, Yes, my lord. Solana nodded. I know I cannot conceal anything from you. I do not possess the same brilliant wisdom as the lady. She always worries about you. In her final days, she imparted some words, instructing me to advise you when necessary. Now, the domain of Kleb had expanded several-fold. It continued to operate with the manpower from days gone by. For a time, these reliable individuals could only serve multiple roles to aid the Lord in managing Kleb's territory. Jaime shrugged, saying, Queen Cersei believes you have traveled extensively this time, so she has prepared a small dwelling for you to ensure your comfort. Solana blinked. And what comes next? Glyn pondered for a moment. I suspect much of the intelligence you have gathered is intended to mislead. Upon departing from Casterly Rock, Samwell Tarly arrived with only a single garment. His ample frame made finding ready-made clothing a challenge, necessitating custom tailoring. You see, the choice has always been yours, has it not? Baron Kleb is but one man, while you have the Golden Rose family behind you. Thankfully, at a crucial moment, the good-hearted Mountain offered one of his robes, ensuring Samwell would not be left without clothing. It was not merely due to Samwell's exceptional intellect. His joining could also enhance the prestige of House Kleb. Glyn led Samwell, who had now adopted a slicked-back hairstyle, towards Jaime. After a moment of silence in the room, Glyn suddenly said, Solana, may I now expect you to be candid with me? After addressing the backlog of correspondence, Glyn furrowed his brow. Olenna seldom shied away from expressing her opinions. Her words were witty, incisive, and often acerbic, earning her the moniker of the Queen of Thorns. Marjorie's brown eyes quivered. Grandmother, I have never considered you cruel. I can feel your love for me and our family. Glyn nodded, setting off with Jaime towards a new residence bestowed by Queen Cersei. Marjorie obediently nodded, saying, Grandmother, I understand. Along the way, Jaime suddenly remarked, Baron Glyn, I have been investigating and have gathered quite a bit of intelligence. The elderly Olenna could no longer stand upright, gazing at the youthful and radiant Marjorie as if looking back at her own lost youth. The astute Glyn noticed Solana's eyes brighten momentarily. Could the usually serious steward possess a penchant for gossip? Glyn lowered his voice. I encountered an intriguing young lady. Olenna was relentless in her jabs at her father. Though the golden-haired Jaime exuded confidence, Glyn sensed certain changes within him. Marjorie, let me hear you, he invited. Perhaps distance had fostered affection. After some time apart, Glyn felt a newfound closeness with Jaime. Solana paused momentarily, respectfully stating, My lord, your wisdom rivals that of the lady. I believe you have your suspicions. Everything began with that war over a decade ago. Marjorie could not help but emit a soft laugh. Solana blinked in surprise. Did you express your affections? Olenna, in a rare moment of levity, laughed alongside Marjorie, patting her granddaughter's hand, saying, My Marjorie, do not be so harsh on yourself. You are not a statue in a garden. Marjorie, you possess great talent, and you are still growing. Do not hastily compare your shortcomings to other strengths. That is unwise. At Highgarden Castle, on the terrace, Olenna interrupted Marjorie, pausing before speaking. I am a cantankerous old woman, known for my sharp tongue. Regardless of how it begins, whether you wish it or not, you must teach the little worms to gather pollen for the roses. That is the essence of the golden rose's perpetuity. Olenna studied Marjorie for a moment, nodding slightly. Now I truly understand. Glyn inclined his head and spoke. Sir Jaime, Sam is a Tarly from the crag. Solana nodded, stepping closer to Glyn, lowering her voice. You have been away for quite some time. Why have I not encountered a single girl from the Riverlands among the ranks? Olenna's counsel dispelled the shadow that lingered in Marjorie's heart. Grandmother, thank you for your wise words. I understand. Samwell moved his lips, uncertain how to begin. Casting a pleading glance towards Glenn, Olenna added, this old woman, cannot remain idle. I have also learned about that young man. He reminds me of Tywin, a young man bearing the weight of his family at such a tender age. Jaime raised an eyebrow. The Tarly of Casterly Rock? Glenn. Remember to prepare a few garments for Samwell promptly. Mountain's clothes are still a bit large for him. I find myself hesitating. After recently engaging with a royal affairs officer from the Crownlands, I felt pressure for the first time. I find it difficult to contend with him. My father requires my assistance, and I worry I may not be able to manage him. Rumor has it that Olenna requires a cane to walk and claims to be nearly deaf, but many suspect this is a ruse to confound outsiders. A facade that Olenna Redwine deliberately maintains. Jaime's green eyes flickered coldly. He harbored a strong aversion to such dark-hearted individuals. Glenn maintained an outward calm, but felt a surge of anger within. Glenn smiled broadly, gesturing slightly. Come, Sam, this is Ser Jaime Lannister, the Kingsguard. My lord, I have heard of numerous exceptional young individuals who have found themselves ensnared in the throes of tumultuous love, yearning yet unfulfilled, left despondent in the wake of their affections. The marigold may wither, and the most radiant beauty of a woman is, in truth, fleeting, while the passions of most men often commence with the allure of enchanting appearances. Not all are privy to the intricacies of House Tyrell. The majority are merely aware that the eldest son of the esteemed Lord Tywin has become the steward to Baron Cleave. Olenna's fingers, slender and frail, are nevertheless a source of solace for Marjorie each time they clasp, while Glenn scurries about for Queen Cersei, far away in the Red Keep. Duke John employs his authority to render him impotent, a sensation that is quite stifling. Glenn quietly proclaims, the Vale is an inseparable part of the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Olenna responds resolutely, if one cannot control him, then eliminate him. Though Ser Loras is merely a steward, he remains intimately connected to the heart of the realm. Glenn, tilting his head back, smiles faintly. In any case, I appreciate your concern. With a raised brow, Glenn pauses momentarily, inclining his upper body slightly towards Ser Loras. Samwell clumsily approaches Jaime, placing his hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect. Good day, Ser Jaime. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. I am Samwell Tarly from the Reach, serving as the steward to Baron Glenn. Glenn continues, Loras, please compose a letter to Herschel on my behalf, addressing two matters. The first is to assist the Thorn Brigade in recruiting a scribe, and the second is to increase the allocation of the new short swords for the Thorn Brigade. As for the quantity, let him adjust it as he sees fit. This is the most familiar approach for me. The speaker is Olenna Redwine, known as the Queen of Thorns, the grandmother of Marjorie Tyrell. Her stature is too elevated to regard your lord. Glenn clears his throat, handing the sealed letter to Loras, stating, Loras, please keep this safe for me. Look at your father. Even a wild boar would perform better in his stead. At that time, I was lost in the pleasures my husband provided in bed, unable to foresee my son's folly. Otherwise, while he was still young, I might have corrected that thick skull with a wooden spoon. Where was I? Individual strength is insignificant in the face of a formidable family, even to the point of being overlooked. You may seek the thrill of beauty in a lover. You currently possess ample gold dragons to squander. Loras replies earnestly, My lord, jesting with the lord is an affront. I genuinely intend to do so. Marjorie, aware of her grandmother's impatience, recounts the events with remarkable precision. As Olenna concludes, she taps her fingers against the armrest of her chair. Though a trivial act, it deepens Glenn's dissatisfaction with Duke John. Glenn is curious about the expression that may grace Emperor's face when he encounters this letter years or decades hence. Glenn brushes his forehead, his tone unusually resigned. Lady Loras, you were once my mother's most trusted maid, akin to family in my eyes. Before me, you may always feel free to speak your mind. Is that a compliment towards me? Due to their recent experiences in the Queen's District, Glenn finds himself slightly sensitive to some of Jaime's words. It is a rare occurrence for Baron Cleave to bring such joy to Duke Mace. Let him ascend to the position of Prime Minister and remain blissfully foolish, as this is also an opportunity for the Golden Rose. As dusk approaches, Glenn, surrounded by his kin, passes through the Lion's Gate into King's Landing. Marjorie, with her lips sealed, solemnly nods at her grandmother. Chapter 88, The Beauty. The evening in King's Landing is not shrouded in darkness. Under the caress of the setting sun, it is imbued with a delicate rosy hue. King's Landing, the Hook Street. At Glenn's behest, Samwell retrieves the key, and with a click, unlocks the grand door. Is this not a key picked up at random? Samwell pauses, scratching his head and glancing at Glenn. Glenn shrugs. This is Lannister-style dark humor, since arriving in King's Landing. Glenn has spent the most time in the company of the Lannisters and is well acquainted with their ways. After speaking, Jaime surveys the high walls of the estate. You possess the strength of a man, yet harbor the heart of a woman. Training with a dull sword in the yard is one matter. Plunging a foot-long blade into another's abdomen and witnessing the light in their eyes fade is an entirely different affair. Meryn chuckles foolishly, gently placing a platter laden with roasted meat beside Samwell, exclaiming, "Sam, I offer you meat." Brienne, disheartened, abandons her feminine attire, reverting to her familiar garb of a male warrior, continuing to endure the scorn and discrimination based on her gender. Glenn has long sensed Samwell's restlessness after hearing about the study. Angus does not rush to approach Brienne, but rather observes from the shadows, seeking an opportune moment to meet. Brienne is the sole surviving child of Lord Selwyn Tarth of Evenfall Hall, residing on Tarth Island, adjacent to the Narrow Sea and Stormlands. The naturally skilled archer Angus lacks impatience, silently following along. Dear Sir Jaime, I appreciate your tactful words regarding my abrupt appearance here. In truth, I wish to convey that I found myself captivated by the numerous books in this estate's study. When I finally regained my senses and sought you out, I discovered the door was locked. Therefore, to be precise, I'm the unfortunate soul abandoned here by the Lannisters. Meryn shakes his head, stating, I do not misconstrue your intentions. Should I find the opportunity, must I first demonstrate how I fight? Brienne's swordsmanship, though lacking in finesse, seems to brim with explosive power. While in the King's Guard, Glenn had also harbored thoughts of the beauty Brienne of Tarth. Brienne's next words leave Angus momentarily frozen. Observing from the shadows, Angus witnesses the robust Brienne challenging a swordsman who had spoken disrespectfully of the late Ser Goodwin, amidst the laughter of the crowd. Tyrion grins widely for a moment before lowering his voice and asking gravely, How fair the reach? You know what I am inquiring about? The Battle of the Trident? What is that? And who is Rhaegar? Meryn scratches his head, saying, Sam, do you mean that if we find the opportunity to eliminate the enemy's leader, victory will follow? Stormlands, outside of Griffin's Roost. Brienne's voice is deep and gravelly, akin to a man's. Unless Glenn's ambitions are limited to the Crab's Claw Peninsula, the Cleve family must transcend the peninsula, for improving the public's perception of it is also a vital responsibility. This is why Glenn did not bring a female warrior from the Crab's Claw Peninsula to King's Landing, for when strength is lacking, it is unnecessary to stand out and invite unwarranted trouble. Brienne is innocent and forthright, yet somewhat headstrong and obstinate. Samwell whispers, At the Battle of the Trident, King Robert struck down Prince Rhaegar with a warhammer, securing a decisive victory. Glenn and Jaime instinctively slow their pace, allowing Tyrion to walk ahead alone. After speaking, Brienne turns and strides forth. She pauses momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Angus. It is precisely their acquaintance that prevents Samwell from being coerced by his father into donning the black and joining the Night's Watch, instead willingly choosing to depart Hornhill and join Glenn's faction. As later revealed, Samwell was dragged along by Tala and Dickon to accompany them in watching Glenn's tournament challenges. Brienne is exceptionally tall. Her face is round and rough, dotted with freckles, with a set of teeth that are uneven and protruding. Her mouth alarmingly wide and lips exceedingly thick. Although her hair is golden, it resembles filthy straw, brittle and dry. On the battlefield, a moment can equate to a lifetime. One can see that person drawing a dagger, inserting it into the crevice of my friend's armor. His strength, his speed, his valor. None of the arduous skills honed through relentless training could rival the trifle of a jester's whim. Everything stemmed from his faltering hesitation at the moment he ought to have delivered a decisive blow. Montan, with a naive expression, remarked, Sam, this seems quite akin to my previous approach to battle. When I fought, I relished targeting the enemy's leader, as long as they couldn't escape. They were powerless to thwart me. Tyrion cast a skeptical glance at Green, his voice laced with doubt. Green, your gaze reveals a fondness for him. Is he your paramour from the Riverlands? Congratulations, and I assure you, I shall never again indulge to the point of oblivion in your presence. Green smiled and replied, Sam, do seek out the study. That shall be your domain henceforth. Although Samwell lacked the courage to wield a sword, he diligently studied every military tome in Hornhill, yearning for his father's approval. Angwy's words momentarily halted Brienne, who, typically stoic, transformed into a beacon of confidence in the heat of battle. Jaime responded, It's quite all right. There's no rush. It was this serendipitous encounter that led to the acquaintance of Green and Samwell. A slight movement of the lips and a nod of the chin accompanied his thoughts. Green's intelligent sources were attributed to his unintentional overhearing during a royal hunt. Brienne learned from Ser Goodwin the art of wielding a long sword with finesse and how to fight while donned in plate armor. Angui, contemplating his mission, took purposeful strides to follow Brienne. The sound of footsteps echoed. Green raised his hands. Well, he might suggest that one should extend a courteous greeting before drawing a sword. Perhaps it would yield a similar effect. The unique environment of the Crab Isle fostered the spearwomen-led Thorn Company, and Green believed this stage would captivate Brienne significantly. Jaime smirked, unwilling to interject further. Brienne wore a rigid expression, and Angui, unable to decipher her thoughts, continued, "Should you ever wish to venture outside, Baron Greenclay sincerely invites you to join the Thorn Company." The time spent learning under Sir Goodwin was a rare joy for Brienne. Angui pondered. Was this an invitation to duel? Yet, he had no desire for matrimony. After Brienne had broken 3 bones of her third betrothed, Count Selwyn abandoned his quest to find her a suitor, sending his daughter to Storm's End for combat training under Sir Goodwin. Angui couldn't help but recall the typically simple Montan, who morphed into a fierce beast in combat. Responding to the call, Montan entered the study, carrying a platter of meat. Green turned to Jaime. "It seems today is not the day for discussions." That night, at the Claybriar Mansion, Tyrion's gaze followed Jaime's, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Jaime, my brother, thank you for regarding me. That has been my aspiration." Green smiled upward and continued, "The weather in the Riverlands is sweltering. So much so that the maidens wear sleeveless tunics instead of long garments. By the riverside, the scenery is a dazzling spectacle." The battle was swiftly concluded by Brienne with remarkable efficiency. After a few steps, Samwell abruptly halted, scratching his head in recollection before returning. Yet, he knew Brienne harbored a youthful infatuation for her liege, Duke Lancel Lannister of Storm's End. Thus, on the journey back to King's Landing, Green preemptively arranged certain matters, such as dispatching the articulate Angui to make preliminary contact with Brienne. Angui perceived that Brienne's swordsmanship bore striking resemblance to the Thorn Company's pursuit of a decisive strike. Jaime queried, "Tyrion, how did you gain entry?" A gust of wind tousled Brienne's hair further. Observing Brienne's swift departure, Angui called out, "Lady Brienne, the name of the Thorn Company's commander is Emperor. She shall soon be knighted. You are cordially invited to witness the ceremony." Jaime Lannister chuckled lightly, patting Green on the arm. Armed with information provided by Green and his experience as a mercenary, Angui easily discerned Brienne's whereabouts upon arriving at Storm's End. 386166211. Green hoped that the formidable and earnest Brienne would join the Thorn Company, and at the right moment, emerge from Crab Isle alongside them to earn her rightful renown. Brienne cherished the art of swordplay. Her dream since childhood was to become a knight. Samwell, perhaps due to nerves, awkwardly bowed to Jaime and Tyrion before taking his leave. Angui felt that the day of his knighthood under the Lord was drawing nearer. This encapsulated Angui's initial impression of Brienne. Adjusting her stance, Brienne inquired, "Baron Claybriar?" An excited Samwell nodded vigorously, promptly setting forth. Brienne slightly adjusted her grip on her sword's hilt, stating, "I sense you must be quite formidable." Most of the time, Brienne existed amidst the mockery of others, with the best scenario being a modicum of pity from her peers. Hearing you say that has piqued my interest in him as well. It seems you've gained quite a bit this time. You now have a companion with intellect." Is this not our Baron Green? Long time no see. Hasn't the gentleness of the Riverlands ensnared you? Ahem, welcome to the new Claybriar estate." Montan gazed at Samwell with a goofy expression. Tyrion's seriousness rarely lasted beyond 3 seconds, yet his enthusiasm was infectious to Green. The waves of broken ship bay surged continually, crashing against the rocks and leaving rings of white foam in their wake. Seizing the opportunity, Angui deftly knocked someone unconscious and greeted Brienne amiably. "Good day, Lady Brienne." Samwell's unexpected presence prompted Green to reconsider his thoughts. Montan nodded his large head, chuckling lightly before asking, "Sam, I wish to inquire how one becomes an effective commander of a company." Brienne's reaction momentarily stumped Angui. Since childhood, Brienne had towered above her peers, her physique rivaling that of men in strength. Montan possessed a remarkable intuition, sensing that Samwell understood many things beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Samwell blinked in surprise. "You are that impressive?" Angui nodded. "Indeed, milady. Our territory boasts a company comprised entirely of women, known as the Thorn Company. Our lord inadvertently heard of you during a royal hunt." Samwell smiled shyly, expressing his gratitude as he picked up a piece of meat to chew. That evening, having found the opportunity, Montan presented his utmost offering, a platter of roasted lamb, to demonstrate sincerity. "Yes, this is the method I believe suits you best." Angui was thrilled to be entrusted with a significant responsibility by Green. Anything associated with the Golden Dragon was deemed invaluable, and the Lannisters tended to downplay its worth. Entering the courtyard, Green raised his gaze to survey the three-story white structure and remarked to Jaime, "Sir Jaime, indeed a quaint abode." Until the opportune moment arose. Brienne's character would not allow her to depart from Storm's End. Tyrion finally nodded in satisfaction. "This is the Riverland's beauty, I recall." Angwy placed his hand over his heart in greeting. "I am Angwy, the personal guard of Baron Claybriar." Samwell swallowed the morsel in his mouth, wiped his hands, and asked, "Monten, do you seek me for something?" Due to Lancel, the love-struck Brienne had once attempted to adorn herself according to noblewoman standards, only to be met with ridicule due to her lack of feminine allure and the disjointedness of her attire. Despite some distance, Angwy's keen eyesight allowed him to perceive Brienne's expression clearly. Due to these factors, Brienne not only appears clumsy in her exterior, but also exhibits a rather rigid demeanor. Had it not been for her appearance, Tyrion felt that the manner in which he presented himself was rather dashing. After a moment of silence, Brienne nodded and said, "I understand. I shall remember this. Please extend my gratitude to Baron Gregor Clegane." Brienne's father, Lord Selwyn Tarth, had long sought an appropriate suitor for her. Although this was no simple endeavor, he managed to find 3 men, all of whom were drawn to Brienne's claim to inheritance. The psychologically resilient Angwy cleared his throat discreetly and remarked, "My lady, please do not misunderstand. I am here at the behest of my lord to pay you a visit." Brienne, disregarding Angwy's overtures, sheathed her sword and strode away. Tyrion cast a glance at the unfamiliar Samwell, nodded slightly, and approached Gregor, patting his thigh. Angwy finally exhaled in relief. Jaime shrugged and inquired, "Did I leave you here?" Tyrion's face was a canvas of unfiltered impatience. Samwell pondered for a moment and stated, "Monten, the primary duty of commander is to lead his troops to victory over the enemy. I believe you could take a lesson from his grace, King Robert. His indomitable war hammer is the assurance of the army's success." Tyrion grinned. "My stature often renders me overlooked. I may be better suited to the role of an assassin." "Tread carefully, Kingsguard Jaime. For Tyrion, the slayer lurks everywhere." Samwell hastily clarified, "I do not doubt your prowess. I noticed your strength on the road." "Brienne, she is a born warrior. Good night, Lord Samwell." The majority of men in Westeros, and even many women, hold a prejudiced view towards a woman wielding a sword. Brienne's plight is undoubtedly more dire than Gregor realizes. The crowd dispersed amidst jeers, leaving behind a swordsman lying on the ground, unable to rise, yet still cursing. Jaime chuckled helplessly. "My apologies. I assumed you had matters to attend to. However, Sir Goodwin has passed away." Samwell Tarly lifted his gaze from his book, looking at the earnest Monten, and said with a smile, "Good night, Monten. You may simply call me Sam." Gregor, in sync with Tyrion, deliberately paused before speaking. "The fields of Highgarden are awash with golden roses, the fruits so sweetly ripe they explode in your mouth." As Tyrion Lannister spoke, he sauntered over leisurely. Gregor and Jaime exchanged glances behind Tyrion, silently communicating. Finally, Brienne halted and turned to Angwy. "What is your name?" Having been on the move, Monten had yet to find an opportunity to consult Sam. Gregor could not suppress a laugh and said, "My Lord Tyrion, rest assured, he shall be my future advisor. Like you, he revels in books, his mind brimming with knowledge." Gregor gestured for Jaime and Tyrion to enter the house. Samwell concurred, "This is for the best. I shall study thoroughly and discuss it with you later. Sam, while you dine on meat, enlighten me on what else a commander must know beyond warfare."